Chapter 1. The Detection of Spiritual Roots. Beneath the Wuming Mountains lies the town of Wangyue. These days mark a significant occasion. The mysterious immortal sect has descended to the mortal realm to select children endowed with spiritual roots to join their ranks for cultivation. Children of appropriate age from Wangyue and 12 surrounding villages, accompanied by their elders, have gathered in town for the evaluation of their spiritual roots. Among them is the 10-year-old Gu Qingyan, though he is alone, carrying a basket filled with wild vegetables, evidently just returned from mountains. "Brother Gu, you are here too." Xiao Xue from Wangyue waved at him. Gu Qingyuan exchanged a smile and replied, "Little Xiao Xue, coming at this hour, you might not get a chance today. Why don't you take my place? I need to return home quickly due to some matters," she suggested. Gu Qingyuan had already made it into the mayor's yard, and in half an hour, it would be his turn. Behind him, a long queue of villagers stretched for 2 miles. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Xue's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, Brother Gu." After Xiao Xue secured her spot, Gu Qingyuan chose not to linger and set off home with his basket of wild vegetables. Just as he exited the mayor's courtyard, a disciple of the mysterious immortal sect, wielding a long sword, noticed him. This disciple was responsible for maintaining order in the queue. "Young man, you have been here for 3 days, leaving at this time each day. Is there something urgent?" The disciple did not reprimand Gu Qingyuan for swapping places with Xiao Xue. Instead, he expressed concern for the unusually behaving boy. "Honorable Immortal, I have a grandfather who lies ill at home. He requires assistance to turn over periodically," Gu Qingyan explained earnestly, showing utmost respect in the presence of an immortal. Upon hearing this, the disciple nodded slightly and continued, "If the wait is too lengthy for you, I can assist in testing your spiritual root myself, though my spiritual power is mixed and may cause you some discomfort. Please extend your hand to this." Gu Qingyuan felt a moment of elation, though his smile quickly waned. With a hint of distraction, he replied, "I appreciate your kindness, Honorable Immortal, but I would prefer not to have my spiritual roots tested." The disciple narrowed his eyes slightly and inquired, "Are you afraid of pain? Or do you not wish to cultivate?" Gu Qingyuan hastily shook his head. "No, I'm not afraid of pain. I have heard that once one's spiritual roots are detected, they're taken to the sect for cultivation and may not return for years. If I am found to possess spiritual roots and taken to the sect, who will care for my grandfather?" After expressing his thoughts, Gu Qingyuan lowered his head and resumed his journey home. How he longed to discover the level of his spiritual root potential. How he yearned to become the immortal revered by all. Yet, the thought of his ailing grandfather waiting at home filled him with a sense of guilt. If he left, what would become of his grandfather? The children awaiting their spiritual root assessments stood a chance of possessing such roots. Even those with the most inferior spiritual roots can be taken by the sect and become mere disciples. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided to relinquish the opportunity. Upon returning home, Gu Qingyuan's first action was to help his grandfather turn over and offer him a sip of water. Glug glug. After quenching his thirst, the elder Gu let out a contented sigh. Supported by Gu Qingyuan, he slowly lay back down. "Dear grandson, what kind of spiritual root did you discover?" The elder did not exhibit much anticipation, fearing that his grandson's spiritual root might be of too low a grade, leading to disappointment. "Grandfather, the immortal who tested my spiritual root said that I possess none and am unable to cultivate." Gu Qingyuan spoke a falsehood. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression darkened as he exclaimed, "You little rascal, how dare you deceive me? When I found you years ago, I used my powers to examine your body. Although your grade was not high, you certainly have a spiritual root." The elder revealed the truth. He had once been a cultivator himself. Unfortunately, he had been rendered a cripple after secretly learning a forbidden technique from the sect. To preserve his life, the elder fled to this place, where he discovered the infant Gu Qingyan abandoned on Wuming Mountain. For a decade, the elder had suffered greatly from his injuries, losing his powers and gradually withering away. Fortunately, Gu Qingyuan's obedient and thoughtful care allowed him to survive on this narrow bed. Cough cough. In his anger, the elder felt a heaviness in his chest and began to cough incessantly. "Grandfather, what is wrong?" Gu Qingyuan asked with concern. The elder, struggling through his pain, managed to swallow some air and inquired, "Why did you not test your spiritual root? Were you bullied?" Having failed to test his spiritual root for 3 consecutive days, the elder's mind began to wander into dark thoughts. After a prolonged silence, Gu Qingyuan continued, "If I were to discover my spiritual root, I would be taken by the sect. Who would care for you then?" As he spoke these words, Gu Qingyuan's expression hardened, seemingly resolute in abandoning the chance of ascension. The elder responded with a cold snort. The pair fell into silence once more. Ultimately, it was the elder who broke the quietude. "Qing, go prepare a meal." "Sure." Gu Qingyuan quickly rose to wash the wild vegetables from his basket. The two of them, being outsiders in Wanghua town, had no land of their own. They either relied on the charity of others or ventured into the mountains to forage for wild greens. When the elder was still mobile, he relied on his knowledge of the immortal path to find some spiritual herbs on Wuming Mountain, which he sold to acquire their humble dwelling. Seeing his grandson return with more wild vegetables, the elder, perhaps weary of the same fare, remarked, "Qing, with my illness, I fear I cannot recover without meat. Go ahead and slaughter that exquisite chicken." Qingyuan hesitated upon hearing this. The chicken was meant to serve as their sustenance through the winter. Consuming it now would likely render them unable to survive the next harsh season. "Will eating the chicken help your illness?" Gu Qingyuan asked hesitantly. The elder nodded in agreement, affirming Gu Qingyuan's concern. In a swift motion, Gu Qingyuan skillfully dispatched the delicate 4-pound spirit chicken. Under normal circumstances, with a few more months of care, it could have grown to 20 pounds, and its eggs would have been an anticipated bounty. That evening, Gu Qingyuan prepared a hearty pot of stew, combining wild greens and the spirit chicken. He deliberately selected several succulent pieces of chicken to tenderly feed to his grandfather. Once the elder was satiated, Gu Qingyuan meticulously extracted all the remaining chicken from the pot, reserving it for his grandfather's meal the following day. He contented himself with the meager scraps and wild greens. Observing this poignant scene, the elder fixed his gaze upon Gu Qingyuan as if steeling himself for a momentous declaration. "Qingyuan, you should eat the remaining chicken," he stated resolutely. "That is out of the question. What will happen to your health if I consume it?" Gu Qingyuan firmly declined. "I was merely deceiving you. My ailment is beyond remedy," the elder retorted. "Moreover, I have sensed that my time draws near." Once a cultivator, the elder possessed the keen ability to perceive the remnants of his lifespan. Before Gu Qingyuan could voice his concerns, the elder continued, "I shall soon depart this world. Without that chicken, you shall not survive the next harsh winter. If you wish to endure, your only recourse is to follow in the footsteps of the immortals and cultivate at the ethereal Xian sect." Chapter 2. The Silent Tome. "Grandfather, I will not leave. I wish to remain here to care for you." A resolute expression, uncharacteristic of his tender age, adorned Gu Qingyuan's youthful visage. "My dear child, my time has come," the old man replied. "Please, help me remove my garments." With a gentle command, he directed Gu Qingyuan to carefully peel away the layers of clothing that enveloped him. Beneath the fabric lay a thick tome, bound tightly to his chest by a strip of cloth. "Take this book down," he instructed. The old man, paralyzed in all but his head, required Gu Qingyuan's assistance for many tasks. "Grandfather, what is this?" Upon unveiling the book, Gu Qingyuan discovered it devoid of any text. Over 200 pages lay empty. The cover exquisitely carved from jade, yet lacking a title. The old man and this book had traversed a life marked by glory and disgrace, culminating in a fate of diminished cultivation. With a sigh of reminiscence, the elder continued, "Remember, this book must be kept hidden, away from prying eyes." A fit of coughs racked his frail body, and when he regained composure, his gaze grew distant, and his voice carried a weight of weariness. "Grandfather is departing. The path ahead is yours to navigate. Remember this. A man may be innocent, yet possessing precious things may bring calamity upon him." "I shall remember," Gu Qingyuan nodded earnestly, sensing the gravity of the moment, yet hesitating to question, unwilling to confront the impending reality. In a final gesture, the old man turned his gaze toward Gu Qingyuan, exerting effort to focus his fading sight. He looked deeply into the boy's eyes. "One more phrase for you. He who does not act for himself will face divine retribution." Each word was pronounced with deliberate weight, and once spoken, the old man appeared liberated from any lingering desires, gently closing his eyes. From that moment forth, silence enveloped the room. "Grandfather," Gu Qingyuan wept bitterly, remaining at the old man's bedside throughout the night. As his tears eventually dried, he began to accept the harsh truth. His only remaining kin had passed away. The following day, as dawn broke, Gu Qingyuan bowed several times before his grandfather's grave, shouldered his pack, and departed from home. He was determined to fulfill his grandfather's dying wish, to seek the elusive path to immortality. Today marked the final day for testing spiritual roots. After this, the disciples from the ethereal Xian sect would return. Gu Qingyuan rose early, eager not to miss this opportunity. Despite his early arrival, a throng had already gathered outside the town chief's courtyard. Among them were those confirmed to possess spiritual roots, eagerly awaiting their journey to the sect, while others, having been deemed unqualified, repeated the test in defiance of reality. Brother Gu, a girl with a delicate appearance, called out from the crowd. It was none other than Xiaoxue, who had claimed Gu Qingyuan's spot the previous day. Today, she donned her satchel, accompanied by her family, awaiting the celestial being to take her away. What is your spiritual root? Gu Qingyuan approached her. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxue's lips curled into a smile, a blend of confidence and joy as she replied. I possess a superior single attribute spiritual root. The immortal has stated that with my qualifications, I can directly become an inner sect disciple. Congratulations. Gu Qingyuan offered his heartfelt wishes. Shortly thereafter, the door of the town chief's residence was opened by a celestial being. For the past few days, 2 disciples of the mysterious celestial sect had been residing at the town chief's home. The immortal who opened the door immediately noticed Gu Qingyuan waiting at the entrance. What brings you here? Yesterday, he had expressed a desire to test Gu Qingyuan's spiritual root, only to be declined. Seeing Gu Qingyuan again today, he was understandably puzzled. In response to your inquiry, my grandfather no longer requires my care, so I wish to give it a try. Gu Qingyuan felt a tinge of embarrassment, having previously rejected the immortal's offer. Come in, the immortal responded, displaying no resentment. He even recognized those who wished to retest their spiritual roots, but did not turn them away. Inside the main hall of the town chief's home, a man with his eyes covered by silk sat at a table. He was another immortal's senior apprentice, also blind. Gu Qingyuan entered the hall and cautiously sat down at the table, placing his hands upon it. The blind man sensed Gu Qingyuan's arrival and subsequently placed his right hand on Gu Qingyuan's wrist, channeling spiritual energy into his meridians. This energy then flowed through his limbs and bones, reaching his dantian. Outside the room, Xiaoxue's parents grew concerned for Gu Qingyuan and urged Xiaoxue to enter and inquire about his situation. Once Xiaoxue stepped inside, the immortal had already withdrawn his hand from Gu Qingyuan's arm. Congratulations, you possess a spiritual root and are capable of cultivation. Upon hearing the immortal's words, Gu Qingyuan exhaled in relief, silently affirming, what my grandfather said is indeed true. However, the immortal's next words darkened his expression. Regrettably, your spiritual root is of the mixed elements variety, which is considered the lowest quality. Your future achievements will be limited to the first layer of qi refining. Is my aptitude truly so poor? Gu Qingyuan murmured. Not merely poor, but the worst. You can only serve as a servant disciple, dedicating 50 years to the sect. After this period, you may leave the sect. Do you accept? The first layer of qi refining, as mentioned by the immortal, also designated one as an immortal. However, to attain that realm, Gu Qingyuan would require the elixirs and cultivation methods provided by the mysterious celestial sect. Both were indispensable. While servant disciples received these essential benefits, they were still required to sacrifice 50 years of their youth to the sect. I am willing. Gu Qingyuan recalled his grandfather's words, which stated that possessing a spiritual root was the key to cultivating immortality. He could not let this rare opportunity slip away. Very well, please wait outside. The immortal who detects spiritual roots spoke. Gu Qingyuan nodded respectfully and bowed to the immortal. When he exited the courtyard and approached Xiaoxue, he noticed she hurriedly retreated behind her parents, clearly evading him. Xiaoxue's mother shielded her daughter and smiled as she said, Qingyuan, both you and Xiaoxue have awakened your spiritual roots. Although both of you possess the potential to become immortals, you are merely a disciple of the outer sect, while Xiaoxue is an inner sect disciple. The disparity in your future achievements is destined to be vast. What does Annie mean? Gu Qingyuan asked, somewhat perplexed. Xiaoxue's parents exchanged glances and continued. A few years ago, your grandfather saved the life of Xiaoxue's grandfather with spiritual herbs. The two elders arranged a betrothal between you and Xiaoxue. Now, With your differing statuses as an outer sect disciple and an inner sect disciple, this engagement should be reconsidered. Xiao Shua's mother spoke with a hint of pleading in her tone. Gu Qingyuan took a deep breath, his gaze momentarily vacant. He cast a humble glance at his childhood companion, Xiao Shua, only to catch a fleeting look of disdain in her eyes. That expression left him bewildered and infused with an indescribable chill of sorrow. Determined, he swiftly opened his bundle and, beneath layers of clothing, unearthed the long-preserved betrothal document. Before Xiao Shua's parents, he resolutely tore it in half. Chapter 3. The Cottage Gu Qingyuan. Once you arrive at the immortal sect, you must refrain from spreading tales of our past. Do you understand? Xiao Shue said coldly. The reputation of a woman holds great significance. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyuan furrowed his brow. The current Xiao Shue not only displayed ingratitude, but also dared to threaten him. You disgust me, Gu Qingyuan retorted, leaving in a huff without providing a clear response. Xiao Shue considered confronting him, but was restrained by her parents, who advised, let it go. Once he reaches the immortal sect, he will realize that there are disparities between individuals. With the passing of her grandfather, the engagement had been nullified. Had he been alive, he might have been disheartened by the disdain directed at him due to his lack of talent. Whenever Gu Qingyuan pondered this, tears would well up in the corners of his eyes, which he struggled to hold back, fearing the mockery of others. A disciple of the immortal sect, wielding a long sword, witnessed the entirety of Gu Qingyuan's rejection. Approaching him, he patted Gu Qingyuan on the shoulder and comforted him. It's all right. Even with a mixed spiritual root, one can still cultivate. My name is Mu Yun, and I am also a servant disciple of the Piaomiao immortal sect. You may call me senior brother. Hearing this, Gu Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback. He did not expect that two extraordinary beings were merely servant disciples. I have met senior brother Mu Yun. Gu Qingyuan responded promptly with a respectful bow. As dusk settled, no one came to assess the spiritual roots anymore. Two servant disciples from the Piaomiao immortal sect led a group of disciples with spiritual roots across the Wuming Mountains towards the Piaomiao Mountains. The journey spanned over 800 miles, traversing from the Wuming Mountain Range to the Piaomiao Mountain Range. Along the way, those with superior spiritual roots, like Xiao Shue, were transported in a luxurious palanquin. The palanquin was drawn by a mid-tier yellow stage beast, the Hanjian Kuei Niu, comparable to a human at the fourth or fifth layer of qi refinement. No matter how steep the hills, it effortlessly pulled the palanquin, accommodating 30 individuals both uphill and downhill. The palanquin traversed the rugged mountain paths with relative stability, causing envy among the servant disciples who could only follow on foot behind it. Before even formally entering the mountain gate, Gu Qingyuan finally understood why Xiao Shue's family insisted on breaking the engagement. However, compared to riding in the palanquin, Gu Qingyuan envied the figure of senior brother Tongming, whose eyes were covered by a silk cloth. He was currently soaring through the skies on a flying sword, exuding an upright and spirited demeanor, embodying the image of an immortal that Gu Qingyuan had always envisioned. In contrast, senior brother Mu Yun possessed only a sixth layer of qi refinement and was unable to fly on a sword. Look, he pointed out, to the north lies the realm of immortals, and to the south, the realm of mortals. The mountain beneath our feet is a natural barrier, formed thousands of years ago by a powerful cultivator's sword qi. It obstructs the flow of spiritual energy to the south, which is why those from the south cannot cultivate and are referred to as mortals. Upon crossing this mountain, we shall officially enter the realm of cultivation. Before us looms a towering peak, stretching over 6,000 miles, serving as a formidable barrier between the mortal world and the world of immortals. This majestic mountain obstructs the spiritual energy from the north, allowing only a few wisps of feeble essence, entwined with mist, to traverse the summit and seep into the realm of mortals. Why would such a powerful being impose this separation? Gu Qingyuan inquired, filled with perplexity. Were it not for this mighty entity, he would not have to traverse mountains and distances, leaving behind his homeland. Wherever there is spiritual energy, there exist immortals and demons. Can you fathom the consequences if these two entities were to coexist with mortals? Had it not been for this powerful being delineating the realms of immortals and mortals, humanity would surely suffer. Mu Yun's words resonated deeply. Mortals are the lowest form of life in this world, and possessing a domain of their own is already a blessing. Throughout the journey, Mu Yun imparted much knowledge about the cultivation realm. After over a month, a group of more than 100 individuals arrived safely at the mysterious immortal sect. Upon entering the sect, the inner disciples were directly escorted away by the elders. A portion of those with mediocre aptitude but some potential were designated as outer disciples. As for individuals like Gu Qingyuan, who possessed exceedingly poor qualifications, they were taken by Muyun and Tong Ming to the Hall of Miscellaneous Affairs. It was only upon arrival that Gu Qingyuan learned that Muyun and Tong Ming were the stewards of this hall. Originally outer disciples, they had been relegated to this position for failing to pass the sect's periodic assessments. Lu Ziki, Gu Qingyuan, you too will follow Master Kai, announced the head of the Hall of Miscellaneous Affairs, inscribing their names under Master Kai. They were then each bestowed a manual entitled Hunyuan Gong and a Qi refining pill. Although Hunyuan Gong is a low-grade cultivation technique, it is compatible with any type of spiritual root, making it particularly suitable for individuals like Gu Qingyuan, who possess mixed spiritual roots. After receiving the elixir and the manual, Lu Ziki and Gu Qingyuan followed Master Kai into a courtyard. The courtyard contained 10 orderly rooms, one for each person, which were quite spacious. After arranging their accommodations, Master Kai led them to his own chamber. Being born in a rural village in the mortal realm, you are surely aware that the so-called miscellaneous disciples are essentially the laborers of the sect. My responsibility here is to provide firewood for the alchemical disciples. Others refer to this as the firewood room. Each individual is required to chop at least 100 pounds of fresh wood daily or split 100 pounds of dry wood. What would you prefer to do? Master Kai offered them the choice of chopping or splitting wood. Upon hearing that both tasks required the same weight, Lu Ziki promptly opted for splitting wood, while Gu Qingyuan had no choice but to accept the task of chopping. For the first month of your arrival, I will allow you the grace of not meeting the required standards. However, should you fail to complete your daily tasks after this month, your contribution points will be deducted, and you may even face penalties. Certainly, if one exceeds the assigned tasks or takes on additional duties from the auxiliary hall, it is possible to augment one's monthly contribution points. Do you understand? Master Kai inquired coldly. Understood. The two youths from Wangwei town promptly replied. Today, Master Kai did not require them to work. Rather, he treated them to a meal of meat, ensuring they were well fed and nourished for the labor that awaited them the following day. As night descended, Gu Qingyuan found himself alone in his chamber, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Newly arrived, he held a favorable impression of this place. Clutched in his hand was a pill infused with the fragrance of medicinal herbs, alongside a tome of cultivation techniques, instilling in him a profound sense of hope for the future. According to Brother Muyun's account, the elixir would only prove beneficial once one could absorb spiritual energy through their root and refine it into spiritual power. Thus, Gu Qingyuan refrained from hastily consuming the pill, opting instead to conceal it beneath his bed. He then disrobed, removing the enigmatic, wordless tome bound to his abdomen, which had resided there for an entire month. The jade-like cover was excessively rigid, having already left marks of blood upon his skin. His grandfather had instructed him that this book must remain undiscovered by others. Yet he had not disclosed its true purpose to Gu Qingyuan. Rather than delving into its mysteries, Gu Qingyuan set it aside and picked up the volume titled Hunyuan Gong, beginning to cultivate according to its teachings. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and focused intently, striving to sense the spiritual energy swirling within his root before attempting to refine it. Chapter 4 Ascending the Mountain. Upon entering the realm of cultivation, Gu Qingyuan found that, nourished by the abundant spiritual energy, his spiritual root gradually began to connect with his consciousness. However, to refine spiritual power through it would require a considerable period of adjustment. As Brother Muyun explained, this peculiar phase is known as the awakening period, typically lasting about half a month. After cultivating until the second hour of the day, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Gu Qingyuan, rise and shine. The one knocking was a disheveled, burly man with a beard. Gu Qingyuan opened the door, and the man tossed a wood-cutting axe at him. I am Mangue. For the next few days, you will accompany me up the mountain, and I shall teach you how to chop wood. Mangue picked his nose and flicked an indiscernible object towards Gu Qingyuan, fortunately missing due to lack of force. Understood, Brother Mangue. Mangue first guided Gu Qingyuan in sharpening the axe. Once the two axes were honed to perfection, he instructed Gu Qingyuan to push a wheelbarrow, and together they ascended the mountain. Upon reaching the summit, Man Gue pointed to a vine emanating an enchanting fragrance. This is the blue-silver vine. Do not touch it, for it is poisonous. Understood, brother Man Gue. This is the spirit bean fruit. The thorns on the branches are toxic, but the golden spirit bean fruit is edible. If you find yourself depleted of energy, consuming this will aid in your recovery. As they continued their ascent, Man Gue introduced Gu Qingyuan to various wildflowers and grasses, particularly emphasizing the poisonous plants. I comprehend. Thank you, brother Man Gue. Gu Qingyuan expressed his gratitude profusely. These wildflowers and grasses differed from those in the mortal realm, with some possessing spiritual intelligence and others exhibiting potent toxicity. Had it not been for brother Man Gue's guidance, Gu Qingyuan surmised he might not have survived for long. It seemed that this brother Man Gue was indeed a kind-hearted individual. Gu Qingyuan mused inwardly. This is the tree we shall fell, a smoke-free wood over 10 years old. Man Gue approached a straight, finely grained tree trunk. He gestured towards the lower half of the tree, indicating where Gu Qingyuan should strike. The trunk was only as thick as Gu Qingyuan's thigh, yet his first chop barely penetrated the bark. Instead, it was Gu Qingyuan who felt the powerful recoil, causing the axe to slip from his grasp. He hastily retrieved it, gathered his strength, and struck again. The axe sank 3 inches into the wood, finally breaking through the bark. Gu Qingyuan swung the axe once more, this time also penetrating 3 inches, yet it was not at the same spot as before. The 2 strikes landed in different locations. Man Gue observed and shook his head repeatedly. Step aside, step aside. With that, he spat into his palm, rubbed it on the axe handle, and raised the axe high. Simultaneously, he summoned spiritual energy from his dantian. The energy enveloped the axe as if granting it life, radiating a brilliant cold light. The axe descended, embedding itself 2 inches into the wood. This strike penetrated deeply into the trunk, falling just an inch short of severing it entirely. However, Man Gue, despite his considerable strength, refrained from further chopping and instead summoned his spiritual energy to topple the smoke-free tree before him. The point of fracture aligned perfectly with the place where Man Gue had embedded his large blade into the trunk. Use your knife to strip off the bark. This single tree will suffice for your tasks for 2 days, he instructed. Understood, senior brother Man Gue. Gu Qingyuan promptly complied. He grasped the back of the knife and began to carefully peel away the bark. The bark of the smoke-free tree, when set ablaze, emits smoke, thus necessitating its removal. Man Gue sat beside him, guiding Gu Qingyuan as he noticed his clumsy hands and lack of strength. He shook his head and remarked, at this rate, you may never complete your task. I will strive to improve. Once I gain more strength, I will surely excel. Gu Qingyuan defended himself, recalling how he had seldom experienced a full meal throughout his life, his small frame nearly reduced to skin and bones. Man Gue narrowed his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips as he proposed, how about this? You give me your chi-raising pill, and from then on, you need only assist me in stripping the bark, avoiding the heavy labor. Gu Qingyuan's heart sank at the suggestion. Senior brother Man Gue, without the chi-raising pill, I cannot cultivate to the chi-raising realm. Once I achieve cultivation, I won't need to trouble you with tree cutting anymore, he quickly countered, drawing on his wit. The smoke-free wood was unlike ordinary trees, its density formidable. Even someone at the 3rd layer of chi-raising like Man Gue could not cleave it with a single stroke. Upon hearing this, Man Gue's expression darkened, and he fell silent. After a while, as Gu Qingyuan had barely stripped a small portion of bark, Man Gue seized his blade and forcefully struck the smoke-free wood. The sheer force of his blows sent shivers down Gu Qingyuan's spine, accompanied by splinters flying in every direction. It seemed as though Man Gue was deliberately making it difficult for him to work. By the afternoon, the 2 had finally procured 200 pounds of smoke-free wood. Loading it onto their cart, Man Gue pointed to the pieces of firewood that had been cut into several segments and said, Gu Qingyuan, obedient as ever, followed Man Gue's every instruction. After loading the firewood onto the unicycle cart, Man Gue added, as you are still a novice, there is no need to meet the full quota. Take off 50 pounds of wood. Gu Qingyuan hesitated, glancing at Man Gue. Senior brother Man Gue, where should I place this wood? Just leave it here. Cover it with some dead branches and leaves, and tomorrow we will have less work to do on the mountain. Once everything was completed, Man Gue instructed Gu Qingyuan to push the unicycle cart back. Aside from assisting him on the descent and ascent, Gu Qingyuan was left to push the cart alone for the remainder of the journey. Ever since Man Gui had been denied the qi-raising pill, his attitude towards Gu Qingyuan had soured considerably, gradually fostering a sense of resentment within Gu Qingyuan. Upon returning to their dwelling, Master Kai was already waiting by the scales to weigh the firewood collected by the laborers. Together, Gu Qingyuan and Man Gui had chopped 150 pounds, a respectable amount for a newcomer. The others had performed similarly. However, the laborers left behind in the courtyard to chop wood were in a different predicament. Their tasks remained unfinished even now. This was especially true for the newly arrived Lu Ziki. Gu Qingyuan had some acquaintance with him in town. Seeing that Lu Ziki had not completed his work, Gu Qingyuan contemplated lending a hand. Upon noticing Gu Qingyuan's approach, Lu Ziki could no longer contain his grievances and burst into tears. Whoa, Qingyuan, look at my hands. He cast aside his axe and opened his tender little hands to reveal his palms, which were covered with blisters formed by the axe handle. Gu Qingyuan felt a pang of compassion as he beheld the sight. Lu Ziki's task involved chopping wood, requiring him to split 100 pounds of dry timber each day. In terms of volume, 100 pounds of dry wood was actually 3 times more than that of the fresh timber. The act of chopping wood entailed cleaving the pre-cut dry logs into 4 sections along the growth rings. Furthermore, for the alchemy disciples, there was a specific requirement regarding the size of the wood. It had to be relatively uniform. Thus, while Gu Qingyuan's work of chopping wood was indeed tiring, it was not as torturous as one might assume. Chapter 5. Spirit Refinement Technique. Once all the menial tasks were completed, Master Kai finally turned his attention to preparing the meal. In this establishment, Master Kai took it upon himself to wield the ladle, showcasing his unparalleled culinary skills and the finest ingredients. The table was adorned with a sumptuous array of dishes, with more than half being meat-based delicacies. With nothing else to occupy his time, Gu Qingyuan entered the kitchen to lend a hand, his mouth watering at the sight of the feast. When it came time to dine, the group, including Master Kai, numbered 11. They gathered around a single table, and as soon as Master Kai began to eat, Gu Qingyuan and Lu Ziki eagerly followed suit, ravenously consuming their portions as if they wished to devour the entire spread. Surprisingly, rather than a fierce competition for food, the other senior disciples did not indulge to the same excess. A few merely sampled a couple of bites before rising to retreat to their quarters. Haha, do not rush. No one is competing with you, Master Kai repeatedly reassured them, his face betraying a hint of amusement at their hearty appetite. The other senior disciples were all cultivators in the qi refinement stage. Even after prolonged periods without food, their bodies remained unaffected. In contrast, Gu Qingyuan and Lu Ziki had yet to enter the qi refinement stage and relied on sustenance to restore their energy. Although the meals here were exceptional, they were served only once a day. If they didn't eat to their fill, they would lack the strength for the tasks that awaited them the next day. After finishing the meal, Gu Qingyuan returned to his lodging. He first locked the door, then hurriedly removed his clothing to take down the wordless tome bound to his chest. After a long day of labor, the binding had chafed painfully against his skin. If it weren't for his grandfather's instructions, he would have preferred not to carry the tome daily. Having completed these tasks, he crawled beneath his bed and opened the box containing the qi refinement pills. Upon confirming their existence, he hesitated, savoring the rich aroma of the medicine before placing it back inside. Today, Senior Brother Man Gui had taught him numerous methods for identifying various plants, knowledge he deemed essential for survival while gathering timber on the mountain. Thus, Gu Qingyuan knew he must take this seriously. He fetched his writing tools but found no paper at hand, so he resorted to the treasured wordless tome his grandfather had preserved. Carefully, he opened the first page and began to inscribe his notes. Blue silver vine. As he penned this first entry on a poisonous plant, an extraordinary event unfolded. The wordless tome began to manifest lines of text seemingly from thin air. Blue silver vine, a low-grade poisonous plant. Its surface is highly toxic and can cause skin necrosis and paralysis. Growth rate, 1 segment every century. Detoxification method, crush yuanlong grass and apply externally to counteract the poison. Identification of cultivation level. A blue surface indicates it is a newly identified poisonous plant. Silver patterns signify an age exceeding 1,000 years, reaching the mortal tier. Golden patterns indicate an age surpassing 10,000 years, attaining the spiritual tier. A plethora of text sprawled across several pages, thoroughly elucidating the characteristics of the blue-silver vine. At the conclusion of the text, multiple illustrations of the blue-silver vine emerged. The image before him was strikingly clear, resembling not a mere painting but a reflection, with every intricate detail of the textures and filaments rendered with exquisite realism. Gazing at the silent tome in his hands, Gu Qingyan was suddenly captivated by a miraculous scene, leaving him somewhat astonished. He stared blankly at the book for an extended period. It was only when his frenzied heartbeat began to steady that he regained his composure. Doubt crept in as he reluctantly closed the tome and reopened it, only to find it as blank as before, devoid of any inscription. Even the characters blue-silver vine, which he had painstakingly inscribed, had vanished without a trace. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he still found no words etched upon the pages. Unwilling to accept this, he took up his brush once more and penned spirit bean fruit. To his astonishment, the previously blank pages began to reveal a series of text. Spirit bean fruit, a low-grade thorny spiritual plant with highly toxic thorns. Yet the fruit itself is non-toxic and edible. Growth rate, 1 segment every 100 years. Detoxification method, refine with spiritual energy or consume bamboo grass for relief. Identification of cultivation level. Golden fruit indicates the initial stage. Red fruit signifies a mortal rank, with an age exceeding 100 years. Milky white fruit indicates a spiritual rank, with an age exceeding 1,000 years. Additionally, numerous images of spirit bean fruits from various years accompany the text. Gu Qingyan closed the book yet again, only to find the previously revealed text and images vanished once more. At this moment, he clutched the silent tome tightly to his chest, no longer daring to let it slip from his awareness. As dusk approached, he cautiously resecured the tome to his chest and commenced his practice of the Hunyuan Gong. In the days that followed, Gu Qingyan continued his routine of chopping wood on Mangue Mountain. A fortnight passed in the blink of an eye. While there was no progress in his cultivation, his physical strength had notably increased. However, with his slight frame, completing the daily tasks alone remained a formidable challenge. He had no choice but to chop wood alongside his senior brother Mangue, enduring the latter's frequent bullying in silence. According to senior brother Muyun, spending half a month in a location rich in spiritual energy would awaken his spiritual roots, connecting them with his consciousness, thus allowing him to harness and refine the spiritual energy. Since traversing the Wuming Mountains, he had entered a realm abundant in spiritual energy, including travel time. It had been a full 2 months, yet he still could not condense the spiritual energy. Even Lu Ziki, who had been assigned to the same woodshed, had officially entered the initial stage of qi refinement. Now, with his physical strength surging, he was nearly capable of completing the daily woodchopping tasks. Gu Qingyan was unwilling to remain idle. The more he contemplated this, the more anxious he became. In desperation, he sought out the chores hall and approached senior brother Muyun, who had been relatively cordial towards him. Summoning his courage, he inquired, "Senior brother Muyun, it has been 2 months since Lu Ziki reached the initial stage of qi refinement. Yet why am I still unable to condense spiritual energy?" Gu Qingyan voiced his concerns aloud. "Do not fret," said Muyun. "Though Lu Ziki possesses a mixed elemental constitution, he is limited to the 4 fundamental elements of metal, wood, water, and fire. You, however, are endowed with a complete array of 5 elemental roots. It is entirely natural for your cultivation to progress at a slower pace than his." Gently patting Gu Qingyan's shoulder in a gesture of comfort, Muyun continued, "As someone well-versed in the ways of the world, I must ask, are there methods within the realm of cultivation to enhance one's elemental aptitude?" Gu Qingyan felt a pang of frustration. Sensing his dismay, Muyun candidly responded, "Indeed, the world of cultivation is replete with wonders. It is said that in ancient times, immortals employed a technique known as spirit refinement to augment their elemental roots. Alas, this technique has long been lost to the annals of time, and its very existence remains shrouded in uncertainty." After listening attentively, Gu Qingyan bowed in gratitude before bidding Muyun farewell. Regardless of the veracity of the rumors, they inspired Gu Qingyan to seek out this spirit refinement technique. Should an opportunity arise, he would certainly endeavor to acquire it, for otherwise, given his elemental aptitude, it seemed likely that he would only achieve the pinnacle of the first layer of qi refinement, as Brother Tongming had suggested. Upon returning to his quarters, Gu Qingyan adjusted the enigmatic, wordless tome that had been somewhat discomforting, hoping to make his sleep more pleasant. Yet suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, he bolted upright in bed. If this tome could unfold comprehensive information about spiritual flora, could it also elucidate techniques? For instance, the spirit refinement technique. Chapter 6. The first layer of refining Qi. Chapter 7. The task. Did you venture out alone today? Upon witnessing Gu Qingyuan returning with a cart brimming with smokeless wood, even though it was quite late, Master Kai's face bore a hint of satisfaction. Indeed, I have cultivated to the first level of Qi refinement. I can manage on my own now, Gu Qingyuan replied with a smile. Very well, let me weigh it for you. Master Kai, with a kind expression, began adjusting the weights, revealing the weight of the smokeless wood. 120 pounds. Quite impressive. Master Kai remarked as he returned the weights to their place. Be sure to gather less tomorrow. There's no need to return so late. He patted Gu Qingyuan on the shoulder, expressing his approval. Gu Qingyuan was well aware that the weight of his load exceeded the limit. However, as a newcomer, he dared not be as cunning as Mangue. He decided to reserve the excess he had gathered today for tomorrow's use. After dinner, Gu Qingyuan hurried back to his room, swiftly removing the unmarked tome bound to his chest, and began to meditate and cultivate. Even though the influx of spiritual energy during cultivation caused a penetrating pain in his skin, he reveled in the process. The sensation of gradually becoming stronger was exhilarating. Mangue believed that Gu Qingyuan would not endure for long, yet Gu Qingyuan found himself increasingly entranced. Each day spent chopping wood on the mountain. With each swing of the axe, he enhanced his control over strength and his body's capacity to bear spiritual power. This, for Gu Qingyuan, was also a means of honing himself. He progressed from completing his daily tasks in 6 hours to accomplishing them effortlessly in 4 hours. It took him a full 6 months of relentless practice, where day after day, he cultivated diligently, his technique with the axe becoming increasingly steady. I have accumulated 500 contribution points, enough to exchange for a Qi refinement pill or a high-grade spiritual herb, the bitter leaf orchid. What should I choose? Gu Qingyuan hesitated. Now, only one bitter leaf orchid stood between him and the ability to cultivate the spirit refinement technique. Perhaps it would be prudent to address the issue of my spiritual root first, he resolved, deciding to procure a bitter leaf orchid. Once my spiritual root improves, my cultivation speed will accelerate. In the long run, this is the wisest choice. Arriving at the disciples' hall, he found that the duty officers today were still senior brothers Mu Yun and Tong Ming. One was blind, and the other possessed a mixed spiritual root. They were inseparable companions. Ah, you've broken through to the first level of Qi refinement. Upon Gu Qingyuan's arrival, senior brother Mu Yun expressed surprise, though he momentarily struggled to recall Gu Qingyuan's name. It has been a while, senior brother Mu Yun, senior brother Tong Ming. Gu Qingyuan respectfully bowed to them, then handed his disciple token to Mu Yun. I wish to use my contribution points to exchange for a high-grade spiritual herb, the bitter leaf orchid. Upon hearing Gu Qingyuan's request, Mu Yun nodded and then led him to the treasure pavilion to retrieve the herb. The treasure pavilion belonged to the outer sect, and it was quite a distance to traverse. In ordinary circumstances, Mu Yun would merely point out a path for the servant disciples to follow on their own. Had it not been for his fondness for Gu Qingyuan, he would not have bothered to accompany him on this journey. After Mu Yun departed with Gu Qingyuan, a cultivator at the peak of Qi refinement hurriedly approached the servants' hall on a flying sword. Behind him, a graceful young woman clung tightly to his waist. Upon sensing the presence of the pair, the blind brother Tongming immediately stood up. Is there something you need, brother Tongming? Although Tongming was blind and did not perform the customary greeting, the two did not hold it against him. Once they landed, the young woman released her hold on the Qi refinement master and approached Tongming. With a playful demeanor, she leaned closer, seemingly to ascertain whether he was indeed blind. Despite his lack of sight, Tongming could discern her impudent gestures. However, due to the disparity in their statuses, he refrained from expressing his anger. Do you remember me? I am the one you brought to the Piaomiao sect. My family resides in Wanhua town. After the young woman introduced herself, Tongming recalled her. I remember your voice. You must be Lu Shui. He and Mu Yun had a vivid impression of this inner sect disciple with high-quality spirit roots, especially after she had publicly rejected a marriage proposal upon learning that Gu Qingyuan possessed the 5-element spirit root. Indeed, Lu Shui nodded. I have met Sister Lu Shui, Tongming said, slightly bowing in respect. According to the sect's rules, outer sect disciples must address inner sect disciples as brothers or seniors and perform a bow. It was reasonable for Tong Ming, a mere steward of the servants' hall, to bow to Lu Shui, who held a higher status. No need for formalities, Lu Shui replied, lifting her chin and straightening her delicate frame. Tong Ming's gesture of respect inflated her vanity immensely. The once revered immortal, now addressing her as sister and bowing, was a feeling that brought her great delight. I need to construct a cultivation cave. Select 2 servant disciples, one of whom must be Gu Qingyuan. Do you understand? Lu Shui stated, her tone authoritative. I understand, Tong Ming promptly nodded. As this task was a significant one, he did not mince words, stating that at least 1,000 contribution points would be required for someone to undertake it. The man accompanying Lu Shui readily agreed. After providing Tong Ming with the location, Lu Shui adopted a demure demeanor and nestled into the arms of the Qi refinement master. Thank you, Brother Yunfei. I will strive to repay you for this 1,000 contribution points in the future, Lu Shui cooed sweetly. A mere 1,000 contribution points is nothing. You need not be so courteous, sister. Let us be on our way. We must return swiftly. With a deft motion of the Yunfei finger technique, he manipulated the flying sword to soar away. After their departure, Mu Yun escorted Gu Qingyuan back to the disciplinary hall. Sensing Gu Qingyuan's eagerness to return, Tong Ming called out to him, Gu Qingyuan, come here for a moment. What is it, senior brother Tong Ming? Gu Qingyuan inquired, puzzled. Someone has specifically requested you for a task, lasting 1 month, with a reward of 500 contribution points each. This assignment involves the construction of a cave dwelling. Should you complete it ahead of schedule, the contribution points will not diminish. During this period, your woodcutting task is waived. Prepare yourself and gather here tomorrow. Oh, and be sure to bring along Lu Ziki from your wood storage. As Tong Ming relayed this information, his expression was cold, and a hint of anger tinged his tone. Gu Qingyuan, sensing the gravity of the moment, refrained from asking further questions and respectfully acquiesced. Upon leaving the disciplinary hall, Gu Qingyuan made his way to the deep mountains where he harvested the smokeless wood, following the route etched in his memory. He arrived before a spirit herb emanating ethereal energy. This was a Bailingzi, a medicinal herb used for enhancing the spirit refining technique. Gu Qingyuan had long been aware of its presence, but he had refrained from uprooting it, fearing the loss of its medicinal potency. Once he had gathered all the spirit herbs, he returned to his dwelling, smashed them into a paste, and swallowed them whole, mixed with bitter orchid and fire plum herbs. The moment they touched his palate, a rich herbal fragrance surged into his senses, followed by an agonizing bitterness and spiciness that intensified with each moment. As the overwhelming sensation became unbearable, Gu Qingyuan found himself on the verge of expelling the concoction, but it was too late. The medicinal effects commenced, causing his vital energy to course chaotically through his body, which convulsed uncontrollably. Chapter 8. The Transformation of the Spiritual Root. After a while, Gu Qingyuan could no longer contain his cries of pain, though he endeavored to keep his voice low, fearful of being overheard. The potency of the medicine surged through him in waves, akin to the relentless tide battering the shores of his being. With each rise and fall, it felt as though his very bones were being scraped and his skin flayed. Every pore in his body relayed the message of agony to his consciousness. Yet above his dantian, the essence of his 5 elements spiritual root flourished vibrantly. Nourished by the waves of medicinal power, the spiritual root gradually became more transparent, as if experiencing a rebirth. The previously chaotic attributes of the 5 elements within it began to realign. Metal was metal, water was water. By the time Gu Qingyuan had fully assimilated the medicinal effects of the spiritual herbs, it was already the early hours of the next day. He lay curled on the ground, having convulsed throughout the night. Were it not for the sensation of his spiritual root being nourished by the medicine, he likely would have succumbed to the excruciating pain. As the pain subsided slightly, he struggled to sit up and began to practice the refining spirit technique. This technique, known as refining the spirit, is akin to how Qi practitioners condense spiritual power. It involves refining the spiritual energy within the spiritual root to manifest magical power, which can then be used to nourish the spiritual root. Magical power is a force accessible only to foundation-building cultivators. For Qi practitioners, the burden on their spiritual roots is immense, inevitably leading to pain. While medicinal replenishment causes pain throughout the entire body, refining the spirit inflicts suffering directly on the spiritual root. The intensity of this pain is comparable to igniting a fire within the chest cavity. Soon, beads of sweat, akin to pearls, rolled down his forehead. The pain made his lips tremble, yet he did not cease his efforts, believing that enduring it would lead to relief. After an hour, he had completed a full cycle of the refining spirit technique. Gu Qingyuan struggled to open his eyes, taking several deep breaths as he awaited the complete dissipation of the pain. Thanks to the nourishment from the technique, his spiritual root had indeed undergone some transformation. It was now capable of absorbing and refining spiritual energy at a noticeably accelerated rate, twice as fast as before. However, his current cultivation aptitude remained comparable to that of Lu Ziki, whose spiritual root harbored 4 attributes. To advance further, he would require an abundance of spiritual herbs for medicinal replenishment, alongside continual practice of the refining spirit technique. When the hour of the Chun arrived, Gu Qingyuan summoned Lu Ziki, and they made their way to the servants' hall. Yesterday, senior brother Tong Ming had assigned them a task. If they successfully completed it, they would each earn 500 contribution points, a lucrative opportunity in their eyes. Yet, they were uncertain of the exact nature of the task. "Follow me," Tong Ming uttered coldly, retrieving a flying sword spirit artifact from his waist pouch. With a deft gesture, the sword soared into the air, carrying him aloft. Tong Ming's speed was remarkable. Had Gu Qingyuan and Lu Ziki not run at full throttle, they would have scarcely glimpsed his shadow. After traversing several dozen miles, they arrived at the base of a cliff. This was a cultivation ground for inner disciples, where the spiritual energies of heaven and earth were abundant. In this place of cultivation, the speed of advancement surpasses that of the woodshed by 3-fold. "Senior sister Lu Shui, I have brought the individuals you requested." Tong Ming gestured towards the 2 breathless youths behind him. "Very well, you may leave," Lu Shui replied coldly. As Gu Qingyuan and Lu Ziki gradually regained their composure, they lifted their gazes to behold a graceful young lady, arms crossed, regarding them with an air of haughtiness. Xiao Shui," Gu Qingyuan exclaimed, somewhat taken aback at her presence. At this moment, Xiao Shui, donned in the splendid attire of an inner sect disciple, exuded an aura of cultivation at the 2nd level of qi refinement. "Is that what you call her?" At this juncture, Yun Fei, standing beside Xiao Shui, approached Gu Qingyuan with fury blazing in his eyes. With a resounding slap, he struck Gu Qingyuan's face. The force of the blow, stemming from the consummate realm of qi refinement, sent Gu Qingyuan sprawling to the ground, even without the use of spiritual power. The right side of his face felt numb, and blood trickled from his mouth. This strike left Gu Qingyuan momentarily dazed. Observing this, Lu Ziki, quick-witted, knelt down and respectfully bowed. Lu Ziki pays respects to senior brother and senior sister. Seeing Gu Qingyuan writhing in pain upon the ground, Yun Fei's fury somewhat abated. "I am now an inner sect disciple. Remember to address me as senior sister when we meet again," Lu Shui stated, retrieving a blueprint and some tools for excavating from her spatial pouch. These instruments, being of spiritual artifact quality, could unleash tremendous power with a mere infusion of spiritual energy. "Using this blueprint, create an abode for me. You have 1 month. Should you fail to complete the task, or if the excavation is misaligned, prepare to have your cultivation abolished." Lu Shui emphasized the gravity of the task before nestling in Yun Fei's embrace as they soared away. Once Lu Shui and Yun Fei had departed, Lu Ziki immediately transformed his demeanor, spitting in the direction they left. "That little vixen, back in town. She would greet you like a dog seeing its master, all smiles. Yet now that she has arrived at the sect, she has taken on this demeanor." Lu Ziki pondered aloud. "I, with my mixed 5-element spiritual roots, was once her betrothed. We grew up together, sharing countless moments. With her current temperament, having acquired superior spiritual roots and becoming an inner sect disciple, she would undoubtedly look down upon me, perhaps even despise me," Gu Qingyuan explained. The one who understood Lu Shui's character best was undoubtedly Gu Qingyuan. To be frank, he was genuinely surprised that Lu Shui treated him, her childhood betrothed, with the same disdain she reserved for others. After exchanging a few casual words, the two began to wield the stone-drilling spiritual tools to carve into the cliffside. This marked their inaugural use of spiritual artifacts, yet regrettably, it was not for the purpose of combat, but rather for this endeavor. Dark, ahe, brothers together. Lifting the club, Gu Qingyuan and Lu Ziki sang along to the mountain songs of Wanyue town as they toiled. These songs have been sung by them since childhood, and with the melodies as their companion, their work becomes increasingly vigorous. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lu Shui returned to the cliff's base, only to discover that a substantial hole had been chiseled into the rock face. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyuan and Lu Ziki, utterly fatigued, lay asleep within the cave. "Why are you two sleeping in there?" Lu Shui's voice rang out, startling the slumbering pair awake. "Greetings, senior sister Lu. We have completed our progress for today," Lu Ziki quickly explained. "Our spiritual energy has been depleted, so we intended to rest for the night and continue tomorrow." They were certainly not slacking off. At this pace, they estimated that the cave would be fully excavated in just over 10 days, far short of a month's time. "This will be the cave where I, as a celestial being, will cultivate in the future. How dare you, mere subordinates, sleep within?" Lu Shui scolded vehemently. Clearly, her concern lay not with the project's progress, but with the audacity of these two disciples resting in her future sanctuary. Very well, very well." Lu Ziki dared not refute further and hastily pulled Gu Qingyuan out of the cave with him. Chapter 9. Harvest Contribution Points. As Lu Shui witnessed the two emerging obediently, her anger began to wane. She pointed a finger at Gu Qingyuan, her voice laden with emphasis. "Should I catch you sleeping inside again, I shall instruct senior brother Yunfei to render you both utterly incapacitated." Having delivered her ultimatum, Lu Shui departed. "That wretched woman. Just wait until I achieve the foundation establishment stage. I shall tear that foul mouth of yours apart." Lu Ziki cursed, yet he dared not take another step toward the cave behind him. With winter now upon them, spending the night outdoors rendered them susceptible to the biting chill that pierced to the bone. Were it not for their cultivation as practitioners, granting them physical fortitude far beyond that of ordinary mortals, even the semblance of shelter within the cave would not have spared them from freezing to death. Gu Qingyuan, having merely leaned against a stone for a few breaths, found himself unable to keep his eyes open against the fierce cold. "Let us focus on restoring our spiritual energy and continue our work," he suggested to Lu Ziki. "The sooner we finish, the sooner we can depart from this wretched place." At this, Lu Ziki sat up, exhaling warmth into his hands in response. Very well. The two settled into a meditative posture, commencing their cultivation. Thanks to the abundant spiritual energy in the surrounding environment, they managed to replenish their energy in just 1 hour. Under the faint moonlight, they began to transport the debris from the cave. Only during the daylight hours did they dare to excavate further, fearful of miscalculating dimensions and incurring punishment. Each day, they rested a mere 2 hours, which were strictly reserved for cultivating and recovering their energy. Practitioners, while cultivating, can forego sleep, as spiritual energy not only nourishes the body, eliminating the need for sustenance, but also promotes growth and repair of injuries, alleviating fatigue. Thus, practitioners can forego both sleep and food. However, for Gu Qingyuan and Lu Ziki, who had only just entered the qi refinement stage, this practice proved to be rather taxing. After 7 days of enduring hunger and sleeplessness, their bodies were reaching their limits, rendering them nearly incapable of wielding their shovels. "Let us take a break. I shall venture into the mountains for some wild fruits," Gu Qingyuan suggested, patting Lu Ziki on the shoulder. The two halted, and Gu Qingyuan staggered into the depths of the forest, while Lu Ziki resumed his meditation. An hour later, Lu Ziki had restored his spiritual energy to its zenith and felt his body regain some strength. Yet, Gu Qingyuan had yet to return. Observing the nearly completed cave dwelling, Lu Ziki rose, dusted off his clothing, and resumed his excavation. Only the removal of the accumulated rubble remained before the project could be declared complete. After a while, a resonant sound of a sword echoed through the air. Yunfei returned with Lu Shui to the cliffside. In just 7 short days, the cave dwelling had begun to take shape, and Lu Shui finally allowed a smile of satisfaction to grace her features. However, upon noticing that only Lu Ziki was toiling within the cave, and Gu Qingyuan was conspicuously absent, her brows furrowed in concern. "Lu Ziki, where is Gu Qingyuan?" Hearing Lu Shui's voice, Lu Ziki hastily set down his tools. With a cheerful demeanor, he faced Lu Shui and replied, "Esteemed senior sister, Gu Qingyuan has gone into the mountains to collect wild fruits. He will return shortly." "Is that so?" Lu Shui pouted, her expression one of disbelief. Just then, Gu Qingyuan hurried back, clutching some wild fruits in his clothing. Upon seeing Lu Shui and Yunfei, his countenance darkened, and he suppressed his anger as he greeted them. Salutations, senior brothers and sisters. Seemingly noticing the unwillingness etched on Gu Qingyuan's face, Lu Shui ignored him. Turning back, she continued speaking to Lu Ziki. Here are 1,000 contribution points, which were originally meant to be shared between you two. However, this fairy has only seen one of you working diligently, while the other has been idling away. Thus, this entire sum shall be awarded to you alone. Lu Ziki, seeing the situation, offered no objections. He bent slightly and respectfully accepted the certificate representing 1,000 contribution points with both hands. Thank you, senior sister, he said, wearing a sycophantic smile. Once you finish clearing the rubble in the cave, you may return. This fairy intends to summon a formation master to set up the gathering spirit array shortly, so be swift, Lu Shui urged, then flew away on her sword, accompanied by Yun Fei. Throughout, Lu Shui had not acknowledged Gu Qingyuan, even dismissing his contributions entirely, attributing all credit to Lu Ziki. Watching Lu Ziki clutching the 1,000 contribution points, Gu Qingyuan felt a chill in his heart and resolved to turn away. Qingyuan here? Lu Ziki called out, hastily catching up to him and pressing the entire sum into Gu Qingyuan's hands. I haven't had a chance to use the 500 contribution points I've saved this year. If you wish to exchange them for spirit herbs, take them. I have no use for them anyway. The contribution points of a servant disciple were mostly saved up, hoping to one day leave the sect and exchange them for some spirit stones to marry and start a family. It was unrealistic to rely on such meager resources to elevate one's cultivation. After Lu Shui departed, Lu Ziki's demeanor towards Gu Qingyuan remained remarkably amicable. When he had just joined the firewood room and failed to complete a task, Gu Qingyuan had still been willing to assist him. At this moment, how could he forsake loyalty for profit? Lu Ziki's actions warmed Gu Qingyuan's heart. Though he appeared cunning on the surface, in truth, he was a person worthy of deep friendship. The attitudes of Lu Shui and Lu Ziki profoundly impressed upon Gu Qingyuan the warmth and chill of human relations. His stubborn heart could not help but redden, and tears welled in his eyes. He quickly turned away, wiping his tears with his sleeve before stepping into the cave. He handed the wild fruits he had gathered to Lu Ziki, and then picked up his tools to continue working. Together, their efforts swiftly cleared the rubble in the cave. After meticulously inspecting the cave's contours and finding no issues, they departed from the site, hurrying back to the servant hall to report. Upon encountering Tongming once more, his demeanor towards Gu Qingyuan exhibited a notable improvement. It appeared that his previous discontent stemmed from the assumption that Lu Shui intended to indirectly assist Gu Qingyuan through the task at hand. However, upon realizing that Gu Qingyuan had been struck by Yun Fei, he suddenly understood the situation. This was not assistance, but rather humiliation. They haven't caused you any trouble, have they? Tongming inquired. No, I received the contribution points, Gu Qingyuan replied. He chose not to disclose the humiliating incidents he had endured. That's good, Tongming nodded, unable to perceive the helplessness etched on Gu Qingyuan's face. After hearing that all was well, he acquiesced. Subsequently, Gu Qingyuan and Lu Ziki visited the treasure pavilion once again, exchanging 1,000 contribution points for various spiritual herbs. This time, he procured all the necessary herbs for practicing the refining spirit technique. Aside from the relatively expensive bitter leaf orchid, the other herbs were quite affordable. The 1,000 contribution points sufficed to acquire a complete set. With the herbs in hand, Gu Qingyuan and Lu Ziki meandered back to the woodshed, cheerfully humming mountain songs. Gu Qingyuan, what exactly are you planning to do with these herbs? Lu Ziki inquired, eyeing the herbs in Gu Qingyuan's embrace with curiosity. I'll tell you later. If I explain now, you might not believe me, Gu Qingyuan teased, continuing. This 500 contribution points counts as a debt I owe you. When the contribution points for the next half year are released, I shall repay you in one go. There's no need for that. I've already said I won't be needing them. If you require them, please feel free to use them, Lu Ziki responded, his demeanor smooth and diplomatic. Gu Qingyuan, however, could not discern whether Lu Ziki was genuinely generous or merely being polite. Regardless, he resolved that the contribution points must not be taken without due consideration. Chapter 10. The Spirit Plant Master Su Taiping. Upon returning to his chamber, Gu Qingyuan gazed at the pile of spiritual herbs before him, his heart a tumult of anticipation and trepidation. It was not the fear of pain from consuming these herbs that troubled him, but rather the dread of succumbing to the agony and perishing as a result. Yet, Recalling the humiliation he had endured recently, Gu Qingyun gritted his teeth and resolved to persevere. Without elevating his spiritual root quality, he would forever remain at the starting line of the path to immortality, merely at the first level of qi refinement while others soared above him. He swallowed the crushed spiritual elixirs, clenching the pestle between his teeth. Should the pain become unbearable, he would bite down on the pestle to alleviate his suffering. Additionally, he feared that he might cry out in anguish. Thus began yet another night of torment. The tumultuous flow of his vital energy and the searing pain within his veins nearly claimed his life. However, whenever he felt on the verge of collapse, the memory of Lu Shui's gaze upon learning of his mixed spiritual roots and the image of Yun Fei striking him while he stood powerless would surface in his mind. He had to endure, otherwise, this life would forever be one of unending despair. As the hour of the rabbit approached, Gu Qingyun rolled in pain for the last time. All suffering surged like a tide, then ebbed away, leaving his body feeling light. He settled into a meditative posture and commenced the practice of the spirit refining technique. This time, the speed at which he condensed spiritual energy and magical power was markedly enhanced. Nurtured by the spiritual herbs, the quality of his spiritual roots strengthened once more, with each attribute ascending to a higher tier. Upon completion of the spirit refining, his spiritual roots had ultimately achieved the quality of a 3-attribute mixed root, and in reality, he possessed 2 additional attributes beyond that. Compared to the 3-attribute mixed roots, his cultivation speed was even swifter. The ways of the heavens are merciless, treating all beings as mere fodder. Those so-called heavenly roots and supreme roots were, in fact, physical deficiencies, resulting in their spiritual roots being limited to a single attribute. The advantage of a single attribute lies in the potential for the body to cultivate a stronger spiritual root of that singular quality. It is akin to a vine that should bear 5 fruits simultaneously but, due to a genetic anomaly, yields only 1. This solitary fruit, however, grows plumper by absorbing the nutrients of the 4 that should have been. Thus, a single attribute spiritual root, when cultivated with the corresponding techniques, would experience a far more rapid progression than mixed roots. What Gu Qingyun needed to do now was to once again provide nourishment to his 5 elemental roots, encouraging their secondary growth. At this rate, he surmised that with merely 7 more refinements, his spiritual root quality would surpass even the legendary heavenly roots of the highest order. With the culmination of his refining, his cultivation level finally broke through to the 2nd layer of qi refinement. This advancement felt as natural as water flowing effortlessly. There was no need for deliberate effort, as if his spiritual roots, having endured enough trials, had spontaneously ascended. Gu Qingyun set for himself an ambitious goal, to elevate his spiritual root quality to the level of the heavenly roots. In pursuit of this objective, he must undertake additional tasks to accumulate contribution points. Early one morning, Gu Qingyun ascended the mountain with a wood-cutting axe in hand, ready to gather firewood. With his cultivation at the 2nd level of qi refinement, complemented by over 6 months of experience in chopping wood, he felled a tree of smokeless wood with merely 3 strikes. Once he finished stripping the bark, the most challenging part lay in segmenting the entire trunk into several sections. Each blow had to be precise and consecutive at the same spot. Otherwise, the aesthetics of the smokeless wood would be compromised, resulting in a rejection from the Dan vein. His technique, honed through persistent practice, had become so proficient that errors were now a rarity. As Gu Qingyun busied himself, Man Gue entered the forest. Upon sensing the qi refinement 2nd level energy emanating from Gu Qingyun, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. You, a fellow with a mixed elemental root, have surprisingly ascended to the 2nd level of qi refinement within just half a year. How have you achieved this? Man Gue inquired, bemused. He had assumed that Gu Qingyun's physique would struggle to even fulfill daily tasks, yet he not only persevered, but also successfully advanced to the 2nd level. Well, a few days ago, I accepted a task and earned 1,000 contribution points, which I exchanged for 2 qi refinement pills, Gu Qingyun replied, fabricating a plausible tale. Man Gue refrained from pressing further and ventured deeper into the mountains to attend to his own affairs. By the time Gu Qingyun completed his task of gathering 100 pounds of firewood, it was already noon. After transporting the wood back to the wood storage, he hastened to the chores hall. Brother Mu Yun, I have finished my tasks for today. Could you assign me additional tasks? I wish to earn more contribution points. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun retrieved a ledger from the desk, which recorded the monthly task progress. After a casual search, he discovered that cultivating smokeless wood was particularly suitable for Gu Qingyuan. The hillside to the west of the wood storage had nearly been depleted of smokeless wood. If you have the time, that hillside is all yours. Planting a single tree yields 5 contribution points. Seeing Gu Qingyuan's agreement, Mu Yun handed him a map. This indicates the area designated for cultivating smokeless wood saplings. Go there and find Su Taiping to obtain the saplings. This will cost you 100 contribution points, which I will lend you for the purchase. Just remember to repay me once you have earned enough. Thank you, Brother Mu Yun. After receiving the map and contribution points, Gu Qingyuan bowed respectfully to Mu Yun before rushing back to the wood storage. He quickly grabbed his unicycle and hurried towards the herb garden. The bumpy ride on the unicycle slowed him down, so he decided to hoist the hefty vehicle onto his shoulder. With his cultivation at the second level of Qi refinement, lifting the 50-pound unicycle felt as effortless as wielding a mere stick. Following the route indicated on the map, Gu Qingyuan arrived at an expansive spiritual field, encompassing roughly 5 acres. At the periphery of the field stood a thatched cottage. Brother Su, Gu Qingyuan called out loudly into the hut. A dark-skinned, handsome youth emerged from the thatched cottage. He was Su Taiping, the spirit planter of this sacred field. Upon seeing a visitor, he immediately greeted him with a warm smile. What brings you here? I have come to request 10 saplings of the smokeless wood from you, senior brother. Gu Qingyuan explained his purpose. Upon hearing this, Su Taiping's smile faded instantly. 10 saplings? Are you planning to use them as ornamental trees? This is my first time undertaking such a task, and I did not dare to ask for more. I shall acquire additional ones on my next visit, Gu Qingyuan replied earnestly. Su Taiping, still sulking, reluctantly said, come inside. He led Gu Qingyuan into the medicinal garden, fetched a hoe, and tossed it to him. I initially had no intention of giving you this. Since I am providing you with the tools, you shall do the work yourself. The cost of a single smokeless wood sapling was merely 2 contribution points, totaling a mere 20 points. Such a trivial task hardly warranted the personal attention of Su Taiping, the spirit planter. Nonetheless, Gu Qingyuan did not complain and began to dig. Senior brother, how many contribution points can spirit planters earn in a month? Gu Qingyuan casually inquired, hoping to engage him in conversation as Su Taiping lingered nearby. 20 contribution points, Su Taiping replied, which seemed considerable to Gu Qingyuan. After all, he toiled for an entire month gathering firewood to earn just 100 contribution points. Contribution points from the sect are not easily obtained. Our spirit planters sometimes face losses due to adverse weather conditions. By the end of the year, earning 1,000 points would be commendable. If we could take on some private work, we might earn a bit more. Chapter 11. Planting trees. Are you taking on side jobs? Gu Qingyuan, intrigued, inquired about senior brother Su's intentions. As spirit plant masters, we are also considered auxiliary disciples, albeit of a slightly higher rank than ordinary auxiliary disciples, and thus are not governed by the auxiliary hall. We are permitted to cultivate any spirit plants in the spiritual fields allocated to us by the sect. At the end of the year, the harvest is typically collected by the sect, with prices fluctuating annually. However, some formal disciples from the outer sect or senior brothers from the inner sect often approach us to reserve certain spirit plants. Once these plants mature, we can exchange them for contribution points, allowing us to earn a modest profit. Su Taiping elaborated on the matter, seemingly discerning Gu Qingyuan's intent, and pressed, "Are you interested in making a reservation?" Gu Qingyuan, perceiving the glimmer of greed in Su Taiping's eyes, refrained from responding hastily, instead focusing on uprooting his own smokeless wood saplings with a hoe. Once he completed his task, he casually inquired, for a few herbs like Bai Lingzi, bitter leaf orchid, and fire plum, how many contribution points would it take to reserve one of each? Upon hearing this, Su Taiping immediately began to calculate using his fingers. That would total 700 contribution points. If you wish to order more, I can offer you a slight discount. Su Taiping's eyes sparkled with anticipation, waiting for Gu Qingyuan to negotiate. Yet, to his surprise, Gu Qingyuan did not haggle and found the price to be quite reasonable. In the treasure pavilion, he would need to spend a full 1,000 contribution points to redeem a potion for refining spiritual techniques. By reserving with Su Taiping, he could save a substantial amount of contribution points. I need a total of 7 portions. What do you think is a fair price? Gu Qingyuan asked. Su Taiping, upon hearing this, resumed his calculations, occasionally stealing glances at Gu Qingyuan, seemingly eager to gauge what price he would find acceptable. "I'll take this job for 4,000 contribution points," Su Taiping declared, gritting his teeth to state a firm price. After deducting the costs of seeds and spiritual fertilizer, a successful transaction would yield him around 600 contribution points. Finding the price agreeable, Gu Qingyuan nodded in acceptance without negotiating. "What if I cannot gather enough contribution points by then? Would you incur a loss?" Gu Qingyuan's greatest concern was this very issue. "Don't worry. If you cannot accumulate the contribution points, I can still sell them to you at 700 points per portion, and the remainder, I will let the sect reclaim." Su Taiping's assurance alleviated Gu Qingyuan's doubts, and thus they reached an agreement. After concluding their business, Gu Qingyuan transported 10 saplings of smokeless wood up the mountain using a wheelbarrow. The western hill, once adorned with smokeless wood, now lay barren, stripped of its trees. To plant new saplings on that hill, he also had to contend with the rampant growth of various poisonous weeds. With the absence of smokeless wood competing for nutrients and sunlight, the weeds thrived at an alarming rate, making Gu Qingyuan's ascent and descent arduous. Through diligent labor, Gu Qingyuan finally cleared a patch of land. Having prepared the pit, he carefully planted the smokeless wood saplings. Once this was accomplished, Gu Qingyuan hurriedly returned to the wood shed, intending to fetch water to nourish the seedlings. Meanwhile, Meng Gui, having returned with a cartload of smokeless wood, noticed Lu Ziki chopping wood and approached him, inquiring, "Lu Ziki, how many contribution points did you and Gu Qingyuan earn during your last mission?" He was aware that Lu Ziki had a penchant for clever tricks, and if he helped him with his work, he might recoup those contribution points. Big brother Meng. Gu Qingyuan and I earned a total of 1,000 contribution points. I didn't need them, so I gave them all to him, Lu Ziki candidly replied. "You're such a good-hearted lad. Why not share some with me? If you do, I can cover all your work for this year," Meng Gui said, his rough hand pressing down on the back of Lu Ziki's neck, appearing quite irked. "You didn't mention it," Lu Ziki replied with an awkward smile. "That waste of a 5-element spirit root took your contribution points and bought 2 qi refining pills. Now he has already advanced to the 2nd level of qi refining." Meng Gui taunted Lu Ziki, intending to mock him. Faced with the imposing figure of a burly man at the 3rd level of qi refining, Lu Ziki felt a pang of apprehension, especially with Meng Gui so close, which left him somewhat flustered. Sensing an inconsistency in Meng Gui's words, he retorted without a second thought, "Big brother Meng." Qingyuan exchanged his points for spiritual herbs, not qi refining pills. This rebuttal left Meng Gui momentarily speechless. He grasped Lu Ziki's head firmly and, with a sudden seriousness, asked, "What do you mean?" Under Meng Gui's intimidating presence, the timid Lu Ziki dared not lie and confessed. Qingyuan used his 1,000 contribution points to exchange for some spiritual herbs. "I witnessed it myself." Upon hearing this, Meng Gui fell into a brief contemplation. Soon after, a look of realization crossed his face as he murmured, "This lad, with his meager 5-element spirit root, could not possibly break through to the 2nd level of qi refining so easily, even with the aid of qi refining pills. Something is amiss." With this thought, Meng Gui rushed into Gu Qingyuan's room. At that moment, Gu Qingyuan was descending from the West Mountain, pulling a wheelbarrow. "Lousy, have you finished your work?" Gu Qingyuan called to Lu Ziki, using his nickname, which the townsfolk had called him since childhood. However, Lu Ziki did not respond. Instead, he pointed towards Gu Qingyuan's room. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but no sound came forth. Gu Qingyuan followed his gaze and noticed that his room door was wide open, with sounds emanating from within. He hurried towards it, only to see Meng Gui emerging empty-handed, casting an angry glare at Gu Qingyuan without uttering a word. Even upon witnessing the disarray in his room caused by Meng Gui's rummaging, Gu Qingyuan refrained from saying anything. The two locked eyes, both simmering with unspoken frustration. Given that Master Kai was still in the courtyard, Meng Gui chose not to pursue the matter of the qi refining pills with Gu Qingyuan. After Meng Gui departed, Gu Qingyuan fetched a water bucket and resumed his task of fetching water. "Where are you headed?" Lu Ziki inquired as he approached. "I've taken on a task to plant trees, and now I must go to the western mountain to water them," Gu Qingyuan replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziki picked up a water bucket of his own and followed Gu Qingyuan up the mountain. "Why did Meng Gui enter my room?" Gu Qingyuan asked, noticing Lu Ziki trailing behind. "He first inquired about my contribution points. Then our conversation shifted to your purchase of spiritual herbs. For some reason, he suddenly burst into your room, Lu Ziki explained, aware that he had misspoken but not concealing anything from Gu Qingyuan. What exactly is going on? Now it was Lu Ziki who was perplexed. Gu Qingyuan poured the water from the bucket onto the saplings of smokeless wood and replied, I deceived him into believing that I purchased 2 qi refining pills with contribution points, which enabled me to break through to the second layer of qi refinement. Yet, given my spiritual root aptitude, it is impossible for me to cultivate to the second layer. He must now be suspicious that I've encountered some fortuitous opportunity. Chapter 12. Breaking through to the second level of qi refinement. How did you manage to break through to the second level of qi refinement? Lu Ziki inquired. His brow furrowed in confusion. Gu Qingyuan paused for a moment before earnestly fabricating a tale for Lu Ziki. Do you recall that my grandfather was once a cultivator? Lu Ziki nodded in acknowledgement. He imparted to me a secret technique known as the spirit refinement technique, which is capable of enhancing the quality of one's spiritual root. The medicinal herbs I acquired were intended for this purpose. Gu Qingyuan disclosed the effects of the spirit refinement technique to Lu Ziki, while attributing its origin to his late grandfather. As for Lu Ziki, Gu Qingyuan had complete trust in him. He had initially intended to teach Lu Ziki this technique. Why not simply tell him directly? What is the need for secrecy? Lu Ziki questioned, perplexed. If this secret technique, which can elevate one's spiritual root, were to leak, it might bring us trouble. Gu Qingyuan deliberately intertwined his fate with Lu Ziki's in order to dissuade him from speaking carelessly. Lu Ziki nodded in understanding. His gaze shifted downward, glancing at Gu Qingyuan's dantian. Sensing Gu Qingyuan's attainment of the second level of qi refinement, Lu Ziki felt a twinge of envy. Could you possibly teach me that secret technique? Lu Ziki asked, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Of course, Gu Qingyuan replied. He then proceeded to inform Lu Ziki about the necessity of medicinal supplementation and the accompanying physical pain involved in practicing the spirit refinement technique. If you wish to enhance your spiritual root, you must, like me, undertake more tasks and exchange your contributions for spiritual herbs, Gu Qingyuan advised. All right, I will join you in planting trees from now on, Lu Ziki responded. The two of them circled around the western hill, discovering that it could accommodate approximately 2,000 smoke-free trees, at a pace of 20 trees planted per day by both. They estimated it would take nearly 100 days to complete the task. If all the saplings thrived, after deducting the cost of the seedlings, they could earn 6,000 contribution points, divided equally, resulting in 3,000 points each. In the days that followed, aside from fulfilling their daily tasks, the two diligently planted trees on the western hill. Lu Ziki found a renewed sense of purpose, and his work ethic gradually intensified. Tasks that previously required 4 hours were now completed in 3, and with Gu Qingyuan's assistance upon his early return, they could finish in just over 2 hours. As winter had recently concluded, the climate remained somewhat chilly, making it easy for the newly planted saplings to wither. Thus, this task carried a certain risk of loss. Seasoned laborers typically avoided such ventures. One day, Gu Qingyuan ascended the mountain as usual to gather firewood when he encountered Mangue, who had arrived unexpectedly. Mangue picked up a stone from the ground and struck it against Gu Qingyuan's raised blade, interrupting his swing. Upon recognizing him, Gu Qingyuan inquired, "Is there something you need?" "Senior brother Mangue? You scoundrel! Why did you deceive me before by claiming you exchanged contributions for 2 qi refinement pills?" Mangue finally voiced the doubt that had been troubling him for many days. However, Gu Qingyuan paid him no heed and continued to wield his axe against the trees. "Have you stumbled upon some fortune?" Mangue pressed on relentlessly. Observing Gu Qingyuan's continued silence, he picked up a stone from the ground and struck it forcefully against Gu Qingyuan's back. The excruciating pain caused Gu Qingyuan to cease his task, and without looking back, he retreated into the depths of the mountains, seeking a more tranquil place to dutifully complete his task. "All right, you've got some nerve. Not going to speak, huh?" Mangue cursed vehemently for a while, but did not take further action against Gu Qingyuan. Initially, it seemed the matter would end there. However, upon completing his task and heading to the western mountain to plant trees, Gu Qingyuan discovered that all the saplings he had painstakingly planted had been felled by someone wielding a machete. Moreover, the culprit had deliberately chosen to cut down only the saplings that had survived, totaling around 100. In terms of loss, this equated to 200 contribution points. representing the combined efforts of Gu Qingyuan and Lu Ziki over a month. Which villain would do such a thing? Have they no family left to care for them? Damn it! If I find out who you are, I swear I will skin you alive. Lu Ziki exclaimed in a fit of rage. Gu Qingyuan, on the other hand, took deep breaths, words failing him in his fury. The only individual capable of such an act, aside from Meng Wai, who believed Gu Qingyuan possessed some kind of fortune, could only be that very person. At that moment, Gu Qingyuan recalled his grandfather's final words: "An innocent man bears the blame for possessing a treasure. Since you are so aggressive, do not blame me for being ruthless." Clenching his fists, Gu Qingyuan's reason had long been consumed by the fire of his anger. "Rat, hand over those 500 contribution points," Gu Qingyuan said coldly. "What do you need them for? To buy more saplings?" Lu Ziki, noticing the bloodlust in Gu Qingyuan's eyes, dared not speak loudly. "Give them to me," Gu Qingyuan commanded, extending his hand without a hint of courtesy. Lu Ziki was not afraid of him. Rather, after spending time with Gu Qingyuan, he deemed him a trustworthy ally. Thus, he retrieved the long-held 500 contribution points from his pocket. With the contribution points in hand, Gu Qingyuan sprinted towards the treasure hall, exchanging them for an essence-refining pill. As dusk fell, Master Kai prepared a feast as usual. 11 individuals gathered around the table to partake in their meal. Today, both Meng Wai and Gu Qingyuan exhibited unusual behavior. Gu Qingyuan maintained a sullen expression, uttering not a single word, while hastening his pace of eating. Meanwhile, Meng Wai, observing Gu Qingyuan's demeanor, couldn't help but smirk with delight. "Master Kai, my chopping knife is broken. Could you get me a new one? It's a struggle just to cut down a sapling with that old blade." After saying this, Meng Wai cast a triumphant glance at Gu Qingyuan, eager to see if he would lose his temper. To his surprise, Gu Qingyuan displayed no outward reaction but instead turned to Master Kai, saying, "Master Kai, I would like to take a few days off to rest. Once I have recuperated, I will make up for the tasks I have missed." "Very well, you indeed deserve a break. At your age, it is crucial for your growth. Do not overexert yourself," Master Kai advised, fully aware of the numerous tasks Gu Qingyuan undertook daily. That evening, Gu Qingyuan entered his room and swallowed a qi-refining pill. Harnessing its potency, he began to push towards the third layer of qi refinement. Only with sufficient cultivation would he be entitled to confront Man Gui. The pill unleashed its medicinal power, coursing through his limbs and bones, equating to a year's worth of regular training. On the night of the third day, Gu Qingyuan felt a surge of spiritual energy swirling around him, creating ripples in the air. He had broken through, with the flowing energy drawn back into his dantian. He concluded his practice. Now he had attained the third layer of qi refinement, and it was time to settle accounts with Man Gui. Man Gui typically rose at dawn. So to get ahead, Gu Qingyuan awakened before the break of day. He approached Lu Ziki's room, entering without knocking. After rousing Lu Ziki, Gu Qingyuan took up his firewood axe while Lu Ziki grabbed his chopping axe, and together they ascended the mountain. Chapter 13. The act of violence at the break of dawn. Man Gui rose as was his custom. He casually picked at his nose, wiping his fingers on his already grimy gray attire. Subsequently, he picked up his chopping axe and squatted before the sharpening stone, diligently honing the blade. This disheveled man had only that axe in his possession that bore any semblance of cleanliness. Once the axe was sharpened, Man Gui harnessed a wheelbarrow and ascended the mountain. He ventured into the woods, arriving at the spot where he had buried his smokeless wood the previous day. Clearing away the layers of dead branches and decaying leaves, he uncovered a stash of wood weighing no less than 50 pounds. As he loaded the wood into the wheelbarrow, he wiped his nose with the back of his hand and exclaimed with satisfaction, "If I can chop another 150 pounds today, I shall have no work tomorrow." Just then, Lu Ziki unexpectedly appeared before him. "Brother man," Lu Ziki called out, waving. "What brings you here?" Man Gui inquired, slightly taken aback. "I'm accompanying Gu Qingyuan to gather wood." "Ah, brother man, why have you already gathered so much?" Lu Ziki's gaze fell upon the wheelbarrow, which was filled with smokeless wood, leaving him puzzled. Man Gui retorted with annoyance, "What business is it of yours? Is that your concern?" He habitually concealed the excess wood to reserve it for the following day. Yet, he knew this practice was somewhat dishonorable if word got out. He feared that other laborers might come to pilfer his smokeless wood. Thus, he chose to remain discreet about it. While the two conversed, Gu Qingyuan, concealed within the thicket, suddenly lunged forth, Gripping his chopping axe, he swiftly approached Man Gue from behind. The axe was raised and then descended. Man Gue sensed something amiss. But by the time he turned to react, the cold blade had already embedded itself in his flesh. Gu Qingyuan forcefully lifted the axe. Scalding blood surged from Man Gue's back. Before he could collapse, Gu Qingyuan continued to swing the axe downwards. The second strike landed precisely within the wound of the first, creating a deeper and wider gash. With another mighty swing, Gu Qingyuan extended the wound on Man Gue's back to an astonishing 2 feet in length. Blood flowed forth like a clear spring, and within mere moments, it had drained completely. Man Gue fell to the ground, never having had the chance to glance back and discern who had attacked him. After more than 30 years of chopping wood, he could never have imagined that one day he would be hacked to death, treated like the very wood he harvested. He is dead. Lu Ziki placed his finger over Man Gue's nostrils, confirming the absence of breath. Ha! Gu Qingyuan gasped for air, standing frozen for a long while. On the first day, he had followed Man Gue into the woods to gather wood. Man Gue had introduced him to the wildflowers and grasses of the mountain. At that time, Gu Qingyuan had perceived him as a kind soul. Alas, his subsequent actions grew increasingly outrageous, even encroaching upon Gu Qingyuan's limits. Qingyuan, this fellow still has 1,000 contribution points. Lu Ziki extracted a voucher representing 1,000 contribution points from his filthy pocket. Take this 1,000 contribution points as repayment, he urged. Hurry back. If anything goes awry, I shall bear the consequences alone. As Gu Qingyuan spoke, he was loading the body of the deceased Man Gue onto a wheelbarrow, intending to find a secluded spot for burial. Qingyuan, what are you saying? What do you mean by bearing it alone? Are we not brothers? Lu Ziki expressed his indignation. He had accompanied Gu Qingyuan up the mountain, helping to divert Man Gue's attention. Had Lu Ziki wished to shirk his responsibility, he would not have taken this step. He had never contemplated allowing Gu Qingyuan to shoulder the burden alone. Gu Qingyuan dragged Man Gue's body towards the western mountain. Noticing Lu Ziki's intent to follow, he instructed, "Stay here and assist me in cleaning up the blood on the ground." "Very well," Lu Ziki replied, halting in his tracks. Then, Gu Qingyuan continued his grim task, gradually dismembering Man Gue's body with a hatchet. After digging a pit beneath a tree, he buried the fragmented flesh, intending to use it as fertilizer for the future cultivation of smokeless wood. The blood and flesh of a cultivator, nourished by spiritual energy, are rich in nutrients, making them exceptionally suitable for fertilizer. Once this was accomplished, Gu Qingyuan dragged the wheelbarrow away and set it ablaze. He then meticulously cleaned the bloodstains from his body. To avert suspicion, he had spent the entire day planting trees instead of chopping wood in the northern forest. During dinner, Master Kai noticed Man Gue's absence and inquired, "Have you seen Man Gue today?" "No," replied the other woodcutters, shaking their heads. Master Kai turned his gaze to Gu Qingyuan and asked, "Qingyuan, what about you?" "I haven't seen him. I was busy planting trees in the west. Perhaps brother Man Gue simply dozed off on the mountain. After dinner, I shall go and search for him." Gu Qingyuan maintained a facade of calm, as if nothing amiss had occurred, though inside, he was gripped by a profound anxiety. Forget it, the sun has set, the mountain is perilous. If he wishes to sleep, let him do so. If he is devoured by beasts, it serves him right. Master Kai held a rather unfavorable opinion of Man Gue. His slovenly demeanor soured the atmosphere at mealtimes, and his work ethic was lackluster, consistently contributing only 100 pounds of wood and never willing to exert himself further. Upon hearing Master Kai's remarks, Gu Qingyuan exhaled in relief. As long as he passed Master Kai's scrutiny, the matters with the menial workers were of little consequence. Generally, the menial hall would not concern itself with the fate of a worker unless a violent act occurred in public. That night, Gu Qingyuan, plagued by guilt throughout the day, sought solace in sleep. Yet in his dreams, he was relentlessly haunted by visions of Man Gue demanding retribution. He awoke repeatedly, only to drift back into slumber, trapped in this tormenting cycle. In the dream, Brother Muyun wore a cold expression as he faced me, whispering secrets. Man Gue was clearly slain with a chopping knife, struck down with the precision of a woodcutter. Only a woodcutter possesses the skill to deliver blow after blow, each landing unerringly upon the same spot. Within the dream, Brother Muyun's demeanor shifted from indifference to a menacing fury. He appeared as a devil capable of piercing the thoughts of others, intent on exacting vengeance for Man Gue. Gu Qingyan was once again jolted awake from the nightmare, wiping away the beads of sweat that adorned his forehead, too fearful to return to slumber. For the 11-year-old Gu Qingyuan, the experience of taking a life bore an overwhelming emotional weight. Yet, Man Gui's transgressions were egregious, if not dealt with swiftly. He might perpetrate even more outrageous acts. It would be wiser to focus on cultivating one's skills. Concentration and training could alleviate some of Gu Qingyuan's anxiety. The following day, at the hour of Chun, Master Kai opened the door to Man Gui's room. Finding him still absent, he proceeded to knock on the doors of the remaining 9 servant disciples. Yesterday, they had radiated indifference. Today, however, a sense of urgency began to envelop them. With Man Gui missing, the group decided to suspend their tasks and venture into the northern mountains to search. A living person must be seen, or a corpse must be found. Chapter 14. The 8 Refinements of Spirit. 9 individuals ascended the mountain together. Gu Qingyuan and Lu Ziki, in perfect harmony, proceeded towards the location where they had conducted their affairs the previous day, harboring concerns that someone might probe in that direction. They lingered at the site, ready to deliberately divert anyone who approached. A group scoured the mountain thoroughly, yet ultimately discovered nothing, not even the relatively expensive axe or the unicycle, which had vanished without a trace. Upon descending the mountain, Master Kai had summoned 2 deacons from the miscellaneous hall, brothers Mu Yun and Tong Ming. The 2 deacons conducted individual interrogations of all the miscellaneous disciples. By the time it was Gu Qingyuan's turn, twilight was nearly upon them. "How is your relationship with Man Gui? Do you have any grievances with him?" Mu Yun inquired, his eyes narrowing as he fixed his gaze intently on Gu Qingyuan, seemingly assessing whether he would utter falsehoods. "How could I possibly have any grievances with Brother Man Gui?" Gu Qingyuan replied, feigning innocence, and continued to defend himself. "When I first arrived, it was Brother Man Gui who brought me up the mountain to gather firewood. He even taught me how to identify poisonous plants and how to wield the axe effectively. Although he may appear unimpressive at first glance, he is quite amiable once one gets to know him." Gu Qingyuan extolled Man Gui with a plethora of praises, some genuine, others fabricated. "Did you enter the mountain yesterday?" Mu Yun queried once more. "I did enter the mountain yesterday, but I did not go to gather firewood. Instead, I ventured to the western slopes to plant trees. All the trees I planted previously have perished. Brother Mu Yun, I fear I will take some time to repay the 100 contribution points I borrowed from you," Gu Qingyuan said, awkwardly scratching his head. Upon hearing this, the solemn expression on Mu Yun's face softened somewhat as he replied, "The weather has been cold lately. It would be better to plant in the spring when the survival rate is higher. But what has happened to Brother Man Gui?" Gu Qingyuan feigned curiosity. "His life token has shattered. He is already deceased. When new disciples join the sect, a drop of their blood is taken to forge their life token. Should any disciple flee or commit a grievous crime, the sect can easily eliminate them through their life token. Moreover, the life token can ascertain the corresponding disciple's state of existence. This individual was a fellow townsman of the Hall Master, having joined the Piao Miao Xian sect together. The Hall Master insists we must thoroughly investigate this matter." At this revelation, Gu Qingyuan's heart tightened, though he concealed his feelings, sighing. Could he have been devoured by a mountain beast? It is true that mountain beasts roam the area, yet any of significant strength would have been swiftly vanquished by the outer disciples. "Return for now, and if you uncover anything, remember to inform me," Mu Yun instructed. "I understand," Gu Qingyuan replied as he stood to leave. Upon returning to the woodshed, he and Lu Ziki exchanged assurances, confirming that neither had revealed any slip. Only then did Gu Qingyuan retreat to his room. The matter faded into obscurity, remaining unmentioned for an entire year, until the arrival of spring in the 2nd year. The smoke-free wood in the northern forest had been completely felled. It was only when the trees in the eastern forest were being cut down that someone stumbled upon an unburned unicycle and an old, weathered axe in a secluded corner. The blade of the axe bore the name of the unfortunate Man Gui, inscribed with a certain grim elegance. From that moment on, this incident was brought to light once more. However, aside from Gu Qingyuan, no one knew the whereabouts of Man Gui's body, not even Lu Ziki. Subsequently, the Hall Master reported the matter to the External Punishment Hall, but they showed little concern for the fate of a mere servant disciple. Within the servant hall, the corpulent Hall Master abruptly lifted his arm, bringing it down with great force. The strength of his 9th tier Qi cultivation easily shattered the table before him into 2 pieces. Calm down, suggested Mu Yun. Perhaps we should borrow the spirit-seeing disc from the treasure pavilion. The spirit-seeing disc is a mystical artifact that allows one to explore an individual's location through the lingering aura left behind by that person. You handle this matter. The hall master commanded Mu Yun, his expression darkening as he muttered ominously, "Those who dare to harm my people had better hope I do not discover you." Initially, it was believed that Man Gui had fallen victim to a ferocious beast. Yet now, it was evident that this was a human act. Mu Yun swiftly procured the spirit-seeing disc, and the hall master, accompanied by 2 stewards, proceeded to the site where the axe had been discovered. The hall master channeled his spiritual energy into the disc, drawing upon the residual aura from the axe and unicycle. Before long, the disc's pointer indicated a direction towards the west. Following its guidance, the trio ventured into the western forest, which had once been barren hills but was now adorned with smoke-free wood planted by Gu Qingyuan and Lu Ziki. Upon arriving in the woods, the spirit-seeing disc in the hall master's hand emanated a brilliant glow. "Right here, dig," he commanded, pointing at a patch of bare ground. Without hesitation, Mu Yun began to excavate with his hands. As he delved deeper, fragments of bones, still enmeshed with decaying flesh, began to emerge, not only beneath one tree, but many others in the vicinity also revealed remnants of Man Gui's shattered bones. Who is responsible for planting in this area? In the firewood room. After a year of hard work, Gu Qingyuan and Lu Ziki had accumulated 4,000 contribution points, just enough to purchase 7 portions of spirit medicine. Gu Qingyuan initially received 3 portions, but Lu Ziki, having dared to consume it only once, resolved never to experience that maddening pain again, choosing instead to lead a life of mediocrity. Consequently, he gifted his remaining 3 portions to Gu Qingyuan, who took one every 3 days. Now, having consumed all 6 portions, Gu Qingyuan had undergone 8 spirit refining sessions. Each attribute of the 5 elemental roots now rivaled that of a top-tier single-attribute spiritual root, and he possessed 5 such roots. Now, his cultivation speed has reached a level comparable to that of a celestial root, marking him as a true prodigy in the realm of cultivation. With just one more refinement of spirit, his innate quality will surpass even that of the celestial root. Over the past month of refining his spirit, he has made significant strides in his cultivation, advancing to the early 4th layer of Qi refinement. This enhancement in his abilities is primarily attributed to the nurturing of his spiritual roots during the refinement process, rather than traditional cultivation. The growth rate associated with a celestial root typically allows for a 1-layer advancement in the mid-Qi refinement stage within a month, and a 1-layer advancement in the late stage over the course of a year. Presently, Gu Qingyuan is equally capable of such progress. Knock, knock, knock. A knock resounded at the door. The visitor was Mu Yun, the steward of the servant hall. "Please follow me," he said, leaving the purpose of his summons unspoken as he led Gu Qingyuan towards the western forest. At this hour, the sun had already set, and the mountain was enveloped in darkness, obscuring all visibility. Mu Yun guided Gu Qingyuan to a spot beneath a tree of smokeless wood. "Why did you kill Man Gui?" Mu Yun inquired, picking up the shattered bones of Man Gui and presenting them before Gu Qingyuan. Chapter 15. The Swordsman Brother Mu Yun. "I fail to comprehend your meaning." Gu Qingyuan feigned innocence, his heart in turmoil. He simply could not fathom how Mu Yun had discovered this place. He alone knew of the burial site of the dismembered body of Man Gui. "Stop pretending. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that you are the one who murdered Man Gui," Mu Yun declared, discarding the shattered bones and pointing an accusatory finger at the murderer. "It was not me." Gu Qingyuan would never confess to such a deed. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun let out a cold laugh and continued, "This mountain has been entrusted to you for planting trees, and you are the only one with ties to Man Gui. Who else could it possibly be? You may choose to withhold the truth from me, but once the hall master uncovers your involvement, even if you did not commit this act, your life will still be forfeit." Mu Yun elucidated the gravity of the situation clearly. "Brother Mu Yun, what do you mean by telling me this?" Gu Qingyuan deduced that Mu Yun would not speak without reason. This afternoon, the hall master, through the divination method, located the site where you concealed the body. He inquired as to who has been contracted for this mountain. "I claim to have forgotten." At that moment, Mu Yun had already discerned that the culprit was Gu Qingyuan. Having some acquaintance with him, he had intended to shield him from suspicion. Currently, he was reviewing the accounts in the servants' hall. It would not be long before the investigation led to Gu Qingyuan. Mu Yun's tone shifted, as if issuing a warning. Brother Mu Yun, what should I do? I assure you, I did not commit this act. Although Gu Qingyuan did not admit to the crime, he grasped the implication behind Mu Yun's words. In recent days, the servants' hall had received a task from an elder, seeking a servant disciple to serve as a swordsman for his direct disciple for a duration of 3 years. Your age and cultivation are comparable to that of his direct disciple. If you perform well, you may secure a permanent place in the inner sect, thus alleviating your worries about the home master's punishment. Mu Yun revealed his intentions. This task, once accepted, was fraught with peril. Were it not for Gu Qingyuan's entanglement in a homicide, Mu Yun would not have pushed him forward. What does being a swordsman entail? Gu Qingyuan inquired, puzzled. A swordsman is one who serves as a sparring partner, a mere human target for others to practice their swordplay. A moment's carelessness could result in being pierced through by a sword. Do you wish to accept this? Without hesitation, Gu Qingyuan responded, I am willing. This is the transfer order. Possessing this will grant you access to the inner sect at the Asking Immortal Peak to seek Elder Tian Yi. Receiving the order, Gu Qingyuan remained silent, bowing deeply to Mu Yun. Then he vanished into the night's embrace. Sighing softly, Mu Yun murmured, to stay is death. To leave is also death. I wish you good fortune. In Mu Yun's memory, those who undertook such a task, even if they returned alive, often did so with severed limbs, marked by disability, and were expelled in disgrace. Had Gu Qingyuan remained, he would undoubtedly have met his demise at the hands of the Hall Master. Otherwise, entrusting Gu Qingyuan with this task would have weighed heavily on Mu Yun's conscience. Upon returning to the servants' hall, the Hall Master, Man Kuei, promptly declared, You've arrived just in time. Hasten to the woodshed and bind this Gu Qingyuan for me. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun feigned nonchalance and replied, Yesterday, Elder Tianyi requested a swordsman, so I sent him. Has this lad committed some transgression? Mu Yun edged closer. Curiosity piqued. Man Kuei, astonished by Mu Yun's response, snapped the ledger shut. You do have a knack for handling matters. That lad is indeed the one responsible for the Western Hill. It must have been he who killed Man Kuei. However, if he meets his end at the hands of Tianyi's disciple, it will be a stroke of luck for him. If he survives, heh. Man Kuei grinned through clenched teeth, a sinister expression crossing his face. It was precisely because I found him displeasing that I sent him to become a swordsman. I never anticipated this boy to be so ruthless, killing and dismembering, truly contemptible. Mu Yun, feeling a pang of guilt, began to act. The following day, at noon, Gu Qingyuan traveled through the night and finally arrived at the foot of Mount Wenxian, a full 120 miles from the servants' hall. Along the way, he marveled at the vastness of the misty immortal sect, even passing by the cave dwelling of an old acquaintance, Lu Shui. To avoid encountering Lu Shui, he had deliberately chosen a longer route. Ascending Mount Wenxian, he discovered a grand courtyard at its summit, where the melodic sounds of swords clashing could be faintly heard from within. Gu Qingyuan pushed open the door to find a young woman, her hair elegantly pinned up and clad in exquisite garments, wielding a long sword. Her swordplay was graceful, the delicate movements resembling a beautiful maiden dancing and posing, rather than a lethal technique. Upon completing a sequence of sword forms, the young woman executed them again with even greater speed. This time, her sword was imbued with spiritual energy, creating radiant sword lights that surged forth, exuding a chilling aura, as if rendering any life before it utterly insignificant. Who goes there? Upon noticing Gu Qingyuan's presence, the young woman spun around and struck with her sword. The blade sliced through the air, unleashing a wave of lethal sword energy aimed directly at Gu Qingyuan. The sword energy swept through the atmosphere, conjuring a fierce gust of cold wind, seemingly capable of obliterating any adversary. Yet, as the distance grew, the potency of the attack waned, and when it finally reached Gu Qingyuan, it felt no more harmful than a tempest passing by. I am the newly arrived swordsman, Gu Qingyuan. May I inquire if Elder Tianyi is present? Gu Qingyuan hurriedly produced his order, fearful that the young woman might turn hostile. Elder Tianyi is my master. He has invited you to become a swordsman to practice with me. Take this. The young woman hurled her sword toward Gu Qingyuan. It was a blunt yet spiritually imbued low-grade spiritual weapon. The most apparent distinction between a spiritual weapon and an ordinary blade lies in the former's ability to amplify its might through the infusion of spiritual energy, a capability absent in mundane swords. Although this sword bore no sharpened edge, the young maiden had managed to unleash formidable sword energies during her practice. As this thought crossed Gu Qingyuan's mind, a sense of unease began to swell within him. "How proficient are you in swordplay?" the maiden inquired. "I am not skilled with the sword," Gu Qingyuan replied candidly. In truth, he had never even wielded one. "Master, the sword disciple you found is inadequate. He cannot even wield a sword. How can he possibly practice with me?" The maiden raised her chin and called out loudly towards the loft on the second floor. Upon hearing her words, an elderly man with white hair and beard pushed open the door and emerged. Though he emanated no discernible aura, he possessed an ethereal demeanor befitting a sage. "Haha, no matter. You may teach him," Tiani said, stroking his beard with a serene smile. "Young man, accompany my disciple and learn diligently. Whatever you manage to grasp shall belong to you." Chapter 16. Frostblade. My name is Xia Dong, possessing a superior spiritual root, with a cultivation level of the third layer of Qi refinement. "And you?" Xia Dong introduced herself before imparting knowledge to Gu Qingyuan. Gu Qingyuan replied truthfully, "I have a mixed 5-element spiritual root, currently at the early stage of the 4th layer of Qi refinement." Upon hearing that Gu Qingyuan's cultivation surpassed her own, Xia Dong was taken aback. "How old are you?" 12, Gu Qingyuan admitted without hesitation. The revelation left not only Xia Dong astonished, but also Elder Tiani, who observed from the second floor, equally bewildered. How could a youth with a mixed 5-element spiritual root reach the 4th layer of Qi refinement at such a tender age? Elder Tiani pondered with growing skepticism. "I have consumed a considerable amount of elixirs." Gu Qingyuan scratched his head, concocting a casual excuse. "Since your cultivation exceeds mine, you must yield to me in the future," Xia Dong insisted, a hint of apprehension in her tone. At merely 11, her cultivation had only just reached the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. "Haha, Donger, you possess a superior spiritual root, enabling you to cultivate at a pace several hundred times faster than his. Why should you feel intimidated by a mere mixed 5-element spiritual root?" Elder Tiani held high expectations for his true disciple. "I will first teach you a foundational sword technique, Frostblade." Under Xia Dong's demonstration, Gu Qingyuan followed her movements and began to learn. After an hour, Gu Qingyuan had memorized the entire sequence of the sword technique. Under Xia Dong's guidance, he commenced his own practice. "Your movements must be swift, your arms steady, and your strikes fierce." Initially, Xia Dong exhibited great patience in teaching Gu Qingyuan. However, as time elapsed and he struggled to grasp the essential points, her patience began to wane. Whenever Gu Qingyuan faltered, she would chastise him with her whip-like spiritual artifact. By the end of the day, his body bore numerous bruises. Had it not been for his attainment of the 4th layer of Qi refinement, he would have surely succumbed to her relentless discipline. That evening, Gu Qingyuan returned to his room, tidied up, and climbed into bed. Through his cultivation, he channeled spiritual energy to mend his injuries. Sighing deeply, he lamented, "At this rate, I shall inevitably meet my demise at the hands of Xia Dong's whip." He blamed his sluggish comprehension of the sword technique for his predicament. As a mere servant disciple, he was meant to support others in their training. Yet he found himself seeking gentle instruction in swordsmanship, a notion that seemed utterly unrealistic. Could the Book of the Unwritten be of any use regarding sword techniques? Gu Qingyuan contemplated, then removed his clothing and retrieved the Book of the Unwritten from where it was bound to his chest. With a brush, he inscribed the words Frostblade on the first page. Frostblade, a low-grade sword technique. One must grasp the essence of the Frost Snow Sword to fully realize the potential of this technique. Words materialized before him, transforming the Book of the Unwritten into a manual of the Frostblade. Both the mental methods and sword techniques were vividly illustrated in text and imagery. As Gu Qingyuan's gaze fell upon the figure in the book, poised in a stance of swordsmanship, the silhouette suddenly sprang to life. Like an immortal emerging from a painting, it animatedly executed the complete sequence of the Frost Sword technique with its blade. Once the figure had finished its performance, it transformed into a flurry of crystalline snowflakes. Soaring toward Gu Qingyuan's forehead, the snowflakes entered his sea of consciousness, continuing to demonstrate the Frost Sword technique within his mind. With his eyes closed, He could distinctly perceive the shadow practicing the sword technique in his consciousness. The long sword in its hand exuded a piercing chill, and wherever the sword light reached, a frigid aura enveloped the air. It was as though a celestial being had emerged from an icy realm. Each move, each stance, was imbued with an awe-inspiring might that sent shivers down the spine. This chill was not merely temperature. It was a will, a formidable presence that could instill fear. As the figure incessantly practiced the sword technique in his consciousness, Gu Qingyuan gradually began to grasp its essence. However, with each fragment of understanding he attained, the figure would fade slightly. It was only when he fully comprehended the frost sword that the figure vanished entirely, merging seamlessly with his memory. The following day, Gu Qingyuan rose early, sword in hand, waiting in the courtyard for Xia Dong to awaken. "You are quite diligent, getting up so early," Xia Dong remarked, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she noticed Gu Qingyuan waiting for her. "Senior sister, I have already grasped the sword technique you taught me yesterday," Gu Qingyuan replied. "Is that so? Show me." Xia Dong was skeptical. As Gu Qingyuan gripped the hilt of his sword, an intense chill radiated from him, causing the surrounding temperature to drop noticeably. As he initiated the sword stance, that coldness transferred into the sword's aura, resembling ancient ice from a frigid winter, eliciting involuntary shivers from onlookers. With a light step, he moved with an ethereal grace, his long sword slicing through the air, leaving trails of sword light. Though the movements appeared gentle, they released tendrils of frost, enveloping the blade in a mist reminiscent of icy fog. "You managed to comprehend the essence of the frost sword overnight," Xia Dong exclaimed, leaping from the second floor, interrupting him before he could finish his display. "You were utterly clueless just yesterday." Finding it hard to believe that Gu Qingyuan had grasped the frost sword's essence more profoundly than herself, she was taken aback. "I practiced it in my mind all night after returning home, and eventually, I understood it. Now let us spar." Xia Dong casually drew a low-grade spiritual sword from the nearby sword platform. It too was an unsharpened sword. With a slight tilt of her head, she dashed forward like a flash of lightning. The suddenness caught Gu Qingyuan off guard, nearly leaving him unprepared. With a swift glint in his eyes, he lightly stepped back, drawing his long sword with haste. With a decisive sweep of his arm, a blast of frost sword chi surged from the tip of his sword, colliding with Xia Dong's sword light. In that instant, ice and snow erupted, reminiscent of countless sparkling snowflakes dancing in the air. The intricate swordplay of Xia Dong continued unabated, swiftly transitioning into the frost-shattering shadows technique. Her figure darted through the swirling snow, the long sword dancing gracefully as streams of sword energy crisscrossed and surged towards Gu Qingyuan. Each blade of energy carried a fierce essence of frost, instantly freezing the snow beneath it into ice upon contact. One particular strike grazed Gu Qingyuan's left shoulder, although it did not inflict external wounds. The formidable sword energy had severely damaged the interior, rendering his shoulder as if encased in ice, inhibiting his movement. Gu Qingyuan, acutely aware of Xia Dong's vast experience with her sword techniques, dared not underestimate her. He executed the frost bloom, leaping high into the air, his sword descending like a meteor. A torrent of icy sword energy erupted from the blade, propelled by an unstoppable force, carving a breach through Xia Dong's relentless assault. Yet, Xia Dong's onslaught was ceaseless. Seizing the moment of Gu Qingyuan's descent, she unleashed another strike, the frost wind roar, with a fierce swing of her long sword. The chilling intent enveloped her, charging toward Gu Qingyuan with the power to obliterate. Gu Qingyuan's expression grew grave as he inhaled deeply, channeling all his spiritual energy into his sword before executing the final move of the frost sword technique, the ice-shattering river. A colossal wave of pristine white sword energy surged forth, clashing directly with Xia Dong's attack. The courtyard erupted with a thunderous sound as a tempest swirled around them. The two potent essences of frost collided, sending shockwaves that lifted the surrounding frost and scattered it into the air. Leveraging his superior cultivation, Gu Qingyuan's ice-shattering river sword energy pierced through Xia Dong's defenses. Her countenance shifted dramatically. Wishing to evade, it was too late. The sword energy grazed her garment, leaving a faint scar upon her shoulder. Staggering back a few steps, she barely regained her balance, her gaze fixed upon Gu Qingyuan, filled with unyielding resentment. Despite her more profound understanding of the sword techniques, she found herself outmatched in cultivation by him. "How dare you injure me?" she exclaimed, her eyes wide with fury, as if indignation had ignited her spirit. Chapter 17. The cold water sword. Gu Qingyuan's left shoulder was also struck by the sword energy of Xia Dong, resulting in internal injuries. Meanwhile, Xia Dong had sustained an external wound from a previous strike, with blood staining her elegant attire. Gu Qingyuan suddenly sensed the gravity of the situation. "It was not my intention." Noticing Gu Qingyuan's trepidation, Xia Dong's eyes flickered with a cunning thought. "If my master learns that you have injured me, how do you think he will respond?" Gu Qingyuan fell silent, feeling the weight of an implicit threat. "I may choose not to inform him, but you must agree to one condition," Xia Dong continued. "What is it?" Gu Qingyuan listened helplessly. Xia Dong took a few steps closer, leaning towards his ear and whispering, "You are not to use sword intent from now on. Especially when my master is present, you must feign ignorance." The fragrant aura surrounding Xia Dong contrasted sharply with the chilling nature of her words. "Agreed," Gu Qingyuan replied without hesitation. It was merely a concern for his own swordsmanship, fearing that his exceptional talent might attract the attention of Tianyi, leading to Xia Dong's potential fall from favor. "However, you must also promise me something," Gu Qingyuan added. "Pray tell." Xia Dong's small eyes glinted with irritation, hinting at concealed daggers. "When you and I spar, you are also forbidden from using sword intent and must not injure me." Gu Qingyuan's request elicited a laugh from Xia Dong, who mocked, "You, a grown man, fear that I might harm you?" Yet, she nodded in agreement shortly thereafter. Having sheathed her long sword, she retreated to her chamber to tend to her injuries. As she removed her garments and gazed at the deep scar on her shoulder, she clenched her teeth in frustration. "Gu Qingyuan, just you wait." This bout had resulted in her defeat due to a disparity in cultivation levels. Despite possessing superior spiritual roots, allowing her to cultivate at an astonishing pace compared to those with mixed elemental roots, she was determined to break through to the fourth layer of qi refinement within months. She vowed to make Gu Qingyuan pay for this humiliation. In the meantime, Gu Qingyuan was also diligently honing his skills. His cultivation speed was astonishing, achieving the pinnacle of the fourth layer of qi refinement after just a month of intensive practice. The bottleneck of his realm had loosened considerably. Now, Gu Qingyuan was solely relying on his own will to suppress his advancement, fearing that a rapid increase in power might unveil his secrets. "Gu Qingyuan, come out to practice swordsmanship." After recuperating, Xia Dong was eager to begin her training anew. "Today, I will teach you the intermediate sword technique, the cold water sword. Pay close attention." Xia Dong demonstrated the cold water sword technique, her blade shimmering with a chilling aura that ravaged the surroundings. As her sword danced gracefully, the intent was akin to fragile waters in turmoil, yet concealed within was a deadly coldness. Each movement seemed to strangle the very essence of life. Had this been in the past, Gu Qingyuan would have been utterly bewildered by this intermediate technique, but with his newfound foundation, he quickly grasped the intricacies of the cold water sword. Upon returning home in the evening, I shall delve into the enigmatic text of the unworded tome to unravel the essence of the water-cold sword. After exchanging a few simple moves with Gu Qingyuan, Xia Dong retrieved a contribution point from his Qingyuan bag. "This is a token from my master for you, 500 contribution points." Upon receiving the contribution points, Gu Qingyuan finally revealed a long-awaited smile. "Is it truly this much?" he queried, unable to believe his fortune. 500 contribution points in just a month. How effortless. After obtaining the contribution, Gu Qingyuan took an extended leave and made his way to the outer sect's treasure pavilion. "What does your junior brother seek?" inquired a servant responsible for reception. "Are there any secret arts to conceal one's cultivation?" Gu Qingyuan asked. The servant, upon observing Gu Qingyuan's attire, let out a derisive laugh. "You, a mere servant, wish to hide your cultivation? The concealment technique, a low-grade secret art, costs 400 contribution points." The servant declared with a tone of disdain, clearly believing that Gu Qingyuan, as a servant, would not invest in such a seemingly futile technique. It was evident that Gu Qingyuan had merely inquired out of curiosity and had no intention of purchasing it. "And how many contribution points for a Qingyuan bag?" Gu Qingyuan continued. "A low-grade spiritual tool is 500 contribution points, providing one spatial unit. A mid-grade spiritual tool is 1,000 contribution points, offering 10 spatial units. Which do you desire? The servant began to explain earnestly, recognizing that this was indeed of interest to Gu Qingyuan. I shall take a low-grade one, please. One spatial unit will suffice. Upon returning to his residence, Gu Qingyuan removed the unworded tome that had been bound to his chest and placed it into the Qinkuan bag. Though the bag was no larger than a palm, its interior was a realm unto itself. Gu Qingyuan had purchased this Qinkuan bag specifically to accommodate his unworded tome, which had been quite uncomfortable when strapped to his body. He then made a hand gesture, channeling spiritual energy into the Qinkuan bag. The bag seemed to respond, opening its mouth and releasing the hidden unworded tome. Fetching paper and ink, Gu Qingyuan first inscribed the characters for the concealment technique, followed by the water-cold sword. Through the evolution of the content from the unworded tome, he swiftly mastered both the secret art and the sword technique. With the concealment technique at his disposal, he could now cultivate and break through with peace of mind, free from the fear of suspicion from others. With this thought, Gu Qingyuan released the restraint on his cultivation breakthrough. The spiritual energy within his dantian surged forth, creating ripples in the surrounding space. Soon after, purer spiritual energy began to coalesce in his dantian, as if he had undergone a qualitative transformation. His strength, perception, and even vitality surged significantly. As these changes gradually stabilized, Gu Qingyuan altered his cultivation aura to the fourth layer of qi refinement using the concealment technique, while his true realm had already reached the early stage of the fifth layer of qi refinement. The following day, Xia Dong practiced sword techniques with Gu Qingyuan once more. Without the use of sword intent, and with the intent not to harm each other, their sparring resembled children playing house. Without the essence of the sword, even a successful strike upon the opponent would leave a practitioner unscathed. Today, Elder Tianyi, having concluded his trivial tasks, returned to the courtyard only to find the two engaged in such a manner of practice, which left him quite displeased. Donger, in merely 2 months, you are to engage in a contest with Elder Tongshuan's most esteemed disciple. If you continue to train in this fashion, how could you possibly hope to compete? At that time, I fear my old face will be utterly humiliated by your performance. Elder Tianyi refrained from directly admonishing Xia Dong, yet his words were laced with implicit criticism. Xia Dong, with her head bowed, accepted the counsel with the humility of a child who has erred. Subsequently, she retrieved a protective armor from her spatial pouch, a low-grade spiritual artifact capable of withstanding damage. She handed the armor to Gu Qingyuan and continued, I shall employ my sword intent, but I assure you I will strive to avoid causing you harm. Gu Qingyuan understood the predicament Xia Dong faced. He too was reluctant to reveal his own swordsmanship talent to Elder Tianyi, for one could never predict whether such exposure would bring fortune or misfortune. Thus, he could only spar with Xia Dong without resorting to his sword intent. The consequence was that by the end of the day, he found himself covered in hidden injuries. Most of Xia Dong's cultivated sword intent belonged to the cold category, which was particularly prone to inflicting severe internal damage. Chapter 18. Provocation. As night fell, Gu Qingyuan sat in his chamber, meditating to heal his injuries. After a grueling day of practice, he was thoroughly exhausted. At that moment, Xia Dong quietly pushed open the door to his room. Gu Qingyuan, it's me, Xia Dong whispered, cautious not to alert their master upstairs. What brings you here? Gu Qingyuan's frustration simmered beneath the surface. Had it not been for his self-imposed restraint on his cultivation, Xia Dong would have never been able to inflict any harm upon him. This is the spirit fire body refinement technique, which can enhance your physical strength, Xia Dong explained, placing a secret manual on Gu Qingyuan's bedside. You should diligently practice this technique. It will help you avoid internal injuries in the future. This is a high-grade secret art, so please do not let our master find out. Xia Dong gifted Gu Qingyuan with this precious treasure, not out of goodwill, but with the intention of strengthening him, so that during their sparring sessions, he would not be a painful human punching bag. I understand, Gu Qingyuan replied, accepting the manual. Once Xia Dong departed, he began his training. As the technique activated, his body felt as if it were being pricked by countless needles. Every pore and drop of blood was being refined by the spiritual energy. It was as though a fire intermittently burned within him. Whenever his skin was scorched, the energy would pause, only to repair the damage. This cycle continued throughout the night. By dawn, Gu Qingyuan felt transformed. The relentless pain had rendered him oblivious to everything else. This was not merely body refinement. It was akin to self-mutilation. Nevertheless, in pursuit of strength, he gritted his teeth and persevered. After practicing the spirit fire body refinement technique, and with the gradual increase in his cultivation, Gu Qingyuan found that he seldom suffered internal injuries when facing Xia Dong's chilling sword intent. Even when injuries did occur, they healed swiftly. Under Gu Qingyuan's guidance, Xia Dong's swordsmanship improved significantly. 2 months passed. Today marked the day when the true disciples of elders Tianyi and Tongxian would engage in a friendly contest. When elders sparred, the earth trembled, and harmony could easily be disrupted. Thus, these two old-timers opted to settle the score through the victories and defeats of their disciples. The venue for the contest was atop the Wuxian Peak. Elder Tianyi hosted a banquet, inviting many fellow disciples, and numerous elders attended. Among them was Elder Yunshan from Songtian Cliff, who brought along his beloved student, Lu Shui. As a swordsman, Gu Qingyuan found himself in service to Xia Dong during such events. He observed the 3 esteemed disciples revered by the elders, and a cold smile crept across his face. They were simply too weak. On the viewing platform, Elder Yunshan raised his cup and declared with a smile, "My beloved student has only been practicing for 2 years. While she possesses some talent for the sword, she is still somewhat inferior to the disciples of Elder Tianyi. Why not let her demonstrate a sword technique to entertain everyone?" Elder Yunshan's tone was modest, yet it was evident he hoped for his student to make a spectacle. "We shall await the performance with great anticipation," Elder Tianyi replied courteously. Subsequently, Elder Yunshan gestured to his beloved disciple, indicating that she could commence. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui bowed respectfully to Elder Yunshan. With a graceful leap, she ascended the martial arena. "I am Lu Shui, disciple of Songtian Cliff. Greetings to the esteemed elders." Lu Shui first saluted the elders present. Then a confident smile illuminated her delicate features. "Sister Xia, may I borrow your sword disciple for a moment?" Lu Shui approached Xia Dong, having already set her sights on Gu Qingyuan, who stood behind her. In this courtyard, apart from the 2 true disciples of the elders, Gu Qingyuan was the only peer. While she felt uncertain about sparring with the 2 true disciples, she was certain of victory against Gu Qingyuan, a mere sword disciple. Xia Dong glanced back at Gu Qingyuan, then returned her gaze to Lu Shui, inquiring, "Are you certain?" She was well aware of Gu Qingyuan's strength, knowing he often allowed her to prevail. "If Sister Xia is unwilling, I shall boldly seek your guidance," Lu Shui said, her confident expression now tinged with malice. Seemingly convinced of her superiority over both individuals before her, Xia Dong, unable to contain her frustration, unsheathed her sword, preparing to ascend the stage, but was promptly restrained by Gu Qingyuan. "To challenge my sword master, you must first surpass me," her sword disciple. Gu Qingyuan ascended the high platform, having awaited this moment for a considerable time. He had initially intended to conceal his abilities and navigate the 3 years of being a sword disciple in peace. But encountering Lu Shui today made it impossible to suppress the humiliation festering within him. Had it been anyone else, Gu Qingyuan would have refrained from intervening. However, the provocateur was Lu Shui, someone who had relentlessly humiliated him since he discovered he possessed a mixed spiritual root. As Gu Qingyuan stepped onto the martial platform, a radiant smile broke across Lu Shui's face. "Gu Qingyuan, my strikes will be severe. 10 sword disciples have already perished at my hands. Are you certain you wish to spar with me?" In Lu Shui's view, the blade knows no mercy. Should she strike too hard and inadvertently kill Gu Qingyuan, it might mar the atmosphere of today's banquet. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyuan retrieved a protective garment from his bag and tossed it at Lu Shui's feet. This protective attire had been given to him by Xia Dong for his defense. "I too strike hard. You would do well to don this protective garment," Gu Qingyuan remarked with evident disdain. Lu Shui, incensed by his words, retorted, "How dare you provoke me? Xia Shui, hold nothing back." On the spectators' platform, Elder Yunshan of Songtian Cliff was infuriated upon hearing Gu Qingyuan's words, struggling to comprehend how a mere servant disciple could possess such audacity. With her masteress support, Lu Shui unleashed her sword. Gu Qingyuan responded in kind, and their swords clashed, releasing a powerful surge of spiritual energy. However, due to Lu Shui's insufficient might, she was forced back several paces by the blade enveloped in mixed spiritual energy. Just from the first exchange, the disparity was stark. "How could it be? You have reached the 6th level of qi refinement." Lu Shui exclaimed in disbelief. The intensity of the spiritual energy emanating from Gu Qingyuan rendered Lu Shui unable to withstand the pressure. If you believe my cultivation surpasses yours, I can certainly suppress my own power to match your level, Gu Qingyuan declared. Upon uttering these words, he closed his dantian, restraining his cultivation to the 4th level of qi refinement, in alignment with Lu Shui. Lu Shui blinked vigorously, her expression filled with confusion. Yet, the fury within her remained unabated as she once again lunged at Gu Qingyuan, wielding her sword with intent. She employed the opening heaven technique of the azure light sword art. A radiant beam of sword light surged forth, akin to the sun piercing through the clouds, radiating brilliance. The frost sword manifested, its icy elegance unfurling. Gu Qingyuan leapt high into the air, his long sword thrusting down with ferocity. The chilling sword energy caused the surrounding temperature to plummet instantaneously. His sword advanced relentlessly, colliding with Lu Shui's blade. A tempest of frost erupted, intertwining with the sword energy that traversed the vicinity. The formidable might of the azure light sword intent was effortlessly extinguished. Lu Shui, along with her sword, was sent flying several meters, ultimately coming to a halt only after tumbling off the edge of the martial platform. With such meager strength, do you dare to challenge the master of my sword? Return and practice for several more decades. Gu Qingyuan's words left Lu Shui spitting blood on the spot. The elders in the audience were left speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even Elder Yinshan, typically furious at the injury of his beloved disciple, found his gaze fixated on Gu Qingyuan instead. A low-grade frost sword could overpower a high-grade azure light sword. The murmurs of astonishment echoed throughout the arena. Chapter 19. Apprenticeship. Even though Gu Qingyuan suppressed his cultivation to spar with Lu Shui, she was still utterly overwhelmed. Moreover, the swordsmanship he employed was merely the most elementary frost sword technique. Senior brother, your asking immortal's peak truly conceals untold talents. Even a mere servant disciple possesses such strength. Elder Yinshan praised, then soared down to the martial stage to tend to his beloved disciple's injuries. Master, how can he be so formidable when he is clearly a 5 elements mixed spiritual root? Lu Shui inquired, coughing up blood. What did you say? He is a 5 elements mixed spiritual root? Elder Yinshan responded incredulously. Indeed, he and I were once commoners from the same town. He was identified as a 5 elements mixed spiritual root and became a servant in the sect. Lu Shui recounted the events to her master. Young man, may I assess your spiritual root quality? Elder Yinshan asked, rising to address Gu Qingyuan. Before Gu Qingyuan could respond, Tianyi, Xiaodong's master, interjected. Elder Yinshan, it was you who insisted on having your disciple on stage. Are you now unsatisfied because he lost? Brother Tianyi, you misunderstand. I merely wished to. Elder Yinshan started, but was cut off by Tianyi. Wish to do what? Do you intend to act against this swordsman, thinking I wouldn't notice? You. Elder Yinshan was rendered speechless. His curiosity piqued. How could a 5 elements mixed spiritual root cultivate to the 6th level of qi refinement? He sought to reassess the boy's spiritual root. Meanwhile, Elder Tianyi recognized Gu Qingyuan's exceptional nature and was reluctant to let him slip away. If any discrepancies were uncovered, Gu Qingyuan would undoubtedly become the object of desire for the elders present. Donger, it's your turn to take the stage, Tianyi commanded, halting Elder Yinshan. Xiaodong responded with a respectful bow, yes, and ascended the martial stage. Junior sister, please go easy on me. Don't let me lose too embarrassingly, said Xiaozhan, another disciple of Asking Immortal's Peak, who stepped onto the stage. He was a direct disciple of Elder Tongxian, 14 years old, with a cultivation level of the 4th layer of qi refinement and merely a mid-grade spiritual root. Upon witnessing the formidable prowess of Xiaodong, Xiaozhan felt a wave of trepidation before even grasping his sword. Xiaodong, too, felt the weight of pressure. Gu Qingyuan had revealed his true strength, stealing the limelight. This seemingly insignificant swordsman had astonished all. The highly regarded direct disciples could only look on in awe. The duel between Xiaodong and Xiaozhan unfolded according to the rules, as both were of comparable realms, resulting in a balanced contest. Ultimately, after a prolonged struggle, Xiaodong triumphed through his superior swordsmanship. Phew! After securing victory, Xiaodong took a deep breath, relieved that had he lost, his master might not have valued him as before. Upon returning to his seat, Xiaodong shot a fierce glare at Gu Qingyuan and muttered under his breath, "So, you have been concealing your true cultivation all along. No wonder I could never defeat you." He had always believed Gu Qingyuan's cultivation was only at the 4th layer of qi refinement, unaware that he had actually reached the 6th layer. Had it not been for Gu Qingyuan's deliberate revelation today, Xia Dong might have remained blissfully ignorant. "You have misunderstood me," Gu Qingyuan retorted. Xia Dong, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean? I have been suppressing my cultivation while sparring with you. Even at the same realm, you are still no match for me." Gu Qingyuan exuded confidence today. Xia Dong rolled her eyes at him and chose to ignore him further. After the banquet concluded, Tian Yi eagerly sought an audience with Gu Qingyuan. "You truly possess a 5-element spiritual root. However, why is your 5-element spiritual root so remarkably pure, devoid of any chaos?" Tian Yi, utilizing his magical energy, probed through Gu Qingyuan's spiritual roots, his astonishment growing with each revelation. "I have never encountered such pristine 5-element spiritual roots. The clarity has reached the level of a top-tier spiritual root. No wonder your cultivation speed is so astonishing." Upon saying this, Tian Yi withdrew his magical energy and continued, "Who taught you your swordsmanship?" "Senior sister Xia Dong. She is my instructor," Gu Qingyuan replied candidly. "How long did it take you to comprehend the frost sword intent?" Tian Yi pressed on. "One day." Hearing this, Tian Yi's gaze sharpened, and he called out, "Donger, come in." At that moment, Xia Dong was eavesdropping just outside the door, and Tian Yi had already sensed her presence. "Is what he said true?" Tian Yi questioned Xia Dong. "Yes," Xia Dong replied, nervously fiddling with her fingers and feigning innocence. Tian Yi then turned his attention back to Gu Qingyuan, asking, "Yet, I have observed you both practicing together, and you have never utilized your sword intent." Senior sister Xia Dong said, "My sword talent is too exceptional. I must not reveal my sword intent in your presence." Gu Qingyuan seized the opportunity to disclose how Xia Dong had coerced him. "Is this true?" Tian Yi's expression darkened, his tone heavy. "Wah." Sensing the sudden shift in her master's demeanor, Xia Dong burst into tears. "Master, he injured me first." She wore an expression of utmost innocence. However, it seemed that Tian Yi, disillusioned by Xia Dong's deception, paid little heed to her weeping. He gradually crouched down to meet Gu Qingyuan at eye level and spoke. "I am the chief elder of the Ask for Immortality Peak at the Golden Course stage. Do you wish to take me as your master?" Tian Yi's gaze was fervent, eagerly anticipating Gu Qingyuan's response. At this moment, if Gu Qingyuan were to decline, it would spell doom, death. His current status was merely that of a lowly servant disciple, with insufficient cultivation to dictate his own fate. Tian Yi would certainly not allow such a prodigy to fall under another's tutelage. "As a junior, I would be honored. However, as a mere servant disciple, would it not tarnish your esteemed reputation for me to become your disciple?" Gu Qingyuan internally resisted, yet outwardly he sought to flatter Tian Yi. When Gu Qingyuan first encountered Tian Yi, he could never forget the disdainful gaze that Tian Yi cast upon him. "Rest assured, as long as you acknowledge me as your master, no one in the esteemed Piao Miaoxian sect shall dare to belittle you. Your status will ascend from that of a mere servant disciple to a true inheritor. Even those highly esteemed inner disciples will be compelled to address you as elder brother upon seeing you." Tian Yi articulated the advantages of becoming his disciple. Disciple Gu Qingyuan pays his respects to the master. No longer hesitant, Gu Qingyuan performed the formal bow to Tian Yi. "Ha ha ha. Splendid, splendid. Donger, do not delay in greeting your elder brother." Tian Yi's smile broadened, and he promptly instructed Xia Dong to come forth. "Master, I have already become a disciple. Why is he considered elder brother?" Xia Dong protested reluctantly. "Gu Qingyuan is a year your senior and possesses greater cultivation than you. Do you truly believe you are suited to be his elder sister?" Tian Yi's expression darkened as he reprimanded her. Upon hearing this, Xia Dong burst into tears. "Whoa, master no longer wants me." Chapter 20. The Wheel of Fortune. "This is a token of my mentorship for you." Tian Yi removed the ownership seal from a mid-grade spiritual artifact, the Qinkuan bag, and presented it to Gu Qingyuan. "As your mentor, I shall not only guide you in your cultivation, but also impart to you the art of swordsmanship. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to seek my counsel at any time." Tian Yi patted Gu Qingyuan's shoulder with a meaningful expression before retrieving his identity token and handing it to Xia Dong. "Donger, take your senior brother to complete the entrance registration." Tian Yi instructed Xia Dong, his tone icy and tinged with anger. Xia Dong dared not defy him, accepting the token and leading Gu Qingyuan away from the Wuxian Peak. Gu Qingyuan, you big man, why are you so sulky? Xia Dong grumbled during their journey. Sulky? Gu Qingyuan furrowed his brow and replied sternly. I helped you defeat Lu Shui on the practice platform today and boosted your morale. Shouldn't you be thanking me? Moreover, in the future, speak to me with a bit more respect, or I might just teach you a lesson. Now, Gu Qingyuan, as a true disciple of the inner sect elder, held a prestigious position despite belonging to the inner sect. He was also the designated senior brother by Tianyi. If he chose to reprimand Xia Dong, no one would dare to hold him accountable. Upon hearing this, Xia Dong's lips curled into an awkward smile. Senior brother, please don't be angry. I was merely jesting. I truly hold you in high esteem, she said, tugging at Gu Qingyuan's sleeve with a playful tone. The once renowned swordsmanship prodigy in Elder Tianyi's eyes had now become a little sister who would pout and act cute towards Gu Qingyuan. This sudden shift in dynamics left Gu Qingyuan feeling somewhat displeased. He maintained a stern demeanor and remarked, I preferred you when you were more headstrong. After completing the registration as an inner sect disciple, Gu Qingyuan received attire exclusive to inner sect members before hastily returning to Wuxian Peak. Upon entering his room, he unwrapped the mentorship gift bestowed by Elder Tianyi. Inside were 888 spirit stones, a superior-grade spiritual artifact known as the Liuguang sword, a high-quality sword technique manual titled Piamiao Wanjian, and, most enticing to Gu Qingyuan, 10 refining energy pills. Little did he know, these 10 pills were the least valuable items among the gifts. He took out the Wordless heavenly book and inscribed Piamiao Wanjian on the first page, focusing on the phantoms that emerged from the text to ponder its meanings. After a night of contemplation, he grasped a fraction of the high-quality sword technique. The intricacies of its sword intent were profound and would require several days for him to fully comprehend. On the following day, Gu Qingyuan rose at dawn as per his usual routine. However, today was different. He did not wait for Xia Dong to awaken to practice swordplay together. Instead, he knocked briskly on her door. Hurry up and get up. Accompany me in practicing swordplay. Why should I? Xia Dong retorted defiantly. Because I am your senior brother. And it is our duty to support one another, Gu Qingyuan replied. Gu Qingyuan would not be lenient with Xia Dong. During the time he served as her sword apprentice, he had often been bullied by her. Now, the tables had turned. Upon hearing the threat, Xia Dong burst into tears. Gu Qingyuan, refusing to indulge her, pushed open the door and seized her by the collar, dragging her out. Be cautious today, my master is not here, and I will strike hard. Gu Qingyuan retrieved his newly recognized high-grade spiritual weapon, the flowing light sword, from his bag, and then tossed a blunt low-grade spiritual sword to Xia Dong. Under Gu Qingyuan's intimidating presence, Xia Dong, with a pained expression, began to practice sparring with him. Having grasped the basics of the Misty Thousand Swords, Gu Qingyuan's swordsmanship reached new heights. To avoid injuring Xia Dong, he deliberately suppressed his cultivation level. Even while holding back, he easily gained the upper hand in their duel. Clang, clang, clang. The air was filled with sword energy and the sound of clashing blades. Xia Dong struggled to keep up with Gu Qingyuan's fierce techniques and suddenly found herself exhausted. Ah! She cried out in pain as a sharp sword energy pierced her chest, rendering her incapacitated and collapsing to the ground. Is she so fragile? Should I consider finding another apprentice? Wounding Xia Dong was entirely unintentional. Gu Qingyuan sheathed the flowing light sword and carried Xia Dong back into the room. If my master returns and sees Xia Dong injured so severely, he might mistakenly believe I am bullying her. With this thought in mind, Gu Qingyuan made his way to the inner sect's treasure pavilion. Xia Dong had brought him here yesterday. The inner sect was different from the outer sect and the servant hall. Treasures could be exchanged for spirit stones here. The quality and variety of items available were far superior to those in the outer sect's treasure pavilion. Senior brother, my junior sister accidentally injured her lung while practicing swordplay. Is there any spiritual medicine that can heal her? Gu Qingyuan inquired at the counter, addressing a servant disciple responsible for transactions. You flatter me, senior. I am unworthy of being called your brother. Just call me Xiao Wang. The trembling disciple replied respectfully, showing great deference to Gu Qingyuan, who wore the attire of an inner sect disciple. Once the issue of identity was clarified, the servant continued. The low-grade revitalizing pill can heal general internal injuries from sword energy. It costs 3 low-grade spirit stones. Xiao Wang spoke with a smile, his tone filled with respect. I would like one of each of these spiritual herbs, by Lingzi, Huomei, Ku Yilan, and Xian Xian Gua, Gu Qingyuan added, including the revitalizing pill. The total came to 8 spirit stones. Gu Qingyuan retrieved 8 spirit stones from his bag and handed them to Xiao Wang. Please wait a moment. I will fetch them for you, Xiao Wang replied, bowing respectfully as he retreated. 5 spirit stones were equivalent to 1,000 contribution points. Gu Qingyuan marveled silently, realizing he would not be able to exhaust the remaining 800 spirit stones. Upon returning to the Immortal Seeking Peak, he administered the elixir to Xia Dong and utilized his spiritual energy to assist her in refining the medicinal properties. Once her injuries began to mend, he retreated to his own chamber. First, he secured the door, then he crushed the spiritual herbs he had recently acquired and swallowed them whole. A relentless agony akin to peeling skin and scraping bones persisted until the hour of the rat deep into the night. Gu Qingyuan trembled as he clasped his hands, invoking the hand seals to practice the spiritual refinement technique. With each repetition of nurturing his spiritual roots with his magical energy, the 5 elemental attributes of his roots finally ascended to the coveted celestial root level. Given his current aptitude, his cultivation speed would be quintuple that of a celestial root. It is difficult to fathom the heights he may achieve in the future. After becoming an inner sect disciple, Gu Qingyuan's training became even more arduous. The path to immortality he yearned for should be a realm of unfettered freedom, rather than the current state of being constrained by others. Thus, he must hasten the enhancement of his strength. Qingyuan, Donger, your master has returned. Tian's voice resonated through the courtyard. The 2 true disciples promptly emerged to greet him. Tian was an aficionado of the sword, often venturing out to engage in duels. Today, he made a rare return and had specifically hunted a profound-tier beast, the fire pattern tiger, for his 2 disciples. The flesh and blood of such beasts are remarkably nourishing for cultivators, especially since Gu Qingyuan and Xia Dong were still at an age where they were growing. It was the perfect time for them to indulge in such sustenance. Master, my senior brother bullied me while you were away. Wowu Chapter 21. The swordsman Lu Ziki, crying incessantly. What a spectacle! Qingyuan, please console your junior sister. The Taoist Tianni paid little heed to whether Xia Dong was genuinely aggrieved. He called to Gu Qingyuan and then carried the fire pattern tiger into the kitchen. The cultivation level of a Xian-class beast was comparable to that of a human foundation establishment practitioner, with formidable defenses. Thus, to consume its flesh and blood, Tianni had to take matters into his own hands. Once Tianni departed, Gu Qingyuan stepped closer, his face marred by anger, eyes glinting like daggers. As if to say, cry again, and I shall take action. Xia Dong stumbled back a few steps, afraid to maintain such proximity to Gu Qingyuan. Be good, stop crying. Your senior brother will be distressed. Gu Qingyuan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Terrified by this, Xia Dong fled back to her room. By the time Tianni had cooked the flesh and blood of the fire pattern tiger, it was already noon. The master and disciple sat together at the dining table, indulging in the feast. Qingyuan, your constitution is frail. You must consume more of the beast's organs to replenish your vitality. As Tianni spoke, he sliced off the tiger's heart and placed it onto Gu Qingyuan's plate. Xia Dong pouted, feeling quite envious. By the way, master, I wish to request a swordsman from the disciplinary hall. Is that permissible? Gu Qingyuan implored. Of course, take my token and directly summon someone from the disciplinary hall. Tianni replied. Thank you, master. Gu Qingyuan expressed his gratitude. Upon hearing that Gu Qingyuan intended to request a swordsman, Xia Dong's mood brightened. She would no longer have to accompany him for practice. Donger, you must diligently follow your senior brother and train hard. The sect's annual examination is approaching. Last year, you just entered and placed last. I bear you no ill will, but this time you must exert yourself to strive for a position in the top 20. Feeling Tianni's rare concern, Xia Dong instantly perked up. Rest assured, master, this year I shall certainly be in the top 20. With her firm declaration, Tianni forced a smile upon his face. After the meal, Gu Qingyuan, bearing Tianni Elder's token, arrived at the disciplinary hall. Present that day was the hall master. Brothers Mu Yun and Tong Ming had gone to the mortal realm to recruit new disciples. This humble hall master, Man Kuei, is unaware of the purpose of your visit. Esteemed brother, he stated, Noticing Gu Qingyuan's attire as an inner sect disciple, with a cultivation level reaching the 6th layer of qi refinement, yet failing to recognize him as the one he had been desperately seeking. I wish to transfer Lu Ziki from the storeroom to become my swordsman, Gu Qingyuan declared. Presenting Tianyi Elder's token, Man Kuei appeared momentarily bewildered, then opened the records to search for personnel information from the storeroom. Had Gu Qingyuan not mentioned him, he would have been unaware of Lu Ziki's existence. Please take a seat, esteemed brother. I will fetch him at once, Man Kuei respectfully offered, brewing tea for Gu Qingyuan before soaring away on his sword toward the storeroom. In the storeroom, Man Kuei arrived on his sword within a mere 10 breaths. Who is Lu Ziki? Manku glanced over the individuals in the wood shed and questioned them. Upon noticing the presence of the esteemed leader, Lu Ziki immediately discarded the axe he was wielding and knelt before him. I pay my respects to the honorable leader, he said, his heart racing with apprehension, uncertain as to why his name had been called. The senior from the inner gates, Xianfeng, has specifically designated you to become a swordsman. Gather your belongings and come with me. Manku revealed the truth. Lu Ziki's mouth fell agape, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Honorable leader, have I committed some transgression? Why must I go? He was acutely aware that being appointed as a swordsman was akin to embarking on a perilous mission, especially since his good friend Gu Qingyuan had been sent to serve as a swordsman and had never returned. Those chosen for such a fate were either habitual offenders or individuals whose performance consistently fell short of expectations. You have not erred. It is that esteemed senior who has called for you. Manku explained impatiently. Honorable leader, I have always been diligent and never negligent in my duties. Why must I be sent to my demise? Lu Ziki's emotions overwhelmed him, and tears streamed down his face. Enough of this nonsense. Hasten to gather your things and accompany me, Manku admonished gravely. Honorable leader, I implore you to spare me. I do not wish to face death. Lu Ziki continued to plead. I can afford to wait for you, but that esteemed senior cannot. Should you offend him, today may very well be your last. Manku warned once more. At that moment, Master Kai, the overseer of the wood shed, emerged from the kitchen. He helped the writhing Lu Ziki to his feet, offering comfort. We cannot provoke those from the inner gate. You should comply, as you will surely reap the rewards. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziki clung to Master Kai's leg, desperately beseeching, Master Kai, please assist me. I do not wish to meet my end. Since Gu Qingyuan's departure, I have been the most diligent worker. Do plead with the leader on my behalf. Master Kai, appearing helpless, turned to the leader standing aloft on his flying sword, asking, is it truly necessary for him to go? Manku, now devoid of patience, soared down on his flying sword, grasped Lu Ziki by the shoulder, and whisked him back to the hall of miscellaneous duties. The journey was swift, and due to his fear of heights, Lu Ziki kept his eyes tightly shut. Brother, I have brought you the person, Manku declared as he unceremoniously tossed Lu Ziki before Gu Qingyuan. It was only upon touching the ground that Lu Ziki reluctantly opened his eyes, only to see a pair of legs clad in garments reserved for disciples of the inner gate. Esteemed senior, I beseech you to spare me. I am willing to toil for you. Just please do not make me a swordsman. I shall do anything else. Lu Ziki clung to Gu Qingyuan's leg, pleading fervently. Oh, lad, a true man sheds blood, not tears, Gu Qingyuan replied with a resigned shake of his head. Upon hearing this address and the voice, Lu Ziki sensed something amiss. Lifting his gaze, he was taken aback to find the striking visage of Gu Qingyuan before him. Gu Qingyuan, you, how is it that you are still alive? Lu Ziki exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. A multitude of questions swirled in my mind, leaving me at a loss for words. Initially, I was assigned by senior brother Mu Yun to serve as a sword attendant to a true disciple. However, the master of that true disciple recognized my exceptional cultivation talent and subsequently accepted me as a true disciple as well. Gu Qingyuan revealed the entire truth. Lu Ziki suddenly understood. He realized that Gu Qingyuan had skillfully refined his spiritual roots through the art of spirit forging. With Gu Qingyuan's assistance, he stood up, reaching to touch the fabric of his elegant satin garments, exclaiming, remarkable. Henceforth, you shall be my sword attendant in name, yet in reality, you need not engage in any duties. Simply reside within the inner courtyard of the Wangxian Peak and focus on your cultivation. Noticing the unshed tears in Lu Ziki's eyes, Gu Qingyuan gently patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Is your name Guqing Yuan? Man Kuei inquired, his brow furrowing as he listened to their conversation. This name struck a sensitive chord with him. Chapter 22. The Support of the Barbarians. I am Guqing Yuan. Do you have business with me? Guqing Yuan gazed unwaveringly at him. You were the errand disciple from the woodshed? Man Kuei inquired further. Guqing Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, showing no reluctance. Did you kill Man Kuei? Man Kuei pressed on. It was I, Guqing Yuan stated, locking eyes with Man Kuei, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Why did you kill him? Man Kuei's expression shifted from shock to a somber demeanor. He repeatedly humiliated me, and in a fit of rage, I took his life. Guqing Yuan revealed the truth, confident that Man Kuei would not dare to retaliate against him. Man Kuei, as anticipated, could only stare blankly after hearing Guqing Yuan's response. He swallowed hard and continued. Then he truly deserved to die? He chuckled, a sudden shift in his countenance revealing a hearty laughter. The following day, the two stewards, Mu Yun and Tong Ming, returned. Man Kuei immediately sought an audience with Tong Ming. He disclosed Guqing Yuan's current cultivation level and inquired whether there had been any misjudgment during the assessment of his spiritual roots. Reporting to the Hall Master, Guqing Yuan indeed possesses a mixed 5-element spiritual root. I have personally verified it. Additionally, upon entering the Piamiao Xinzong, he was subjected to a repeated examination with a high-grade spirit tool. His aptitude is exceedingly poor. It is impossible for him to cultivate to the 6th layer of qi refinement. Upon hearing Tong Ming's response, Man Kuei's confusion only deepened. Man Kuei was not a malicious person, but he had one flaw. He could not bear to see others thrive. The fact that he had once bullied Man Kuei indicated that there must have been something extraordinary about him. This could only explain Guqing Yuan's anomaly. A mixed 5-element spiritual root achieving the 6th layer of qi refinement undoubtedly suggested a significant opportunity. With this realization, Man Kuei promptly set off, soaring through the air on his sword towards the towering cliffs of the inner sect. Having risen from an errand disciple to the head of the errand hall, Man Kuei had amassed considerable resources to elevate his mixed spiritual roots to the 9th layer of qi refinement. It was clear he had a powerful backing. Ancestor. Man Kuei arrived outside a courtyard and called out. The two elderly men engaged in a game within the courtyard responded, "Come in." Ancestor, I have significant matters to report. Man Kuei respectfully bowed to the elder with white hair. Before him stood two elders, Yun Shan, the chief elder of the towering cliffs, and his own ancestor, Man Chong. Both were formidable figures at the golden core level. Speak. Man Chong's gaze remained fixed on the chessboard, not sparing a glance at Man Kuei. Observing the presence of Yun Shan, Man Kuei decided to build suspense. There is a youth in the errand hall who, relying on a mixed 5-element spiritual root, has cultivated to the 6th layer of qi refinement at the tender age of 12. Upon hearing this, both elders immediately halted their game, turning their attention to Man Kuei. Are you referring to a boy named Guqing Yuan? Yun Shan inquired. You recognize this child as well, elder? Man Kuei asked, astonished. It was this scoundrel who, not long ago at the Xianfeng banquet, inflicted injury upon my beloved disciple. Yun Shan gritted his teeth in resentment. This grudge is one he has long harbored. A year prior, this wretch had murdered one of my subordinates, Man Kuei, and disposed of his remains. It took considerable effort for the younger generation to uncover the truth. Upon seeing the elder Yun Shan's animosity towards Guqing Yuan, Man Kuei felt compelled to disclose the matter at hand. With a mixed elemental root and a cultivation level of the 6th layer of qi refinement, he must possess significant fortune. Once I find the time to capture him and extract his soul, I shall discover the truth. Man Chong spoke with palpable disdain, which served as a response to Man Kuei. There is no need for us to sully our hands. In 3 months, the autumn examination will take place. My son, Yin Fei, will take action. As Yun Shan spoke, his chest piece gently fell, as if everything were meticulously planned. This is indeed preferable. Should I take action, it would risk exposure, and that old fellow Tian Yi is not to be trifled with. Man Chong concurred with Yun Shan's proposal. At the Xianfeng Peak, within Tian Yi's estate, Lu Ziki had just arrived and was still adjusting to his surroundings, following closely behind Guqing Yuan as if he were his shadow. He worried that if Guqing Yuan were to leave, he would lack protection and become a target for bullying. At that moment, Guqing Yuan had just completed a set of Piamiao Wuqian sword movements with an elegance akin to flowing water. The sword techniques were fierce and the sword energy overwhelming, prompting Lu Ziki to cheer continuously. Splendid, Lu Ziki exclaimed, as this had seemingly become part of his daily routine. Mouse, continuing like this is not a solution. I am already at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, while you are merely at the 2nd layer. Perhaps I should procure some spiritual herbs for you to refine? Gu Qingyuan remarked meaningfully as he sheathed his spiritual sword. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziki quickly turned away, innocence in his demeanor. Forget it. As long as I can live well, I do not wish to endure such suffering again. Having undergone the refinement process once, Lu Ziki knew that the experience was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Very well then. Your current aptitude should be slightly superior to that of a 3-attribute mixed elemental root. In due time, I shall have Master recommend you to the Spirit Plant Hall. The work there is leisurely and well suited for you. Gu Qingyuan expressed concern for Lu Ziki. I am quite content here, Lu Ziki said, digging his fingers into the large stone beneath him, lost in thought. So be it. Feel free to express any thoughts you may have. We are now true disciples, and our status carries weight, Gu Qingyuan replied before retreating to his room to begin his cultivation. Having reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement, he was now in the latter stages of this realm. The advancement became increasingly arduous as one progressed. However, for Gu Qingyuan, who possessed extraordinary talent, this was not overly challenging. With the aid of medicinal pills, he expected to reach the 9th and final layer of Qi refinement within a year. Such speed would leave even those with heavenly roots in the dust. While Gu Qingyuan retreated to his room for cultivation, Lu Ziki, with no pressing matters, went to observe Xia Dong, practicing her swordsmanship. Sister, your sword techniques are truly impressive, Lu Ziki praised. Begone, and do not disturb my sword practice. Xia Dong will not show any courtesy to a mere servant disciple. Realizing that his approach towards Xia Dong was futile, Lu Ziki stepped out of the courtyard and began to wander aimlessly. On his first visit to the Wenshan Peak, he had glimpsed an array of peculiar wildflowers and grasses, but had yet to take the time to truly appreciate them. Halfway up Wenshan Peak, Lu Ziki traversed the steep stone cliffs, inhaling the fragrant aroma of blooming flowers, until he arrived at the entrance of a cave. What captivated him was not the cave itself, which emanated a subtle spiritual essence, but rather the extraordinary blossoms outside, vying for attention with their vibrant blooms. The air was saturated with floral fragrance. These were not mere weeds, but rather classified spiritual plants. The scent they released uplifted Lu Ziki's spirits, transporting him into a wondrous dream. He gradually lost himself in the enchanting aroma, particularly drawn to a strikingly beautiful Koshin lawn. Just as he reached out to pluck it, a gentle female voice interjected, "Do not touch it. It is poisonous." Chapter 23. The graceful young lady upon hearing a voice. He turned to behold a young woman with delicate features and exquisite makeup. Though merely in her teens, her countenance exuded a gentle maturity, radiating an aura of elegance. Lu Ziki, stirred by her beauty, felt his heart flutter. However, upon noticing her garb, which identified her as an outer disciple, a sense of inferiority welled up within him. The slippery essence of Ko Shinlan could cause your skin to rot, the gentle maiden remarked, observing Lu Ziki's entranced gaze as he stood frozen in place. Upon hearing her words, he hesitantly withdrew his hand, which had yearned to pluck the Ko Shinlan flower. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and smiled. "Thank you." The young woman responded with a soft smile, then lifted a ladle from the pond to pour a scoop of clear water into the flower bed. "What is your name, senior sister?" Lu Ziki summoned his courage to inquire. "I am Ling Xiao, an outer disciple," she replied calmly, displaying no hint of displeasure. "Is this your dwelling?" Lu Ziki ventured another question, eager to engage her in conversation, but struggling to find the right words. "The immortal peak lies within the inner realm. As an outer disciple, I do not truly belong here," Ling Xiao candidly informed him. "Then why are you here? Is this cave the abode of a friend?" Lu Ziki pressed on. "Like you, I have been compelled to come here." A fleeting shadow of resignation crossed Ling Xiao's face before disappearing. "Compelled? Are you saying you have been coerced?" Lu Ziki's excitement surged. Ling Xiao regarded him with a hint of bewilderment, nodding slightly. "One might say so. My brother is a direct disciple of the chief elder. Wait for me to summon him to rescue you," Lu Ziki declared, turning to leave. "Wait, you misunderstand." Ling Xiao quickly intervened, adding, "I am actually Xiaozhan's furnace cauldron. You need not offend him on my behalf." A faint blush adorned her cheeks, and had it not been for her makeup, her face would have turned crimson. She set down the ladle, bit her lip as if regretting her words, and then, her face still flushed, retreated into the cave. As the door closed behind her, Lu Ziki felt a pang of reluctance to depart, but found himself powerless. In his mind, he believed Lingxiu must have been coerced by the inner disciple named Xiaozhan, which was why she was trapped here. He hurried back to Tianyi Pavilion and approached Gu Qingyuan's chamber. "Qingyuan, I need your assistance," he implored. Hearing Lu Ziqi's voice, Gu Qingyuan halted his meditation and listened intently as Lu Ziki recounted his recent encounter. He sought Gu Qingyuan's aid in rescuing Lingxiu from her predicament. After contemplating Lu Ziqi's narrative, Gu Qingyuan replied, "I suspect Lingxiu willingly accepts her role as a furnace cauldron. If she were truly compelled, no one would prevent her from leaving." Gu Qingyuan articulated his perspective, yet Lu Ziki remained unconvinced and stubbornly insisted on dragging Gu Qingyuan into assisting him. "Let us first clarify what a furnace vessel is," remarked Gu Qingyuan, somewhat reluctantly following along. As they passed through the entrance, Xia Dong, who was practicing swordplay, overheard their conversation and interjected, "I know what a furnace vessel is." Her words halted the two. "What is a furnace vessel?" Gu Qingyuan inquired. "I won't tell you," Xia Dong replied, her head held high, exuding an air of superiority. Their past conflicts had deepened her desire to see him suffer. Noticing Gu Qingyuan's intent to harm her, Xia Dong felt a twinge of fear and, in a displeased tone, stated, "Master once had a furnace vessel. She was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, and Master described her as a vessel meant for use, hence the term furnace vessel. Later, that vessel secretly escaped while Master was away." Xia Dong dutifully relayed what she knew. How could such a splendid person willingly become someone else's furnace vessel? Lu Ziki, growing increasingly anxious, grabbed Gu Qingyuan and hurried toward the mountainside. Upon reaching the cave, Lu Ziki called out loudly, "Lingxiu, Lingxiu." After several shouts, the cave door slowly creaked open. Lingxiu curiously regarded Lu Ziki and Gu Qingyuan, asking, "Why are you calling for me?" Behind her stood a pallid-faced man, Xiaozhan, the true disciple of Elder Tongxian. He remained silent, observing the two with a grave expression. "Lingxiu, I have come to rescue you. This is my brother, Gu Qingyuan, the true disciple of Elder Tianyi. If you have suffered any grievances, he will advocate on your behalf," Lu Ziki earnestly reassured her. "You misunderstand. I am here of my own volition," Lingxiu replied. "But you previously stated that you were compelled to be here," Lu Ziki reiterated her earlier words. "I merely said that in passing. Why did you take it seriously?" Lingxiu lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Being a furnace vessel was hardly a matter of pride, and she felt the need to phrase it delicately. "Gu Qingyuan, do not presume that you alone have a master to protect you. My master is also a revered elder of the Xianfeng, a formidable alchemist. I am engaged in a fair trade with Lingxiu at the price of 1 refining qi pill per month. This is of no concern to you." Xiaozhan, unable to contain his ire, exclaimed loudly, "Lingxiu, is what he said true?" Gu Qingyuan asked. Lingxiu nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Xiaozhan angrily seized Lingxiu's arm, pulling her into the cave. "You shameless hussy, you truly know how to entice men. If I were not here today, would you dare to bring others in?" The cave door shut tightly, yet the sounds from within remained distinctly audible. I acknowledge my mistakes and shall not err again. Please, my lord, grant me your mercy." Following this, the delicate sounds of Lingxiu's soft gasps filled the air. The more he listened, the more entranced he became, and Lu Ziki found himself unable to endure any longer, covering his ears and slipping away. Upon returning to Tianyi Mansion, Lu Ziki sequestered himself in his room, emerging not once throughout the day. The next morning, Lu Ziki rose at the usual hour alongside Gu Qingyuan and stealthily entered Gu Qingyuan's chamber. "Qingyuan, I yearn to continue my spiritual cultivation." After a night of contemplation, it seemed he had come to a resolution. Whether it was the events of the previous day that had affected him, he appeared more determined, yet bore a melancholy expression. "It is merely a furnace. Once you enhance your spiritual roots and cultivation level, you too can support a furnace like Xiaozhan does." Gu Qingyuan offered words of comfort and encouragement, fearing that Lu Ziki still harbored lingering thoughts from the previous day's events. Subsequently, Gu Qingyuan retrieved several spirit stones from his bag and presented them to Lu Ziki. Chapter 24. 10 million contribution points. Once Lu Ziki procured the necessary medicinal materials for refining spirits, he sequestered himself within his chamber, bracing himself to endure excruciating torment. The events of the previous day had not deterred him. What propelled him to fervently seek to enhance his aptitude and cultivation was not merely the constraints imposed upon Ling Xiao, but rather the profound sense of inferiority stemming from his identity as an outer disciple, coupled with an innate yearning for Ling Xiao. It was this very desire that spurred him to reject further degradation. The searing pain, akin to being consumed by flames and torn asunder, drove him nearly to the brink of madness, prompting him to scream in anguish. His incessant cries drew Xia Dong's attention. Why does he continue to shout? Shouldn't you take a look? Xia Dong inquired, noticing Gu Qingyuan stationed outside the door. Mind your own business, Gu Qingyuan replied, resolutely guarding the entrance and forbidding Xia Dong from entering. By the way, the secret method you provided me, the spirit fire body refinement technique. Why am I unable to break through beyond the first level of body tempering despite my efforts? Seizing the opportunity, Gu Qingyuan posed a question regarding his cultivation. What's in it for me if I tell you? Xia Dong gazed up at Gu Qingyuan, her eyes gleaming with avarice for material wealth. In 2 months, the inner disciples' trial will commence. When we enter the Beast Canyon, do you not wish for my protection? Gu Qingyuan's subtle flattery finally coaxed Xia Dong to respond. Ordinary cultivators take several years to elevate their physical strength through the spirit fire body refinement technique. Even those with superior spiritual roots require years of rigorous training. To hasten the process, one must supplement with medicinal aids. The enhancement of one's physical realm cannot be equated with cultivation levels. However, since Gu Qingyuan had profoundly grasped the benefits of body refinement, he increasingly valued physical strength. During previous sparring sessions with Xia Dong, he had sustained considerable injuries. But since practicing the spirit fire body refinement technique, he felt a marked increase in his pain tolerance and resilience against harm. Upon perfecting this technique, his physique would become nearly impervious to blades and spears. At that point, no one would be able to inflict injury upon him. After Lu Ziki endured the agonizing effects of the medicinal supplements, Gu Qingyuan finally set out for the treasure pavilion. He was once again greeted by Xiao Wang. I require some spiritual herbs with body-refining properties, Gu Qingyuan stated. Upon hearing of a lucrative opportunity, Xiao Wang promptly replied, there are numerous herbs for body refinement, such as the dragon flame vermilion fruit, the bicolored immortal berry, and the thunderfire immortal bamboo. Xiao Wang listed a plethora of options, naming no fewer than 12 that he was familiar with. Bring me a sample of each, Gu Qingyuan commanded. Certainly, Xiao Wang responded with a bright smile. Swiftly gathering the spiritual plants, he organized and packaged the herbs, advising Gu Qingyuan on which could be combined and which should not. If you wish to refine your body, the effects of medicinal pills are even superior, such as the body tempering pill, although they are somewhat more expensive. Bring me one, Gu Qingyuan requested. At present, Gu Qingyuan is just beginning his journey and remains uncertain about which spiritual herbs would be beneficial for him. Thus he wishes to experiment with them all. The total cost amounts to 800 low-grade spiritual stones. Upon hearing the price, Gu Qingyuan is taken aback and promptly inspects his Qingquan bag, suspecting that its opening was not properly sealed, allowing this young man to probe with his spiritual sense. To his relief, he discovers that the bag is intact, and his spiritual sense cannot penetrate it. His astonishment stems from the fact that he possesses exactly 800 spiritual stones. So expensive? Gu Qingyuan exclaims. Unbeknownst to you, this body refinement pill is a third-grade elixir, valued at 600 spiritual stones, typically purchased only by those in the foundational stage of cultivation, the young man explains candidly. Gu Qingyuan winces slightly as he pays the spiritual stones, opting to purchase the body refinement pill along with the herbs. Upon returning to his abode, he first consumes a spiritual herb, waiting until he has thoroughly refined and absorbed it before verifying its effects, then proceeding to the next herb. He does not follow the categories organized by the young man, choosing to consume them individually. As he anticipated, while some herbs are quite expensive, their effectiveness in body refinement is rather feeble, often leaning more towards enhancing skin strength and muscle fortitude. Such herbs hold no value for Gu Qingyuan. When he returns for future purchases, he can eliminate these subpar herbs and save some money. Ultimately, through personal experience, he discovers that the Bai Shi Xian Tang, Lei Hua Xian Zhu, and Wu Lian yield the best results, significantly enhancing his physical strength. After refining and absorbing all the herbs, Gu Qingyuan's physical realm ascends to the second level of body refinement. After consuming the body refinement pill worth 600 spiritual stones, he barely reaches the third level of body refinement. To continue his advancement, he must either rely on medicinal supplements or endure the slow passage of time. Gu Qingyuan is reluctant to suffer through this torment. He enters the spirit plant hall and approaches Su Taiping's medicinal garden. As summer draws to a close, the garden is lush with vibrant spiritual plants basking in the sun. "Oh, Gu Qingyuan, why are you dressed in the attire of an inner sect disciple?" Su Taiping approaches. As he draws nearer, his expression grows increasingly serious. The closer he gets, the more he can genuinely feel the oppressive aura emanating from a high-level cultivator. The current Gu Qingyuan is formidable indeed. "As you can see, I am now an inner sect disciple," Gu Qingyuan replies, unwilling to elaborate further, showcasing his robe. "Congratulations, senior brother." Su Taiping quickly forces a smile, offering his compliments. "I have come to reserve all your plots of spiritual fields. In the future, please cultivate specifically the Wu Lian by Shi Xiantang and Lei Huxianzhu for me." Upon hearing this, Su Taiping immediately begins to calculate with his fingers. "Senior brother, the plants you desire are all top-grade spiritual flora, and the Bai Shi Xiantang takes 2 years to mature. By the time we account for everything, cultivating a batch will cost at least 10 million contributions." Su Taiping scratches his head, not because he is unwilling to take on the task, but because he lacks the sufficient capital to do so. 1,000,000 contributions would suffice to redeem oneself. "As for the matter of contributions, I shall devise a means. You need only focus on the cultivation. How about this? I shall provide you with 3,000 contributions annually, and in return, you will cultivate these spiritual plants for me." Acquiring spiritual herbs from Su Taiping is significantly more economical than purchasing them directly from the treasure pavilion at the cost of spirit stones. "Very well. Once my current batch of spiritual herbs is harvested, I shall commence the cultivation of the required spiritual medicines for you, though it is likely that this will not begin until next spring." Su Taiping nodded in agreement. After finalizing the transaction, Gu Qingyuan returned to the Tianyi mansion, as he now needed to amass 10 million contribution points before the onset of spring next year. One spirit stone equates to 200 contributions, which totals to 50,000 spirit stones. This presents quite a challenge for Gu Qingyuan, who is at the 7th level of qi refinement. To that end, he sought counsel from his master, Elder Tianyi. Within the inner sect, the sole means of acquiring spirit stones is through accepting sect missions. Chapter 25. The Devil Cultivator. The faceless ghost within the ethereal sect of the Celestial Cloud sect. There exist 9 majestic peaks. Each peak is presided over by no fewer than 7 elders, and each elder boasts a minimum of 10 registered disciples. These registered disciples are the common inner sect members. Individuals of exceptional talent, like Gu Qingyuan, also belong to the inner sect, albeit with a slightly elevated status, akin to being the favored offspring of an elder, rendering them untouchable within the realm of the Inquiry Peak. To the north of the 9 peaks stands a grand edifice known as the Ascending Immortals Tower, situated at the entrance of the inner sect's 9 peaks. Among its prominent features is a colossal stone tablet, referred to as the Quest of the Seekers. This tablet is adorned with countless sect missions, announced in the form of scrolls. To accept a mission, one must retrieve a scroll from the tablet. Upon completion of the task, the scroll may be exchanged for rewards. No fewer than 20 cultivators congregated around the stone tablet. Among them were several whose profound cultivation levels exuded an oppressive aura, making it difficult for Gu Qingyuan to breathe. He surmised that these individuals had undoubtedly reached the foundation establishment stage. In this realm, the identity of a true disciple held little weight, as all were clad in the garb of inner sect members, and none cared whether Gu Qingyuan was indeed a true disciple. Thus, in this setting, the principle of strength reigns supreme. Gu Qingyuan had long set his sights on a task involving escorting, promising a reward of 10,000 spirit stones upon completion. Regrettably, he lacked the courage to step forward and claim it, merely watching as a scroll was seized by a formidable cultivator of the foundation establishment stage. After the departure of these cultivators, the missions newly announced that day were scarce in quality. One particular mission, to slay the devil cultivator known as the Faceless Ghost, ignited the interest of the gathered cultivators. The faceless ghost is a formidable foe, boasting an 8th-tier cultivation in chi refinement. Shall we join forces? Proposed a middle-aged man reeking of alcohol, with a wine gourd hanging from his waist. Agreed. That makes a total of 8,000 spirit stones. We shall split it evenly. Replied a woman adorned with a quiver and bow. May I join as well? Gu Qingyuan interjected at that moment. The drunken man and the female cultivator turned to see the youthful boy, seemingly around 12 or 13 years of age, expressing his desire to partake. They exchanged glances. And with no objections raised, the female cultivator smiled. Of course. It is surprising that you, a mere junior, have already attained the 7th tier of chi refinement. Could you perhaps possess a rare top-tier spiritual root? The woman seemed eager to curry favor with Gu Qingyuan. He merely smiled in response, offering no explanation. Let us agree beforehand that the 8,000 spirit stones from the sect's reward, along with any spoils from slaying the faceless ghost, shall be split evenly among the 3 of us. The drunken man asserted solemnly. The other 2 nodded in agreement. When it comes to assassination missions, aside from the sect's rewards, the possessions of the slain would undoubtedly be substantial. It appears that the drunken man possesses a modicum of experience in the outside world. I am Gula, at the 7th tier of chi refinement, skilled in hammer techniques. The drunken man introduced himself. The female cultivator chimed in. I am Ai Shi, at the 8th tier of chi refinement, proficient in long-range shooting. Gu Qingyuan, a cultivator at the 7th layer of chi refinement, was adept in sword techniques. With such a formidable lineup, one would presume that surrounding and eliminating a demonic cultivator at the 8th layer of chi refinement would be a mere trifling task. The trio accepted the mission and journeyed southward, arriving at the juncture of the Miao Mountain Range and the Wuming Mountain Range. This area was characterized by sparse spiritual energy and rampant banditry. It was not uncommon for mortals from the mundane realm to seek refuge in the cultivation world, settling in these remote territories. Consequently, encounters with ordinary people were frequent. The demonic cultivator preyed upon these souls, devouring their essence to enhance his own powers. If he were to encounter a weaker cultivator, he would similarly wreak havoc upon them. Brother Gula, why does the demonic cultivator not simply wreak havoc in the mortal realm? Gu Qingyuan inquired with a hint of confusion. Haha, Gula chuckled at Gu Qingyuan's question. When a cultivator finds themselves in a place devoid of spiritual energy, their powers will regress over time. If it were otherwise, the mortal realm would have long since become a paradise for demonic cultivators, Gula elucidated. Following the scroll's description, the trio arrived at the cave where the demonic cultivator known as the Thousand-Faced Ghost was believed to be hiding. The cave appeared empty, likely devoid of occupants. Ai Shi, the most powerful among them, possessed an exceptionally strong sense of awareness, far surpassing that of her companions. Archery required more than mere strength. Under the keen scrutiny of her formidable perception, she discerned no presence within the cave. If we wait here, the Thousand-Faced Ghost will surely discover us upon his return. Ai Shi expressed her concerns. Being at the 8th layer of chi refinement herself, her perceptual strength would easily unveil their concealed presence. What shall we do then? Gula asked. I can set up a concealed formation at the cave entrance to mask our aura, Ai Shi suggested, glancing at her companions. However, the spirit stones required for the formation will need to be equally shared among us. Of course, Gu Qingyuan promptly agreed, with Gula nodding in concurrence. Subsequently, Ai Shi retrieved a dozen spirit stones from her spatial pouch, strategically placing them in various positions. As she executed her hand seals and formed the necessary incantation, a luminous barrier emerged, gradually solidifying and enveloping the 3 of them. From the outside, it appeared as though no cultivators existed within the shimmering veil. A day passed in eerie silence outside the cave, with no sign of the Thousand-Faced Ghost. Could the intelligence be incorrect? Gula began to harbor doubts about whether this truly was the ghost's hiding place. Let us wait a little longer, Ai Shi replied, pulling out another set of spirit stones from her pouch. As time progressed, the energy sustaining the formation depleted, leaving the stones as inert, pale rocks. 2 more days elapsed. The spirit stones used to maintain the formation were replaced repeatedly, totaling over 100. Finally, on this night, Gu Qingyuan, who had taken the watch, detected a slight disturbance. He hastily awakened Ai Shi and Gula, who were meditating. Before them approached a figure clad in a black robe, a ghostly mask adorning his face. gradually making his way toward the cave. His black robe melded seamlessly with the darkness of the night, and his ghastly visage was particularly disquieting. This man was none other than the Faceless Ghost, a malevolent practitioner of the dark arts whom Gu Qingyuan and his companions needed to vanquish together. In his grasp, he held a long rope, at the end of which was a group of pallid mortals, emaciated and seemingly starved from prolonged deprivation. They were tethered together by the sinister figure, and despite their arduous efforts to move, the Faceless Ghost could effortlessly drag them along with the slightest exertion. At the very end of the rope dangled a half-conscious, chi-refining practitioner, his cultivation barely at the 3rd level. As he was pulled forward, he left a trail of blood behind him. Damn it! Let us all attack together and eliminate him. Gu Qingyuan, upon witnessing the injured practitioner and the famished mortals, was momentarily overcome with the urge to rush in and render assistance. However, his impulsive action was thwarted by Gula, who restrained him firmly. Do not act rashly. Let him enter the cave first. Only then shall we strike. If we act now, what if he escapes? Gula warned, pressing down on Gu Qingyuan's anxious form. Suddenly, the Faceless Ghost seemed to sense something amiss. He paused briefly, sniffing the air. Then, he resumed his advance. Unbeknownst to anyone, beneath that ghastly mask, a peculiar smile emerged. Chapter 26. Gu La's malicious intent. The thousand-faced ghost dragged 6 mortals and a cultivator at the 3rd layer of chi refinement to the entrance of the cave dwelling. With a flick of his fingers, he infused spiritual power into the door, causing it to swing open. The thousand-faced ghost stepped inside. After a moment, Gu Qingyuan and Gu La stealthily approached. She had initially intended to guard the entrance and shoot the thousand-faced ghost from a distance. However, upon lifting her gaze, she discovered the interior of the cave was a labyrinthine expanse, and the thousand-faced ghost had vanished from sight. Reluctantly, she followed him in. As she entered the cave, the door closed silently behind her. A series of eerie cackles echoed within. Suddenly, the entire cave was engulfed in a bizarre crimson glow, with hidden arrays rising to envelop the space. The blood light was particularly chilling, akin to a penetrating cold that seeped into the flesh. Under this crimson light, spiritual power was steadily draining away. She, possessing a divine sense far superior to that of an ordinary person, suddenly realized this cave was a formation used by the demonic cultivator, the thousand-faced ghost, to refine the souls of mortals. Should cultivators find themselves trapped within, both their spiritual energy and souls would be devoured. Act quickly. She warned Gu Qingyuan and Gu La, now fully aware of the peril. If they delayed, they would become increasingly weakened. Gu Qingyuan and Gu La sensed the strangeness of the blood light, each summoning their spiritual artifacts to charge at the thousand-faced ghost. The thousand-faced ghost finally turned around, brandishing a short dagger as he moved like a specter, weaving through the cave. His dagger grazed Gu Qingyuan's neck, leaving a long crimson mark. Had it not been for Gu Qingyuan's formidable physical defenses, he would have met a fatal end with that strike. Gu La, be cautious. She, with her potent divine sense, anticipated the thousand-faced ghost's next move and immediately alerted him. The thousand-faced ghost swiftly maneuvered and positioned himself behind Gu La. Heeding She's warning, Gu La abruptly turned and swung a hammer. The thousand-faced ghost, sensing the imminent threat, abandoned his ambush and deftly evaded the blow. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, darting toward She, who relied on her heightened divine sense to detect him. Aside from her formidable mental strength, She excelled in ranged attacks. Once an enemy closed in, her skills became difficult to deploy. The thousand-faced ghost moved with remarkable speed. Even with her divine sense locking onto him, she could only turn and flee. This undoubtedly provided the thousand-faced ghost an opportunity to strike her down. As she sprinted away, she quickly arrived at the cave's entrance. At that moment, the door was firmly shut, leaving her with no escape. The chilling dagger easily pierced her back. Just then, Gu Qingyuan seized the opportunity, unleashing a sword chi that forced the thousand-faced ghost to withdraw the dagger from She and activate his protective spiritual energy. A barrier of protective chi enveloped the thousand-faced ghost, and as the sword light passed, it merely disrupted his protective barrier without inflicting any substantial harm. Gu Qingyuan's sword intent was formidable, yet it was apparent that he lacked the strength to inflict damage upon the thousand-faced ghost. Embrace death. Gu La seized the opportunity and charged forward, his massive hammer swinging down with tremendous force. The thousand-faced ghost raised its arms to confront the blow, but was merely pushed back a few steps by the impact, sustaining no harm. Gula, possessing a cultivation level equivalent to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, found it equally impossible to injure the thousand-faced ghost while resisting the array that drained their spiritual power and souls. At that moment, AI Shi, enduring excruciating pain, retrieved an arrow from her quiver. Infusing it with spiritual energy, she thrust it fiercely into the lower back of the thousand-faced ghost, targeting the very spot where it had wounded her. As the thousand-faced ghost, now injured from Gu La's hammer strike to its left shoulder, desperately attempted to escape the encirclement of the three, it managed to flee at astonishing speed. It arrived at a clearing, where it began to manipulate the formation's seals, hastening the rate at which the array drained the trio's spiritual power and souls. Under the frantic operation of the formation, the pallid faces of the mortals gradually turned a shade of purple, transitioning to a dark hue, their expressions becoming dazed and ultimately lifeless. If this continues, our spiritual power will be completely drained, Gula warned, feeling himself grow increasingly fatigued. Infinite swords fall like dust. Gu Qingyuan formed a series of seals, and as the dust-falling technique activated, beams of light transformed from 1 into 2, and then from 2 into 6. In an instant, he conjured over 60 strands of sword energy. With a flick of his index finger, these energies shot forth, not targeting the thousand-faced ghost directly, but rather creating a vast area of influence, leaving the ghost no refuge. It was compelled to halt its acceleration of the array's operation and once more summoned its protective aura to withstand the myriad sword energies. At this juncture, AI She drew another arrow. This time, she closed her eyes and relied on muscle memory to draw the bowstring fully. Her formidable consciousness emerged, locking onto the thousand-faced ghost's presence with unwavering precision. After the ghost's protective aura encountered several sword energies, its defenses began to wane rapidly. An arrow traversed Tenjiang, piercing through the protective energy and easily embedding itself in the ghost's chest. As the thousand-faced ghost fell to AI She's lethal shot, the formation ceased its operation. The crimson light of blood gradually receded, and the array reverted to its original state. However, the mortals and wounded cultivators had been devoured by the formation's energy drain, leaving them as lifeless corpses. Just when it seemed that all had concluded, Gula, standing beside AI She, delivered a shocking twist. He swung his hammer, seizing the moment while AI She was engaged in healing herself, and struck down upon her skull. A thunderous boom echoed as AI She's fragile head shattered into a mist of blood. She was slain by Gu La's hammer. "What are you doing?" Gu Qingyuan demanded. She was wounded. Eliminating her now means one less competitor for the sect's rewards. Gula revealed a sinister smile and continued, "The bag of the thousand-faced ghost belongs to you, while AI She's bag is mine." As he spoke, Gula bent down to retrieve the bag from AI She's waist. Gu Qingyuan stood in a daze for a long moment. Noticing this, Gula barked, "Since you have no desire for it, I shall not hold back." Gula immediately rose, intending to seize the bag from the thousand-faced ghost as well. Observing this, Gu Qingyuan decided not to dwell on Gula's actions any longer and hurriedly approached to grasp the bag from the thousand-faced ghost, unwilling to relinquish such benefits so easily. As he crouched beside the thousand-faced ghost, Gula once again swung his enormous hammer, aiming a fierce blow at Gu Qingyuan's back. A thunderous crash echoed through the cavern, causing the entire cave to tremble. Gula's colossal hammer struck Gu Qingyuan's back with tremendous force. In that moment, Gu Qingyuan seemed to lose all vitality, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Chapter 27. The Fulfillment of Gu Qingyuan Hehe. Gula could not suppress a chilling and sinister smile. He bent down to retrieve the Qingyuan bag from the thousand-faced ghost. Simultaneously, he searched the ghost for any other items. And once he had thoroughly stripped him of all possessions, his gaze shifted to the incapacitated Gu Qingyuan, a distinguished individual with exceptional spiritual roots. Yet ignorant of the perils of undertaking such hazardous tasks, Gula mocked Gu Qingyuan. He then extended his right hand towards Gu Qingyuan's waist, intending to seize his Qingyuan bag as well. Just as his fingers brushed against the bag, a flash of sword light erupted. Gu Qingyuan unleashed a surge of mental sword energy, which effortlessly pierced through Gula's chest. Struck by the sword energy, Gula found it difficult to breathe. staggering backward a few paces. "Feigning death, are we?" Gula exclaimed in astonishment. Gu Qingyuan rose from the ground, the radiant sword emanating a cold brilliance as it lunged straight at Gula. Enduring excruciating pain, Gula swung his hammer to block Gu Qingyuan's assault. However, the earlier sword energy had already condensed into frost within his lungs. If not promptly remedied, Gula's life would be in jeopardy. He barely managed to force a smile and said, "You've taken a blow from my hammer. You must be quite injured. Shall we end this here?" Gu Qingyuan paid him no heed, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Such deceitful and treacherous individuals were utterly untrustworthy. Moreover, Gu Qingyuan's prior fall was merely an act. He had sustained no injuries. The hammer strike had not even breached the defenses of a body at the third stage of body refinement. The onslaught of the radiant sword continued unabated, unleashing waves of piercing cold light. Gula, severely weakened by the frost-laden sword intent, could barely lift his hammer. In the end, Gu Qingyuan pierced him through with a single sword strike, ending his life. Observing the three fallen figures within the cave, Gu Qingyuan sighed in resignation. A potential collaboration could have led to mutual benefit, yet Gula had chosen to engage in trickery. In the end, he lost his life, inadvertently facilitating Gu Qingyuan's ascent. Collecting all 3 Qiankuan bags, Gu Qingyuan acquired a total of 2,000 spirit stones, along with a superior-grade spiritual weapon warhammer and a superior-grade crossbow. Even the quiver of arrows belonging to AI, she contained a dozen superior-grade arrows. The short dagger of the 1,000-faced ghost was of slightly lesser quality, merely of medium-grade spiritual weaponry. However, the Qiankuan bag contained the comprehensive formation directory, as well as a fragmented secret technique, elusive shadow magic, which greatly piqued Gu Qingyuan's interest. The comprehensive formation directory was a catalog of formations known to the 1,000-faced ghost, meticulously documenting the names of the formations and the required spiritual materials for their arrangement, likely to prevent forgetfulness. Yet, the methods and steps for setup were conspicuously absent. In total, there were 200 formations of various sizes. Should Gu Qingyuan wish to delve into the study of these formations, he would need to invest considerable time. AI Shi's Qiankuan bag also contained a fragmented cultivation method, God's Insight, which was the source of AI Shi's formidable spiritual awareness, a secret technique capable of enhancing one's spiritual strength. Gu Qingyuan was not preoccupied with studying these matters. Instead, he wielded the flowing light sword to sever the head of the 1,000-faced ghost and then returned to the sect to report. Upon arriving at the Xuanxian pavilion, he exchanged this for a substantial sum of 8,000 spirit stones. Coupled with the 2,000 he had obtained from the other 3 individuals, he now possessed a total of 10,000 inferior spirit stones. However, this was not the most significant gain from his recent endeavor. Upon returning to Tianyi Prefecture, Gu Qingyuan opened the Wordless Heavenly Book and meticulously transcribed the over 200 formations recorded by the 1,000-faced ghost. The outcome was that the arrangement methods of these formations, including the required spiritual materials, were thoroughly elaborated within the Wordless Heavenly Book. Essentially, Gu Qingyuan suddenly acquired the layout methods for more than 200 formations, albeit requiring individual study and comprehension. The incomplete Mizong Magic Shadow was a mid-grade secret technique aimed at enhancing movement speed, which was also fully developed by the Wordless Heavenly Book. Meanwhile, the Tongshan Record was a superior-grade secret technique, which, once supplemented by the Wordless Heavenly Book, enabled Gu Qingyuan to elevate his spiritual consciousness to unimaginable heights. He needed to amass 50,000 spirit stones before the spring planting season. Reflecting on the harrowing experiences of the past few days completing tasks, Gu Qingyuan still felt a shiver of trepidation. Had it not been for his formidable physical strength, he would have been crushed to death by his fellow disciple, Gula. Outside the sect, even fellow disciples could turn against each other, let alone in the perilous realm of cultivation. He glanced at the general outline of formations laid out on the table, reluctant to continue risking his safety. Formations, though considered a sideline for cultivators, could serve as a means. Mastering them to perfection could grant one unparalleled capabilities. However, Gu Qingyuan did not share this perspective. He intended to sell these intricate and esoteric formations in exchange for spirit stones. After completing the transcription of the over 200 formations onto separate sheets of paper, he proceeded to the treasure pavilion. This establishment also offered a variety of formation diagrams for sale. Xiao Wang, "What is the price of the mountain guard formation?" Gu Qingyuan inquired. Upon seeing Gu Qingyuan, Xiao Wang recognized a lucrative opportunity and eagerly approached him with a smile. "The diagrams for superior grade formations are uniformly priced at 200 spirit stones. If you require the spiritual materials necessary for the arrangements, they are available at 10 spirit stones per set. Should you need to hire a formation master, the fee is 1 spirit stone per set." Gu Qingyuan then asked about the mother-child double kill formation. The mid-grade formation diagram had a sect unified price of 100 spirit stones. After a brief inquiry, Gu Qingyuan turned and departed, leaving Xiao Wang bewildered in his wake. Did I say something wrong? Gu Qingyuan was one of his most valued customers, always making substantial purchases. Yet this time, he left unexpectedly, catching Xiao Wang off guard. Beyond the inner sect's domain, where it connected to the outer sect, lay a marketplace designed for free trade among the sect's disciples. Gu Qingyuan wandered through this area, observing that most individuals were selling their spoils of battle. There were also several sect alchemists and artifact masters peddling the elixirs and tools they had crafted with their own hands. In a quaint marketplace, where the extraordinary abounds, Gu Qingyuan found a vacant spot to settle. He retrieved the sign he had meticulously prepared, array diagrams available. Placing the sign before him, he sat cross-legged, immersing himself in his cultivation. Throughout the day, not a single customer approached him. Undeterred and unhurried, he continued his practice, knowing that even if he failed to sell a single array diagram, it would not hinder his progress in cultivation. 3 days later, an outer sect disciple, who had passed by Gu Qingyuan's stall several times, finally paused to investigate. Clad in a blue robe adorned with the intricate Taiji Bagua emblem, he was evidently a practitioner of array formations. "Senior brother, what array diagrams do you offer here?" the outer sect disciple inquired. Gu Qingyuan handed him the comprehensive outline of the thousand-faced ghost array. After a quick glance, the disciple remarked, "I wish to purchase the diagrams for the 1,000 mechanisms array, the concealment array, and the teleportation array. How much will that be in spirit stones?" 200 spirit stones for the detailed diagrams. Gu Qingyuan replied. "How remarkably affordable," the disciple exclaimed. These 3 array formations would cost 300 spirit stones at the treasure pavilion. Here, you offer them at a full 100 spirit stones less. Chapter 28. Earning spiritual stones. The outer sect disciple received the array diagram and then paid 200 spiritual stones. After verifying the transaction, his expression relaxed somewhat. "Senior brother, your prices are exceedingly fair. I shall return and promote your offerings. If our fellow disciples from the array lineage learn of your reasonable prices, they will surely come to purchase from you." Having flattered him, the outer sect disciple departed, seemingly feeling as though he had stumbled upon a great bargain, a twinge of guilt gnawing at his conscience. Once the outer sect disciple had left, Gu Qingyuan took out paper and ink, meticulously transcribing the 3 array designs once more. Upon reaching the 7th level of Qi refinement, his spiritual awareness had ascended to an extraordinary level. Essentially, anything of significance to him could be remembered at a glance. With a mere flick of his pen, he could earn spiritual stones. This reminded Gu Qingyuan of the spirit refining techniques he had mastered through the Wordless heavenly book, as well as the secrets contained in the record of divine communication. If he were to sell these together, he would undoubtedly reap a substantial profit. However, after careful consideration, he chose not to proceed with such an endeavor. Some matters, once disclosed, would inevitably invite unwarranted troubles. Thus, Gu Qingyuan diligently continued to sell the array diagrams. If there were no customers, he would meditate and cultivate. In the evenings, he would close his stall and return to his residence to practice the spirit firebody refining technique in the record of divine communication. Over time, after 2 months, Gu Qingyuan's once quiet stall suddenly became bustling with customers. "1 copy of the 7-kill array for me. I want the protective array. Please give me a copy of the gathering spirit array diagram." Today, Gu Qingyuan's stall was particularly lively. The reason was simple. Tomorrow marked the annual autumn examination. The outer sect would compete in one-on-one combat strength, while the inner sect would assess overall capabilities. Hence, preparing additional life-saving measures was of utmost importance for the inner sect disciples. During this period, not only was Gu Qingyuan's stall thriving, but other stall owners had also sold out early, retreating to prepare for the sect's examination. The once vibrant marketplace now only had a few lonely stalls remaining. This scarcity was the reason behind the frenzied demand for Gu Qingyuan's offerings. Everyone, please queue up. I will transcribe slowly. Gu Qingyuan was nearly out of ink. His brush danced across the paper, swiftly depicting the array diagrams. By the end of the day, he had amassed a staggering 6,000 spiritual stones. Combined with the sporadic earnings from the past 2 months, he had accumulated a total of 8,000 spiritual stones. He was still short 32,000 spiritual stones. At present, he could only place his hopes on the autumn examination. If he were to achieve a commendable rank, there would also be spiritual stone rewards. After packing up his stall, Gu Qingyuan returned to the Tianyi Manor. Today was a rare occasion for Tianyi to return, so he prepared some beast blood and flesh for his 2 disciples. The master and 2 disciples gathered around the dining table, feasting heartily. Qingyuan, for tomorrow's autumn examination, I entrust you with taking good care of Dong, Tianyi said after satisfying his hunger. Rest assured, master, I will look after her well, Gu Qingyuan replied. Tianyi took a deep breath and said, this is a premium spiritual treasure, the Sun Flame Holy Shield. You should keep it well. In addition to taking care of Donger, you must also look after yourself. At critical moments, preserving one's life is of utmost importance. As long as you can survive, there will always be opportunities. I do not concern myself with rankings. My only wish is for you both to remain safe and sound. With a heavy heart, Tianyi handed the shield to Gu Qingyuan. The spiritual tools utilized by qi refining cultivators are categorized into different grades of spiritual treasures. These treasures surpass mere spiritual tools, possessing greater power and more exquisite materials. Generally, only those spiritual tools that can amplify spiritual power by more than tenfold are classified as spiritual treasures. The Sun Flame Holy Shield before him was not only a spiritual treasure, but also a premium one. With it in hand, no one could harm Gu Qingyuan during the qi refining stage. In the realm of trials, one's fate is determined by the heavens, so one must exercise utmost caution. After reiterating his advice, Tianyi rose to depart. Besides these 2 core disciples, he had over 10 named disciples awaiting his guidance. Master is indeed partial, preparing a defensive spiritual treasure solely for you. Xia Dong gazed at the invaluable premium spiritual treasure in Gu Qingyuan's hands, her eyes sparkling with envy. You've been in the sect for 2 years. Surely Master has bestowed many gifts upon you? Gu Qingyuan retorted, for Xia Dong possessed an abundance of fine items herself. Her jealousy stemmed merely from Gu Qingyuan receiving such special favor from Tianyi. After refining the Sun Flame Holy Shield and binding it to his spirit, Gu Qingyuan utilized the concealment technique to mask his cultivation level, altering his qi refining 8th layer to that of the 6th layer. He had heard that the beasts in the trial grounds often targeted higher-level cultivators. In order to safeguard his life, he made every preparation possible. The following day marked the commencement of the autumn examination. South of the 9 peaks lay a great canyon shrouded in spiritual mist, a cultivation paradise formed by the convergence of 2 immense spiritual veins. The dense spiritual energy had coalesced into an impenetrable mist that obscured the senses. Surrounding the canyon was a colossal formation designed to contain the beasts within. Indeed, this spiritually rich canyon served to nurture the demon beasts, particularly the rapidly growing netherhound. Within a year, a netherhound king could reach the profound stage, comparable to a human foundation-building cultivator. The lesser netherhounds, even with inferior aptitude, could at least attain the mid-yellow rank within a year, akin to mid-qi refining human cultivators. Today, the trials had just begun. The first to enter were the inner sect disciples who had reached foundation-building status. The Miao Miao Immortal sect boasted 180 foundation-building cultivators. The disciples in the qi refining stage must await the elimination of the profound netherhounds by their senior foundation-building peers before commencing their own trials. Gu Qingyuan, Xia Dong, and Xiao Zhan, the 3 core disciples, led a group of qi refining disciples from the Wuxian Peak, anxiously waiting above the canyon. The swirling spiritual mist within the canyon rendered even the most powerful golden core elders incapable of discerning its internal conditions, leaving them to wait in silence. Gu Qingyuan did not wait in vain. He sat cross-legged above the canyon, quietly engaging in his cultivation. After several days of consolidation, his cultivation level ascended to the pinnacle of the 8th layer of qi refinement. The 9th layer, which would grant him the ability to soar through the skies on a sword, was within reach. 7 days later, the foundation-building disciples' trial came to a close. Out of 180 participants, 175 emerged. It was evident that even formidable foundation-building cultivators perished within the depths of the canyon, causing a sense of unease to stir within Guqing Yuan. Xue Haoran, a disciple of the mysterious peak, had slain 10 wolf kings. A bloodied foundation-building cultivator was the first to speak, reporting to the presiding elder. Heng Tong, a disciple of Lin Xiufeng, had dispatched 3 wolf kings. Ultimately, after the elder's judgment, Xue Haoran of the mysterious peak was declared the victor, having collected the most profound crystal cores. The remaining disciples who survived received rewards of spirit stones according to their rankings. Even the last place earned 1,000 spirit stones. The sect established the canyon trial to allow disciples to hunt demon beasts and acquire crystal cores, serving both as a test and a means to procure materials for refining. It was indeed a dual-purpose endeavor. Xue Haoran, triumphing in the trial, was bestowed with a broken golden dan as a reward. The elder's voice rang with enthusiasm. Chapter 29. Encirclement. Is it truly the case that the leader of the Foundation establishment period is awarded merely a low-grade breaking golden elixir? Guqing Yuan found himself puzzled. How could this sect bestow such a meager reward as a low-grade elixir upon the leader? How utterly inadequate. Humph, what do you understand? Xiaozhan interjected in a somewhat unfriendly tone. Even a low-grade breaking golden elixir is a priceless treasure. In the southern domain, it could drive Foundation establishment cultivators into a frenzy. The so-called low-grade breaking golden elixir refers to a failure in the alchemical process, resulting in a defective elixir or one that fails to meet quality standards. However, it still retains 10% of its medicinal potency and is thus classified as a low-grade elixir, albeit with diminished efficacy and heavier toxicity. Disciples of the Qi refining stage, heed the command and swiftly enter the valley. The elder referee, having evaluated the achievements of the Foundation establishment cultivators, began issuing orders for the Qi refining disciples to commence their trials. Over 1,000 Qi refining practitioners surged into the valley, akin to an army of ants descending a mountain. A small number of them, riding on flying swords, soared through the air, evidently. They were seasoned cultivators who had reached at least the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Among them was a young boy with a cold demeanor, styled in a topknot. The son of the chief elder of the Tsangtian Cliff, Yun Shan. He had attained the pinnacle of Qi refinement, standing on his flying sword while cradling Lu Shui in his arms. Following closely behind were 2 9th-layer Qi refiners, wielding their swords in pursuit. The 4 of them focused not on the valley, but rather on the disciples of the Wangxian Peak. Lu Shui's gaze swept across the crowd until she finally spotted Guqing Yuan among the throng. There, she exclaimed, pointing. The 4 swiftly made their way toward Guqing Yuan's direction. Upon entering the valley, the packs of nether wolves scattered in terror at the sight of the human cultivators, fleeing as if confronted by demons. These creatures were but livestock raised by the misty immortal sect within the valley, destined for slaughter when the time came. Senior brother, slow down, wait for me. Xia Dong cried out, sprinting frantically, yet he found himself falling further behind Guqing Yuan. Eager to enhance his ranking, Guqing Yuan charged forth at the sight of the nether wolves, showing no inclination to wait for Xia Dong. Guqing Yuan. At that moment, a voice that filled Guqing Yuan with aversion echoed through the air. He halted and turned to see Lu Shui, who was currently nestled in Yun Fei's embrace, both of them standing atop a flying sword. Apart from Lu Shui, who was only at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, there were 2 9th-layer cultivators and one at the pinnacle of Qi refinement hovering ominously above, casting a watchful eye over Guqing Yuan. Before long, a group of inner disciples from Tsangtian Cliff approached the 3 formidable cultivators suspended in the sky. Guqing Yuan found himself ensnared in a web of encirclement, with nearly 100 disciples below the 9th layer of Qi refinement, all hailing from Tsangtian Cliff. Upon witnessing this scenario, Xia Dong turned to flee. He knew he was unqualified to partake in such a high-stakes confrontation. Guqing Yuan, I have heard you possess a mixed elemental root, yet have managed to cultivate to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Come here, let me assist you with a reassessment. Yun Fei proclaimed as he descended on his flying sword, landing before Guqing Yuan. At this moment, Guqing Yuan employed the concealment technique, transforming his cultivation to the 6th level of Qi refinement, rendering him undetectable to ordinary eyes. As Yun Fei steadily advanced towards him, Guqing Yuan retreated repeatedly, his resistance palpable. Rest assured, although Xiao Xue is my partner, you have defeated her fairly in the arena. I will not hold that against you. As long as you willingly relinquish your opportunities, I might consider sparing your life." A chilling smile crept across Yun Fei's face, revealing a hint of malevolence. The chance to cultivate a mixed elemental root to the 6th level of qi refinement was enough to make anyone envious. The surrounding disciples of the Tsangtian Cliff, drawn closer by curiosity, felt a surge of greed. It turned out they believed he possessed some fortuitous treasure. Feigning a response, Gu Qingyuan seized the moment when Yun Fei and his companion's attention wavered and fled in haste. Unleashing the mysterious shadow technique, his figure became as elusive as a specter, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving only fleeting afterimages behind. "After him," commanded Yun Fei, soaring into the air on his flying sword, leading the pursuit. Yet, even the 3 formidable cultivators capable of flight could not keep pace with Gu Qingyuan's uncanny agility. Before long, they lost all trace of him. Gu Qingyuan dashed into a cave, which had previously harbored a large pack of nether wolves, all of which he had driven away. He set up the only formation he had mastered, the concealment array, at the cave entrance, allowing him to remain invisible. "How can someone at the 6th level of qi refinement run so swiftly?" remarked 2 cultivators at the 7th level, scouring the area without discovering Gu Qingyuan's presence. "Let it go. He possesses great fortune. Even if we capture him, the opportunities will not fall into our hands." One of the more pragmatic cultivators expressed disinterest in the chase and suggested investigating a nearby cave to hunt for more prey to boost their rankings. As they stepped into the concealment array, they encountered a youth wielding a spiritual sword, striking with lethal precision. The 2 were caught off guard and swiftly bisected by a powerful wave of sword energy. Gu Qingyuan looted their treasures and discarded their bodies beyond the array, patiently awaiting the next unsuspecting disciple of the Tsangtian Cliff. Within the formation, Gu Qingyuan remained vigilant, not daring to relax for even a moment. Yet his thoughts were audacious. He intended to use the cave and the corpses of the 2 disciples to lure more from the Tsangtian Cliff, systematically eliminating them. Should he encounter disciples from other peaks, he would retreat into the adjacent formation. Over the course of 2 days, the bodies of Tsangtian Cliff disciples amassed outside the cave, forming a small hill and attracting numerous nether wolves for a feast. Gu Qingyuan, akin to a fisherman, lured both disciples and wolves alike. In those 2 days, he successfully hunted 20 yellow-grade nether wolves. Outside the cave, a disciple of the Celestial Cliff, bound hand and foot, was desperately howling, yet silenced by a sock forced into his mouth. Occasionally, other inner disciples from different peaks would pass by, only to retreat in compliance upon witnessing Gu Qingyuan. Should the ominous spectral wolves and the disciples of the Celestial Cliff converge, Gu Qingyuan would not hesitate to strike and hunt them down. To conceal his identity, he donned a mask of the 1,000-faced ghost. Time flowed swiftly, and 3 days had elapsed. The corpses of Celestial Cliff disciples had amassed outside the cave, creating a mountain of decay that exuded a foul stench. Unable to endure any longer, Gu Qingyuan reluctantly chose to depart. With 300 yellow tier crystal cores, he surmised he would rank among the foremost. Upon counting the crystal cores within his spatial pouch, he found his bounty to be abundant, the majority of which were spoils obtained from vanquishing Celestial Cliff disciples. While the crystal cores of the spectral wolves were to be surrendered, their flesh and blood could be retained within his pouch for future trade. Over the past few days, as the Qi refinement disciples ventured deeper, the spectral wolves began to realize the relative weakness of these disciples. Bold wolves, inheriting the mantle of the Wolf King, rallied their kin to counterattack the human cultivators. For the audacious and formidable spectral wolves, this trial proved to be a veritable feast. Chapter 30. Lu Shue's Abandonment Junior Brother. Not a single one of the disciples sent to hunt Gu Qingyuan has returned. Could it be that a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement confided in Yun Fei? Merely a 6th level Qi refinement cultivator, what waves could he possibly stir? Yun Fei replied dismissively. However, upon hearing this, a grim expression settled upon his face. The current batch of disciples had resorted to excessively underhanded tactics. It would be prudent to first address the matter of rankings. Yun Fei's concern lay in swiftly hunting the spectral wolves to secure first place, as the champion of the trial would be rewarded with a foundation establishment pill. In previous trials, Yun Fei had resorted to plundering his fellow disciples' spoils. Although he had seized the title of champion thrice, he had failed to establish his foundation each time. For reasons unknown, many in this year's cohort possessed an understanding of formations, particularly the detestable concealment formation. Rumor had it that someone had maliciously disseminated formation diagrams at a low price before the trial commenced, resulting in a shift in the trial's dynamics. Senior brother, be careful. At that moment, the 9th level Qi refinement cultivator suddenly exclaimed. Yun Fei, alerted by the warning, quickly realized that a peak yellow tier spectral wolf was leaping towards him. He immediately summoned his flying sword and ascended into the air. As the Wolf King lunged, a dozen more peak yellow tier spectral wolves closed in, followed by a throng of lower tier pups. This was a vast horde composed of more than 10 peak yellow tier wolves, far beyond what the 3 of them could handle. The other 2 practitioners at the pinnacle of Qi refinement took to the skies alongside him, while Lu Shui, who was tasked with collecting the corpses of the spectral wolves, was left behind. Senior brother, save me, Lu Shui cried out. Hearing her, Yun Fei realized he had inadvertently abandoned her. However, as he looked down at the multitude of spectral wolves, a chill gripped his heart. Junior sister, hold on. I will find someone to rescue you. Lu Shui's desperate call drew the attention of the Wolf King. Spotting the only exposed part of Lu Shui, her tender, youthful face, the wolf's crimson tongue dripped with saliva as it drew nearer. In a sudden leap, its sharp teeth tore away a significant chunk of her delicate visage. The Wolf King devoured the tender flesh and then howled skyward, issuing a triumphant call. This was the Wolf King signaling its pack to commence their feast. The spectral wolf clan adhered strictly to hierarchy. Only after the Wolf King had dined could the other formidable members partake. The remaining pups were left to gnaw on bones. Surrounded by a dozen peak yellow tier spectral wolves, Lu Shui was on the brink of being devoured. Just as they prepared to indulge, she retrieved a copper bell-shaped spiritual treasure from her bag of holding. As she executed a series of hand seals, spiritual energy surged within it. The palm-sized bell expanded rapidly, growing to a height of 2 zhong. Lu Shui then manipulated the bell to envelop herself. The spectral wolves, witnessing this, took turns launching themselves at the copper bell. Yet, no matter how sharp their fangs, they were unable to breach its defenses. Through this means, Lu Shui managed to survive. Ultimately, it was a group of fellow disciples passing by that managed to drive away the wolf pack and rescue Lu Shui. Are we truly going to disregard junior sister Shui? Inquired a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement, addressing Yun Fei. I've grown weary of that girl. Why take such risks? Yun Fei replied dismissively. But junior sister Shui possesses such remarkable talent. If Elder Yunshan holds us accountable. The 9th level cultivator was interrupted by Yun Fei's sharp retort. What good is talent if she lacks a father like mine? Yun Fei's meaning was clear. The heavens are indifferent. In the realm of cultivation, those with great potential often become thorns in the sides of ordinary cultivators. We have nearly finished scavenging the crystal cores. You too. Guard the exit. Together, ensure that those of lower realms each contribute 10% of their cores. I will venture into the depths of the canyon to seek out that lad, Guqing Yuan. With the wolf pack now retaliating, the dynamics of offense and defense within the canyon had shifted. Many low-level disciples would choose to gather at the canyon's exit ahead of time, awaiting the trial's conclusion while simultaneously avoiding the wolves' onslaught. This moment presented an opportune time for Yun Fei and his companions to seize their advantage. Yun Fei's primary concern remained the whereabouts of Guqing Yuan, a young man burdened with great fortune. However, despite flying his sword around the vast canyon, he could not locate Guqing Yuan. Instead, his attention was captivated by a breathtaking young woman. He hovered before her, scrutinizing her from head to toe. The maiden possessed a graceful figure and a light demeanor, adorned in a flowing green robe embroidered with intricate cloud patterns, indicative of a disciple from the misty peak. As she walked, her robe danced, accentuating her elegant curves. The simple disciple-s attire appeared remarkably alluring on her. Little beauty, accompany me for a night, and I shall provide you with ample crystal cores to secure your place among the top 10. What say you? Noticing she was alone and her cultivation barely at the initial stage of the 9th level, Yun Fei entertained ulterior motives. The stunning girl's gaze turned icy at his proposition, and she swiftly drew an exquisite longsword of superior spiritual treasure. Oh, refusing a toast only to face a penalty drink. Yun Fei's anger flared, his expression darkening as spiritual power surged from his dantian. With his perfected cultivation, Merely his oppressive presence could render the beautiful maiden's movements laborious. Yet, undeterred, she executed a horizontal slash with her longsword, unleashing a dazzling sword intent. Yun Fei contemptuously countered, shattering her sword energy with a punch. However, the girl's form then transformed into countless shimmering images, as if she had conjured dozens of clones to encircle Yun Fei. Startled, he exclaimed, "You have indeed comprehended the complete Piao Miao Wanqian sword." No longer holding back, Yun Fei summoned the spirit sword beneath his feet, intending to deliver a decisive strike with his immense cultivation. He formed hand seals, pouring all his spiritual energy into this one attack. Alas, the strike, hindered by their disparity in cultivation levels, failed to breach even the protective aura surrounding the enchanting maiden. Instead, after withstanding the blow, she invoked a secret technique, elevating her realm to the perfected stage of qi refinement as well. Upon witnessing this, Yun Fei swiftly retreated, extracting a handful of restorative elixirs from his universe bag and hastily consuming them. He then summoned his spirit sword once more, resolutely attacking the exquisite maiden, refraining from daring close combat. Yet, the young woman showed no intention of granting him respite. A stream of pure sword energy effortlessly countered Yun Fei's offensive. With a nimble step, she closed the distance between them at an astonishing speed. "Do you wish for a fight to the death?" Yun Fei felt a twinge of fear. The assault from the woman intensified, her eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, as if consumed by a bloodlust. She clearly had no intention of sparing Yun Fei easily. "You must perish." The maiden had paid a tremendous price to suddenly elevate her cultivation, and if she did not swiftly eliminate Yun Fei, the repercussions could be dire. As the two engaged fervently in battle, a man with a ghostly visage approached, drawn by the sound of clashing swords. This man was none other than Gu Qingyuan. Chapter 31. The primordial land of blessing. The figure known as the ghost-faced man is a disciple of the celestial cliff, yet he refrains from intervening. Upon seeing him, the young woman appeared as if she had found her savior. This was no coincidence. Within the vast canyon, tales of the ghost-faced man had circulated. It was said that a man donning a ghostly mask would unleash a massacre upon encountering disciples of the celestial cliff. Consequently, the number of disciples remaining had dwindled to a mere few. As Gu Qingyuan approached, he discerned that the two were both at the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage and chose to withdraw. This battle was beyond his involvement. After retreating approximately 20 paces, Gu Qingyuan halted. He retrieved a crossbow from his cosmic bag and drew an arrow. His formidable spiritual sense surged forth, locking onto Yun Fei's vital energy. Releasing his grip, the arrow shot forth through the air. At that moment, Yun Fei was engaged in combat with the exquisite maiden. Suddenly, he leapt high into the air, intending to unleash a strike that pierced the heavens. An arrow struck him squarely in the rear. "Ah!" Yun Fei emitted a cry akin to that of a wounded animal, turning to see that the ghost-faced man had targeted him. "How dare a mere 6th-level qi refiner attack me?" Yun Fei roared in fury, redirecting his ire towards Gu Qingyuan. He soared into the air, charging at Gu Qingyuan, unleashing a wave of sword energy from just 20 paces away. The sword energy ravaged the surroundings, obliterating the protective aura surrounding Gu Qingyuan. Indeed, the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage is formidable. Even though Gu Qingyuan's true cultivation had reached the apex of the 8th level, he stood little chance against a perfected qi refiner. As Yun Fei charged forward, he struck again with his sword. Clang! Gu Qingyuan, quick-witted and agile, swiftly produced his life-preserving treasure, the Sunfire Sacred Shield, to deflect the blow. In the face of such a high-grade defensive spirit treasure, the attack from the perfected qi refiner was akin to striking a stone with an egg. After several exchanges, the spirit sword could no longer withstand the backlash and shattered with a resounding crash. At that moment, a green steel sword pierced through Yun Fei's chest from behind. The assailant was none other than the beautiful maiden. She expended her last ounce of strength to thrust the sword, only to succumb to exhaustion and collapse. Gu Qingyuan stowed away the Sunfire Sacred Shield and retrieved the cosmic bag from Yun Fei's waist. He contemplated taking the maiden's cosmic bag as well, but found himself unable to do so. Ultimately, he displayed an act of kindness, extracting a nourishing qi pill from Yun Fei's bag and placing it in the exquisite maiden's mouth. Concerned for her safety in her unconscious state, he remained by her side, guarding her from the lurking dangers of the abyssal wolves. When the beautiful maiden finally awoke, it was already nightfall. The canyon's nocturnal ambience was unlike that of the outside world. The dense spiritual energy coalesced into mist, preventing the moonlight from penetrating and illuminating the canyon. Thus, the entire canyon lay shrouded in darkness as deep as ink. Gu Qingyuan gathered firewood and ignited a campfire. Upon awakening, the maiden first checked her own body for abnormalities and then inspected her cosmic bag. "Thank you for the nourishing qi pill," she spoke softly. She invoked the ascension technique, forcibly elevating herself to the pinnacle of qi refinement. The cost of such an act was that, once her physical faculties were exhausted, she would succumb to unconsciousness. Fortunately, she encountered the masked phantom, who not only refrained from taking her possessions, but also safeguarded her. 3 qi nourishing pills and 3 spirit stones. As Gu Qingyuan concluded his meditation, having just refined and absorbed 1 qi nourishing pill, he felt a subtle indication of an impending breakthrough. Upon hearing this, the stunning maiden tossed him a spatial pouch filled with spirit stones. "I shall offer you 300, she proclaimed generously, 100-fold gratitude. Gu Qingyuan accepted her gift without hesitation and resumed counting his demon beast crystal cores by the flickering firelight. "You possess such an abundance of crystal cores," the beautiful maiden exclaimed in astonishment. Gu Qingyuan's collection neared 300. Noticing her intense gaze upon his cores, Gu Qingyuan hastily concealed them, feeling uneasy about the prospect of his treasures being coveted by another. "May I exchange them for spirit stones?" the maiden inquired, sensing Gu Qingyuan's interest. "For 1 crystal core, I shall give you 10 spirit stones." Gu Qingyuan widened his eyes in disbelief. This price far exceeded the intrinsic value of the crystal cores. However, he quickly recalled the rewards from his sect and promptly declined, stating, "At that rate, my crystal cores are worth 3,000 spirit stones." Yet, 3,000 spirit stones cannot even procure a subpar foundation establishment pill. "Do you take me for a fool?" Gu Qingyuan's displeasure was evident. "Once I secure the top position, I can offer you a foundation establishment pill." Upon hearing that Gu Qingyuan valued the foundation establishment pill, the exquisite maiden responded with exuberance. "1 foundation establishment pill, plus 3,000 spirit stones, is a fair price, is it not?" As her words resonated with him, Gu Qingyuan grew increasingly suspicious and replied coldly, "Are you so fixated on the title of champion? To desire the name without the reward seems rather insincere." The title of trial champion granted the opportunity to train for a year in the primordial blessed land, which the maiden revealed. Gu Qingyuan, having recently joined the inner sect, was still unaware of these matters. "What is so extraordinary about the primordial blessed land that you would barter 3,000 spirit stones for it?" he inquired with curiosity. The flow of time in the primordial blessed land is 3 times that of the outside world. Thus, 3 years of training there equates to merely 1 year passing outside. The maiden elucidated. "I comprehend now. You wish to break through to the foundation establishment stage through this means?" Gu Qingyuan conjectured her intentions. "Not quite," she shook her head, clarifying, "I wish to escape." The two remained in a standoff for a moment before the maiden continued. "I am Chen Shi, a disciple of the mysterious peak, endowed with exceptional spiritual roots. The second elder has taken an interest in me, wishing to accept me as a true disciple. However, the chief elder obstructs this, insisting that I become a Tao partner to one of his descendants. Their quarrel has forced me to choose. I opted for the second elder. Yet the chief elder is unwilling to relent, threatening that if I do not marry his grandson, I shall not survive the year." The exquisite young maiden revealed her identity and unburdened the secrets nestled within her heart. Her name is Chen Shi, a rare gem possessing unparalleled spiritual roots. It is precisely because Gu Qingyuan refrained from any untoward actions during her unconscious state, proving his integrity, that she willingly divulged these clandestine matters. Why seek to flee when you venture into the Taichu blessed land? That place is a forbidden domain of the sect, a fact well known to Gu Qingyuan. The Taichu blessed land is an ancient sanctuary left behind by celestial sects, now claimed by the mysterious celestial sect. Within its confines, time flows thrice as fast as in the outside world, and it harbors ancient teleportation arrays linking to various realms of the celestial world, allowing instantaneous travel across vast distances. Chen Shi laid bare the truth. Yet, her words failed to sway Gu Qingyuan. 3,000 spirit stones for this information is insufficient. Moreover, The disciples of the sect have already sacrificed their life essence. If you attempt to escape, do you not fear that the sect will obliterate you through the life tokens? Gu Qingyuan discerned the flaws in Chun Shi's assertions. Chapter 32. The Azure Blood Technique during a mission for my sect. I unexpectedly acquired a secret technique known as the Azure Blood Technique. This method allows me to reshape my vital energy, rendering the sect's blood curse ineffective against me. My entire fortune amounts to 3,000 spirit stones. If you are unwilling, I have no alternative. Chun Shi lowered her head, disappointment evident on her face, no longer exhibiting the fervent desire she once had. Suddenly, Gu Qingyuan recalled that he had pressing matters to attend to, and thus proposed, "How about this? Assist me in eliminating 2 individuals, and upon completion, I shall grant you the crystal core." There were 2 formidable cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement blocking the exit of the Celestial Cliff. Without resolving this issue, it would be exceedingly difficult for Gu Qingyuan to escape alive. Very well. For the sake of freedom, I agree. Chun Shi readily accepted. After receiving her affirmative response, Gu Qingyuan retrieved a Qi refinement pill from his cosmos bag and ingested it. As he assimilated the medicinal properties, a surge of formidable spiritual power erupted from his dantian. You have broken through. Chun Shi marveled at the mere 11 or 12-year-old Gu Qingyuan, who now exuded the aura of a 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator. Her astonishment was profound. She, with her exceptional spiritual root, had only just reached the early stages of the 9th level at the age of 14. Why was Gu Qingyuan, despite her extraordinary qualifications, so unfathomably advanced? Once Gu Qingyuan stabilized his cultivation, the 2 made their way toward the sole exit of the formation. At the mountain stream on the periphery of the canyon, an invisible barrier obstructed the path of several hundred disciples. Above this barrier, 2 9th-level Qi refinement cultivators hovered on their flying swords, their predatory gazes fixed upon the lower-ranked cultivators attempting to congregate at the exit. New arrivals. Surrender 10% of your gains, or my spiritual sword will not show mercy. One of the formidable cultivators barked at a newcomer, a masked figure whose cultivation was merely at the 6th level of Qi refinement. This masked individual was none other than Gu Qingyuan, who had concealed his true level with a technique. Ignoring the rude demands of the 2 9th-level cultivators, he instead focused on the throngs of inner disciples clustered at the exit. Though they were of lower cultivation, if they chose to unite, they need not fear these 2 bandits. Let us join forces and vanquish these 2 rogues, and we shall share the crystal core equally. Gu Qingyuan called out to the surrounding lower-ranked cultivators. However, instead of preparing to act, they turned their heads away, feigning ignorance. You seek death. The 2 9th-level cultivators shouted in fury, then took to their flying swords, intending to confront Gu Qingyuan directly. Bah! Gu Qingyuan spat at them and promptly fled. The 2 9th-level cultivators gave chase. Gu Qingyuan led them into the forest, compelling them to lower their altitude. As one of the 9th-level cultivators was about to catch up to Gu Qingyuan, he quickly conjured a fireball between his palms. This was a low-grade fireball technique. With all his might, a 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator could easily obliterate a 6th-level cultivator like Gu Qingyuan. Yet, as soon as he released his fireball, Gu Qingyuan sensed the looming danger through his formidable divine awareness and swiftly employed the illusory shadow technique to evade the attack. As his figure became visible, the 2 advanced Qi refinement practitioners' hearts tightened in unison, exclaiming, "You are Gu Qingyuan." At that moment, a woman wielding a spiritual sword emerged unexpectedly from the concealed formation. With a horizontal slash of her sword, she unleashed a myriad of ethereal blade strikes. The sudden onslaught of lethal intent left the 2 9th-level Qi refinement experts unable to evade, forcing them to rely on their protective aura to withstand the blow. Meanwhile, the fleeing figure of Gu Qingyuan made an abrupt return. His surrounding spiritual energy surged, revealing his true cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Before the 2 could react, he unleashed a torrent of radiant sword light, effortlessly subduing the 2 9th-level practitioners with the aid of his rapid movements. Gu Qingyuan was the first to act, seizing the Qiankuan bags of the 2 formidable cultivators, accumulating 400 crystal cores. He couldn't help but reflect on how these 2 had plundered such wealth from lower-tier cultivators. In this entire canyon, with merely 2,000 yellow-tier nether wolves, this bounty would suffice for him to compete for leadership. Chun Shi approached Gu Qingyuan, intent on claiming the crystal cores, but he brusquely pushed her away. What about my foundation establishment pills if I give you the crystal cores? Gu Qingyuan remained wary of Chun Shi's character. If I go back on my word, you may report me to the chief elder of Piamiao Peak. With this ultimatum, Gu Qingyuan finally allocated a portion of the crystal cores to her. Outside the exit of the canyon's formation, a group of elders had been waiting for quite some time. Calculating the time, the trial was due to conclude. Elder Yinshan, I believe your son Yunfei will once again claim the title of champion this year. We must celebrate this occasion appropriately, one elder said with a fawning smile. Eager to curry favor with Yinshan. Ha ha ha, I have already prepared a feast at Santian Cliff. Once the trial concludes, I kindly invite all fellow disciples to the side hall for a joyful gathering, Yinshan replied, surveying his surroundings with a beaming smile. It seemed he was already convinced that his son, Yunfei, would retain the title of champion. Not only had Yunfei reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, but he also had 2 9th-level assassins by his side. Coupled with his 3 consecutive years of triumph, this time would surely be no different. Soon, the 7-day period elapsed, and the trial was forcibly concluded. The barrier preventing the entry and exit of cultivators opened a gap, releasing the throng of practitioners who had been waiting. Naturally, the first to emerge were those of lower cultivation levels. They dutifully submitted all their gains to the judging elders. Nearly 1,000 individuals filed out of the canyon. Yet none flew out on swords, which momentarily puzzled Yinshan. Achieving the 9th level of qi refinement typically granted the ability to fly on a sword, and his son Yunfei had always relished showcasing his prowess. It was inconceivable that he would miss such a significant opportunity to display his strength. Yet, he did not see Yunfei emerging on a sword. Brother Yinshan, why has your son not yet appeared? Does he not realize the trial has concluded? One elder remarked, having also noticed the absence of Yunfei among the group of disciples. Ha ha, perhaps they are still engaged in the hunt for the demon beasts, which has caused a delay, Yinshan explained. Upon hearing this, the elder's face clouded with concern, uncertain of the truth, and urged, oh dear, he must hasten. If the delay persists, it could lead to a violation. Following this, Yinshan retrieved a communication talisman from his cosmic bag. Pinching the talisman between 2 fingers, he brought it to his lips and intoned, my son, Yunfei, hasten forth from the valley, hasten forth from the valley. As the words fell, the talisman transformed into a wisp of spiritual mist and drifted away on the breeze. After the passage of half an hour, the elder judge had already drafted the rankings for the trial of the qi refining disciples. Yet, Yunfei still had not emerged. Elder Yinshan, something is amiss. Why is it that not a single disciple from the Santian Cliff has appeared? A voice echoed from an unknown source, prompting Yinshan to spring to his feet. He swiftly scanned the group of disciples with his spiritual sense, and indeed found that not a single disciple from the Sangtian Cliff was present. Brother, the situation is dire. Another elder from the Sangtian Cliff cautioned. Without hesitation, the two ascended into the air and swiftly darted deeper into the gorge. Chapter 33. Survivor Lu Shui. Before long, Elder Yinshan emerged from the gorge, bearing the lifeless body of his son, Yunfei. Following closely was Elder Man Chong, his countenance heavy with sorrow, his chinquan bag filled with over 100 decaying corpses. The assembly of elders fell silent, until the chief judge elder broke the stillness, declaring, the trial for the Qi refinement disciples has concluded. First place, Chun Shi of the Miao Peak, with 500 crystal cores. Reward, 1 foundation establishment pill. Second place, Gu Qingyuan of the Wuxian Peak, with 450 crystal cores. Reward, 10,000 spirit stones. Gu Qingyuan stepped forward to accept his reward. As he stored the 10,000 spirit stones in his chinquan bag, he noticed that Chun Shi had vanished without a trace. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Utilizing his spiritual sense, he eventually locked onto Chun Shi's aura and hurriedly pursued her. Upon exiting the gorge, Chun Shi made her way to the Taichu blessed land, soaring through the air on her flying sword. Though Gu Qingyuan had reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement, he had yet to master sword flight, forcing him to rely on the shadow of the mysterious steps to keep pace. Senior sister Chun Shi, have you forgotten something? Gu Qingyuan called out with a smile, offering a gentle reminder. Chun Shi glanced back, noticing his relentless pursuit, and replied, Gu Shidi, I have slain the person for you and given you 3,000 spirit stones. What more do you desire? What about the foundation establishment pill you promised me? Gu Qingyuan's tone grew more insistent. I am the top of the exam. The Foundation establishment pill rightfully belongs to me. Shouldn't she retorted? With that, she manipulated her flying sword to ascend, evading Gu Qingyuan's sword energy. In response, Gu Qingyuan opened his Qinkuan bag and retrieved his bow and arrows, aiming at Chunxi and firing multiple shots. However, due to the distance and her swift movements, the arrows failed to find their mark. He could only watch as she safely reached the Taichu blessed land and gained recognition from the protective array using her identity token. Gu Qingyuan hurried forward, yet his identity token proved ineffective against the formation. Such protective arrays permitted only the disciples of the top scorer to pass. Chunxi entered safely, casting a glance back at him, a triumphant smirk gracing her exquisite face. Gu Shidi, I am about to venture into the sea region. Should fate allow, we shall meet again in the future, Chunxi declared playfully. She approached a stone tablet adorned with ancient inscriptions, forming hand seals to activate the array with her spiritual energy. Just as her figure began to vanish, she turned back to gaze at Gu Qingyuan, her expression radiating a sense of triumph as if to say, what can you do about it? With a deep sigh, Gu Qingyuan lamented, that was a Foundation establishment pill. A top-tier one at that, worth 50,000 spirit stones. He struck the array barrier with his fist in frustration, the powerful recoil causing him to stagger back several steps. Indeed, the world of cultivation is rife with treachery, Gu Qingyuan mused as he returned to his dwelling. Despite the loss of a Foundation establishment pill, his overall gains from this endeavor were not insignificant. The mere act of ambushing the disciples of the sky-piercing cliff has yielded a considerable bounty of secret techniques and spiritual stones, along with a few lesser-quality spiritual artifacts and heavenly materials. Upon careful inventory, he now possesses a total of 50,000 spiritual stones. As he hesitated between continuing to cultivate body-refining elixirs or purchasing foundational pills with this limited sum, a voice from outside the door interrupted his thoughts. Brother, the master is looking for you. Gu Qingyuan opened the door to find Xia Dong glaring at him with a fierce expression, coldly stating, why couldn't I find you in the canyon? You, having secured second place, seem unconcerned about my well-being. The master instructed you to take good care of me. Xia Dong vented her frustrations about the ordeal she endured in the canyon, but Gu Qingyuan paid her no mind and proceeded directly to the main hall. He clearly remembered how Xia Dong had turned and left when he was surrounded. Upon entering the main hall, Tian-Yi was savoring a cup of tea, and upon noticing Gu Qingyuan's arrival, he quickly donned a warm smile and joyfully exclaimed, good disciple, come sit. Pray tell, how did you manage to acquire so many crystal cores in the canyon? Gu Qingyuan found a seat and began to fabricate a tale with utmost seriousness, deliberately omitting any mention of his involvement in the deaths of the sky-piercing cliff disciples. So, the demise of the sky-piercing cliff disciples is no concern of yours? Tian-Yi inquired tentatively. Such greatness is beyond my capacity, Gu Qingyuan replied. However, I did hear of a woman wearing a ghostly mask, indiscriminately slaying the disciples of the sky-piercing cliff. I speculate that this woman is the current champion, Chunxi. His response was deemed plausible by Tian-Yi, who nodded and refrained from further questioning. The sky-piercing cliff, it has become the most lively place within the entire sect. Yet, this liveliness stems from a gathering of elders who are merely spectators. Yun Shan prepared a banquet to celebrate his son's consecutive 4 titles as champion. Yet, in the end, all disciples of the sky-piercing cliff were annihilated. A group of elders, undeterred by the chaos, attended the feast as usual, indulging in delectable delicacies. The chief elder, Yun Shan, laid his son's corpse in the main hall, covered with a white cloth. In despair, he sat beside Yun Fei's lifeless body, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, a peculiar girl, her face marred by scabs, entered the hall. Yun Shan was struck with shock, exclaiming, heavens! My heart is as iron, unyielding and unbreakable. Terrified, he recited incantations to stabilize his mind. Once his composure was somewhat regained, he furiously demanded, what kind of monster are you? Get out. Raising his hand to unleash his power, he was interrupted by the girl's tearful plea. Master, it's me, Lu Shui. Wu she wept uncontrollably, despite the risk of reopening her freshly healed wounds. The abandonment by Yun Fei and her disfigurement had transformed her into a woman of monstrous appearance, with half of her face missing. Even the master, who usually dotes on her, could not recognize her. You are Lu Shui. Who has inflicted such harm upon you? Yin Shan quickly half-squatted before Lu Shui, expressing his deep concern. It was only then that Lu Shui ceased her cries and recounted the events that had transpired within the valley in great detail. Nonsense. Yun Fei adores you. How could he ever abandon you? Yun Shan rose, turning his back to Lu Shui, unable to meet her gaze any longer. Master, what I say is the truth. Lu Shui began to weep once more. Enough. Yun Fei is dead. Let this matter be buried and not spoken of again. Yun Shan's face hardened as he drove Lu Shui away, returning to his vigil by his son's side. Rest assured, my son. I shall ensure that the one who harmed you pays dearly for their actions. Yun Shan wiped away his tears, uttering these words with a fierce tone, as if such declarations could bring solace to his son's spirit. Senior brother, we have located it. We have found it. The second elder rushed into the main hall, frantic and breathless. Chapter 34. The Enlightenment of the Tea Tree Through the Refinement of Yun Fei's Soul. Blood Soul Child uncovered the memories of Yun Fei prior to his demise. The Blood Soul Child, as described by Man Chong, was an eccentric practitioner well-versed in the art of soul refinement. Man Chong had made significant sacrifices to enlist his aid. After sharing this, he presented a jade slip to his senior brother, Yun Shan. Placing the jade slip against his forehead, the sealed memories surged swiftly into his consciousness, revealing the entirety of Yun Fei's last recollections. Among them were the disciples of the mysterious peak, including one with a ghostly mask. This individual was clad in the attire of a disciple from the questioning Immortal's Peak, possessing a concealed cultivation at the 6th level of Qi refinement. It had to be him. Even though the memory depicted Gu Qingyuan wearing a mask, Yin Shan promptly connected the dots. Prior to the trial, he had commanded his son to seize the immense opportunity that Gu Qingyuan possessed. Surely, the magnitude of the fortune on Gu Qingyuan had allowed him to survive amidst the numerous disciples of the Celestial Cliff while simultaneously slaying all their lives. Only the disfigured Lu Shui managed to escape this calamity. However, brother, with just this evidence, it may prove insufficient to hold Gu Qingyuan accountable. He wore a mask, and even submitting the jade slip containing sealed memories to the punishment hall would not suffice as evidence. Thus, let us first address the transgressions of the trial's champion. The wicked Chen Shi. Yun Shan gritted his teeth. Subsequently, following his instructions, Man Chong delivered the jade slip to the punishment hall. At the questioning Immortal's Peak, Gu Qingyuan, seeking leisure, intended to converse with Lu Ziki. Yet upon entering Lu Ziki's chamber, he discovered a letter laid upon the table, while Lu Ziki was nowhere to be found. Although the questioning Immortal's Peak was rich in spiritual energy, Gu Qingyuan sensed that remaining here might lead to complacency in his cultivation. Hence, he decided not to be a burden and returned to the servants' hall to chop firewood, which would not only earn him contribution points, but also strengthen his physique. When you have time, come visit me, Lu Ziki's note read. After perusing the letter, Gu Qingyuan shook his head in resignation. The privileged life at the questioning Immortal's Peak did not suit Lu Ziki. He had painstakingly reached the 2nd level of Qi refinement, while Gu Qingyuan had made remarkable strides, achieving the 6th level. Months later, Lu Ziki remained at the 2nd level, whereas Gu Qingyuan had ascended to the 9th. This suffocating disparity would undoubtedly evoke anxiety in Lu Ziki. After attending to various mundane matters, Gu Qingyuan commenced his practice of sword flight. Once a practitioner reaches the 9th level of Qi refinement, their formidable spiritual power is sufficient to support their own flight. Nevertheless, this requires extensive practice to ensure stability during flight. As time flowed, winter melted into spring, ushering in a new year. Gu Qingyuan, commanding his flying sword, arrived at Su Taiping's medicinal garden. The spiritual plants within had been harvested, and the spiritual soil turned over, awaiting Gu Qingyuan to exchange contribution points for seeds. Gu Qingyuan presented 3 packets of seeds to Su Taiping and surveyed the surroundings. Noticing the simplicity of the garden's formation, he assisted in reinforcing it. If the 50,000 spirit stones exchanged for the spiritual plants were to be snatched away by others, Gu Qingyuan would have toiled in vain throughout the year. After completing his tasks, Gu Qingyuan once again wielded his flying sword and arrived before the stone tablet of the Immortal Seeking Order, preparing to undertake additional missions. Over the past few months, in addition to mastering sword control, his cultivation had surged significantly, reaching the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, also known as the Great Perfection of Qi refinement. Now, he only required a foundation establishment pill to commence his foundation-building journey. Once he amassed another 50,000 spirit stones, he would ascend to the ranks of formidable cultivators, becoming a revered foundation establishment master admired by the world. On this occasion, he fortuitously stumbled upon a guarding task. To the west of the mysterious immortal sect, there lay an immortal city. A grand auction was to be held there, urgently requiring strong cultivators to maintain order. The minimum cultivation requirement was the great perfection of qi refinement, with a quota of 10 individuals. Gu Qingyuan precisely met the criteria and readily accepted the task. Alongside him were 2 foundation establishment masters and 7 cultivators at the great perfection of qi refinement. Together, they soared on their swords toward the immortal city. In the central area of the immortal city, the sound of gongs and drums resonated from an auction venue, the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, the destination for Gu Qingyuan and his companions. Numerous dignitaries and nobles had been invited to attend. The 10 of them were assigned positions at the periphery of the auction hall, tasked with ensuring the event's security. I have heard that the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce has unearthed a remarkable treasure from ancient ruins, worth an immense fortune. Indeed, having invited so many disciples from the mysterious immortal sect to maintain order, they must be preparing for something grand. As the audience settled into their seats, a cacophony of whispers filled the air. Soon, a stunning woman clad in red, exuding an enchanting grace, stepped onto the stage. The murmurs of the audience gradually subsided, captivated entirely by her beauty. The first auction item, a mid-grade spiritual weapon, the Flying Cloud Sword, commenced with a starting bid of 20 spirit stones. 25 spirit stones. 30. The initial item quickly became the subject of fervent bidding. However, the truly powerful nobles paid it little heed, biding their time for more valuable treasures. In auctions, the most precious items are often reserved for the end. When the 10th item was presented, an onlooker suddenly sprang to his feet. The 10 disciples of the mysterious immortal sect immediately focused their spiritual senses on him. Yet, the man did not intend to incite chaos. It was, in fact, the revitalization pill, a 3rd-grade healing elixir capable of restoring flesh to bones. This pill not only ignited the interest of the audience, but also stirred Gu Qingyuan's desire to bid. The 10th item, the revitalization pill, commenced with a starting bid of 10,000 spirit stones. As the enchanting woman announced the starting price, many cultivators' enthusiasm waned. The price of a 3rd-grade pill was beyond the reach of many. Ultimately, the pill was secured by a loose cultivator at the foundation establishment stage for 18,000 spirit stones. The 11th item, the formula for the revitalization pill, starting bid, 6,000 spirit stones. The notion that a formula could also be auctioned astonished Gu Qingyuan. The formula for the elixir was ensconced with a prohibition by its seller. Once unsealed, it would incinerate entirely within the span of 3 breaths. Thus, this formula could be possessed solely by one individual, and only those of formidable consciousness, capable of memorizing the entire content within the fleeting 3 breaths, were deemed worthy to purchase it. The bidding commenced at 6,500 spirit stones. 7,000. 7,005. With this formula, one could wield the boundless ability to concoct the resurrection elixir. This transaction bore no loss. Ultimately, the formula was sold for 8,000 spirit stones to a practitioner of the 8th layer of qi refinement. As time progressed, each item was unveiled, leading to the final piece. The next to grace the stage was the crowning treasure of the auction, the superior spiritual plant, the Enlightenment Tea Tree. The declaration of a stunning woman reverberated, leaving the audience in awe. It was only when 2 attendants presented a potted plant bearing the Enlightenment Tea Tree that the true nature of this crowning treasure was revealed. Chapter 35. The emaciated elder before them stood a mere sapling, no larger than the palm of a hand. This delicate specimen was a remnant of ancient ruins, a seed that had endured millennia to reach its current stature. The Wudao tea thrives only in places rich with spiritual energy, and due to its humble beginnings in an area where such energy was scarce, it took thousands of years to grow to its present size. Even now, having arrived at the spiritually abundant Piaomiao mountain range, it had yet to regain its full vitality. This item has no starting bid, announced the enchanting lady. Ladies and gentlemen, feel free to bid as you wish. The highest bidder shall claim it. Her words fell upon the audience like a stone cast into still waters, leaving them momentarily speechless. No one dared to place a bid, not because of any defect in the item, but rather due to its immense value. Even if it were to be acquired for 100 spirit stones, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention once outside the auction house. After a brief silence, the captivating lady continued, the Wu Dao tea can greatly assist high-level cultivators in comprehending the Dao, as well as aid lower-level practitioners in mastering martial techniques and secret arts. Given its exceptional rarity, should it fail to sell today, our esteemed association will publicly destroy it. 10 breaths remaining. No price restrictions. Everyone may bid freely. The Wu Dao tea tree had become akin to a hot potato, a burden no one wished to bear. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, having revealed its treasure, would not take the risk of keeping the Wu Dao tea tree, as they lacked the means to station 10 disciples of the Piaomiao immortal sect for daily protection. 10, 9, 8. The audience stirred with anticipation, yet none dared to utter a bid, not even a single spirit stone. 7, 6, 5, 4. The enchanting lady's expression grew colder. As the president of the chamber, she too was reluctant to witness the destruction of such a precious item. 3, 2, 1. She took a breath and shouted. But the onlookers remained silent, their faces betraying their hesitation. The entire venue fell into a profound stillness. Please, ignite the seeds with spiritual fire, the enchanting lady called out. A servant promptly placed several spirit stones beside the Wu Dao tea tree. Just as he began to perform the hand gestures to ignite the stones, a voice rang out. 10,000 spirit stones. I shall take it. The voice belonged to an emaciated elder clad in plain robes, whose cultivation barely reached the 7th layer of qi refinement. He hunched forward, his voice strained as he declared the bid. The servant poised to incinerate the Wu Dao tea tree halted abruptly. Though reluctant, the enchanting lady managed a strained smile and said, Congratulations to this esteemed gentleman for acquiring the Wu Dao tea tree at 10,000 spirit stones. Wait, the emaciated elder interjected. The enchanting lady hesitated for a moment before inquiring, What is your condition, esteemed sir? I request that one of the 10 disciples of the Piaomiao immortal sect be assigned to escort me for a distance, the elder continued. If someone is willing to accompany this old man on a journey, he is prepared to offer a reward of 20,000 low-grade spirit stones as gratitude. The emaciated elder, nearly buried in the earth, exhibited a meticulous mind. He had already bid 10,000 to acquire the Enlightenment tea tree and now intended to offer an additional 20,000 for an escort. His calculations were astute. However, the 10 disciples of the ethereal immortal sect exchanged glances, each unwilling to step forward. Choosing to escort him at this moment would undoubtedly be courting death. Seeing no one volunteer, the emaciated elder sighed. It seems I am fated to be without this Enlightenment tea tree. Alas, alas. He waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. Wait, I am willing to escort you. At that moment, Gu Qingyuan stepped forward. Junior brother, do exercise caution. Do you dare to undertake such a perilous task? Mocked a foundation-building cultivator. Fortune favors the bold, Gu Qingyuan retorted. As a perfected qi-refining cultivator, he would only earn a mere 1,000 spirit stones for a day's effort to stabilize the area, which was merely a fifth of what a foundation-building cultivator would earn. Given the pressing need to gather foundation-building pills during this critical time, if he did not take risks, advancement to the foundation stage would remain a distant dream. The emaciated elder scrutinized Gu Qingyuan, noticing his bright gaze, which suggested no ill intentions, and thus nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the elder paid 10,000 spirit stones to the Wanbao Merchant Association, cradled the Enlightenment tea tree, and closely followed Gu Qingyuan as they hastened away. Their actions were observed by all present. Once they exited the Wanbao Merchant Association, Gu Qingyuan immediately took to the skies on his flying sword, swiftly leading the emaciated elder towards his estate. Soon, powerful auras emerged behind them, akin to hidden eyes in the shadows, exuding an unsettling presence. Gu Qingyuan dared not glance back, quickly forming hand seals to accelerate, attempting to shake off the pursuing forces. Whoosh! A flying sword sliced through the air, narrowly grazing Gu Qingyuan's neck, nearly severing it. Fortunately, his keen perception allowed him to anticipate the strike, deftly maneuvering the flying sword to evade the blow. This little fellow possesses some skill, a foundation-building cultivator hissed with a sinister expression, immediately launching a second attack. To evade, Gu Qingyuan plunged into the dense forest. Navigating the forest at high speed required immense mental acuity to anticipate and avoid obstacles in his path. Clearly, Upon entering the woodland, the speed of the foundation-building cultivator noticeably diminished, struggling to keep pace with Gu Qingyuan. Friend, where do you intend to flee? Surrender the Enlightenment tea tree at once. A group of qi-refining ninth-tier cultivators, clad in matching uniforms, pursued Gu Qingyuan closely from above. They relied on a compass spirit treasure to firmly lock onto his aura. Even outside the forest, they could sense Gu Qingyuan's movements. Faced with the relentless pursuit from behind, the emaciated elder bit his finger, drawing forth a talisman and swiftly inscribing a spell. By my command, demons retreat. I decree this talisman to sweep away all misfortune. The elderly man deftly manipulated his fingertips, swiftly crafting a talisman. As he intoned the incantation, the talisman soared forth on its own, transforming into a blazing inferno in the sky that erupted in an instant. The resulting flames spread outwards, engulfing an area of 10 zhang. Those cultivators who found themselves touched by the fire saw their garments ignited in an instant, compelling them to halt and extinguish the flames. Observing the foundation establishment cultivators relentlessly pursuing him from behind, the frail elder retrieved another talisman. This time, he expended all of his spiritual energy to draw a protective talisman. As the incantation was recited, the talisman slipped from his grasp, manifesting a golden barrier behind him. The foundation establishment cultivator rapidly approached, colliding forcefully with the golden shield. The impact shattered the barrier into pieces, sending the cultivator stumbling backward several paces. By the time he regained his composure, Gu Qingyuan had already led the frail elder to safety, fleeing into the distance. After successfully shaking off their pursuers, the frail elder consumed a medicinal pill and drew yet another talisman. The spiritual essence emanating from this talisman completely concealed Gu Qingyuan and the aura he radiated. They sped away, leaving no trace of their passage. Chapter 36. Have I succeeded? What a close call. Gu Qingyuan quietly lamented. Had it not been for the numerous tricks up the sleeve of the emaciated elder, he would have considered abandoning the escort mission. With the frail elder, they soared through the air until they arrived at a secluded valley. Upon entering, they encountered a formation barrier that obstructed their path, all crafted by the elder. Inside, a vast expanse of spiritual farmland stretched across dozens of acres, accompanied by a grand gathering array dedicated to nourishing the spiritual plants. Young friend, come and sit. The frail elder beckoned, leading Gu Qingyuan into a cave where he prepared a pot of tea. This is the promised 20,000 spirit stones. The elder handed a Qiankuan bag to Gu Qingyuan, then produced a document and presented it before him. This is a contract, a superior grade treasure. If you, dear friend, can inscribe a vow within this document to never divulge the secrets of this place, I am willing to bestow upon you another opportunity. The elder did not specify the nature of this opportunity, but urged Gu Qingyuan to sign the pledge. Once Gu Qingyuan had complied with his request, the elder added, furthermore, unless I invite you, you shall not set foot here again. With a resigned shake of his head, Gu Qingyuan followed the elder's guidance and summoned a drop of his life essence. According to the elder, should Gu Qingyuan violate the terms of the contract, he would face divine retribution. Severe consequences could lead to death, while lesser transgressions might result in the loss of his cultivation. Elder, what exactly is the opportunity you promised me? Gu Qingyuan inquired. Observing Gu Qingyuan sign the contract without hesitation, the elder's eyes radiated purity, devoid of ulterior motives, prompting him to wave his hand and lead Gu Qingyuan out of the cave. Within the valley, danger lurked in every formation. A misstep could prove fatal. Follow my lead and tread carefully, instructed the elder as they entered the medicinal garden, arriving before several years-old spiritual plants. Do you recognize these? The elder asked, pointing to the plants before them. Gu Qingyuan shook his head. These plants bore peculiar appearances and were of such age that he had never encountered them before. This is the four-leaf immortal heart orchid. This is the Buddha fruit, and this is the condensed immortal dew. Each of these has surpassed a century in age. When consumed together, their effects far exceed those of foundation-building pills. If you desire them, take them freely. The elder's tone was generous. Yet a hint of reluctance flickered across his expression. This, for me? Gu Qingyuan exclaimed, astonished. The elder was willing to part with such invaluable herbs that surpassed the efficacy of foundation-building pills. Humph, if I do not give them to you, I will have no chance to enjoy them myself. A trace of sorrow crossed the elder's face as he lamented, I have tended to them for 100 years. And now, as their lifespan wanes, my cultivation barely reaches the 7th level of qi refinement. I've dedicated my life to foundation building, yet in the end, I have achieved nothing. Gu Qingyuan carefully placed the 3 spiritual plants into the Qinkuan bag, observing the frail old man lamenting his fate. He felt an unexpected pang of sympathy, contemplating imparting the art of refining spirit roots to him. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself. My young friend, behold. The emaciated elder gestured towards the expansive spirit field ahead. Each verdant spirit plant radiated pure spiritual essence. All my life's toil has been invested here. Should you grant me an additional century of life, I would willingly relinquish these spirit plants to you. Gu Qingyuan cast a cursory glance over the medicinal garden, noting the presence of the coveted by Shi Xian Tang, essential for body refinement. However, these spirit plants were all aged, some even bearing seeds, their potency surpassing that of ordinary spirit plants by a significant margin. I have heard that a 3rd-grade longevity elixir can extend a cultivator's life by a century, Gu Qingyuan remarked. Yet, within the confines of the Piaomiao mountain range, no one would concoct such a potion. The frail elder was evidently well-versed in its properties. I shall take my leave for now. If I encounter an opportunity for longevity in the future, I shall certainly share it with you, my friend. Gu Qingyuan clasped his fists in salute and hurriedly departed. Upon returning to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, the other 9 disciples were indulging in the banquet provided by the establishment. After this feast, they would be ready to return to their sect. Just in time, Gu Qingyuan arrived. What a fortuitous return, junior brother, called a foundation-building cultivator, gesturing for him to join in the revelry. Were you able to escort that old man safely back? Inquired another disciple, his gaze filled with eagerness. Gu Qingyuan shook his head and replied, along the way, we encountered bandits intent on robbery. Among them was a foundation-building cultivator. Sensing the danger, I abandoned the elder and fled. He casually fabricated an excuse. The matter concerning the frail old man was one he would never disclose to outsiders. He had signed a contract, and revealing such secrets would invoke heavenly retribution. After the banquet, the 10 disciples returned to report to their sect. Gu Qingyuan was pleased to receive a reward of 1,000 spirit stones. However, his actual gains from this journey amounted to a staggering 21,000 spirit stones, along with a foundation-building medicinal herb. He retrieved a mortar and pestle in a hurry, eagerly crushing 3 portions of spirit plants before swallowing them whole, commencing the process of absorption and refinement. The potent medicinal energy coursed through his veins, leaving him with the sensation of being on the verge of bursting. When he finally absorbed all the medicinal power, a month had passed. What is this? Have I succeeded? Or have I not? Gu Qingyuan pondered, feeling the intertwining of spiritual power and magical energy within his dantian, beset by endless doubts. His spirit roots, refined by the medicinal energy, had allowed one of them to reach the foundation-building stage, while the remaining 4 attributes remained at the qi refinement stage. Upon meticulous introspection, he determined that he had only completed 1/5 of the foundation-building process. He had succeeded, yet not entirely. He could either choose to seal the other 4 spirit roots and continue his ascent, or elevate all 4 to the foundation-building stage before proceeding further. Gu Qingyuan found himself in a quandary. To resolve his inner turmoil, he sought out his master, Tian Yi, and articulated the challenges he faced. After careful examination of Gu Qingyuan's spiritual roots, Tian Yi confirmed, your spiritual root aptitude is unprecedented in my experience. However, based on my knowledge, establishing a solid foundation during the foundation establishment phase is crucial for one's cultivation. It is essential to strengthen your spiritual roots to lay the groundwork for future advancements. Should you choose to seal off the other 4 spiritual roots and focus solely on ascending, you may encounter insurmountable challenges due to a fragile foundation in the future. In my humble opinion, it would be prudent for you to successfully establish all 5 spiritual roots before pursuing further cultivation. Having conveyed this, Tian Yi retrieved a fragrant white elixir from his Qinkuan bag. This is the foundation establishment pill, originally intended for your junior sister, Xiaodong. However, since you are in need, it is yours now. Gu Qingyuan hesitated, feeling that accepting it would be akin to usurping Xiaodong's opportunity. Take it, Tian Yi insisted, forcefully placing the pill into Gu Qingyuan's hands. You still require 3 more resources for foundation establishment to complete the process. What further excuses could you possibly have? Chapter 37. Lingxi sect. Gu Qingyuan reluctantly accepted the elixir, his heart a tumult of secret delight and reluctant compassion. Should Xia Dong become aware of this, he might harbor feelings of animosity towards him, akin to his resentment for Chen Shi. Upon returning to his abode with the elixir, Gu Qingyuan resumed his foundational cultivation. After ingesting the potion, he concentrated its entire potency upon his wood spiritual root. After a month of meticulous refinement, he finally succeeded in establishing a foundation for the wood spiritual root. The efficacy of a single foundational elixir could only facilitate the establishment of one spiritual root, leaving him 3 elixirs short of his goal. Gazing at the 21,000 spirit stones in his possession, Gu Qingyuan fell into profound contemplation. Undertaking sect missions bore considerable risks. Selling array diagrams yielded minimal profit. His recent expedition to the Wanbao Merchant Association, however, had imparted him with a wealth of new knowledge. For instance, he learned of the sealing techniques applicable to elixir recipes, which could equally be employed on his array diagrams. Should someone attempt to access them, they would spontaneously combust after 3 breaths. By imposing these seals upon his array diagrams and presenting them at the Wanbao Merchant Association for auction, he could safeguard against replication. Moreover, his wordless tome possessed the ability to transmute array diagrams and could likewise evolve elixir recipes. He inscribed the characters for revitalizing elixir into the tome, and it swiftly manifested the complete recipe. Subsequently, the foundational elixir, life-sustaining elixir, and marrow-cleansing elixir, each a Tier 3 recipe, were all brought forth by the tome. Any elixir of which he knew the name could be fully transmuted into its respective recipe. At the auction, a Tier 3 revitalizing elixir recipe commanded a staggering 8,000 spirit stones. Transcribing the recipes onto pre-prepared parchment, he then imposed seals upon them. Gu Qingyuan made his way to the stele of the Seeking Immortals Order. The sect strictly prohibited disciples from venturing outside unaccompanied. To reach the Wanbao Merchant Association, one had to undertake a mission as well. After some searching, Gu Qingyuan acquired a task to gather intelligence. It was rumored that an ancient spiritual vein, located 3,000 miles north of the Omniscient sect, had unveiled relics of a bygone celestial sect. Although the ancient vein had long since depleted its spiritual energy, the remnants of the celestial sect were enveloped in ethereal energy, drawing the attention of myriad forces upon their emergence. Due to the considerable distance to the Miao Miao celestial sect, only a single disciple could be dispatched to investigate the situation before any decisions were made. After receiving the scroll, the steward guarding the stele handed Gu Qingyuan a spiritual talisman. Upon reaching the destination, he was to incinerate the talisman to complete the task. This talisman was capable of transmitting images, a function Gu Qingyuan was somewhat familiar with. Without delay, Gu Qingyuan departed the sect. The reward for this mission was a mere 1,000 spirit stones. However, what truly captivated his interest was the opportunity to sell his elixir recipes and array diagrams at the Wanbao Merchant Association. If you wish, esteemed friend, we at the Wanbao Merchant Association appraise your array diagrams and elixir recipes at 30,000 spirit stones. You may choose to consign them for auction, with our commission at half of the proceeds, or you may sell them outright to our association for the same sum. The enchanting woman overseeing the auction was the one who received Gu Qingyuan. According to the market price, a third-grade alchemical formula is worth at least 5,000 spirit stones. Your offered price appears rather insufficient. Gu Qingyuan has submitted over 200 array diagrams alongside 4 third-grade alchemical formulas and 6 second-grade formulas to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce for appraisal. Currently, with urgent tasks at hand, Gu Qingyuan cannot wait for the next auction and wishes to sell directly to the Wanbao Chamber, yet finds himself being undervalued. My dear friend, whether it pertains to array formations or alchemical formulas, even with your protective restrictions in place, they can be easily replicated. Should you find the price offered by the Wanbao Chamber unjust, you have the option to auction them at the next event. The captivating woman seems to have discerned Gu Qingyuan's inner thoughts, offering no room for negotiation. Very well, 30,000 it is. With resolve, Gu Qingyuan consents to the sale. In the future, should he wish to sell these items again, he might find no willing buyers. Gu Qingyuan is confident that the moment he steps out of the Wanbao Chamber, his array diagrams and alchemical formulas will be subject to extensive replication. After departing from the alchemy merchant, he embarked on the journey to the ruins of the ancient immortal sect. Enduring the hardships of travel, he arrived after 2 days of relentless effort. This location is characterized by its sparse spiritual energy, with even the flora appearing feeble. Beneath a towering spiritual vein, now devoid of energy, lies a massive cavern. An array barrier obstructs the entrance, rendering passage impossible. Even one's divine consciousness cannot penetrate its mysteries. Outside the cavern, the ancient characters inscribed read Lingxi's sect. Originally, this sect had been entirely concealed beneath vegetation and dust, but a recent earthquake has revealed the entrance of the cavern. Inside, a colossal spirit gathering array siphons the surrounding spiritual energy, resulting in the thinness of the aura outside. An array capable of operating uninterrupted for millennia possesses a complexity beyond common understanding. At the cavern's entrance, 2 array masters are laboring together to dismantle the barrier, a task that may require an additional 3 days. Behind them stands an old golden core cultivator, eyes closed, seated in meditation, and hovering steadily in the air, exuding formidable power. Surrounding onlookers, composed of wandering cultivators, dare not approach the cavern. Gu Qingyuan produces a spiritual talisman and ignites it in flames, incinerating it entirely. 3,000 miles away, at the Miaoxian sect, a disciple reports to the sect leader, reporting to the sect leader. Our disciples have discovered the ruins of the Lingxi sect. In the main hall of the sect leader's residence, sect leader Lu Cheng engages in conversation with the chief elders of various peaks. Upon receiving the talisman from his subordinate, Lu Cheng promptly ignites it. The smoke from the burnt talisman condenses into a vivid representation of the Lingxi sect, 3,000 miles away. For a full quarter of an hour, the scene unfolds, showcasing the voices of wandering cultivators, the outline of the Lingxi sect, and the vigilant golden core cultivator guarding it, all depicted with crystal clarity. When Elder Yunshan spots Gu Qingyuan's figure within the scene, his pupils constrict, and he clenches his fists tightly. Esteemed sect leader, the disciple tasked with gathering intelligence is a newly accepted true disciple of mine. Allow me to undertake this mission. The old demon Tianyi often ventures out for experience, and upon glimpsing the figure of Gu Qingyuan in the image, I seized this opportunity to petition the sect leader. Upon seeing Gu Qingyuan, the old demon Yunshan could no longer remain idle and quickly said, to report to the sect leader, I have no pressing matters at hand, and am willing to take this journey on behalf of senior brother Tianyi. Lu Chen glanced at the 2 elders and replied, the Qi refinement disciples of the Tsangtian Cliff have all perished, leaving us short-handed. Would it be wise for you to go? Subsequently, sect leader Lu Cheng gestured to Tianyi, indicating that he should gather personnel and promptly head to the ruins of Lingxi sect. Afterward, Yunshan returned to Tsangtian Cliff and immediately summoned his strongest disciple, Jian Wuhan, to his side. Wuhan, I have an important task to assign to you. Master, please proceed, Jian Wuhan replied respectfully. You are to head to the Lingxi sect ruins at once and capture Gu Qingyuan alive. Once the task is accomplished, bring him to my private cave dwelling in the outside world. Chapter 38. Luo Qiushui Jian Wuhan, possessing mid-level foundation building prowess, effortlessly captured Gu Qingyuan. Elder Tianyi needed to accompany his disciples, which delayed their journey for quite some time. Thus, it was more expedient for Jian Wuhan to venture forth alone. At Lingxi sect, 2 formation masters collaborated to finally breach a gap in the protective array. Senior, with our current strength, we can only damage the formation to this extent. Presently, this breach allows only Qi refinement practitioners to enter. Should anyone of higher cultivation attempt to pass, they will trigger the array's lethal mechanisms. The formation masters looked anxiously at the golden core elder, apprehensive of incurring his wrath. Once the formation was breached, the elder extended his consciousness, discovering an overwhelming aura of danger within. Even if the array were entirely dismantled, he would not dare to enter recklessly. The golden core elder turned to the gathering of loose cultivators and proclaimed loudly, esteemed friends of the Qi refinement stage, who among you is willing to take the risk? Should fortune favor you, I am prepared to exchange equivalent spirit stones. The elder's implication was clear. Those who ventured in and emerged with treasures could trade them for spirit stones of equal value. Yet, everyone understood that such opportunities rarely existed without peril. Once they returned with treasures, it was likely they would fall victim to this golden core elder's greed. He was the only golden core cultivator present. None could contend with him. I shall give it a try? At that moment, Gu Qingyuan stepped forward. Please, fellow cultivator. The Golden Core Elder eagerly invited. He was well aware of the Elder's ulterior motives, yet Gu Qingyuan had his own trump card. He had already transmitted news of their location to his sect. Once reinforcements arrived, the Elder would be unable to obstruct him. Summoning his courage, Gu Qingyuan proceeded into the formation. The array permitted only Qi refinement practitioners to enter, so he sealed away the 2 spiritual roots that had already reached the foundation stage. Presenting himself as a Qi refinement practitioner at the pinnacle of the 3 spiritual roots. Upon traversing the array's barrier, the cave within was no longer shrouded in darkness, but instead illuminated by a shimmering emerald glow. The stone walls were adorned with intricate and complex inscriptions. As Gu Qingyuan delved deeper, the cave expanded, seemingly hollowing out the majestic spiritual vein. He navigated through various tunnels until he arrived at an underground palace. Along the way, numerous ancient practitioner skeletal remains lay scattered across the stone bricks. The palace bore signs of having been ransacked. If a sect's protective array remained intact while its interior lay in ruin, it indicated that the sect had succumbed to internal strife leading to its downfall. Aside from the skeletal remains, nothing of value remained. Some swords embedded in the bones had lost their spiritual essence after millennia of erosion, reduced to mere heaps of scrap metal. Undeterred by the risks, Gu Qingyuan was unwilling to leave empty-handed. He pressed on, venturing into the rear courtyard of the palace. A nearly dried-up underground stream occasionally produced the sound of dripping water, drawing Gu Qingyuan closer. The stream led to a river channel, now nearly depleted. It retained a pool of water at its midpoint. The water was unlike ordinary water, shrouded in a mist that seemed to emanate a spiritual essence. Upon closer inspection, above the pool, ancient characters could be discerned. The words spirit stream, tempering body, and forging bone stood out prominently. Gu Qingyuan shed his garments and stepped into the water. Although the temperature of the pool was not particularly high, the moment his skin made contact, he experienced a sensation akin to being boiled alive. Gritting his teeth, Gu Qingyuan persevered, wading into the center of the pool, fully submerging himself. He then began to cultivate the spirit fire body tempering technique. The essence of the pool was to incinerate the latent spiritual energy within one's flesh, unleashing intense heat to forge the body. Gu Qingyuan could feel that the longer he endured, the more profound the effects became. 10 days passed, during which Gu Qingyuan maintained his determination. Only when the water ceased to exert any influence on his body did he discontinue his tempering and ascend the riverbank. Alas, if this spirit stream had not been dormant for millennia, its effects would surely have been far greater. Although these 10 days elevated his physical realm to the 6th level of body tempering, Gu Qingyuan felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Just as he was about to don his clothes and depart, a melodic female voice called out, "Young man, step forward." The voice was ethereal and resonant, imbued with an air of authority that sent a shiver through Gu Qingyuan's heart. He hastily covered his modesty, feeling exposed and as if under scrutiny. "Are you human or ghost?" Gu Qingyuan stammered, his voice trembling with anxiety. "Step forward," the voice repeated, compelling him with its insistence. After hastily dressing, Gu Qingyuan mustered his courage and advanced. "I am here. Step forward." The voice beckoned again, drawing nearer. The source of the voice led him to a stone cavern, where the spiritual essence was remarkably abundant, and the ground was even coated in spiritual mist. At the center of the cavern lay a coffin crafted from high-grade spirit stone. The delicate voice emanated from within the coffin. "Are you alive or dead?" Gu Qingyuan inquired, steeling himself, though the presence of a ghostly figure still quickened his pulse. A flash of spiritual light flickered within the coffin, and the lid creaked open. Within lay a stunningly beautiful woman, lifeless yet unmarred, her exquisite visage devoid of any flaw. A golden light shimmered upon her forehead, and a wisp of golden spiritual mist began to rise, coalescing in the air into a human-shaped silhouette the size of a finger, radiating brilliance. This ethereal figure mirrored the lifeless woman in the coffin, one devoid of vitality, the other radiant with spiritual energy. "I am Luo Qiushui, the last sect master of the Spirit Stream sect. Betrayed by my peers, my physical form perished here. My primordial spirit has been nourished by the essence of this place for millennia and has now awakened, seeking to borrow your body for a purpose." As the radiant figure drew closer to Gu Qingyuan, a sense of impending danger washed over him. "You wish to possess me?" Gu Qingyuan realized the peril he was in and immediately turned to flee. In an instant, the ethereal figure erupted with radiant golden light, seemingly invoking a peculiar divine power that rendered Gu Qingyuan immobile, unable to stir. Umph. Luo Qiushui chuckled softly as she floated before Gu Qingyuan. In my past life, I was a formidable figure of the transformation realm. If I sought to seize your body, why would I waste my breath on a mere half-step foundation establishment cultivator? Moreover, being in a male form, how could I possibly take possession? The essence of Luo Qiushui's spirit bore a hint of amusement. What do you intend to do? Gu Qingyuan attempted to speak, but found himself unable to utter a sound. Your sea of consciousness remains relatively stable. It will suffice for me to reside within. Upon uttering these words, the essence of Luo Qiushui slipped into Gu Qingyuan's sea of consciousness. Once inside, she made no moves, choosing instead to remain still, refraining from taking over Gu Qingyuan's being. As the divine power dissipated, Gu Qingyuan regained his freedom. Bring the coffin, he ordered, but just as he was about to leave, the essence of Luo Qiushui residing in his sea of consciousness spoke once more. The presence was formidable, and Gu Qingyuan felt compelled to comply. After he followed her instructions, Luo Qiushui continued, "Do not worry. Once my essence is fully restored, I shall repay you for the kindness you have shown today." Chapter 39. The untraceable sword within the sea of consciousness. Another person's awareness had intruded, leaving Gu Qingyuan feeling profoundly uneasy. Once he emerged from the formation, his focus shifted from the realm of the mind to the chaotic reality surrounding him. The outside world was in disarray. Gu Qingyuan's master, the Taoist Tianyi, had grown anxious after Gu Qingyuan had not left the cave for 10 days, fearing that misfortune had befallen him. Consequently, he confronted the Golden Core Elder who had sent Gu Qingyuan on this perilous venture. This elder, stationed at the relics, had orchestrated Gu Qingyuan's adventure solely to seize his gains upon his return. As they battled fiercely in the skies, the explosive remnants of their magical powers ravaged the surroundings. Oblivious to Gu Qingyuan's emergence from the cave, Tianyi's disciples stood by, unable to intervene. Gu Qingyuan yearned to soar forth and urged Tianyi to cease hostilities. But as he stirred, a golden vine ensnared him tightly. This vine was a mid-grade magical artifact, wielded only by practitioners of the mid-foundation stage. Under its control, Gu Qingyuan found himself immobilized. Turning, he was met with a fist the size of a sandbag, striking him squarely on the forehead, leaving him momentarily dazed. By the time he regained his senses, he was being forcibly propelled away by a mid-foundation practitioner. Behind him, the sounds of the fierce clash between Tianyi and the Golden Core Elder echoed. Gu Qingyuan sought to cry out for help, but the vine had sealed his mouth completely. He summoned his spiritual energy, forming a line of sound. "Who are you? Why have you bound me? You, brat, have annihilated over 100 of my disciples at the Tsangtian Cliff. Can you escape the consequences of your actions?" Came the reply of Jin Wuhan, a disciple sent by the elder of Yunshan. He dragged Gu Qingyuan swiftly to a secluded cave. Upon presenting the Yunshan token, the cave opened, and he unceremoniously tossed Gu Qingyuan aside. Drawing forth a long sword, Jin Wuhan revealed a sinister expression. "Do you remember among those you slaughtered, there was a youth adorned with a jade hairpin? That was my younger brother. It is regrettable. My master has commanded me to spare your life, as he wishes to humiliate you personally. Your wretched life may be preserved, but today, I shall claim something from you first." Jin Wuhan aimed the sword tip at Gu Qingyuan's lungs, but reconsidered and shifted it toward his kidneys. Ultimately, he found it unsuitable and directed the blade toward Gu Qingyuan's heart instead. "I shall extract your heart as a tribute to my brother's spirit," Jin Wuhan declared, and the sword moved. For a practitioner at the peak of qi refinement, having one's heart removed and the wound sealed with talismans could allow for several more years of life. However, as he exerted force to pierce Gu Qingyuan's heart, he was astonished to discover that his artifact-grade sword could not breach Gu Qingyuan's surface defenses. Jin Wuhan uttered, puzzled. He then channeled his magical energy into the sword and prepared to strike again. This time, he managed to breach Gu Qingyuan's surface defenses with great difficulty. The tip of the sword piercing half an inch deep, and it seemed the heart was about to be severed. Within Gu Qingyuan's sea of consciousness, Luo Qiushui stirred. She opened her eyes, and a beam of golden light erupted forth. Outside the sea of consciousness, That golden light shot from Gu Qingyuan's eyes directly into Jian Wuhan's. The overwhelming psychic force caused Jian Wuhan to stagger back, shaking his head as if his awareness was clouded. What binds you appears to be a mid-grade magical artifact. The locking immortal vine. I shall impart to you a secret technique capable of breaking it, Luo Qiushui stated, transmitting a method known as the barrier-breaking technique into Gu Qingyuan's consciousness. After completing this, the golden light emanating from her primordial spirit dimmed, indicating a significant toll. As the technique activated, Gu Qingyuan's mana gathered at his surface, gradually solidifying. At that moment, Jian Wuhan regained his senses and prepared to continue claiming Gu Qingyuan's heart. With a thunderous bang, a tremendous explosion erupted from Gu Qingyuan. The powerful mana surged forth, shattering not only his garments, but also the mid-grade magical artifact. The locking immortal vine into fragments. A piece of tattered clothing even splattered onto Jian Wuhan's face, obstructing his vision and halting his movement. At this moment, Gu Qingyuan's surface flushed crimson, a multitude of bruises accumulating. Even a body as robust as his could sustain injury while executing the barrier-breaking technique. You have actually reached the foundation establishment stage, Jian Wuhan exclaimed in astonishment, hastily swinging his sword in a horizontal slash. Gu Qingyuan's flowing light sword emerged from his Qinkuan pouch, intercepting Jian Wuhan's assault. How could your mana be so formidable, having just entered foundation establishment? After a single exchange, Jian Wuhan sensed something amiss. Gu Qingyuan's mana strength clearly indicated the early foundation establishment stage, yet in their clash, he unleashed power comparable to that of the mid-foundation establishment stage, an utterly perplexing phenomenon. What he did not realize was that Gu Qingyuan had successfully established his foundation twice, endowing him with both superior mana strength and a greater reservoir of mana than the average early foundation establishment practitioner. Countless ethereal swords shatter the illusion. The flowing light sword ascended, emanating a weighty yet non-lethal sword energy. As the sword light traversed several feet and reached Jian Wuhan's body, it erupted with formidable might, aiming to rend Jian Wuhan's flesh. Fortunately, he timely summoned his protective qi, barely withstanding the blow. What a pity for such strong sword intent. Yet you remain merely at the early foundation establishment stage, Jian Wuhan scoffed, slashing with his treasured sword, utilizing the same technique of countless ethereal swords. Although his sword intent was slightly inferior, the mana he wielded was at the mid-foundation establishment level. This strike slammed Gu Qingyuan heavily against the stone wall of the cave, yet due to the high resilience of his body, the sword energy failed to tear through his flesh. Recognizing that he was outmatched in raw strength, Gu Qingyuan resorted to the Misty Shadow technique. His rapid speed rendered Jian Wuhan unable to track his movements. Suddenly, a sword struck, attempting to slice across Jian Wuhan's neck. Instinctively, he raised his sword to block. The flowing light sword collided with his treasured sword, producing a resounding clash. Yet the flowing light sword could not withstand the strain and shattered instantaneously. Gu Qingyuan's spiritual sword lay in ruins. The disparity between spiritual artifacts and magical implements is glaringly vast. Gu Qingyuan remained unperturbed as he retrieved Gula's warhammer from his bag of holding. With a vigorous swing, he struck Jian Wuhan's back with the hammer. Just as Jian Wuhan sought to seize the opportunity for a counterattack, Gu Qingyuan nimbly evaded, darting away. He maneuvered with agility, leaving Jian Wuhan in a state of bewilderment. Ultimately, a feathered arrow pierced Jian Wuhan's chest. In a panic, he flailed his sword wildly, wreaking havoc around the cave's perimeter. Yet, to Gu Qingyuan, whose spiritual awareness was formidable, Jian Wuhan's movements were rife with vulnerabilities. Suddenly, another feathered arrow soared from afar, embedding itself in Jian Wuhan's neck. The blood pooled increasingly on the ground, and gradually, Jian Wuhan's magical energy was depleted, rendering him incapable of resistance. In the end, Gu Qingyuan extracted a short dagger and severed his head. After dispatching Jian Wuhan, Gu Qingyuan proceeded to refine the treasured sword and claim it as his own. At that moment, deep within the cave, 3 beautiful women emerged, trembling with trepidation. Upon seeing Gu Qingyuan's unfamiliar visage, they hastily retreated. Chapter 40. The Cloud Mountain Cave Come Out. Gu Qingyuan commanded in a deep voice. The 3 women, upon hearing his words, obediently stepped forward, their eyes darting nervously. Clearly intimidated by Gu Qingyuan. This cave belongs to me, or does it belong to you? Gu Qingyuan questioned, pointing at the headless corpse of Jian Wuhan on the ground. Among the trio, the most formidable, a beautiful matron, spoke up. Neither. This cave is the lair of a golden core master from the mysterious cloud sect, Yinshan. We were captured and imprisoned here as cauldrons. Upon uncovering the truth, Gu Qingyuan summoned the token from Jian Wuhan's body into his possession, subsequently using it to unlock the entrance of the cave. You may leave now. The three women, whose cultivation levels were merely at the 4th or 5th layer of qi refining, hesitated briefly before the bold matron led the way to escape. As they passed by Gu Qingyuan, his powerful consciousness enveloped them, confirming that they bore no treasures, thus allowing their safe exit. Had they been Yinshan's consorts, they would undoubtedly have possessed spirit artifacts upon departure. Once these matters were settled, Gu Qingyuan began to inspect the storage pouch of Jian Wuhan, a formidable cultivator at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Examining another storage pouch had become second nature to Gu Qingyuan, often igniting a flicker of anticipation within him. Indeed, as a high-ranking foundation establishment cultivator, Jian Wuhan did not disappoint. His pouch contained 2 third-grade elixirs, the cleansing marrow pill, a precious medicine crucial for solidifying one's foundation, accelerating the cultivation of the foundation establishment realm. Additionally, there were 10,000 spirit stones. The most valuable item was the mid-grade magic sword, which Gu Qingyuan had already refined and claimed as his own. This sword, known as the Evil Suppression Sword, possessed the capability for widespread attacks, particularly effective when paired with the technique of the mysterious Cloud's myriad swords. Finally, Gu Qingyuan's gaze was drawn to the interior of the cave. Though the exterior lay in ruins from Jian Wuhan's sword energy, the inside revealed a hidden paradise. As Gu Qingyuan ventured further, he discovered not only several ordinary bedrooms, but also a tightly shut stone door. An intricate formation was inscribed upon the door, rendering it inoperable. Gu Qingyuan promptly retrieved Yinshan's token, yet it remained ineffective. After meticulously examining the formation on the stone door, he discerned that it was a divine locking array. While it appeared intricate at first glance, it could be unraveled by repositioning a few array nodes. Infusing his spiritual energy, Gu Qingyuan attempted to adjust the nodes to form the characters Yinshan. As anticipated, the formation dissipated upon withdrawal of the energy, causing the stone door to open automatically. Before him lay a trove of spirit stones piled high, appearing abundant but totaling only 13,000. Among them stood a cauldron for refining elixirs, classified as a high-grade magic artifact, which even Gu Qingyuan could not activate due to his current cultivation level. The surface was coated in dust, indicating it had not been used for a considerable time. Further inside, he encountered a counter displaying treasures, adorned with numerous rare materials, including the essential spirit herb, everlasting root, needed for crafting a lifespan elixir. Additionally, there lay a finished third-grade lifespan elixir. It appears that the old scoundrel of Yinshan places great importance on health preservation. Gu Qingyuan sighed softly and continued deeper into the chamber. This was a secret room dedicated to storing treasures, yet it only contained items of no use to golden core cultivators. Before departing, Gu Qingyuan left behind his ghostly mask, a subtle mark of his presence for Yinshan's next visit, a form of provocation. He was acutely aware that, in Yinshan's eyes, he was as insignificant as an ant. However, as long as he remained within the sect, Yinshan would not dare to act against him. After returning to Lingxi's sect and halting the duel between his master Tianyi and the Golden Core Elder, the group made their way back to the sect together. Gu Qingyuan had already surveyed the interior. Apart from a pool of warm currents suitable for body refinement, there were no other opportunities to be found. Upon returning to the mysterious celestial sect, Gu Qingyuan promptly made his way to the treasury, intending to exchange 150,000 spirit stones for 3 foundation establishment pills. He was greeted once again by Xiao Wang. Senior, the foundation establishment pills are exceedingly precious. Currently, there is only 1 left in the treasury. If you desire more, you may need to wait another month for the alchemists of Danmai to produce them. Xiao Wang expressed regret, wishing Gu Qingyuan could purchase more, as it would increase his own contributions. Very well, I shall take 1 for now, Gu Qingyuan replied, as it would take him a month to refine a single pill. He would return after 3 successful foundations had been established. Before long, a month had passed. Gu Qingyuan arrived once more at the treasury. Xiao Wang cast a furtive glance at Gu Qingyuan's dantian and sensed the aura emanating from him. It still resonated with the qi refinement stage, which filled him with unease. "Senior, have you not achieved a breakthrough?" He approached Gu Qingyuan, his expression grave. "The pills," Gu Qingyuan replied without elaboration, retrieving his Qiankuan bag to hand it to Xiao Wang. However, Xiao Wang hesitated to accept it, bending down anxiously. "Yesterday, a senior brother at the peak of qi refinement placed a deposit to reserve this month's foundation establishment pills. You will have to wait until next month." Gu Qingyuan's brow furrowed as he replied coldly, "I had reserved the pills last month." Upon hearing the discontent in Gu Qingyuan's tone, Xiao Wang immediately knelt, explaining, "I observed your exceptional talent and believed you would not fail in establishing your foundation. Hence, I allocated the pills to another. Please forgive my transgression." A cultivator who could reach the pinnacle of qi refinement at the tender age of 12 or 13 must possess spiritual roots of exceptional quality, potentially even of the highest tier. Such a prodigy could not possibly fail to establish a foundation. "I am the one who reserved the pills. There is no need to make things difficult for a mere servant." The voice came from a tall man clad in the robes of a servant, his eyes blindfolded with silk, instantly revealing his blindness. This individual could not abide the bullying of servant disciples, and he was unafraid to speak out, even against esteemed inner sect disciples. "Brother Tongming, Brother Muyan, what brings you here?" Gu Qingyuan turned to see familiar faces. The expressionless Tongming stood in stark contrast to the astonished visage of Mu Yun, who exclaimed, "You are Gu Qingyuan. You have truly become an inner sect disciple." As Mu Yun sensed Gu Qingyuan's cultivation, he found to his utter astonishment that he had reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage. "How did you achieve this?" Mu Yun inquired. "Once, while gathering firewood on the mountain, I encountered a spiritual herb known as the bitter leaf orchid. Consuming it enhanced my spiritual root." Gu Qingyuan fabricated a casual explanation. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun furrowed his brow. "The bitter leaf orchid is a poisonous plant. How could it possibly enhance one's spiritual root?" Gu Qingyuan deftly shifted the conversation. "What brings you to the inner sect?" "Naturally, we are here for the foundation establishment pill," the stoic Tongming interjected. "I had reserved a foundation establishment pill last month, but it was unexpectedly allocated to you yesterday. I merely sought clarification from him and did not intend to make things difficult." Fearing that Tongming might misconstrue his intentions, Gu Qingyuan offered a clarification. "Since it is your intention to purchase, I shall graciously yield." Gu Qingyuan was reluctant to let this matter cause a rift with the two, as his journey toward immortality had commenced with their guidance. Chapter 41. The refinement of the revitalizing pill. Tongming was about to continue speaking when he was suddenly interrupted by Mu Yun. Forcing a smile, he spoke in a gentle tone. "Junior Brother Gu, we have some acquaintanceship. I would like to request your assistance. If this matter comes to fruition, we shall forego the foundation establishment pill." Mu Yun, seemingly anxious that Gu Qingyuan might refuse, wore a concerned expression. "There is no need for Brother Mu to be so formal. Please speak freely," Gu Qingyuan replied attentively. Mu Yun glanced at Tongming, noticing his agreement, and proceeded. "Tongming has now reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, and we have just enough contribution points accumulated to exchange for a foundation establishment pill. However, what he urgently requires is not the foundation establishment pill, but rather the third-grade revitalizing pill. His blindness was caused by the malevolent actions of others. The method to refine the third-grade revitalizing pill is solely possessed by the third-grade alchemist Lu Jingxian within the mysterious celestial sect. Our humble status prompts us to ask Junior Brother to approach him on our behalf, requesting that he concoct a revitalizing pill for Tongming. In return, we shall relinquish the foundation establishment pill." No one understood Tongming better than Mu Yun. The revitalizing pill was what Tongming desperately needed, for even the mightiest cultivator would find their power greatly diminished in blindness. If he could regain his sight, he would willingly forego the foundation establishment pill. "I shall gladly assist in this endeavor." Gu Qingyuan responded with a generous spirit. Had it not been for Mu Yun's selfless sharing of knowledge, he would have remained unaware of the existence of spirit-refining techniques. Gu Qingyuan had always been grateful to those who had aided him in the past. "Then consider the foundation establishment pill yours by right." Gu Qingyuan handed over 50,000 spirit stones to Xiao Wang, successfully acquiring the foundation establishment pill. This amounted to 10 million contribution points. Mu Yun extracted a substantial sum of contribution points from his Chinquan bag, totaling 10 million. Should there be any surplus, consider it your reward, junior brother. Mu Yun added with respect as he presented the contribution points to Gu Qingyuan. Brother, you are too gracious. I shall not seek any recompense for my assistance, and any surplus shall be returned to you. Gu Qingyuan promptly exchanged the hefty stack of contribution points for 50,000 spirit stones and then mounted his flying sword, soaring towards the alchemical domain. In the mysterious celestial sect, the alchemical and artifact forging domains fall under the jurisdiction of the outer sect. Alchemists, though often of lower cultivation, hold significant status due to their expertise in the alchemical arts. A third-grade alchemist, even in the presence of inner sect elders, commands respect and deference. After some searching, Gu Qingyuan arrived at the residence of third-grade alchemist Lu Jingxian. As Mu Yun had indicated, he was the only one with the knowledge to refine the revitalizing pill. I, Gu Qingyuan, disciple of the Xianfeng, seek an audience with Master Lu Jingxian, the esteemed alchemist, Gu Qingyuan proclaimed loudly, articulating his words with utmost respect. A young apprentice opened the courtyard door, ushering Gu Qingyuan inside. Before Gu Qingyuan could step into the main hall, a voice echoed from within, "What brings you here?" It appears that Lu Jingxian is unwilling to permit Gu Qingyuan to enter the main hall. Consequently, Gu Qingyuan obediently halted his steps and candidly expressed his desire. I wish to request the master to assist me in concocting a revitalizing pill. Upon his utterance, the door swung open, and a prescription flew forth, accompanied by Lu Jingshuan's voice. Proceed to the treasure pavilion, procure these medicinal herbs for the revitalizing pill, and present me with 30,000 spirit stones. Only then can this matter be accomplished. 30,000 spirit stones? Gu Qingyuan was taken aback. Although the revitalizing pill is a third-grade elixir, its market value likely only amounts to 30,000 spirit stones. Yet Lu Jingxian insisted on requiring him to personally acquire the necessary herbs for its crafting. You have sought me out. You must be aware that within the entire mysterious celestial sect, I alone possess the method to refine the revitalizing pill. If you deem the price excessive, then seek your fortune elsewhere. With that, the heavy door was slammed shut. Despite Lu Jingshuan's modest cultivation, merely at the mid-stage of qi refinement, he certainly projected an air of superiority, unwilling to reveal himself even to a direct disciple of the inner sect. Moreover, he audaciously attempted to extort Gu Qingyuan. With no other option, Gu Qingyuan shook his head and departed from Lu Jingshuan's courtyard, escorted by a young attendant. Once outside, Gu Qingyuan scrutinized the medicinal herbs listed on the prescription. To his astonishment, it included 2 additional ingredients necessary for crafting the foundation establishment pill: fairy heart orchid and centenary emerald bamboo shoots. The value of these herbs alone likely exceeded 30,000 spirit stones. Lu Jingshuan's greed was truly remarkable. Upon reaching a secluded area, Gu Qingyuan set up a concealment array and retrieved his wordless heavenly book. He took up his brush and inscribed the words revitalizing pill. In no time, the recipe manifested, and Gu Qingyuan promptly transcribed a copy. Upon comparison, he discovered that the recipe derived from the wordless heavenly book notably omitted the fairy heart orchid and centenary emerald bamboo shoots. Had it not been for his possession of the wordless heavenly book, he would have found himself thoroughly deceived by Lu Jingxian. Subsequently, Gu Qingyuan made his way to the treasure pavilion, where he acquired all the necessary herbs according to the recipe from the wordless heavenly book, spending merely 12,000 spirit stones. Had he included the fairy heart orchid and centenary emerald bamboo shoots, the cost would have doubled. He then retraced his steps back to the alchemical vein. However, this time, his destination was not Lu Jingshuan's courtyard, but rather the abode of another third-grade alchemist, Dan Yunzi. After introducing himself, a young attendant escorted Gu Qingyuan into the side hall, brewed a pot of tea, and requested him to wait a moment while Dan Yunzi was engaged in alchemical work. While savoring the tea, Gu Qingyuan frequently sensed the rising essence of flames, prompting him to instinctively extend his consciousness to investigate the source of the fire. His consciousness penetrated through a wooden door, allowing him to glimpse within the room, where an elderly man with hair as white as snow, yet a countenance brimming with vitality, sat cross-legged, performing hand seals. He observed as the elder's magical energy surged, meticulously refining the impurities from various herbs within the cauldron, amalgamating their medicinal properties. This individual had attained the foundation establishment stage, and it was through his formidable consciousness that he could wield his magical energy with such exquisite precision. Under the scrutiny of Gu Qingyuan's consciousness, his techniques were laid bare. Is this truly the art of alchemy? Gu Qingyuan observed quietly. After several hours, Dan Yunzi successfully condensed the elixir and then rose to the side hall. What brings you here, my young friend? Dan Yunzi inquired, a smile gracing his rejuvenated face. This individual exuded an aura of returning to simplicity, as if he had indulged excessively in elixirs. I wish to request the esteemed master to concoct a restoration pill for me, Gu Qingyuan stated candidly. You may have sought the wrong person, for although I am a third-tier alchemist, I am unfamiliar with the method of crafting the restoration pill. If you wish to produce this elixir, you should consult another third-tier alchemist, Lu Jingxian. Dan Yunzi rose, intending to escort him out. You need not worry, master. I have already prepared the formula for the restoration pill, Gu Qingyuan replied, presenting the meticulously transcribed formula to Dan Yunzi. Chapter 42. The Life-Prolonging Elixir and the Spirit Herb. Dan Yunzi meticulously examined the elixir formula, a broad smile illuminating his face as he cheerfully declared, My young friend, since you possess the formula, I shall gladly concoct an elixir for you. However, you must procure the spirit herbs yourself. Dan Yunzi subtly hinted to Gu Qingyuan that, in light of the formula, the elixir's preparation could be complementary, but the spirit herbs must be supplied by him. With that, Gu Qingyuan retrieved a dozen varieties of spirit herbs, using his spiritual power to levitate them gracefully in the air for Dan Yunzi's inspection. Please wait a moment. Young friend, in 3 hours, the elixir shall be ready. Dan Yunzi accepted the spirit herbs and returned to the alchemy chamber, commencing the preparation of the revitalizing elixir. For an adept alchemist, possessing the formula was sufficient to create the corresponding elixir. He ignited the furnace. Even if the smokeless wood beneath it burned too fiercely, he could still utilize his magical prowess to temper the flames, thereby achieving the desired control over the heat. Every movement he made was observed in meticulous detail by Gu Qingyuan's spiritual sense, leaving no nuance unnoticed. An hour later, Dan Yunzi successfully completed the elixir and handed the revitalizing elixir to Gu Qingyuan, then settled beside him to engage in casual conversation. Young friend, have you gleaned any insights from my alchemical practices? Dan Yunzi inquired with a smile, his intentions unclear. Esteemed master, your alchemical techniques are exquisite. Although I am not versed in the art of alchemy, it is evident that your skills are unparalleled, Gu Qingyuan flattered, anxious that Dan Yunzi might find fault with him. He utilized his spiritual sense to scrutinize the alchemical methods, and certainly, the equally potent Dan Yunzi would not fail to notice. You flatter me, young friend. At that moment, Dan Yunzi's apprentice filled their cups with fragrant spirit tea. Dan Yunzi cast a peculiar glance at his apprentice, who had lingered nearby, and remarked, This apprentice has been with me for 20 years, yet due to insufficient spiritual strength, he is yet to observe my alchemical techniques. Shaking his head with a hint of melancholy, he lamented, Were he to possess even a fraction of your talent, he would surely be a second-tier alchemist by now. After his grievances, he turned his attention back to Gu Qingyuan, curiously asking, Might you be interested in learning the art of alchemy? Gu Qingyuan slightly nodded, responding cheerfully, I am devoted to my cultivation. The vast and profound world of alchemy leaves me no time to divert my focus. Your words are heavy, my young friend. I brew a furnace of elixirs daily, most of which can be completed in merely 2 hours. If you are earnest, you may come to my side chamber each day at noon to observe. I shall not withhold my knowledge, Dan Yunzi assured. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyuan's eyes brightened, and he eagerly replied, Since the master is so magnanimous, I shall graciously accept your offer. Dan Yunzi paused for a moment, then lowered his voice, adding, However, I do not teach for free. I simply require your assistance with a small task. His expression turned serious, seemingly apprehensive that Gu Qingyuan might decline. He hastily continued, If you find it troublesome, you need not help. You may still come to observe my alchemical practices as usual. Gu Qingyuan sipped his tea, contemplating the proposition. With others having made the request, he felt it would be impolite not to assist in some manner. The master may as well share his thoughts, Gu Qingyuan replied. I seek to concoct a third-grade spirit-condensing pill. Yet one particular herb, the awakening fragrance, seems to be utterly extinct within the realm of the mysterious celestial sect. I have searched in vain for many years without success. I have heard that the disciples of your inner sect frequently venture out for training. Should you happen upon this herb, I would be most grateful if you could procure it for me. The spirit condensing pill is a precious elixir that enhances one's spiritual awareness, and it is likely that this Dan Yunzi wishes to bolster the perception of his apprentice. I shall remember your words. Time is of the essence. I must take my leave. Gu Qingyuan hurried back to the servants' hall and handed the revitalizing pill to Tong Ming, returning the remaining 38,000 spirit stones without keeping a single one. Despite Tong Ming and Mu Yun's reluctance to accept, after much persuasion, Gu Qingyuan managed to convince them to accept the spirit stones while requesting they keep an eye on Lu Ziki. Upon returning to his residence, he refined and absorbed the Foundation Establishment pill, a process that consumed a month of his time. He had undergone Foundation Establishment 4 times. Now only one final attempt remained. However, there were still 2 days until the Treasure Pavilion introduced the next Foundation Establishment pill. In that interval, it would be prudent to explore the valley for the herbs desired by Dan Yunzi. Once, the emaciated elder he had escorted had mentioned that if Gu Qingyuan could extend his life by a century, he would willingly offer all the spiritual flora within his herb garden. After being bound by Jian Wuhan and taken to the cave on Yinshan, Gu Qingyuan fortuitously obtained a life-extending pill. Since he had no use for this elixir, trading it with the emaciated elder for herbs from the garden seemed a wise decision. If he could acquire the awakening fragrance, he could exchange it with Dan Yunzi for the opportunity to observe and learn the art of alchemy, an endeavor that would yield dual benefits. With this thought in mind, Gu Qingyuan accepted a random task and departed from the sect. The journey was relatively smooth, and upon arriving at the barriers surrounding the valley, he called out, "Gu Qingyuan, I seek an audience." His voice, empowered by mana, reverberated throughout the valley, awakening the lethal mechanisms of the formation. To intrude forcefully would spell certain doom. Before long, the emaciated elder arrived, dispelling the formation's restrictions and inviting Gu Qingyuan inside. "Esteemed elder, I bring you the life-extending pill." Gu Qingyuan spoke with utmost respect. Though the elder's cultivation was merely at the 7th level of qi refinement, his mastery of obscure techniques was profound and should not be underestimated. The elder fixed his gaze upon the pill, his eyes widening in astonishment. Leaning closer, he inhaled its aroma, a look of delightful reminiscence crossing his face as he exclaimed, "Indeed, this is the life-extending pill. Merely the scent invigorates me with a sense of renewed vitality. Will you fulfill your promise of the complete spiritual flora?" Gu Qingyuan clutched the pill tightly in his hand. The elder would not receive the elixir without offering the herbs in return. "Apart from the enlightenment tea tree, you may take anything else." With a grand gesture, the elder dismissed all restrictions within his herb garden, his gaze fixed intently on the life-extending pill in Gu Qingyuan's hand. "In that case, I shall not be polite," Gu Qingyuan replied, promptly handing the pill to the elder before soaring into the sky. With a flourish of his mystical powers, he uprooted the ethereal plants from the earth, meticulously arranging them before intending to place them into the spatial pouch. "Do not be hasty, young friend," the withered elder interjected, observing Gu Qingyuan's remarkable speed. "These are spirit plants over 100 years old, which have already borne seeds. Should you place them all into the pouch, the seeds will lose their vitality. Although the pouch contains a wondrous realm, it lacks the passage of time. Anything living placed within will emerge lifeless." Heeding the elder's warning, Gu Qingyuan promptly ceased his actions, carefully removing the seeds from the spirit grasp before depositing the plants into the pouch. The frail elder then produced a cloth bag from his waist and tossed it to Gu Qingyuan, saying, "These spirit plant seeds are quite precious. Do not find it bothersome, lest you waste them." It was evident that the elder was reluctant to see the fruits of his lifelong cultivation squandered. Thus he thoughtfully provided a bag for Gu Qingyuan to store the seeds. Chapter 43. Tiany's request. Upon meticulously cataloging the various spiritual plants, Gu Qingyuan discovered an astonishing diversity, encompassing nearly all the spiritual flora he had ever known. "Esteemed elder, your collection of herbs is truly a veritable medley. It comprises everything imaginable," Gu Qingyuan remarked with a touch of admiration. "To be candid, in my youth, I endeavored to gather an array of spiritual plants with the intention of founding a sect. Although my cultivation is modest, I possess a profound understanding of various esoteric arts and have dabbled in all manner of celestial pathways, the emaciated elder boasted. His spirits lifted after receiving the life-extending elixir. In the southern domain, I am renowned by the moniker Thousand Mechanisms. Have you ever heard of my esteemed name? He inquired, stroking his beard with palpable pride. Gu Qingyuan felt a twinge of embarrassment, having never encountered such a name. He quickly responded, "Ah, so you are the venerable Thousand Mechanisms." Perhaps sensing Gu Qingyuan's insincere flattery, the elder retorted with a hint of indignation. "Humph. I have lived in seclusion for many years. In my heyday, you were not yet born. Venerable Thousand Mechanisms, I have gathered all the spiritual plants I require and shall not impose further," Gu Qingyuan said, bowing respectfully before departing on his sword. As Gu Qingyuan left, the elder gazed intently at his receding figure, then calculated with his fingers, murmuring, "Fate is not yet fulfilled. I wonder if it is a blessing or a curse." The elder's medicinal garden did not disappoint Gu Qingyuan, for it indeed contained the coveted awakening fragrance herb. Upon completing his task and returning to the sect, he promptly presented it to Dan Yunzi. Dan Yunzi, overjoyed to receive the awakening fragrance, beamed with delight and hurriedly invited the herbal apprentice, Ling Cha, to entertain Gu Qingyuan. He then retreated to the alchemy chamber, eager to concoct the long-anticipated spirit convergence pill. This time, he not only welcomed Gu Qingyuan to observe without reservation, but also explained the principles of alchemical cultivation while refining the elixir. The art of fire control relies on seizing the opportune moment. The refinement of spiritual herbs must synchronize with the management of flames. To hasten the process, one must hasten. To slow it, one must slow. The timing of fire control is paramount and must be adaptable, Dan Yunzi elaborated while engaged in the alchemical process. And Gu Qingyuan watched with rapt attention. This complete observation of alchemy proved immensely beneficial for Gu Qingyuan. Subsequently, he visited the treasure pavilion and successfully exchanged 50,000 spirit stones for a foundation establishment pill. At last, I can genuinely embark on the path of foundation establishment. Gu Qingyuan mused, reflecting on the numerous perilous encounters and arduous trials he had endured to gather the resources necessary for this fifth attempt. Upon returning to Tianyi Manor, he intended to hasten to his chamber to commence his foundation establishment. However, at that moment, Xia Dong suddenly burst forth. Upon seeing Gu Qingyuan, she exclaimed loudly, "Master, senior brother has returned." Then, noticing Gu Qingyuan's expression, Xia Dong's demeanor shifted, revealing a hint of resentment. Tianyi emerged through the door, a cheerful smile gracing her face as she approached Gu Qingyuan. "Qingyuan, you must wait a little longer for your final foundation establishment." "What do you mean, master?" Gu Qingyuan's expression darkened, sensing impending misfortune. "Now that you have gathered the resources for 5 foundation establishments, I have previously bestowed upon you a foundation establishment pill. I also mentioned that it was originally meant for your junior sister, Xia Dong. I share this with you, as I have a request." Tianyi wore an expression of helplessness, clearly burdened by the circumstances. "Please, master, speak," Gu Qingyuan replied. "You have now established your foundation 4 times. Your strength is unparalleled. If you participate in this year's autumn examination with your current cultivation level, you will undoubtedly emerge victorious. At that time, the sect will reward you with a foundation establishment pill. However, if you insist on further cultivating your foundation when the trial begins, your cultivation will merely be at the early stage of foundation establishment, leaving you with little chance among the inner sect disciples." At this point, Gu Qingyuan comprehended Tianyi's intention and interjected. "Master means for me to seal the 4 successfully established spiritual roots and utilize the final earth spirit root of the Qi refinement stage to partake in the autumn examination. After claiming the victory, I shall gift the acquired elixir to my junior sister." A look of relief graced Tianyi's face as he replied, "That is precisely my intention." Gu Qingyuan glanced back at Xia Dong, who was holding her head high, glaring at him with evident displeasure, clearly harboring resentment over the fact that he had taken away her foundation resources. "Rest assured, master, I know what must be done." Gu Qingyuan reluctantly acquiesced. The final foundation establishment would have to be postponed. Upon returning to his chamber, he retrieved a selection of spiritual herbs from his bag: Mist Lotus, Bicolored Celestial Peach, and Thunderfire Celestial Bamboo, all necessary for body refinement. Although Qianjizi's medicinal garden housed numerous varieties of spiritual plants, each was unique and singular. Once he consumed this batch, he would have to wait for Su Taiping's medicinal garden to mature. After half a month of body refinement practice, Gu Qingyuan elevated his physical cultivation to the 7th level of body tempering. He then turned his attention to cultivating the divine communication technique, which enhances one's spiritual awareness through visualization. As Gu Qingyuan practiced this technique, Luo Qiushui, who resided within his sea of consciousness, sensed the increase in spiritual energy and suddenly awakened. Observing her surroundings, she discovered that Gu Qingyuan had isolated her in a separate space using his spiritual power, preventing her from perceiving the outside world through his consciousness. They had temporarily formed a singular entity. But now Gu Qingyuan had taken advantage of her weakness to forcibly segregate her within his sea of consciousness. Why do you restrict my senses? Do you harbor some unspeakable secret? Luo Qiushui questioned Gu Qingyuan upon awakening. Although you exist in a primordial spirit state, you are still a woman. It is rather inconvenient for me to undress and wash in your presence. It is best for you to remain inside and recover in peace, Gu Qingyuan replied. He was reluctant for this peculiar individual to discover his possession of the priceless Book of Secrets, and even more so to establish a mental connection with her. Very well. You should diligently cultivate this technique to enhance your spiritual awareness. It will aid in my swift recovery, Luo Qiushui remarked before succumbing to slumber once more. Time passed swiftly, and seasons changed. It was now the 4th year since Gu Qingyuan had joined the Misty Immortal sect. Today marked the official commencement of the autumn examination. As Gu Qingyuan led the Qi refinement disciples of the Wanshan Peak to the summit, he noticed an elder across the chasm, gazing intently at him. Extending his spiritual perception, he discerned that the figure was none other than Yunshan, the esteemed elder of the Zhangtian Cliff and the father of Yunfei. Gu Qingyuan chose to disregard him, suppressing his aura and patiently awaiting the conclusion of the Foundation Establishment Disciples Trial. Yinshao, Yinkong, abandon your pursuit of results in this trial and find a place to conceal yourselves within the canyon, waiting for the Qi refinement disciples to enter, the father instructed. What is the meaning of this, father? The elder Yinshao inquired, perplexed. The 13-year-old boy on the opposing peak was Gu Qingyuan, the one who had slain your brother Yunfei, and had also decimated over 100 Qi refinement disciples from Zhangtian Cliff. Yinshan continued, gritting his teeth. Though this individual has only attained the pinnacle of Qi refinement, he may possess profound opportunities. You must exercise utmost caution. I previously dispatched Jian Wuhan to capture him alive. Yet he met an inexplicable demise. Chapter 44. The two sons of Yinshan. The child understood what needed to be done. Yinshao slightly nodded, comprehending Yunshan's intent. Both he and Yinkong were in the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, having remained in this realm for over 30 years. In terms of combat prowess and experience, they were incomparable to Gu Qingyuan, who had merely attained the peak of the Qi refining stage. As the trial for Foundation establishment disciples commenced, Yunshao and Yunkong soared into the gorge on their swords. Brother, you cannot abandon me this time. Even if I fail to secure first place, you must remain within my sight. After experiencing the trauma from the previous trial, Xia Dong clung tightly to Gu Qingyuan's garment, refusing to leave his side. In the last trial, a vengeful infernal wolf had pursued Xia Dong throughout the night. Fortunately, she managed to survive with the help of a life-preserving talisman. The recollection still sent shivers down her spine. Do not worry, last time was an accident. This time, no one dares to obstruct me, Gu Qingyuan assured, shifting his gaze toward the camp of the Zhangtian Cliff on the opposite bank. After the Foundation establishment disciples entered the gorge for the trial, only a few silhouettes could be seen on the Zhangtian Cliff side. Besides several elders, there was a masked girl and two newly admitted Qi refining disciples, whose strengths were negligible. Gu Qingyuan extended his spiritual sense and discovered that the masked girl's face bore a peculiar injury, with a significant portion of flesh missing. Were she not a cultivator, such a grievous wound would have rendered her lifeless. 3 days later, the Foundation establishment trials concluded, with many returning triumphantly. However, a few were reported to have perished in the gorge. The champion of this session would receive a low-grade broken golden dan as a reward. Qi refining disciples swiftly enter the gorge. This time in the sky, only one individual stood upon a flying sword, soaring gracefully under the gaze of 1,000 spectators. This individual was none other than Gu Qingyuan. Behind him, his junior sister Xia Dong gripped his collar tightly due to her fear of heights, trembling in the air. The two new disciples from the Tsangtian Cliff camp closely followed Lu Shui, pointing at the sky in astonishment. Sister, look. That chi refining cultivator is actually flying on a sword. The number of disciples capable of sword flight was scarce, and witnessing it now was truly astonishing. Calm down. Once a cultivator reaches the 9th level of chi refining, they can fly on a sword. In another 2 years, this fairy shall also soar through the skies. Lu Shui found it difficult to speak, needing to suppress her breath with spiritual energy. Yet her voice emerged muddled, as if mixed with something strange. Any attempt to raise her volume resulted in a hissing sound. Her two junior brothers dared not say much, merely following their senior sister deeper into the gorge. However, when Lu Shui lifted her head to observe the figure flying in the sky, her heart surged like a tempest. Suddenly, she halted, struck dumb. Was that not Gu Qingyuan, her childhood companion? Upon entering the canyon, Gu Qingyuan swiftly began to hunt the spectral wolves along the edges of the ravine. Having undergone a trial previously, he possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the spectral wolves. The recent havoc wreaked by the Foundation establishment cultivators had left the yellow-tier spectral wolves in a state of sheer terror at the sight of thousands of cultivators flocking into the valley. They would undoubtedly flee in desperation, reluctant to mount any resistance. It was only after they gauged the strength of the human chi refinement cultivators that they dared to counterattack. By the end of the day, Gu Qingyuan had amassed over 100 crystal cores. At this pace of hunting, he was destined to emerge as the leader. Brother, you are truly formidable. You must kill a few more. When the time comes, you will take first place, and I will settle for second. All of my 10,000 spirit stones will be yours, while the Foundation establishment pills will be mine. Xia Dong, witnessing the promising momentum, began to calculate gleefully. Shoo! Do not speak, Gu Qingyuan interrupted, urging her to silence. He then scanned the surroundings, as if he had sensed something. As his spiritual awareness extended, he detected two formidable cultivators observing him from a distance of 100 feet. These two individuals emanated an unusual aura, likely having surpassed the chi refinement realm. Once they realized Gu Qingyuan had perceived them, they immediately summoned their magical artifacts and charged towards him. That is a top-grade spiritual treasure, the Sun Flame Sacred Shield. We must find a place to conceal ourselves. Gu Qingyuan entrusted the top-grade defensive spiritual treasure, Tianyi, to Xia Dong and forcefully pushed her away. By the time he turned back, the two cultivators had already closed in on him. They were none other than the eldest and second sons of Yunshan, both at the mid-foundation establishment level. Drawing his mid-grade magical weapon, the Jinxia sword, Gu Qingyuan executed a sweeping strike to block their offensive. Well done. You have reached the Foundation establishment stage, so you have been concealing your cultivation, Yunxiao remarked in astonishment, then infused his long staff with spiritual energy, violently striking down towards Gu Qingyuan. Gu Qingyuan effortlessly parried with his sword, questioning, "Why do you two assail me? My father is Yunshan, and my brother is Yunfei. What do you think?" Yunxiao retorted furiously, launching another upward strike, the staff narrowly missing Gu Qingyuan. Gu Qingyuan leapt high into the air, chuckling, Two more who have come to deliver equipment. Since you are here, do not leave." Presently, Gu Qingyuan had undergone the Foundation establishment 4 times, attained the 7th level of body refinement, and his spiritual awareness had reached a consummate state, nearly rivaling the strength of golden core cultivators. Just by engaging in a war of attrition, he could exhaust these two mid-foundation establishment cultivators to their limits. Half an hour later, as Yunxiao and Yunkong realized their spiritual energy was depleted, yet they still could not subdue Gu Qingyuan, panic set in. This lad is peculiar. His physical defenses are astonishing. His spiritual energy seems inexhaustible, and his reaction and movement speeds are unparalleled. We cannot afford to prolong this battle, Yunxiao declared, reaching into his Qiankuan bag to retrieve a handful of mana-restoring pills, hastily consuming them. Witnessing this scene, Gu Qingyuan felt a twinge of sympathy. He did not wish to engage in such a protracted battle, as the resources squandered would ultimately be counted against him. Thus, he resolved to make a bold decision. In a fleeting moment, he vanished from sight, only to reappear beside Yunxiao. With a swift motion, he seized the Qiankuan bag at Yunxiao's waist and yanked it away. "Be careful, elder brother," Yunkong exclaimed, as he swung his longsword, delivering a fierce slash across Gu Qingyuan's back. Having successfully acquired the bag, Gu Qingyuan immediately retreated, sustaining a wound from the sword that left a gash in his clothing. Fortunately, his physical resilience was formidable, and the blade merely penetrated a couple of inches, resulting in a thin line of blood. In the next instant, Gu Qingyuan's figure flickered again, transforming into a shadow as he rapidly approached Yun Kong's side, snatching his Qinkuan bag as well. "You seek death," Yun Kong shouted in fury, thrusting his sword forward, but Gu Qingyuan deftly evaded the attack. With both Qinkuan bags in his possession, a triumphant smile spread across Gu Qingyuan's face. He no longer needed to worry about these two relying on medicinal pills to restore their powers. Subsequently, Gu Qingyuan's movements became increasingly elusive, as he unexpectedly delivered a sudden stab to Yunxiao's back, then unleashed a piercing sword aura. He aimed to exhaust these two mid-foundation cultivators to the brink of their endurance, employing a strategy to wear them down without mercy. Chapter 45. Do we know each other? Half an hour had passed when Yun Kong realized that his magical power was nearly depleted. He decided to take flight, abandoning the pursuit of Gu Qingyuan and seeking escape. However, just as he ascended, a formidable consciousness locked onto him, and an arrow imbued with boundless magical energy swiftly pierced the nape of his neck. The arrowhead emerged through his throat. As the sound of the arrow ceased, Yun Kong lost all vitality and plummeted from the sky. "You wretched boy, I demand your life." Yun Xia, witnessing the death of his younger brother, roared in uncontrollable fury. His magical energy surged, causing his cultivation to rise dramatically. He was burning through his lifespan. In the midst of his prime, Yun Xia unleashed a secret technique to elevate his power, and wrinkles rapidly marred his visage, imbuing him with an air of profound weariness. In just 3 breaths, he transformed from a vigorous middle-aged man into a gaunt elder, while his cultivation soared from the mid-foundation stage to the late foundation stage. Prepare to meet your end. Yun Xia propelled himself forward with great speed, his elevated power rendering him far swifter, leaving Gu Qingyuan no time to evade his approach. Mountain Shaking Fist, opening the mountain style. Yun Xia forsook his long staff and unleashed the Mountain Shaking Fist with his bare fists. His left fist shot out with incredible velocity, striking Gu Qingyuan's abdomen like a dragon, producing a resonant explosion of air. The overwhelming force caused Gu Qingyuan's muscles to slacken, rendering him unable to retaliate. Boom, boom, boom. Following that, his right fist struck, then his left withdrew. His left fist advanced, and his right withdrew. In the blink of an eye, a series of 6 powerful punches landed squarely on Gu Qingyuan's chest, forcing him to spit blood and stagger backward. Mountain Shaking Fist, shattering the mountain style. Yun Xia's right fist charged with magical energy, locking onto the injured Gu Qingyuan, rendering him immobile. Boom. The explosive force of Yun Xia's punch generated a shockwave of magical energy, snapping several nearby trees in half. After receiving the blow, Gu Qingyuan was sent hurtling backward, crashing into multiple trees before finally coming to a halt. "It is over," Yun Xia bellowed, summoning his long staff with magical energy. He advanced to claim Gu Qingyuan's life. At that moment, the Jinxia sword, which had fallen nearby, suddenly stirred. Countless ethereal swords, annihilation style. Gu Qingyuan formed a hand seal with one hand and commanded the Jinxia sword. Whoosh! The sound of the sword slicing through the air pierced the silence as it sped toward the ascending Yun Xia. Swish! The sword intent of the annihilation style pierced through Yun Xia's chest with an unstoppable force. Despite the searing pain, a ferocious expression emerged on his weathered face. Clenching his teeth, his eyes were filled with utter loathing for Gu Qingyuan. Even with the sword embedded in his body, he showed no sign of relinquishing his assault on Gu Qingyuan. Boom! The long staff descended with great force, striking Gu Qingyuan's abdomen, driving him deep into the ground, creating a profound indentation. Meanwhile, under the deft control of Gu Qingyuan, the exorcising sword altered its trajectory and successfully severed the head of Yin Xiao. Gu Qingyuan spat out a mouthful of blood and hastily probed into his Qinkuan bag with his divine sense, retrieving several healing spirit herbs, which he promptly consumed. Half an hour later, he could barely rise from the sunken ground to attend to the most pressing matter, the plundering of the treasures from the 2 mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators. In addition to the valuables within their Chinquan bags, they were adorned in armor of defensive artifact grade and wielded offensive magical tools, all of which were of substantial worth. After completing this task, Gu Qingyuan hung their corpses high, unwilling to let them go to waste. The flesh of Foundation establishment cultivators would serve excellently to lure the infernal wolves. By the time his injuries had somewhat healed, a day had passed. And only then did Gu Qingyuan dare to extract the Chinquan bags of the two, meticulously counting their contents. He acquired a total of 60,000 spirit stones, 3 marrow cleansing pills, and several unusable spirit treasures. It seemed these two had been reluctant to discard their possessions after becoming Foundation establishment cultivators, leading to these treasures remaining unrefined for an extended period, thus diminishing their potency. Within Yunxiao's Chinquan bag, there was also a tome titled Soul Ignition Technique, which purportedly enhances one's cultivation by sacrificing lifespan. However, such an elevation pertains solely to cultivation level, leaving the physical defense at its original state. Otherwise, Gu Qingyuan would not have been able to easily dispatch him with a mid-grade magical tool. Ironically, it was this very technique that had nearly led to Gu Qingyuan's demise. 2 days later, leveraging the corpses of the two mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, Gu Qingyuan attracted numerous infernal wolves, ultimately collecting 600 crystal cores. Once their remains had been reduced to mere bones by the wolves, losing their allure, he finally rose to depart. Aimlessly wandering, he unexpectedly collided with 3 disciples of the Celestial Cliff by a small riverbank. Beside the 3 disciples stood a sweet-looking young woman, none other than Xia Dong. "Senior brother, are you all right?" Xia Dong stepped forward, filled with concern. "Thanks to you, I'm still alive," Gu Qingyuan replied coldly, continuing. "How did you end up with the Celestial Cliff disciples?" "I happened to encounter them and planned to travel together," Xia Dong responded. "The Celestial Cliff disciples are treacherous. Are you certain you wish to remain with them?" Upon hearing this, Xia Dong obediently leaped across the riverbank to stand beside Gu Qingyuan. "You 3, hand over all your crystal cores, or face death." A murderous glint flashed in Gu Qingyuan's eyes as his sword aura surged violently around him, leaving the 3 Celestial Cliff disciples in a state of shock. "Senior, we bear no enmity. Why target us?" questioned the youth beside Lu Shui, though his cultivation was feeble. He had already deciphered that Gu Qingyuan was focusing on the Celestial Cliff disciples. "I am not targeting you. I am targeting all Celestial Cliff disciples." Gu Qingyuan's voice dripped with an icy chill, sending shivers down their spines. "Could you possibly explain your reasoning, Senior? We will certainly amend our ways." The Qi refinement disciple pressed on. "My targeting of you is of no concern to you. Ask again, and I shall slay you." Considering that the 3 of them were newcomers, Gu Qingyuan refrained from taking immediate action. The previous batch of Qi refining disciples who had united against him had already met their demise. Here, the trembling hands of the Qi refining cultivator, who had been questioning Gu Qingyuan, obediently surrendered his crystal core. Another newly initiated intersect disciple hastily followed suit. Now, only the peculiar woman wearing a mask remained. "Do you not intend to comply?" Gu Qingyuan coldly pressed once more. This strange woman, having attained the 7th level of Qi refining, seemed to possess a degree of confidence. "Qingyuan, do you not remember me?" The bizarre woman, threatened by Gu Qingyuan, suddenly broke down in tears. Gu Qingyuan was left dumbfounded, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. He racked his brain, yet in this lifetime, he had never encountered a woman so exceedingly unattractive. "We know each other?" Gu Qingyuan inquired with a furrowed brow. Chapter 46. Surveillance. "I am Lu Shui, Gu Dage. Do you not remember me?" Lu Shui choked on her words. "You." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyuan hastily released his spiritual awareness, suppressing the unease within him as he scrutinized the grotesque visage beneath the strange woman's mask once more. He discovered that the upper half of her face bore a striking resemblance to Lu Shui's. "No wonder I could not find you last year. It turns out you have been disfigured. Had it not been for this, Lu Shui would have certainly perished during last year's trial." "Senior sister, you know this esteemed elder? How wonderful. Please have him return the crystal core to us." Lu Shui's junior brother behind her sensed the unusual connection between the two. Just as he felt a surge of delight, Gu Qingyuan's next words sent a chill through his heart. "This senior sister of yours is quite formidable. She has humiliated me on multiple occasions." Gu Qingyuan turned his gaze towards Lu Shui, continuing, "Here's the deal. Hand over your crystal core and surrender all your treasures. I may consider sparing your life." His tone was frigid, leaving no room for Lu Shui to retort. The Jinye sword within the Qiankuan bag flew forth autonomously, aimed directly at Lu Shui, poised to strike at any moment. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Lu Shui's junior brother quickly removed the Qiankuan bag from her waist and tossed it to Gu Qingyuan. "Senior, please temper your anger." After receiving the Qiankuan bag, Gu Qingyuan inspected its contents meticulously, discarding some treasures he deemed unnecessary to Xia Dong while pocketing several thousand spirit stones. "Next time you see me, steer clear. Otherwise, death awaits." Gu Qingyuan left these menacing words behind as he turned to depart with Xia Dong. "Senior sister, how could you offend such a formidable elder?" Lu Shui's two junior brothers began to interrogate her, their tone laced with hostility. "Had it not been for you, that elder would not have seized our Qiankuan bags. He clearly cares about me." Tears continuously brimmed in the corners of Lu Shui's eyes as she sank to the ground, engulfed by a tide of regret. "Senior sister, do not flatter yourself. That elder is far too powerful to concern himself with you. I believe he finds your appearance rather unappealing." The two junior brothers muttered as they walked away. They were disciples who had ascended from the outer sect, possessing considerable strength, and were unafraid of any retaliation from Lu Shui. At the canyon's periphery, Senior Tianyi, this year's champion, must undoubtedly be a disciple of the Wenshan Peak. Several elders approached Tianyi with smiles, lavishing him with flattery. In the Miao Miaoxian sect, there exists an unwritten rule. Whenever a disciple from a peak claims victory, the main peak must host a banquet to celebrate. In pursuit of a feast, the elders were shamelessly flattering Tianyi. "The trial has not yet concluded, fellow disciples. Let us not jump to conclusions." Though Tianyi was confident in his beloved disciple Gu Qingyuan, he remained modest in his speech. "Humph, I remain unconvinced of the outcome." At that moment, the chief elder of the Zhangtian Cliff arrived at the canyon's formation exit, prepared to welcome his own disciple. "Oh, does Brother Yinshan believe that his disciples can seize the victory?" The second elder of Wenshan Peak, Tong Xian, inquired with a hint of skepticism. "My disciple possesses extraordinary talent. How could victory elude us?" Yinshan, with his hands clasped behind his back, confidently declared, "If any of my fellow disciples harbor doubts, I invite you to a wager. Should a disciple of Wenshan Peak claim victory, I shall bestow upon you 10 magical artifacts. Conversely, if a disciple of Zhangtian Cliff triumphs, each of you must surrender 1 artifact to me. Do you dare to take this bet?" Yinshan surveyed his surroundings, his gaze laced with disdain. This time, he brimmed with confidence, believing Lu Shui would emerge victorious. He had dispatched 2 of his foundational sons into the gorge, intending for them to eliminate Gu Qingyuan, thus aiding Lu Shui in hunting the Netherwolf and securing the victory, an endeavor that would yield dual benefits. "Brother Yinshan, do you truly wish to gamble?" Tong Xian inquired, furrowing his brow once more. "Indeed," Yinshan replied, standing tall and resolute. A few hours later, the formation's exit opened, and thousands of disciples surged forth. A strikingly handsome youth, riding a flying sword, swiftly claimed the lead. Following closely was Xia Dong. This young man was none other than Gu Qingyuan, a disciple of Wenshan Peak. Upon reaching the elder referee, he presented his crystal core and then approached his master. Upon seeing Gu Qingyuan emerge alive, Yinshan felt a wave of unease. Extending his spiritual sense, he sought the whereabouts of Lu Shui and her companions. But if Gu Qingyuan was still alive, what of his 2 sons? In a flurry of anxiety, Yinshan dashed deep into the gorge, searching for his 2 foundational sons. This year's Qi Refinement Disciples Trial champion is Gu Qingyuan of Wenshan Peak, having acquired 600 crystal cores. The second place is Xia Dong of Wenshan Peak, with 500 crystal cores. As the referee announced the results, all the elders turned their attention to the gorge. "This old fellow better not renege," one elder remarked with a tone of discontent. "We shall await him at the exit. He cannot evade his debts." A cohort of elders anticipated the 10 magical artifacts Yinshan owed them. Bestowing these upon their own disciples would elevate their prestige. After receiving their rewards, Gu Qingyuan and Xia Dong returned to their residences. Xia Dong, still at the 7th level of Qi refinement, was 5 to 6 years away from foundational advancement. Thus the pills were entrusted to Tianyi for safekeeping. Gu Qingyuan, meanwhile, hastened to his chamber, consuming his foundational elixir to commence his final foundational cultivation. 3 months later, Gu Qingyuan's aura had grown significantly denser, the potency of his magical power surpassing that of an ordinary cultivator. His dantian was 5 times larger than that of an average practitioner, allowing him to accommodate a greater volume of magical energy. Additionally, having consumed the marrow cleansing elixir, his body was purged of impurities, further facilitating his foundational training. This elixir could refine the marrow and enhance one's constitution. The foundational cultivation process involved solidifying one's base, strengthening the meridians and dantian, and refining the physical body, akin to the practice of body refinement. Having already reached the 7th tier of body refinement, Gu Qingyuan advanced through the foundational phase at an astonishing pace. Within a mere 2 months, he attained the mid-foundational stage. During this period, Gu Qingyuan frequently observed Dan Yunzi in the alchemical process, gaining considerable knowledge. He entrusted Su Taiping with the cultivation of the mystical herb, which yielded a bountiful harvest. However, the barrel fairy peach required 2 years to mature, necessitating a few more months of patience. During this interim, Gu Qingyuan diligently focused on his cultivation, consuming 2 additional cleansing elixirs, which rendered his physical form remarkably pure, devoid of any impurities. Yet, the enhancement was negligible compared to the pronounced effects of the first elixir. Spending several months in seclusion within his chamber, Gu Qingyuan began to feel a sense of restlessness. After retrieving the ripe barrel fairy peaches from Su Taiping, he resolved to undertake a mission, to venture beyond the sect and test the strength of his current magical prowess. Upon arriving at the stone tablet of the Seeking Immortals Order, he scanned it with his spiritual sense, only to find a scarcity of tasks available. However, what captivated him more was a foundation-building practitioner seated cross-legged atop the Ascending Immortals Pavilion. This individual, possessing merely early-stage foundation-building cultivation, scrutinized Gu Qingyuan's visage with his spiritual perception. Subsequently, he produced a spiritual talisman and recited, "I report to my master. Gu Qingyuan has appeared at the Seeking Immortals Order, preparing for departure." Chapter 47. The Cloud Mountain's descent into madness. The incantations recited by the cultivator were distinctly perceived by Gu Qingyuan through his spiritual sense. Clad in the garb of a disciple from the Tsangtian Cliff, this individual had seemingly been stationed here for months, biding his time to ascertain the moment Gu Qingyuan would leave the sect. Gu Qingyuan's spiritual sense was released with utmost caution, evading detection. It appeared that the old rogue of Cloud Mountain had dispatched this person to surveil him, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Upon this realization, Gu Qingyuan hastily retraced his steps. Arriving at the medicinal garden, he retrieved his remaining 300 by Xixiantang from Su Taiping, then rushed back to his residence. He promptly combined them with 2 other spiritual herbs and consumed them eagerly. "I shall refine my body and establish my foundation, reaching the golden core stage before I re-emerge. What can you possibly do to me then?" Gu Qingyuan remained remarkably patient, unfazed by the impending threat. "Senior brother, the master has summoned you," came the voice of Xia Dong as Gu Qingyuan was immersed in his cultivation. Concluding his practice, he descended the stairs to find Tian Yi waiting in the main hall for some time. "My disciple, I must leave the sect to fulfill a mission that may take a considerable duration. During this time, you are to care for your junior sister. Should I return safely, I shall bring you several treasures." Tian Yi patted Gu Qingyuan on the shoulder before soaring into the sky. "Did you hear that? Master has instructed you to take good care of me. Hurry and fetch me something to eat. I crave the blood and flesh of the Xian rank Yuming wolf." Xia Dong's words fell on deaf ears as Gu Qingyuan remained oblivious. After Tian Yi's departure, a sense of unease began to gnaw at him. Perhaps he was merely overthinking. Shaking his head, he returned to his room to continue his cultivation. Several hours later, a formidable aura gradually approached, locking onto Gu Qingyuan with precision. Sensing the imminent threat, Gu Qingyuan abruptly opened his eyes and extended his spiritual sense. He beheld an elder from Cloud Mountain, his hair ashen, eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light, exuding an aura of malice as he soared through the void towards Tian Yi's residence. The elder's presence was unmistakably that of the mid-golden core stage, a stark contrast to his prior state of early golden core just months ago. "Gu Qingyuan, come forth and face your demise." The elder's speech was somewhat sluggish, as if his mind were clouded. Behind him, several Foundation establishment disciples united to deploy a formation aimed at isolating Tian Yi's residence from the outside world, preventing any detection. Could it be that he has fallen into madness? Gu Qingyuan mused, noting the elder's aberrant condition. Were it not for a derangement of his senses, he likely would not have chosen to confront him so brazenly within the sect. Yet, considering the harm he had inflicted upon Cloud Mountain, it was indeed plausible that such trauma had driven the elder to madness. The slaying of 3 sons, the massacre of Tsangtian Cliff's Qi refinement disciples, and even the plunder of his abode in the outside world by Gu Qingyuan. All these grievances were sufficient to drive one to the brink of insanity. Today marks your end. Old Tiani, I shall slay you. I shall slay you. The elder's visage contorted with rage, plunging into a frenzied state, resembling a demon thirsting for vengeance. Upon witnessing this, Gu Qingyuan's first instinct was to flee. He wielded his flying sword, forcefully breaking through the barrier set by several Foundation establishment cultivators. And then he escaped into the distance. When Yunshan observed Gu Qingyuan's retreat, he shook his head in frustration. After a struggle, the crimson hue in his eyes gradually faded. Kill him, he thought. No, I cannot act against him within the sect. Even if he struggles desperately, his consciousness cannot fully awaken. He has grown too rapidly. If I do not eliminate him now, there will be no opportunity left. Yunshan muttered to himself. This scene sent chills down the spines of the disciples who had arranged the formation. Kill, kill, kill. Yunshan's rage surged once more, his inner demons consuming his rationality, and his eyes turned crimson again. After a fierce struggle, he pursued fiercely in the direction Gu Qingyuan had fled. Gu Qingyuan first arrived at the courtyard of Dan Yunzi, but realizing that Dan Yunzi was merely at the Foundation establishment stage, he feared that he would be unable to stop the frenzied Yunshan. Thus, he proceeded to the sect leader's residence. Indeed, upon arriving, the terrifying divine sense behind him retreated, no longer daring to fixate on Gu Qingyuan. He waited under the cliff outside the sect leader's residence for 3 days without sensing Yunshan's presence, before daring to fly away on his sword. He headed to the treasure pavilion, intending to exchange all the spirit stones he possessed for cultivation resources, seeking a safe place to hastily enter seclusion and elevate his cultivation. Senior, what do you need? Little Wang greeted him with a smile. I shall look for myself, Gu Qingyuan replied. This time, he entered the treasure pavilion, selecting whatever caught his eye. After browsing through the area filled with heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he reached the section displaying cultivation techniques and martial arts. Various cultivation methods, sword techniques, saber techniques, and secret arts were all meticulously arranged on the counters. Gu Qingyuan glanced over them all. Senior, did you not find anything to your liking? Little Wang asked in confusion, noticing that Gu Qingyuan had not purchased any secret arts. Gu Qingyuan did not respond, but continued to scan the titles of these secret techniques with his divine sense, imprinting their names deeply in his sea of consciousness. For him, knowing a name was sufficient to conjure the corresponding content using the unworded heavenly book. After thoroughly examining all the techniques and martial arts in the treasure pavilion, Gu Qingyuan finally felt satisfied and prepared to depart. He thought of a suitable place for seclusion, the Taichu Blessed Land. The champion of the autumn examination trial was qualified to enter the Taichu Blessed Land for a year of cultivation. There, time flowed swiftly. 3 years of cultivation there equated to only 1 year passing in the outside world. As he exited the treasure pavilion and prepared to set off, that unsettling divine sense once again locked onto Gu Qingyuan. Without hesitation, Gu Qingyuan immediately fled on his sword. Yunshan had been lurking in the shadows during this time. Upon discovering Gu Qingyuan's departure from the sect leader's residence, his murderous intent reignited. Gu Qingyuan erupted with a speed uncharacteristic of someone at the early Foundation establishment stage, causing Yunshan to struggle for a considerable time before barely keeping up. You brat, come and face your demise. Yunshan extended his hand, attempting to restrain Gu Qingyuan's frail form within his grasp. Before he could even stabilize himself, a sudden golden barrier appeared, violently sending Yunshan flying. That was the defensive array of the Taichu Blessed Land, accessible only to the trial champions. Heh, you old fossil, once I escape, I shall unearth the graves of your ancestors for 18 generations. Gu Qingyuan's tone was harsh. It was the first time he had been cornered to such an extent. Brat, do not revel in your triumph. Yunshan scoffed, then shifted his gaze from Gu Qingyuan to a foundation-building cultivator sitting cross-legged in meditation. Shuehauren, assist me in eliminating him, and I shall divulge Chun-Shi's whereabouts." Upon hearing Yunshan's words, Shui Haoran abruptly opened his eyes and retorted, "How do you know her whereabouts?" "Humph, as long as you help me kill him. I will not only reveal Chun-Shi's location, but will also assist you in bringing her back. What is there to lose?" Yunshan replied with a sinister grin. Shui Haoran was a disciple of the Miao Miao Peak and had consecutively held the title of champion for 2 terms, his strength reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment. On the cusp of golden core power, he had once harbored affections for the chi-refining disciple Chun-Shi, but after being repeatedly rejected, he had resorted to his father, the chief elder of Miao Miao Peak, to force her into marriage. Little did he expect that, under such pressure, Chun-Shi would choose to flee. Chapter 48. "This woman is familiar to me." Shui Haoran fixed his gaze upon Gu Qingyuan, unhesitatingly drawing forth his exquisite magical treasure, a long sword of resplendent crimson. The blood-hued shimmer reflecting off the blade sent a shiver down Gu Qingyuan's spine. Unlike ordinary magical instruments, treasures of this caliber possess a far greater potency, often wielding tenfold the power of their lesser counterparts. Those capable of employing such artifacts are invariably affluent scions of distinguished families. Countless ethereal swords shatter illusions. Without seeking an explanation, Shui Haoran unleashed a strike towards Gu Qingyuan. Gu Qingyuan summoned his protective aura, exerting every ounce of strength to withstand the assault. Ultimately, the sword cleaved through his defenses, inflicting a shallow wound upon his abdomen. "I cannot contend with this individual," Gu Qingyuan thought to himself. Anyone capable of so easily breaching his defenses was undeniably beyond his match. The disparity in their cultivation levels was insurmountable. Prolonging the confrontation would only lead to his demise. With a decisive leap, Gu Qingyuan entered the nearest teleportation array leading to the ocean. He formed intricate hand seals and infused the array with his energy, causing it to activate instantaneously. Just then, Shui Haoran struck again with his blood-red sword. As the blade was about to make contact with Gu Qingyuan's back, he vanished in a flash, enveloped by the radiance of the teleportation array. Seeing this, Yunshan's face lit up with delight. "Ha!" After a bout of maniacal laughter, he promptly set off towards the punishment hall, intent on reporting Gu Qingyuan's unauthorized use of the array to escape to the ocean, thereby contravening the sect's regulations. He aimed to have Gu Qingyuan declared a traitor and eliminated via his life token, absolving himself of any repercussions for personally executing Gu Qingyuan. When the head of the punishment hall retrieved Gu Qingyuan's life token and attempted to sense his whereabouts, he found that it had lost its luster, as if severed from Gu Qingyuan's essence and devoid of any spiritual connection. Upon further probing, he discovered that he could no longer perceive Gu Qingyuan at all. "Elder Yunshan, it appears that Gu Qingyuan is deceased." To the east of the mysterious cloud sect, 30,000 miles away, lay a desolate island, overgrown with foliage reminiscent of a primordial jungle. Gu Qingyuan found a secluded spot to sit cross-legged and began to cultivate the blood of the azure derived from the unwritten celestial script. Chun-Shi had mentioned during their escape that this technique could sever the bond between one's life essence and physical form, rendering the sect's life token ineffective. What path should he take next? Gu Qingyuan gazed out at the boundless expanse of the ocean, feeling an overwhelming sense of confusion. To return now, he would need to cultivate to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. However, the spiritual energy above this vast ocean was sparse, severely hindering his cultivation speed. Thus, Gu Qingyuan set forth once more, extending his consciousness towards a region rich in spiritual energy, flying onward until he finally alighted upon a sprawling island. The expanse of this island is comparable to that of the ethereal mountain range. While the spiritual energy here may not rival that of the inner sanctum of the celestial sect, it nonetheless constitutes a commendable haven for cultivation. However, the island is home to a considerable number of cultivators. One can often observe various practitioners soaring through the air on their swords, traversing the island. Their attire is disheveled, suggesting they are not disciples of any particular sect, but rather a group of free cultivators. Gu Qingyuan descended within a grand palace on the island, and before he could initiate any inquiries, a voice resonated from within. "Friend, welcome to the island of welcoming spirits. To reside here, a monthly fee of 100 spirit stones is required." The voice emanated from a cultivator whose cultivation level appeared to be around the mid-foundation stage. Yet, Gu Qingyuan's spiritual sense faintly detected the deliberate aura of a golden core cultivator on the island, seemingly intended to intimidate him. As Gu Qingyuan stepped further inside, he encountered the main hall of the palace, where the cultivator conversing with him was stationed. Does the fee of 100 spirit stones include accommodation? Gu Qingyuan inquired. The guarding cultivator shook his head, scrutinizing Gu Qingyuan before replying. The 100 spirit stones merely grant you access to the island of welcoming spirits. The hall does not provide lodging. You may develop your own dwelling. The resources on the island that are unclaimed can be utilized freely. At this juncture, the cultivator shot a glare at Gu Qingyuan, solemnly adding, however, there is one rule. Private duels are strictly forbidden on the island. Violations will result in expulsion at best, or extermination at worst. Gu Qingyuan grasped the situation. A golden core cultivator was safeguarding the island, and as long as one paid the spirit stones, they could reside here. The sole regulation was the prohibition of private conflicts. This rule, though seemingly straightforward, would be challenging to enforce without severe measures. Gu Qingyuan submitted 1,200 spirit stones, acquiring a token that permitted him to traverse the formation barriers of the island of welcoming spirits. What is your name? The cultivator inquired once more. Gu Qing. Gu Qingyuan casually fabricated a name, wary of revealing his true identity lest the old tyrant Yinshan track him down. This token was a superior spirit treasure and would become ineffective once the time elapsed. After obtaining the token, Gu Qingyuan surveyed the hall of welcoming spirits, noting that in addition to collecting rents, they operated various other enterprises, such as selling cultivation resources and rare treasures, all at reasonable prices. Friend, may I inquire about a certain individual? Gu Qingyuan leaned closer to the guarding cultivator, speaking softly. Upon hearing this, the cultivator recognized a potential business opportunity and reluctantly retrieved a ledger, grumbling, while I possess the identity information of all visiting cultivators, I must adhere to some professional ethics. It would be inappropriate to disclose customer information indiscriminately. The cultivator seemed to be muttering to himself, shaking his head repeatedly. However, Gu Qingyuan discerned that the cultivator was reluctant to provide information without compensation. This is 1,000 spirit stones, a token of my appreciation, Gu Qingyuan stated, gently placing the stones on the table. Upon witnessing this, the cultivator let out a sigh and inquired, pray tell, whom do you seek to investigate? Chunxi. Gu Qingyuan replied. This woman had deceived him into obtaining a foundational cultivation pill, and now that fate had whimsically led him to the sea region, he felt compelled to resolve this lingering matter. Recalling Chun Shi's triumphant demeanor within the celestial abode still incited a simmering resentment within him. The attending cultivator, upon hearing this, swiftly began to search through the ledger before him. With the aid of his spiritual consciousness, he perused several pages in a single breath. After finishing one volume, he produced another, continuing his search. Despite his efforts, Chun Shi's name eluded him. Are you certain this woman has visited Yingzhan Island? The attending cultivator queried once more. I cannot say for certain. Yingzhan Island is the largest isle within a 1,000-mile radius, renowned for its abundant spiritual energy. She has no reason to avoid this place. Subsequently, Gu Qingyuan channeled his magical energy to conjure a likeness of Chun Shi, rendering it indistinguishable from the real person. Upon viewing the image, the attending cultivator promptly stowed away the ledger and responded, I am acquainted with this woman. Chapter 49. Chun Shi and Shi Yun in this place. She had acquired a decade-long transit token, though her name was not Chun Shi, it was Shi Yun. Indeed, Chun Shi had changed her name. Had it not been for the indelible impression of her visage etched in my memory, I would have likely failed to recognize her today. Do you know where this woman is now? Gu Qingyuan inquired with urgency. The stationed cultivator shook his head and replied, she remains on the island. And specifically where? Gu Qingyuan pressed, his eagerness palpable. However, the cultivator's expression darkened as he reproached, the island is vast. How could I possibly know her exact location? Noticing the shift in the cultivator's demeanor, Gu Qingyuan, undeterred, reclaimed the 1,000 spirit stones he had placed upon the table. Clearly, this individual had not provided him with precise information. The spirit stones were hard-earned through perilous endeavors. They were not to be relinquished lightly. The station cultivator, witnessing Gu Qingyuan's actions, seethed with indignation. His teeth clenched as he glared at Gu Qingyuan's retreating figure, exclaiming, next time you come, it won't be at this price. Utilizing the token he had purchased, Gu Qingyuan successfully traversed the barrier of the Welcome Immortals array, entering the interior. He soared around the island on his sword, gaining a general understanding of the layout. Within, there were various small factions, minor sects, and solitary cultivators who had established their own caves and courtyards. A significant portion of the area was occupied. Gu Qingyuan sought out a secluded spot and, with ease, crafted a cave dwelling, a task he was quite adept at. During his early days of qi refining, he had been summoned by Lu Shui to assist in constructing a cave. Using his knowledge of formations, he arranged essential arrays within, including a spirit-gathering array, a protective array, and a concealment array. This would serve as a temporary refuge. The cave was devoid of decoration and reinforcement, merely serving as a resting point. For a cultivator, a tranquil space for uninterrupted cultivation was invaluable. Having completed these tasks, Gu Qingyuan made his way to the marketplace of Welcome Immortals Island. The crowd was a lang of independent cultivators and members of minor factions, with the highest cultivation level not exceeding the late Foundation establishment stage. Gu Qingyuan, in the mid-Foundation establishment stage, was considered among the elite. At the end of the marketplace stood a tea house. A connoisseur of spiritual tea, Gu Qingyuan entered. Esteemed friend, this is spiritual tea aged over a century, rich in aroma. Please, have a taste. The proprietor presented a bowl of steaming tea before him. Gu Qingyuan lifted the bowl and inhaled deeply. The fragrant aroma of the tea was invigorating, lifting his spirits. Have you heard? The ladies of Lingxiu sect have ventured into the Luotian Sea for exploration. The members of the Slaughter Immortal Association are already organizing a response, one cultivator remarked. Ah, those ladies are indeed enchanting. It is said that a newly joined fairy, Shiyun, possesses extraordinary beauty and is still a maiden, another added, as they savored the premium spiritual tea while indulging in lewd gossip. Gu Qingyuan listened intently. His interest piqued upon hearing that Shiyun was also within the Lingxiu sect. Esteemed friends, may I inquire about the location of the Luotian Sea? Gu Qingyuan held a bowl and approached a table occupied by several cultivators. Upon sensing Gu Qingyuan's foundational cultivation level, the three qi refinement practitioners revealed the truth without hesitation. It turned out that Lingxiu sect was a sect entirely composed of women, situated on the enchanting Xiandao Island. The Ancient Society, a group of cultivators on the island, was preparing to raid Lingxiu sect to seize individuals as furnace cauldrons. Both factions belonged to the influence of Xiandao Island. Once they left its confines, the Ancient Hall would show no concern for the affairs outside. Upon learning of the situation, Gu Qingyuan hastily set forth on a journey to the Luotian Sea region. He needed to locate Chen Shi. Even if he could not reclaim the Foundation establishment pill, he would ensure Chen Shi paid a price. The Luotian Sea region was, in fact, a remnant of an ancient immortal sect. Half of the sect's structures floated in the air, while the other half had succumbed to the ravages of time and fallen into the sea. The floating buildings were rife with danger, yet housed significant opportunities. However, entry into this realm required possession of the Luotian order. After the fall of the Luotian sect, a portion of the Luotian orders had survived. Possessing such an order allowed free passage within. The Lingxiu sect had taken the risk of coming here precisely because they had obtained a Luotian order. Gu Qingyuan hurriedly arrived and observed a gathering of over a dozen female cultivators outside the Luotian gate. He did not approach recklessly. Instead, he employed a transformation technique to alter his appearance into that of a frail old man before flying over. Esteemed friends, what brings you here? Gu Qingyuan surveyed the group of female cultivators, but found no trace of Chen Shi. They were clad in identical azure robes, each possessing graceful figures and stunning beauty, resembling celestial beings. The highest among them had reached the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, while the lowest was at the 9th level of qi refinement. However, under Gu Qingyuan's divine sense, he could easily discern that they had enhanced their appearances with beauty techniques. Without such enhancements, their allure would diminish significantly. Old man, you should leave quickly. This place is quite perilous, kindly warned the leading female cultivator at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. Gu Qingyuan slightly nodded in acknowledgement, preparing to depart. Master, has Senior Shiyun encountered any trouble? It has been a month since she last appeared, inquired the female cultivator at the 9th level of qi refinement. The leading female cultivator was the sect master of Lingxiu. Let us wait a little longer. Perhaps she has encountered some fortuitous opportunity, replied the Lingxiu sect master, doubt lingering even in her own heart regarding Shiyun's current state. Master, if Shiyun returns alive and has gained opportunities, shall we not share them equally? A Foundation establishment female cultivator tentatively suggested. Indeed, we cannot simply guard her here without receiving something in return, especially since she has only recently joined Lingxiu's sect. Another Foundation establishment cultivator chimed in. Upon hearing this, the Lingxiu sect master reprimanded them sternly. Enough. The Luotian order was obtained by Shiyun herself, and the venture into the Luotian Gate relic was her own decision. We are fellow sect members. Is it truly so difficult for you to offer help in such a time? The authority in her voice silenced the members, instilling a sense of respect. Their conversation was keenly perceived by Gu Qingyuan, whose formidable consciousness gradually faded into the distance. It turned out that Shiyun, also known as Chun Shi, had just entered the ruins of the Luotian Gate. In the direction Gu Qingyuan departed, a group of masked cultivators flew in formation. In addition to their masks, these cultivators employed a concealment technique to shield their faces, making it exceedingly difficult for even Gu Qingyuan's consciousness to discern their true identities. Old man, having come from the Luotian Sea, have you encountered any members of the Lingxiu sect? The leader of the cultivators inquired, blocking Gu Qingyuan's path. At that moment, Gu Qingyuan was still disguised by a transformation technique, appearing merely as a frail elder. Indeed, there were a dozen or so of them. Gu Qingyuan replied in a hushed tone, his voice imbued with a sense of ancient gravitas. Old man, we are from the Welcome Immortals Association. If you are in need of a furnace cauldron, you may join us in our endeavor to seize one. The leader extended an invitation to Gu Qingyuan. Chapter 50. The Transformation of Chun Shi. Gu Qingyuan offered a faint smile and replied nonchalantly, in my advanced years, I have long lost interest in matters of romance and shall refrain from participating. He clasped his fists in salute and continued on his way. The leader of the Welcome Immortals Society did not further trouble Gu Qingyuan, instead leading his group towards the Luo Tianxi domain. Once they departed, Gu Qingyuan ascended to a rocky outcrop, observing them from a distance. He then set up a concealment formation upon the rock, shrouding his presence. Upon reaching the Luo Tianxi domain, the group of over 20 members from the Welcome Immortals Society began to shout, Charming maidens, surrender willingly, or the consequences shall be dire. Sensing the imminent danger, the leader of Lingxiu sect commanded, Sisters, prepare for battle. More than a dozen female cultivators summoned their magical artifacts and spiritual treasures, charging towards the 20-odd members of the Welcome Immortals Society. Sword energies surged across the battlefield, and a murderous intent filled the air, causing tumultuous waves to rise throughout the Luo Tianxi domain. Even the protective formation surrounding the Luo Tian Gate Palace emitted radiant golden light in response to the battle's aftermath. Initially, the female cultivators managed to hold their ground. However, as time progressed, several disciples of Lingxiu sect were captured by the overwhelming numbers of the Welcome Immortals Society. A few weaker cultivators tragically met their demise on the spot. For cultivators, despite their prolonged lifespans, death could strike at any moment. Yin Xiuer, I have long had my eye on you. Are you truly determined to resist until the end? The leader of the Welcome Immortals Society, real person Fuyuan, spoke with a grim expression. He faced off against the Lingxiu sect leader, their strengths evenly matched, resulting in a stalemate. In this impasse, Fuyuan revealed his thoughts to sect leader Yin Xiuer. This fairy would rather die than yield to you. A sinister cultivator, Yin Xiuer declared defiantly, her fighting spirit unwavering. Since you look down upon sinister cultivators so, allow me to demonstrate their might. Fuyuan retorted, shifting his focus away from Yin Xiuer towards a female cultivator at the early stage of Foundation establishment. In merely 3 exchanges, he subdued her effortlessly. With a slight parting of his lips, an extraordinary energy erupted from his mouth, instantly reducing the Foundation establishment female cultivator before him to a withered husk. Upon devouring her life force, Fuyuan's cultivation surged to the level of false Dan, restoring his magical energy to its zenith. This technique was emblematic of sinister cultivation practices. During this time, Yin Xiuer, leveraging her profound cultivation, managed to slay 3 members of the Welcome Immortals Society at the Foundation establishment stage. Ha ha ha. Yin Xiuer, I shall drain you bit by bit. Fuyuan bellowed, lunging at her with the ferocity of a wild beast. As the battle unfolded, Yun Xiu'er gradually found herself at a disadvantage. At this moment, despite his failure to successfully form a Dan, Fuyuan's magical power had grown comparable to that of a golden Dan cultivator, rendering Yun Xiu'er no match for him. As time passed, Fuyuan's rapidly increased cultivation began to wane, yet during this interval, Yun Xiu'er suffered several severe blows, drastically diminishing her combat prowess. In a moment of opportunity, Master Fuyuan seized her by the throat, drawing her close with an insatiable greed. Within just a few breaths, Yun Xiu'er's cultivation plummeted as her life force ebbed away, teetering on the brink of death. I shall savor every bit of your essence. After having drawn a breath from her, Yun Xiu'er lost all capacity to resist. Utterly subdued by Master Fuyuan. Among the Lingxiu sect, 3 members lay injured, 2 were captured, leaving 6 valiantly fighting back. Meanwhile, the Ancient Society still had 18 survivors, suffering considerable losses as well. Once he subdued Yun Xiu'er, Master Fuyuan turned his attention to assist the other members of his organization. As the Ancient Society seemed poised for victory, a radiant light erupted from the exit of the Luotian Gate. Qi Yun emerged, clad in pristine white robes. Her features vibrant and captivating, with rosy lips and pearly teeth. Her exquisitely flawless visage radiated vitality, as pure and alluring as a mist. As she moved, she resembled the soft fall of winter snow, ethereal and graceful, like a celestial being from a painting, exuding an aura akin to the fragrance of orchids. After more than a year apart, this woman had blossomed into even greater beauty. Hidden within the array, Gu Qin gazed longingly at Chun Xi's form, his mind swirling with thoughts. In the distance, Chun Xi unsheathed her treasured sword. Witnessing her fellow disciples in distress, she chose not to flee but confronted the formidable enemy. Her fighting spirit ignited, charging forth with her sword. Clad in white, her attire billowed as she moved with the grace of a swallow, weaving effortlessly among her adversaries. As she struck, her form blurred, transforming into several afterimages, making it difficult to discern her true presence. The sword's shadows burst forth like blooming flowers, a myriad of sword energies intertwining, each imbued with her profound magical prowess and resolute intent to kill. In an instant, the battlefield was enveloped by this dazzling, yet lethal curtain of swords. Cries of pain echoed as cultivators were struck, the overwhelming sword intent spanning the area, where a moment's distraction could lead to injury from the sword energies. This was the terrifying aspect of the myriad swords. Even when outnumbered, they could unleash several times their combat power. Master Fuyuan observed Chun Xi's techniques closely. Her cultivation was merely at the mid-stage of foundation building, and once he locked onto her true form with his divine sense, subduing her would be effortless. At last, driven by desperation to rescue her sect leader Yun Xiu'er, Chun Xi unleashed 3 powerful clones, all targeting Master Fuyuan. One clone, embodying the most potent killing intent, surged forth, prompting Master Fuyuan to comprehend her intent. He summoned his magical energy, forming a protective aura around himself, preparing to withstand Chun Xi's assault, while rapidly forming hand seals to conjure a dark brown palm imprint. Thunderclap palm. The imprint transformed into a colossal hand of the heavens, carrying an overwhelming force, erupting with the sounds of thunder as it struck Chun Xi's true form. The black thunder exploded with devastating might, sending Chun Xi hurtling away. The disparity in cultivation levels often formed an insurmountable chasm for cultivators. After enduring that strike, Chun Xi found herself devoid of the strength to resist. With a heavy heart, she cast a final, sorrowful glance at the Lingxiu sect leader, Yun Xiu'er, who was still ensnared by Master Fuyuan. Suppressing her inner fury and grief, she turned and fled on her sword. Hasten your pursuit. Do not allow that young lady to escape. She is Xiyun, the most enchanting beauty of the Lingxiu sect. At the Yingshan conference, there were those who coveted Xiyun's allure, pursuing her with their swords. Once the entirety of the Lingxiu sect was subdued, Master Fuyuan followed suit. As the president, he deemed it his prerogative to be the first to indulge in Xiyun's exquisite beauty. Master Fuyuan's strike nearly shattered Chun Xi's dantian. Though she managed to endure with great effort, the art of sword flight hindered her from unleashing her full magical prowess. She could see that 2 foundation establishment cultivators were closing in on her. Gritting her teeth, Chun Xi prepared to reveal her trump card. She had practiced a secret technique capable of temporarily elevating her realm, However, the cost would be the exhaustion of her bodily functions, rendering her unconscious for an extended period. Little beauty, where do you think you are running to? Surrender obediently, or I shall cripple your cultivation and reduce you to a mere furnace for all eternity. The two Foundation establishment cultivators pursued swiftly, their proximity to Chunshi diminishing. Sensing the imminent threat, Chunshi clenched her fists tightly, her inner energy surging as her cultivation rapidly ascended. Chapter 51. Guqing Yuan takes action after invoking a secret technique. Chunshi's cultivation surged from the mid-stage of Foundation establishment to the late stage, subtly hinting at the possibility of reaching the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. Her previous injuries were suppressed by her newfound formidable power. With her cool, clear eyes glancing back, she noticed two cultivators still in pursuit. Rather than fleeing, she turned to confront them. Two piercing beams of sword light erupted, effortlessly slicing through the two mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators as if they were mere vegetables. In the distance, the consciousness of Master Fuyuan had already locked onto Chunshi. It was too late for her to escape now. She dove forward, charging toward Master Fuyuan. Countless ethereal swords fell like dust. In her hand, the treasured sword transformed from 1 to 2, then from 2 to 4, swiftly evolving into over 180 beams of sword light. This dazzling array of sword light, accompanied by Chunshi's form, surged toward the members of the ascending Immortal Society. As Chunshi clashed blades with Master Fuyuan, the cascading sword light rained down like dust. The dense beams of light breached the defenses of the lower-tier cultivators, causing 7 or 8 of them to fall into the sea, struck at their vital points. Meet your demise, Master Fuyuan commanded, forcing Chunshi back several steps with a single strike, and then began to form seals to unleash the Thunder Palm. Aware of the formidable power behind the Thunder Palm, Chunshi chose not to engage further and shifted her gaze to strike at other members of the ascending Immortal Society. Her agile and graceful movements allowed her to weave through the encirclement of numerous high-level cultivators like a soaring dragon, unimpeded by any obstacles. In the distance, Guqing Yuan emerged from the formation and quietly slipped into the sea, swimming towards the site of the battle. Many had perished in the earlier conflict, and Guqing Yuan's current objective was to scavenge for equipment. The bodies of high-level Foundation establishment cultivators must possess considerable wealth. Once the battle on the surface concluded, he intended to thoroughly loot the deceased. Exhausted, Chunshi suddenly fainted and fell backward into the sea, where Guqing Yuan caught her just in time. However, at that moment, Master Fuyuan extended his consciousness into the depths of the ocean and discovered Guqing Yuan's scavenging activities. My friend, I advise you not to touch what does not belong to you. Master Fuyuan's voice, imbued with magical power, easily pierced through the depths of the sea. Emerging to the surface, Guqing Yuan bore a weathered smile and replied, "What concern is it of yours if I salvage equipment from the dead?" At this moment, only 6 members of the Ascending Immortal Society remained alive, and one held a member of the Lingxiu sect hostage. Should a confrontation arise, their combat effectiveness would surely diminish significantly. Having nearly exhausted their magical power from the recent battle, they were powerless against Guqing Yuan, who remained unperturbed. Master Fuyuan took a deep breath and coldly stated, "You may take the belongings of the dead, but you must surrender that woman in your grasp." Were it not for his dwindling magical power, he would never yield. At this moment, Chunshi held captive in Guqing Yuan's hands was something Master Fuyuan could not tolerate. He valued this extraordinary beauty far more than the items in the bags of the deceased. To speak candidly, this woman shares an unresolved fate with me, and in a year's time, I shall certainly return her, Guqing Yuan explained. He intended to take Chunshi away. Upon hearing that Guqing Yuan wished to indulge for a year, real person Fuyuan was immediately filled with wrath. "Old scoundrel, do not presume to take advantage of me," he exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Guqing Yuan. What can you do to me?" Guqing Yuan retorted with a cold laugh, playfully stroking the false beard conjured by his own magical prowess. Upon hearing this, real person Fuyuan retracted his finger and clenched it into a fist. He threw his head back and bellowed in fury, then opened his mouth to unleash his unique malevolent technique, greedily siphoning the vitality from the members of the Welcome Immortals Assembly and the captured disciples of Lingxiu sect. This time, he refrained from delivering a fatal blow, sparing a modicum of their life force. However, due to the immense drain, those cultivators began to sink into the sea, lacking the strength to continue their sword flight. Who could have anticipated that in a moment of crisis, real person Fu Yuan would turn against his own? The life force of over a dozen individuals surged into his body, instantly propelling his cultivation to the false Dan realm. His feral eyes glowed with a crimson light, as if his body could barely withstand the surge, threatening to explode. Old scoundrel, perish! Real person Fu Yuan cursed, brandishing his great blade, ready to strike. Gu Qingyuan, abandoning concern for Chen Shi's fate as he cast her into the sea, summoned the Jinya sword and charged forward. Evil cultivator? My sword is specifically designed to vanquish evil, Gu Qingyuan declared, his fingers deftly forming seals as the Jinya sword erupted with a chorus of sword cries, imbued with the impulse to exorcise malevolence and slay demons. Countless ethereal swords. Shatter the illusions. A seemingly inconspicuous beam of sword light emerged and surged toward real person Fu Yuan. Noticing the apparent weakness of the sword light, real person Fu Yuan did not invoke his protective aura, merely swinging his blade horizontally, intending to obliterate the sword light. However, the beam of light passed through his blade and arm as if it were an illusion, reaching his chest. With a resounding explosion of power, the sword light unleashed its might, as if it could tear through the very fabric of space. The overwhelming force carved a deep gash into real person Fu Yuan's chest, causing blood to flow profusely. Realizing he had sustained significant injury, real person Fu Yuan's fury escalated. He lifted both hands and forcefully launched a palm strike. Thunderclap palm, thousand-fold imprint. He thrust out his palm, forming a distinct imprint, and before the first could fully manifest, he rapidly executed several additional strikes. These imprints converged, solidifying the thunderclap palm into a tangible dark brown mark, each intricate detail of the palm's texture unmistakably clear. Once the imprint was complete, it resembled a colossal hand of the heavens, firmly locking onto Gu Qingyuan's aura and grasping toward him. Azure Light Sword Technique, Mountain Opening Style. Gu Qingyuan wielded his sword, channeling energy to unleash a brilliant beam of sword light. This radiance carried the might of creation, cleaving the thunderclap palm in two. Yet, the force of the palm remained unabated, descending upon Gu Qingyuan like ominous storm clouds. With a cough, Gu Qingyuan spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering a grievous injury. Despite having attained the formidable strength of the 7th level of body refinement, he remained woefully inadequate when confronted with the might of the Golden Core realm. Observing the increasingly powerful Master Fu Yuan, Gu Qingyuan dared not engage further and plunged into the depths of the sea, seeking to escape. The ocean would serve as a barrier against most forms of spiritual perception, as long as Gu Qingyuan could dive deeper and farther. Master Fu Yuan would be unable to locate him. At this juncture, he could only wait for Master Fu Yuan's dramatically increased prowess to diminish back to the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, offering Gu Qingyuan a slender chance of survival. As he submerged, he unexpectedly encountered Chen Shi, whom he swiftly pulled along, propelling himself forward with all his might. Master Fu Yuan, unleashing his full speed, was rapidly closing in on Gu Qingyuan. With Chen Shi in tow, Gu Qingyuan's pace was somewhat hindered. He glanced back and unleashed several beams of sword light, the resulting waves momentarily pushing Master Fu Yuan back. Ultimately, Gu Qingyuan found his path obstructed by the submerged ruins of the Luotian sect. A grand palace, once sprawling for miles, had plunged into the depths, forming an underwater barrier. Cackling, "Old man, where do you think you can flee?" Master Fu Yuan pressed on relentlessly, drawing ever closer to Gu Qingyuan. Chapter 52. Comprehending the secret art with no path of retreat ahead, a magnificent door loomed before Gu Qingyuan. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged in, accompanied by Chen Shi. Witnessing this, Master Fu Yuan halted his pursuit, daunted by the threshold. Realizing that Master Fu Yuan dared not follow, Gu Qingyuan came to an abrupt stop. Could it be that peril lurked within this palace? Gu Qingyuan murmured to himself, pondering this revelation as the only plausible explanation for Master Fu Yuan's hesitance. Old scoundrel, I did not expect you to possess such audacity, daring to breach the gates of the heavenly gate. Master Fu Yuan exclaimed in astonishment before positioning himself at the entrance to meditate and cultivate. Should Gu Qingyuan survive within, he would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him upon his emergence. Gu Qingyuan ceased his advance, lingering quietly within the threshold, wary of delving deeper. Surveying the surroundings, he beheld resplendent pavilions adorned with crystalline walls, protected by an array of formations that had prevented even a drop of seawater from permeating the sanctum. Who dares intrude upon the heavenly gate? A formless, hollow figure, devoid of corporeal substance, coalesced and directed an inquiry at Guqing Yuan. The aura emanating from this entity was inscrutable, yet it conveyed an unfathomable depth of power, its intensity immeasurable. Forgive my impudence. I shall take my leave. Guqing Yuan bowed respectfully to the spectral figure and turned to escape through the door. Compared to Master Fu Yuan outside, this apparition's strength was overwhelmingly formidable, and Guqing Yuan dared not offend it. However, as he approached the door, a barrier obstructed his exit, forcefully repelling him. The decree of the Heavenly Master commands that those who intrude upon the heavenly gate must pass through 6 trials to depart. As the remnants of the celestial gate now stand divided, merely 3 trials must be conquered to attain freedom, the spectral figure proclaimed before gradually dissipating. In its place, a new portal materialized before Guqing Yuan, shrouded in darkness, impenetrable to his consciousness. Enter the first trial. A voice resonated, urging Guqing Yuan to step through the threshold. Reluctantly, he steeled himself to face the trials ahead. Within a span of 3 days, he must comprehend the secret art of the heavenly gate, the rebirth incantation. Failure to grasp it within the allotted time would result in immediate demise. The authoritative voice instilled a sense of trepidation in Guqing Yuan. It seemed that after the downfall of the heavenly gate, the celestial master had deliberately instituted these trials to ensure the transmission of the celestial arts, selecting only the most gifted individuals to inherit the profound teachings. Understanding the situation, Guqing Yuan prepared himself. Yet, once the voice ceased, intricate and ancient characters began to materialize, a script he had never encountered before, rendering him entirely perplexed. What could he, a mere mortal, glean from these inscriptions that dated back thousands of years in the ocean's depths? Fortunately, Guqing Yuan possessed a book devoid of words. He inscribed the 3 characters rebirth incantation on the first page. In an instant, the book translated the contents into the script of the southern domain. After several hours of diligent study and contemplation, Guqing Yuan successfully mastered the secret art. The rebirth incantation was a self-applied spell capable of dissolving personal calamities and extending one's lifespan. As Guqing Yuan fully comprehended the rebirth spell, the barrier on the grand door behind him opened, allowing him to step outside. At that moment, Chun-Shi gradually regained consciousness, her heart swelling with gratitude upon realizing she had been rescued by a frail old man. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your life-saving grace. May I inquire your esteemed name? Chun-Shi respectfully knelt on the ground. No need for thanks. My assistance was not given in vain, Guqing Yuan replied, producing a contract from his bag and tossing it to Chun-Shi. Sign here. I require you to be my servant for 100 years. With that, Guqing Yuan shed his disguise, revealing his handsome visage. You are Guqing Yuan, a disciple of the misty immortal sect. Chun-Shi exclaimed in shock. You have 10 breaths to consider, Guqing Yuan said, his expression stern and unfriendly. Chun-Shi, gravely injured and devoid of magical power, found herself unable to resist. She glanced at the contract, which stipulated her servitude to Guqing Yuan for a century, requiring unwavering loyalty, with dire consequences for betrayal. Understanding the gravity of the contract, Chun-Shi lifted her gaze and looked deeply at Guqing Yuan. The once mischievous boy she never expected harbored such a grudge, pursuing her across vast distances to this place. Under the oppressive weight of Guqing Yuan's authority, she chose to submit and completed the signing. Can I see that proud expression of yours from the Taichu, blessed land once more? Guqing Yuan leaned closer, softly inquiring. Recalling the days of teasing Guqing Yuan, a smile broke upon Chun-Shi's face, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. With a swift motion, Guqing Yuan struck her with a palm imbued with boundless magical power, causing her vision to sparkle. Once Chun-Shi regained her composure, Guqing Yuan asked, Did you gain anything from navigating the ruins of the Luotian Gate on the sea? Having merely passed the first trial, Guqing Yuan had acquired a secret method for longevity, and he believed Chun-Shi must have obtained something substantial as well. Chun-Shi shook her head, gazing at Guqing Yuan with an innocent expression. I did not. Guqing Yuan furrowed his brow and questioned, You did not pass the 3 trials? Chun-Shi explained, Within the trials were secret methods and martial techniques, but I could not decipher the characters and thus gained nothing. Then how did you escape? Gu Qingyuan asked, perplexed. I possess the Luotian order, which allows me to enter and exit the Luotian gate freely, Qinshi revealed, displaying a jade token in her hand, unwilling to conceal the truth. However, this token only permitted one person to pass freely. For now, she must first overcome the remaining 2 trials before making further plans. Recover your strength here. Wait for me to return, Gu Qingyuan instructed Chun Shi before stepping into the second trial. No sooner had he entered than the familiar prompt resounded. Second trial. Comprehend the Luotian martial technique Heavenly Flip Seal, with a time limit of 1 month. An ancient script appeared, yet Gu Qingyuan could not decipher a single word. He resorted to the wordless Heavenly Book, which would manifest the essence of the Heavenly Flip Seal. For any martial technique, the wordless Heavenly Book would coalesce a phantom and imprint it into Gu Qingyuan's consciousness. The ethereal shadow ceaselessly rehearses the corresponding martial techniques within Gu Qingyuan's sea of consciousness until he achieves complete comprehension. As Gu Qingyuan's mental acuity intensifies, his grasp of the martial arts secrets flows effortlessly, akin to a river's current. Even without the aid of the wordless celestial tome, he can attain understanding in an exceedingly brief span of time. For the technique known as the reversal seal, which is allotted a month for mastery, he required merely a day to fully comprehend it. Emerging from the second trial, Chun Shi had already restored her cultivation and quietly awaited Gu Qingyuan's return. Should she attempt to flee, divine retribution would strike her down on the spot. Gu Qingyuan glanced at the waiting Master Fuyuan outside the Luotian gate and instructed Qin Shi. Eliminate him. Aware of her own inadequacies against Master Fuyuan, she found herself unable to resist Gu Qingyuan's command. Reluctantly, she charged forth with her sword, engaging in combat with Master Fuyuan. Gu Qingyuan then shifted his gaze toward the third trial's threshold and stepped inside. Chapter 53. Complete victory within a span of 3 months. Gu Qingyuan comprehended the secret technique of the Luotian sect, known as the Azura Demon Art. Following the auditory prompt, he took up his brush and inscribed the name of the technique upon the blank celestial tome. The tome introduced the Azura Demon Art, a superior secret technique capable of seizing both the lifespan and cultivation of practitioners. Gu Qingyuan found himself momentarily entranced by the implications of a technique that could siphon the essence of life and power from others. Did this not resemble the sinister arts of the demonic path? Was it possible that the Luotian sect was a sect of demonic immortals? Yet, in his quest for survival, he had no choice but to grasp the Azura Demon Art. With the assistance of his formidable divine consciousness, he mastered the Azura Demon Art in a little over 10 days. Upon emerging from the third trial, the protective array surrounding the palace lost its sentience, causing half of the Luotian sect structures submerged beneath the sea to collapse in a thunderous cacophony. The once resplendent palace was instantaneously reduced to ruins. Master, save me. Chun Shi emerged from the dust, stumbling to Gu Qingyuan's side. At that moment, she was grievously wounded, having sustained severe injuries from a single strike of the thunder palm from the elder Fu Yuan. Prior to entering the third trial, Gu Qingyuan had dispatched her to eliminate Fu Yuan, yet she not only failed to accomplish her mission but also returned injured, seeking refuge within the Luotian sect. Observing her plight, Gu Qingyuan showed her leniency, appearing almost pleased by her misfortune. He retrieved a recovery pill from the Qianquan bag he had surreptitiously taken from a member of the Yingzhan Society and reluctantly handed it to Qin Shi. Her own Qianquan bag had long been taken by Gu Qingyuan, leaving her unable to discern which was hers. This pill is worth 50,000. Once you recover, you shall find a way to return the spirit stones to me, understood? Gu Qingyuan began to keep an account with Qin Shi. A wave of resentment bubbled within her, yet she dared not express it, choosing instead to acquiesce. The servant obeys. And where is the old thief Fu Yuan? Gu Qingyuan inquired further. He remains outside. Qin Shi replied. Subsequently, Gu Qingyuan altered his appearance to that of a frail old man and set out to track down Fu Yuan's whereabouts. This transformation was a precaution to ensure that, should he fail to eliminate him, he would not be pursued afterward. Outside the Luotian sect, Fu Yuan gazed upon the ruins of the once magnificent palace, his expression one of shock. This structure had stood resilient in the ocean for millennia. How could it have crumbled so suddenly? As he stood there, Lost in thought, a frail old man charged at him. Celestial seal, earth seal, shocking mountain style. Gu Qingyuan formed hand seals, conjuring a golden palm imprint. As he infused it with his mana, the imprint expanded until it reached the same height as Fu Yuan. With a thrust, the palm imprint surged forward, stirring the surrounding waters and raising a tidal wave of several dozen feet. The explosive force of the palm imprint generated a series of sonic booms. In the depths of the sea, Fu Yuan was shaken, blood streaming from his orifices. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily retreated to the surface. Sensing Gu Qingyuan pursuing him, he swiftly formed another hand seal, conjuring a dark brown palm imprint aimed at the newly emerged Gu Qingyuan. Gu Qingyuan raised his hand once more, preparing to unleash another palm strike. The heaven-turned seal and earth-turned seal unleashed a formidable force. The golden palm print, condensed from the heaven-turned seal, collided with the palm print of the revered Fu Yuan master. The dark brown palm print was swiftly extinguished, with most of its might absorbed by the golden imprint, which then surged towards Fu Yuan master. Despite being severely injured, with blood streaming from his orifices, Fu Yuan master attempted to defend himself with his protective aura, yet he was still shattered internally by the overwhelming force and sent flying. Gu Qingyuan pursued swiftly, employing the Azura Demon technique to seize Fu Yuan master's lifespan and cultivation, leaving him with just a fragment to ensure he would not perish immediately. "You are also a heretic," Fu Yuan master exclaimed, his vitality and essence plundered, aging suddenly by hundreds of years, transforming into a frail old man with gray hair and an aura of death. "I merely sought to test this newly acquired dark technique on you, heretic. You may now face your demise." Gu Qingyuan disregarded Fu Yuan master further, collecting his Qinkuan bag before sitting cross-legged to refine his cultivation. The plundering of a peak foundation establishment cultivator granted Gu Qingyuan an augmentation of over 100 years of lifespan. However, the acquired cultivation only elevated him temporarily to the later stage of foundation establishment. Moreover, the essence taken from another was chaotic and lacked the purity of his own. Even after Gu Qingyuan absorbed and refined it, a trace of malevolence remained. Prolonged usage of the Azura Demon technique to siphon cultivation could potentially corrupt his mind, leading him astray. As the foreign essence gradually dissipated, Gu Qingyuan's cultivation reverted to the mid-foundation establishment stage. "Indeed, this is a demonic technique," Gu Qingyuan murmured to himself. Regardless, his gaze turned towards the latter half of the palace, suspended above the sea. According to the humanoid shadow's instructions, this trial originally comprised 6 stages, and only by entering the remaining section of the palace could he acquire the other 6 secret techniques. "Hand over your Luotian order," Gu Qingyuan commanded Chen Shi. Complying obediently, Chen Shi surrendered it, only to be instructed again by Gu Qingyuan to gather treasures from the others. Gu Qingyuan then ventured into the latter half of the palace to face the next challenges. Upon entering, the humanoid shadow reappeared, manifesting the remaining 3 trials. He began to comprehend the secret technique, Azura derivation art. This time, Gu Qingyuan entered with the Luotian order in hand, free from any time constraints. Outside the Luotian palace, Chen Shi, following Gu Qingyuan's directives, collected treasures from the deceased. Several members of the Ascending Immortals Society, having their life force drained by Fu Yuan master, barely survived and returned to Ascending Immortal Island. The Lingxiu sect was left with 6 members barely clinging to life, their vitality severely depleted and teetering on the brink of death. "Master," Chen Shi approached her leader, pulling her to the surface. Yun Xiu'er, seeing Chen Shi still alive, smiled with relief and, in a hoarse voice, implored, "Xiun, I entrust the Lingxiu sect to you. Please take good care of them." She handed her sect's emblem to Chen Shi, then breathed her last, as Gu Qingyuan ventured into the submerged ruins. The venerable Master Fu Yuan siphoned a portion of Yun Xiu'er's vitality, resulting in her untimely demise. Chen Shi, with a heavy heart, stored Yun Xiu'er's lifeless form within the Qinkuan bag, subsequently dispatching the feeble members of the Ancient Society. He then awaited Gu Qingyuan's emergence outside the Grand Palace of Luotianmen in tranquil silence. 3 months later, the palace atop the sea abruptly lost its protective array. Buildings spanning dozens of miles collapsed with a thunderous roar, disintegrating into fragments that cascaded into the depths below. Upon the surface, Gu Qingyuan, standing resolutely upon his sword, emerged slowly. He had successfully navigated the final 3 trials. Strangely, the palace of Luotianmen, after the conclusion of the trials, inexplicably lost its essence and crumbled dramatically. It appeared that within the confines of Luotianmen, the arcane martial techniques had been fully comprehended solely by me throughout the millennia, Gu Qingyuan mused. For thousands of years, this magnificent edifice had withstood the ravages of time and tempest, remaining steadfast until my own understanding of the secret arts left by the celestial sovereign. This indicated that prior to my enlightenment, no one had succeeded in grasping these esoteric techniques, or had failed to do so within the stipulated time. Chapter 54. The Avatar Master. Have you comprehended the 3 secret arts? Chun Shi asked tremulously. Is that your place to inquire? Gu Qingyuan retorted coldly. Upon hearing this, Chun Shi obediently lowered her head, refraining from further questions. These are the treasures I have gathered for your perusal, Master. Gu Qingyuan glanced at the items, which were all magical tools used by cultivators. Such artifacts require constant infusions of spiritual energy to maintain their essence. These shall be entrusted to your care, he instructed, pulling out several dozen spiritual treasures and artifacts from his bag and handing them to Chun Shi. You must refine them with spiritual energy daily, understood? He asked with a frosty demeanor. I understand, Master, Chun Shi quickly replied. Subsequently, Gu Qingyuan took Chun Shi back to his abode. The dwelling was sparse and devoid of furnishings, which surprisingly relieved Chun Shi. Had there been a bed, it might have signaled a more intimate engagement. Stand guard at the periphery of the cave. I shall begin my closed-door cultivation, Gu Qingyuan commanded. Master, the spiritual energy here is rather thin. You would be better off returning to Lingxiu sect for your seclusion, Chun Shi suggested. The thought of the numerous junior disciples awaiting their return at Lingxiu sect filled her with urgency. With Yun Xiu'er entrusting her with the leadership, she felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility. After weighing the options, Gu Qingyuan ultimately decided to accompany her to Lingxiu sect. Master, as the acting leader of the sect, should we disband it, or continue to maintain its operations? I seek your counsel, Chun Shi inquired softly, kneeling beside Gu Qingyuan in the sect's main hall. Having signed a binding contract, she was now obliged to follow his commands. Should she fail to perform adequately, he could impose perilous tasks upon her, as he had done previously when he ordered her to slay the esteemed Master Fuyuan in the Luotian Sea, clearly setting her up for demise. The female disciples within the sect possessed mediocre talents, the most gifted among them barely reaching mid-grade spiritual roots. However, with proper nurturing, they could become of some use over time. Gu Qingyuan sipped his tea and continued, perhaps we should have them sign contracts as well, binding them as my lifelong servants, ensuring their unwavering loyalty. In that way, I can cultivate them with peace of mind. Hearing this, Chun Shi felt an immense regret for bringing Gu Qingyuan to Lingxiu sect. What if they refuse? She asked. The girls were still quite young. Coercing them into signing contracts would surely lead to turmoil, potentially endangering their lives. If they are unwilling, simply provide them with some spiritual stones and dismiss them from the sect, Gu Qingyuan stated succinctly before settling into meditation for seclusion. Following his directive, Chun Shi gathered the disciples and relayed the situation. In the end, not a single disciple from Lingxiu sect was willing to leave, for outside the sect, they had no means to survive. Survival on the welcome immortal island necessitates the monthly submission of spirit stones. Should one venture beyond its confines without a protector, they risk being captured by rogue cultivators to serve as furnace cauldrons. Consequently, they had no choice but to acquiesce to Gu Qingyuan, ultimately signing the contractual documents. Under Chun Shi's guidance, the Lingxiu sect maintained its operations as usual, albeit with the entirety of its upper echelon warriors having perished in the expedition to the Luotian Sea, leaving only Chun Shi remaining. Currently, the Lingxiu sect lacks the capacity to undertake external commissions to sustain its operations. Its sole source of income is a 20-acre spiritual field situated in the rear courtyard. Gu Qingyuan provided Chun Shi with some seeds, enabling them to cultivate spiritual herbs for sale, thus generating a modest revenue. A year later, through the continuous consumption of Mist Lotus by Shi Xian Tang and Thunderfire Xian Bamboo elixirs, alongside the practice of the Spirit Fire Body refinement technique, Gu Qingyuan had elevated his physical realm to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body tempering. However, ascending to the next level, the bone forging realm, proved exceedingly challenging. His spiritual awareness had transcended the minutiae realm, reaching the initial stage of the Mingxian realm, allowing him to effortlessly pierce through illusions and comprehend the essence of truth. His cultivation had progressed to the late stage of foundation establishment, marking a minimal enhancement. Yet, as one's cultivation deepens, the rate of advancement slows. For Gu Qingyuan, such a rapid progression is considered extraordinary within the realm of immortal cultivation. Emerging from the sect master's chamber, Gu Qingyuan found Chun Shi seated in meditation at the center of the courtyard. Over the past year, apart from managing the sect, she had remained vigilant, fearful of any disruptions to Gu Qingyuan's seclusion and cultivation. Having not seen the sun for an extended period, Gu Qingyuan rubbed his eyes and instinctively gazed into the distance. His formidable spiritual awareness penetrated the sect structures, traversing towering mountains, and unexpectedly projected to a gathering of cultivators 10 miles away. Although Gu Qingyuan's current spiritual awareness could only encompass a radius of 1 mile, he could extend it in a singular direction, reaching as far as 10 miles. The cluster of cultivators congregated, with several lesser-skilled individuals extracting peculiar sea demons from their storage bags. 2 more adept cultivators meticulously counted them before exchanging a few spirit stones for their purchase. A low-tier yellow sea demon could fetch 10 spirit stones, piquing Gu Qingyuan's interest. He hastily soared upon his sword to intercept the 2 cultivators acquiring the sea demons. "Fellow Taoists, what purpose do you have in purchasing these sea demons?" Gu Qingyuan inquired. Perceiving Gu Qingyuan's formidable prowess, the 2 cultivators dared not conceal the truth, responding candidly. "We are disciples of the Wanbao Pavilion, responsible for the external acquisition of sea demon corpses. Wanbao Pavilion is an artifact refinement sect. We procure sea demons to extract their bones and crystal cores for crafting magical instruments. Most rogue cultivators on the Welcome Immortal Island have established collaborations with us." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyuan further inquired, "Might you visit the Lingxiu sect every month henceforth? We possess a substantial quantity of sea demons for sale." "Understood, Junior." The 2 cultivators acknowledged, bowing respectfully to Gu Qingyuan. Subsequently, Gu Qingyuan returned to the Lingxiu sect and promptly commanded the disciples to venture forth in pursuit of sea demons. Within the Lingxiu sect, only 10 individuals had attained the 7th layer of qi refinement or above. After receiving their mission, the 10 individuals departed from Lingxiu sect in pairs, venturing into the sea to slay monsters. "Master, are they too weak? Will they be safe?" Chen Shi expressed her concerns to Gu Qingyuan, fearing for their safety amidst potential dangers. Cultivators must strive to grow stronger, and it is imperative that they contribute to the sect as well. From now on, disciples who reach the 7th level of qi refinement are required to hunt sea monsters monthly, earning 100 spirit stones to offer to the sect. Those at the 8th level must provide 200 spirit stones, and so on. Upon concluding this statement, Gu Qingyuan retreated to his chamber to continue his cultivation. This year was dedicated solely to enhancing his foundational skills, neglecting martial techniques and secret methods, particularly the 6 secret arts he had acquired within Luotian's sect. Among them, the Shura derivative technique allows one to manifest 18 exact replicas of oneself. However, with Gu Qingyuan's current level of cultivation and the strength of his divine sense, he could only sustain a single doppelganger. He formed hand seals, channeling his spiritual power, gradually coalescing a replica that mirrored his own appearance. Chapter 55. Offering 5,000 spirit stones after a span of over 3 months, this avatar was finally brought to fruition. It bore an exact resemblance to Gu Qingyuan, both in appearance and cultivation, and was capable of resonating with Gu Qingyuan's thoughts. Under the command of a formidable consciousness, it was effectively another version of himself. The only distinction lay in the fact that the physical strength of this avatar was merely that of a typical late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, lacking the extraordinary prowess of Gu Qingyuan. Should this avatar perish, it would bear no consequence for Gu Qingyuan. "Master, I have matters to discuss," came the voice of Chun Shi from outside the door. "What is it?" Gu Qingyuan inquired, refraining from admitting him, instead questioning through the closed door. "Of the 10 disciples you dispatched to hunt the sea demons, only 7 have returned today. 3 were slain by the perfected qi refinement cultivators of the Yulong Gang." Chun Shi elucidated. "Which faction is the Yulong Gang?" Gu Qingyuan asked. "They are an organization dedicated to forming teams to venture into the sea and hunt sea demons. Typically, The sea demons supplied to Wanbao Pavilion are sourced exclusively from this organization. Only when demand exceeds supply does Wanbao Pavilion procure from other loose cultivators. Our sect's 10 Qi refinement disciples brazenly seized the opportunity, inciting the ire of the Yulong gang, the gang's leader. Having likely heard of the recent annihilation of the Yingzhan Association and the upper echelons of Lingxiu sect, mustered the audacity to offend us, Qinshi explained. Upon finishing, he bowed respectfully at Gu Qingyuan's door and implored, "I earnestly request your permission, Master, to seek vengeance on behalf of our sect." Granted, Gu Qingyuan responded succinctly. Then, his avatar rose and pushed the door open, stepping out to stand before Qinshi. At that moment, Qinshi sensed two powerful auras and instantly understood that the figure before him was Gu Qingyuan's avatar. "I shall accompany you," Gu Qingyuan stated coldly. At present, his consciousness was still adjusting to the control of the avatar, rendering its facial expressions somewhat awkward. However, this would gradually improve with the passage of time. Subsequently, Gu Qingyuan's avatar and Qinshi departed from Lingxiu sect, exited Yingzhan Island, and arrived at the territory where the Yulong gang frequently hunted sea demons. Upon the vast expanse of the sea, more than a dozen large ships floated. Several individuals were tasked with casting ropes laden with flesh to lure the sea demons to feed. Those of higher cultivation remained vigilant, poised to deliver a fatal strike at a moment's notice. The spiritual weapons in their hands were predominantly tridents specifically designed for hunting sea demons. With a sweep of his consciousness, Gu Qingyuan identified the highest-ranking perfected Qi refinement cultivator among them, who was stationed there and only intervened when faced with formidable demons. Currently, he was indulging in a feast within the ship's cabin, drinking and eating heartily. Gu Qingyuan and Qinshi descended upon the deck outside the cabin on their swords, their mere presence exerting such immense pressure that the perfected Qi refinement cultivator found himself unable to swallow, nearly choking. "Are you the one responsible for slaying 3 disciples of my Lingxiu sect?" Qinshi demanded, yanking him out and interrogating him. Upon witnessing the arrival of 2 formidable Foundation establishment cultivators from Lingxiu sect, the Yulong gang cultivator was struck with fear, trembling, and unable to utter a word. Collapsing to his knees, Gu Qingyuan had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. He directly placed his hand upon the man's head and activated the soul-searching technique. This arcane technique allows for a straightforward and effective exploration of another's memories, albeit at the cost of irreversible damage to their consciousness. Through the soul-searching art, it was revealed that the Qi refinement great perfection practitioner named Wu Yi served as a captain within the Fish Dragon gang, tasked with ensuring the safety of over 10 fishing vessels. This morning, it was not he who perpetrated the heinous act against 3 disciples of the Lingxiu sect, but rather another captain. However, all captains had recently received orders to slay any Lingxiu sect disciples they encountered, thereby preventing them from venturing into the sea to hunt sea monsters. Upon grasping the truth, Gu Qingyuan confiscated all the spoils from this fleet and plundered the Qiankuan bags of its members. He then proceeded with Qinshi to the location of another fleet to carry out a raid. Upon locating the Qi refinement great perfection practitioner responsible for the assault on the Lingxiu sect disciples, Gu Qingyuan swiftly dispatched him. "Qinshi, take this wretch's head and go to the Fish Dragon gang's stronghold to lure out their leader," Gu Qingyuan instructed. "Unless we address this matter at its source, calamities will inevitably follow." Qinshi entered the Omniscient island and arrived at the Fish Dragon gang's lair, tossing the head of the Qi refinement great perfection practitioner into the courtyard. Instantly, someone emerged to confront her. "Are you here to settle the score for the Lingxiu sect? I did not expect the Lingxiu sect to possess a Foundation establishment expert." The speaker was Wu Da, the leader of the Fish Dragon gang, a man of muscular build with dark skin and a cultivation level at the late Foundation establishment stage. He had only dared to act against the Lingxiu sect after hearing from 2 disciples of the Ancient Society who had successfully escaped from the Luotan Sea that the upper echelons of the Lingxiu sect had been entirely obliterated. "Follow me. I will take you to a location. If you delay, your 2 fleets outside may face annihilation," Qinshi coldly remarked before turning and flying toward the outskirts of Ancient Island. Upon hearing that Qinshi intended to target his fishing vessels, Wu Da hurriedly summoned 2 capable subordinates at the initial stage of Foundation establishment to follow him in pursuit of Qinshi. Under Qinshi's guidance, Wu Da and his 2 subordinates swiftly arrived at the site of his second fleet. At that moment, Gu Qingyuan sat leisurely on the deck, savoring tea. And even upon the arrival of those he awaited, he remained unperturbed. "Who are you?" Wu De questioned. Noticing that Gu Qingyuan was not clad in the garb of the Lingxiu sect and was indeed a man, Gu Qingyuan wasted no words. With a flick of his finger, a flying sword, a magical artifact, shot forth with astonishing speed towards Wu Da's neck. Fortunately, Wu De reacted in time, evading the lethal strike by sidestepping. However, the sword altered its trajectory, launching another assault with even greater velocity, grazing Wu De's sturdy waist and drawing forth a stream of crimson blood. Sensing the dire situation, Wu De hastily summoned his protective energy. The flying sword adjusted its course once more, coming at him with renewed ferocity, easily piercing through Wu Da's protective barrier. Simultaneously, 3 additional flying swords erupted from Gu Qingyuan's Qiankuan bag, locking onto Wu De's vital energy, seemingly relentless in their intent to slay him. Just as the tip of the first sword was about to pierce Wu Da's chest, he managed to seize it with both hands, using his formidable cultivation to suppress the assault of the flying sword. His hands were marred by the sharp blade, blood gushing forth and soaking the sword. Several other flying swords pierced Wu Da's body in succession. As he faced imminent death from the onslaught, Wu Da panicked and urgently pleaded, "I concede. Spare my life." Observing this, Gu Qingyuan ascended into the sky, raising his hands slightly to summon his artifact from a distance. The blade grazed Wu Da's fingers, causing blood to spatter abundantly. "As long as you do not harm my brothers, I shall compensate you for whatever you desire." Wu Da, gripped by fear, realized that the opponent's spiritual sense was formidable enough to toy with him at will, leaving him without any means of retaliation. "You are quite loyal," Gu Qingyuan remarked with a hint of admiration, then channeled his power to cleanse the blood from the blade. "Let us settle on this. Your fish dragon gang shall tribute 3,000 spirit stones to my Lingxiu sect each month, and this matter will be resolved." Gu Qingyuan spoke with gravity. After a moment of contemplation, Wu De nodded in agreement. "I can accept that." He paused briefly before adding, "My fish dragon gang is willing to offer 5,000 spirit stones monthly to your esteemed sect, in exchange for your assistance with one request." Following his extortion, Wu De not only refrained from resisting, but chose to raise the stakes, which piqued Gu Qingyuan's interest. Chapter 56. Wu Da's request. "Please, share your thoughts." Gu Qingyuan responded with keen interest. "I seek your assistance in appraising a 4th-grade elixir, the longevity pill," Wu Da elucidated. He was poised to engage in a transaction with an alchemist, the success of which would determine the continuation of his own lifespan and interests. Upon further inquiry, it was revealed that Wu Da was, in fact, an ancient cultivator who had lived for over 6 centuries. Having depleted his life force midway, he had consumed a life-extending pill that granted him an additional century. However, the efficacy of such pills diminishes with repeated use. To prolong his life, he could only resort to a higher-grade longevity pill, capable of extending his lifespan by over 200 years. Yet, the price had soared to a staggering 100,000 spirit stones. Such an exorbitant transaction left Wu De feeling uncertain and less assured of its integrity. "Very well." Gu Qingyuan nodded in agreement. His spiritual perception was potent enough to discern the composition of the elixir and ascertain its authenticity. 10 days hence, I shall visit Lingxiu sect to seek your expertise," Wu De said, bowing respectfully to Gu Qingyuan. The enmity between them was momentarily set aside. Upon returning to Lingxiu sect, Gu Qingyuan ventured into the back courtyard, where he was greeted by a flourishing garden of spiritual herbs, which brought him great satisfaction. He approached the area where bitter leaf orchids and 100 spirits were cultivated, gathering 10 portions. These herbs, when combined, formed the spiritual elixirs required for the enhancement of spiritual roots. Gu Qingyuan meticulously crushed them by hand, subsequently instructing Chun Shi to assemble all the Qi refinement disciples of the sect. The consumption of these elixirs would elevate their spiritual root qualities, albeit at the cost of enduring excruciating pain akin to having one's skin flayed and bones scraped. Those unafraid of pain may step forward to claim the elixirs, Gu Qingyuan announced, placing the 10 crushed elixirs upon a table, awaiting the timid maidens to approach. Upon hearing of the impending agony, the throng of disciples hesitated, retreating in fear. Only one, the somewhat older Su Ro, stepped forth. She possessed the highest quality of spiritual root, being of medium grade, aged 19. and at the 8th level of Qi refinement, boldly expressing her willingness to try. Su Rou bowed to Gu Qingyuan and, at his nod, took one portion of the elixir. With her leading the way, several other hesitant female disciples gradually emerged from the crowd. After some time, they finally gathered a total of 10 disciples. The highest quality among them was still merely Su Rou, whose slow cultivation speed was a concern. If Gu Qingyuan could elevate their spiritual root qualities through the refining technique, it would indirectly bolster the sect's strength. Let us commence, Gu Qingyuan commanded, and the 10 female disciples consumed their elixirs. Some, upon tasting the intense bitterness and spiciness, felt an urge to expel the concoction. You must swallow it. Gu Qingyuan's voice, imbued with spiritual power, resonated, compelling the 10 disciples to comply. Once they obediently swallowed the elixirs, they were soon writhing on the ground in agony, lamenting their plight. The scene was rather distressing. Gu Qingyuan, opting for discretion, rose to return to his abode, planning to impart the refining technique once they had endured the pain. Master, a calamity has befallen us. Xiao Mo and Alin have perished. Chunxi rushed in as Gu Qingyuan had barely settled with a cup of tea. Upon hearing these words, Gu Qingyuan immediately rose to his feet. Are you certain? As a man who had experienced the grueling process of spirit refinement 9 times, he found it hard to believe that someone could be driven to death by the pain of medicinal enhancement. He hurriedly followed Chun Shi to the courtyard, only to discover that the 2 young girls, Xiao Mo and Alin, both at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, had already lost their breath. The other 8 female disciples were still enduring their torment. Even the strongest among them, Su Rou, was convulsing from the intense pain. Her eyes were bloodshot, and tears soaked her cheeks, leaving her looking quite disheveled. Feel your spiritual roots and do not focus on your suffering. Just endure a little longer until the effects of the medicine wear off. Gu Qingyuan comforted the disciples psychologically. In his own moments of unbearable pain, he had survived by clinging to the faint hope of his spiritual roots' potential improvement. After 3 more hours, the effects of the medicine dissipated completely. The 8 female disciples had successfully endured the pain of the medicinal enhancement, and their physical reactions gradually ceased. Gu Qingyuan approached them one by one, gently touching their foreheads with his index finger. He imparted the techniques of spirit refinement into their consciousness through his spiritual power. By circulating this secret method for a full cycle, their spiritual roots would be elevated by 1 level. After the medicinal enhancement, it is imperative to nurture your spiritual roots with spirit refinement. This process will also entail immense pain, he reminded them. To ensure that these 8 female disciples persevered, he issued a stern command. If anyone cannot withstand it and chooses to give up midway, I will strip you of your cultivation and expel you from Lingxiu sect. There was no other choice. The spiritual medicine had already been administered, and any abandonment would squander the sect's resources. Fortunately, the young women were obedient, and none chose to give up. Master, is the technique you are having them practice the spirit refinement? At that moment, Chun Shi seemed to have discerned something and speculated. Gu Qingyuan cast a cold gaze at Chun Shi and retorted, You seem to know quite a lot. Chun Shi's eyes darted around as she hastily concocted a reason. I once heard the 2nd elder of Piaomiao Peak mention this secret method. Gu Qingyuan did not press further. Once the 8 female disciples completed their training and felt their spiritual roots indeed elevate by 1 level, they were filled with immense joy. Sectmaster, my spiritual root has risen to the top grade level. I feel my cultivation is on the verge of a breakthrough. Su Rou exclaimed, her lips curling into a smile as she approached Chun Shi to share her happiness. The others, too, completely forgot the pain they had endured, their faces alight with joy from the enhancement of their spiritual roots. Be sure to express your gratitude to the Master. It is he who has granted you this opportunity. Chun Shi urged, pushing Su Rou towards Gu Qingyuan, unwilling to take credit for the achievement. Thank you, Master, for bestowing upon me this 2nd chance. Su Rou earnestly bowed her head before Gu Qingyuan, offering 3 profound bows. Gu Qingyuan managed to muster a faint smile and replied, Your spiritual root has reached the top grade level, but if you undergo 2 more spirit refinements, you could attain the legendary heavenly spiritual root. Would you be willing? Gu Qingyuan asked with significant implication. I am willing, Su Rou nodded vigorously. Soon after, Gu Qingyuan infused the necessary medicinal ingredients for the spirit refinement technique into Su Rou's consciousness using the method he had just demonstrated. In the future, If anyone in the sect wishes to practice this technique, you shall assist them in preparing the medicinal concoction on my behalf. Remember, the ingredients must remain confidential, and the spirit refinement technique must not be disclosed. Gu Qingyuan cautioned. The disciple acknowledged this with a prompt response, thus earning her significant favor, which brought her great joy. The other disciples who had not embarked on the path of spirit refinement could not help but feel envious of her accomplishments. Many approached Su Ro, pleading, "Sister Su Ro, we wish to learn the spirit refinement as well." However, the majority of female disciples were haunted by the memory of two fellow sect members who had succumbed to the pain, making it difficult for them to disregard their fears. They were reluctant to endure such excruciating suffering. Meanwhile, Yulongbang's Wu De came to pay a visit. After Gu Qingyuan had dealt with these trivial matters, Wu De arrived at the door. Chapter 57. The Purple Lightning Dragon. As the 10-day period expired, Wu De arrived to invite Gu Qingyuan to appraise a treasure. This time, it was again his clone that was venturing out, while his main body remained in the sect leader's residence, immersed in secluded cultivation. The trading location was somewhat distant, situated on Golden Sands Island, approximately 2,000 miles away. As Wu De led the way in flight, he began to elucidate to Gu Qingyuan. Are there islands beyond Immortal Welcoming Island? Gu Qingyuan inquired. Perceiving Gu's uncertainty, Wu De clarified. The sea we inhabit is collectively known as the Luotian Sea, which, thousands of years ago, belonged to the Luotian sect. Although the sect has since fallen, this area remains remote and lacking in spiritual energy, thus attracting no other powers. Beyond the Luotian Sea, there are the myriad Immortal Sea and the Sea of Sea Monsters. As the name suggests, the Sea of Sea Monsters is dominated by aquatic creatures. These three great seas compose the entirety of the maritime realms, with the Luotian Sea being the smallest and the least resource-rich among them. After 3 days of travel, the two finally reached the borders of Golden Sands Island. Along the way, Gu Qingyuan gleaned considerable knowledge about the territorial forces within the seas from Wu De. Golden Sands Island, while slightly smaller than Immortal Welcoming Island, also housed a formidable golden core cultivator. Wu De halted outside the island's array barrier, producing a spirit talisman from his cosmic bag. He intoned, "Senior Xinlin, please come forth for a meeting." With the talisman conveying the message, a young man in the early stages of Foundation establishment soon soared out on his sword, clad in a Taoist robe. He wore a radiant smile and exuded a warm demeanor. Two Foundation establishment cultivators, at the peak of their realm, accompanied him, indicating that even if Xianlin was but a novice, he still held considerable standing. "Senior, 3 years ago, we agreed upon the longevity elixir." Wu De spoke first. "The elixir has been successfully concocted. However, may I inquire if you have gathered the requisite spirit stones?" Xianlin asked. "Naturally. Please present the elixir for my young companion to inspect. If it meets our satisfaction, we may proceed with the transaction," Wu De replied. Upon hearing this, Xuanlin's brow furrowed slightly, and stroking his beard, he queried, "Does fellow Taoist doubt my integrity?" Wu De chuckled awkwardly, explaining, "While Senior Xuanlin's alchemical prowess is renowned within 1,000 miles, gathering 100,000 spirit stones has not been an easy feat for me. I hope you can forgive my impertinence." He clasped his fists in a gesture of apology. Xianlin then turned his gaze to Gu Qingyuan, noting his youthful appearance of merely 15 or 16 years, and paid him little heed. From his cosmic bag, he retrieved a wooden box. Upon opening it, a resplendent golden elixir emerged, exuding a potent herbal fragrance that invigorated the senses, hinting at its genuine longevity-enhancing properties. Wu De gazed longingly at the elixir in Xuanlin's hand, but after a brief moment, Xianlin hastily closed the lid, halting the fragrant emanation. "Fellow Taoist, please observe carefully," Xianlin intoned gravely. Upon hearing Wu De's words, he retracted his gaze and turned to Gu Qingyuan. While he found no issue with the situation, he deemed it prudent to consider Gu Qingyuan's opinion. Given his formidable mental acuity, Gu Qingyuan managed a faint smile, cheerfully stating, "The elixir is indeed of fine quality, but alas, we have not brought sufficient spirit stones. We shall likely need to return for more." His tone was peculiar, and the essence of his statement bewildered Wu De. "My dear friend Gu, I have ample spirit stones." Wu De attempted to counter, only to quickly realize that Gu Qingyuan was subtly alerting him to a potential issue with the elixir and providing an excuse. Wu De, however, was so fixated on the longevity elixir that he failed to grasp the underlying message. Since you have sufficient spirit stones, let us proceed with the transaction. The alchemist Xianlin said, presenting the 4th grade longevity elixir with a bow, awaiting Wu Da's exchange of spirit stones. Wu Da cast an awkward glance at Gu Qingyuan, who, utilizing his mental prowess, conjured a single word within Wu Da's consciousness: flee. With their thoughts aligned, they turned and made a hasty retreat. Witnessing Wu Da and Gu Qingyuan's sudden flight, Xianlin grimaced in displeasure and commanded the 2 foundation-level cultivators trailing behind him, leave no survivors. I rely on my reputation to earn spirit stones. Understood. The 2 foundation-level cultivators responded, promptly taking to their swords in pursuit. It was evident that Wu Da and Gu Qingyuan had discerned the truth about the longevity elixir being a counterfeit. Should this information leak, it would undoubtedly tarnish Xianlin's reputation. Despite being a 4th grade alchemist, mistakes were not uncommon. He had initially followed Wu Da's commission to craft the longevity elixir, but alas, a mishap had led to the failure of the concoction, ruining a promising batch. In desperation, Xianlin had encased the remnants of the medicinal potency in a fragrant counterfeit elixir, hoping to deceive. The spirit herbs used in crafting the longevity elixir held significant value, and Xianlin was unwilling to suffer such a considerable loss. Thus his unscrupulous thoughts toward Wu Da materialized. Upon learning the truth, Wu Da expressed his gratitude to Gu Qingyuan, yet he was filled with regret for not recognizing the hidden meaning in Gu Qingyuan's earlier words. Now, both were left to flee under the relentless pursuit of the 2 foundation-level cultivators. They possess high cultivation and swift speed. It won't be long before they catch up to us. Our only hope lies in traversing the Isle of the Fallen Immortals, Wu Da declared, leading Gu Qingyuan into the territory of the Isle without retracing their steps. The Isle of the Fallen Immortals was rich in spiritual energy and boasted a habitable terrain. Yet it was regrettably occupied by a low-grade sea demon, the purple lightning flood dragon. Any cultivator who dared to intrude upon this land would often be regarded as prey by the dragon, with few managing to survive. Even island lords of the Golden Core level lacked confidence in vanquishing such a terrestrial-grade beast. Thus, it had reigned unchecked for hundreds of years, wreaking havoc. The 2 foundation-level cultivators trailing behind hesitated momentarily upon seeing the duo enter the Isle of the Fallen Immortals, but ultimately chose to follow. The command of a 4th grade alchemist was not one to be taken lightly. Failure to fulfill it would jeopardize their standing on Golden Sands Island. Upon breaching the mysterious Isle of the Buried Immortals, Gu Qingyuan's formidable spiritual awareness swiftly pinpointed a colossal dragon, measuring 3 zhang in length, its body encased in a thick layer of scales. At that moment, it emerged partially from a small lake on the island, fixating its gaze intently on the 4 intruders. The dragon let out a thunderous roar, its serpentine form undulating as it ascended into the sky. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning erupted from the sharp horn atop the dragon's head, carrying with it an awe-inspiring force, hurtling towards Gu Qingyuan and Wu Da. The might of this strike was comparable to that of a human Golden Core cultivator, a force that neither Gu Qingyuan's avatar nor Wu Da could withstand. Struck by the lightning, they found themselves incapacitated, plummeting from the heights. Observing this, the 2 pursuing Foundation establishment experts halted their chase, swiftly retreating in the opposite direction, convinced that Gu Qingyuan and Wu Da were doomed. However, the dragon was unwilling to relinquish its anticipated feast. Thus, it swirled its body and sped forward, quickly closing the distance to the 2 men. Chapter 58. Su Rou seeks an audience. Gu Qingyuan and Wu Da plummeted into the tranquil lake of the Burial Immortal Island. Despite his grievous injuries, Gu Qingyuan harnessed his formidable spiritual consciousness to perceive everything around him. To his astonishment, he discovered a millennium-old dragon beard vine thriving at the lake's bottom. This ethereal plant bore neither leaves nor thorns, only dozens of tendrils resembling dragon whiskers. The dragon beard vine is a superior spiritual herb, ascending in rank every century. The striking crimson specimen before him had evidently reached the millennium mark, indicating its cultivation had attained an exceptional level. According to the records of the Wordless Heavenly Book, spiritual plants possess cultivation ranks, classified into 3 initial grades: upper, middle, and lower, alongside exceptional, heavenly, divine, sacred, immortal, and transcendental grades. Some spiritual plants exhibit superior qualities from the moment of sprouting, while others must ascend gradually from the lower grades. Akin to human cultivators. Though the dragon beard vine holds no particular efficacy for humans, it absorbs the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, transforming it into an exceedingly pure spiritual mist, akin to a living natural gathering array. This explains why the spiritual energy on Burial Immortal Island is more abundant than on other islands, and why the thunderbolt dragon resides in this freshwater lake. Gu Qingyuan observed the dragon beard vine, but harbored no intentions towards it. Seizing the opportunity while the thunderbolt dragon was engaged with two perfected foundation establishment cultivators, he swiftly activated the fifth secret method of the Luotian Gate, the Azura battle technique, instantly elevating his cultivation to the perfected foundation establishment stage. Suppressing his injuries through sheer will, he took Wu De and fled with great haste. In the skies above, the thunderbolt dragon battled fervently with the two perfected foundation establishment cultivators. Although the dragon wielded greater cultivation and defensive prowess, giving it the upper hand, it became agitated upon noticing the two severely injured cultivators attempting to flee. With a swift turn, it unleashed a bolt of thunder towards the retreating Gu Qingyuan and Wu De. The thunder crackled menacingly, as if capable of tearing the heavens asunder, and in an instant, it surged towards Gu Qingyuan's rear. Clenching his teeth against the excruciating pain, Gu Qingyuan activated the Azura battle technique once more, rapidly elevating his cultivation to the false Dan realm. Simultaneously, a faint golden radiance enveloped his body, though appearing delicate. This golden aura could withstand any attack at the foundation establishment level, and its immunity would increase in tandem with his cultivation. However, utilizing the Azura battle technique exacted a toll on his lifespan and bodily functions. With his cultivation soaring, Gu Qingyuan's speed accelerated dramatically, allowing him and Wu De to narrowly evade the thunderbolt dragon's strike. Ultimately, they managed to escape successfully. The two perfected foundation establishment cultivators, however, did not share such fortune, becoming ensnared by the dragon and ultimately serving as its blood feast. 2,000 miles from Yingzhan Island, Gu Qingyuan's physical faculties were entirely drained, and he fainted. Wu De, still recovering from his injuries, realized that Gu Qingyuan's Qiankuan bag was within easy reach. It undoubtedly contained elixirs for healing. Moreover, seizing the moment to eliminate Gu Qingyuan would spare him the monthly tribute of 5,000 spiritual stones. The Lingxiu sect would also suffer the loss of one of its mightiest forces. Yet, Wu De did not act in such a manner. Gu Qingyuan assisted him in identifying the elixir and helped him escape from the jaws of the thunderbolt flood dragon. The two acts of kindness weighed heavily upon Wu De's heart, which he could not dare to forget. Therefore, suppressing his injuries, he hastily carried the unconscious Gu Qingyuan back to Lingxiu sect. After Gu Qingyuan's avatar fell unconscious, he could no longer communicate with Wu De. Only upon bringing Gu Qingyuan's avatar safely back to Lingxiu sect did he realize that Wu De had not laid a hand on the avatar. Why is the master injured? Chun Shi promptly supported Gu Qingyuan's avatar into a room to rest. Wu De immediately sat cross-legged, cultivating his energy to suppress his injuries. He replied with great effort. We were being pursued, and to evade danger, we trespassed into Burial Island, where we were injured by the thunderbolt flood dragon. Chun Shi quickly fetched some healing spiritual herbs, offering one to Wu De while placing another before Gu Qingyuan's avatar, channeling his magical power to aid in refining and absorbing the medicinal essence. After several hours, Gu Qingyuan's avatar awakened. He carefully assessed his own injuries, finding himself unconcerned about the internal damage inflicted by the dragon, but puzzled as to why he had suddenly fainted after activating the Azura battle technique, which bore a resemblance to the side effects of the brief cultivation enhancement technique that Chun Shi had performed. Wu De, you did not acquire the longevity elixir. How many years of life do you have left? Gu Qingyuan inquired as he rose. Alas, not many, less than 3 years, Wu De sighed, filled with helplessness. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyuan pondered for a moment and then said, I possess a secret technique known as the rebirth incantation. Reciting it daily can extend one's lifespan. It is not an issue to grant you an additional 100 years. Should you manage to break through to the pinnacle of foundation establishment or a higher realm within that century, you may have the prospect of eternal life. Gu Qingyuan disclosed the efficacy of the rebirth incantation, which he had acquired from the Luotian sect. If fellow Taoist Gu can bestow this secret method upon me, Wu De is willing to pledge his loyalty to you, following you faithfully. Wu De half knelt, his gaze fervent. He appeared to be in middle age, yet he had lived for over 600 years, far exceeding the maximum lifespan of someone in the late foundation establishment stage. It was only through certain beauty-preserving techniques that he maintained the appearance of a man in his 30s or 40s. Very well. Gu Qingyuan agreed upon seeing Wu Da's perceptiveness. He then signaled Chun Shi to retrieve a contract for Wu Da to sign. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Da, with only 3 years of life remaining, had long considered himself half dead. He would not abandon any glimmer of hope. Subsequently, Gu Qingyuan touched his fingertip to Wu Da's forehead, transmitting the contents of the rebirth incantation into Wu Da's sea of consciousness. The text was written in the language of the southern region's cultivation world, distinct from the intricate Sanskrit of the Luotian sect, making it easy for Wu Da to comprehend and cultivate. From now on, Lingxiu sect and the Yulong gang would be one family. Master Wu, you should diligently fulfill your role as the leader. But the monthly contributions of the Yulong gang will need to be submitted to me, Gu Qingyuan said, patting Wu Da's shoulder with earnestness. Your subordinate understands, Wu Da replied, his heart set on seeking longevity, indifferent to worldly gains. A year later, Gu Qingyuan's primary self achieved a breakthrough in cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment. At present, there is an urgent scarcity of Jedon resources. Throughout this year, the offerings of spirit stones from the Lingxiu sect and the Yulong gang have accumulated to over 50,000. Coupled with my previous reserves, I can barely muster 150,000 spirit stones. This sum is precisely the price of a 4th-grade medicinal pill, a breakthrough Jedon. However, such a pill is practically priceless in the resource-deprived realm of Luotian. The sole 4th-grade alchemist, Xianlin, severed ties with Gu Qingyuan a year ago. This predicament has left Gu Qingyuan in a state of distress. Master, Su Ro requests an audience. Came a knock at Gu Qingyuan's door. What is it? Gu Qingyuan inquired from behind the closed door. The sect leader has sent me to seek a foundation-building pill. I have lingered at the peak of the Qi refinement stage for far too long. If I can break through to the foundation-building stage, I would be able to contribute more to my master. Chapter 59. The refinement of foundation establishment pills. Su Ro has come under the pretext of Chun Shi to solicit resources for foundation establishment. Gu Qingyuan wished to refuse. Yet Su Ro was the only disciple in the entire sect to have attained the heavenly spirit root through spiritual refinement. Others, despite their attempts at spiritual refinement, merely scraped by, often deterred by pain before making any significant progress. Now that Su Ro had achieved the pinnacle of Qi refinement, if she were to continue her advancement, the Lingxiu sect would undoubtedly gain a formidable force. I shall find a way to procure the foundation establishment pills. You may withdraw for now, Gu Qingyuan replied. Thank you, master. This servant takes her leave, Su Ro said with a gleam of joy. After her departure, Gu Qingyuan's avatar stepped out through the door, just as Chun Shi approached. Upon hearing that Gu Qingyuan had acquiesced to Su Ro's request for resources, Chun Shi wore a satisfied smile. Master, shall this servant seek someone to refine the foundation establishment pills? Chun Shi inquired. With a stern countenance, Gu Qingyuan retorted, shouldn't you, as the sect leader, take responsibility for this? Why directly allow Su Ro to come to me for resources? Sensing Gu Qingyuan's shift in demeanor, Chun Shi immediately knelt before him, explaining, all disciples of the sect are tirelessly striving to earn spirit stones to offer to you, master. Although I am the sect leader, I possess no resources at hand. For the sake of her foundation establishment, Su Ro has been the most diligent. Over the past year, she has contributed nearly 10,000 spirit stones. For a disciple in the Qi refinement stage to accumulate such a sum through hunting sea monsters is indeed commendable. However, the price of a single foundation establishment pill is 50,000 spirit stones, which posed a significant dilemma for Gu Qingyuan. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided to prioritize Su Ro's resources, transforming his appearance through a disguise technique. Gu Qingyuan assumed the guise of a frail old man and employed multiple concealment spells to ensure his identity remained undetected. He then soared across thousands of miles on his sword, arriving at Golden Sand Island. Without a specific spirit talisman to contact Master Xianlin, he had no choice but to visit the main hall for outsiders on the island. Golden Sand Island was occupied by a sect that forbade outsiders from entering. To seek assistance, one could only go through the reception hall. After offering 100 spirit stones, an internal member agreed to summon Master Xianlin. Gu Qingyuan waited in the reception hall for several hours until Master Xianlin finally arrived. "My friend seeks me. What is the purpose of your visit?" Master Xianlin greeted with an affable expression, though Gu Qingyuan knew him to be quite cunning. "I have heard of your exceptional mastery in alchemy and have come to request 1 breaking golden pill and 1 foundation establishment pill," Gu Qingyuan replied. Upon hearing this, Master Xianlin's eyes gleamed with the prospect of a lucrative deal, and he settled beside Gu Qingyuan, continuing, "The total price amounts to 200,000 spirit stones. If my friend finds this agreeable, I must first receive the payment." However, the latter part of Master Xianlin's statement caused Gu Qingyuan's brow to furrow in surprise. "Shouldn't it be a matter of payment upon delivery? My friend may not be aware, but the difficulty in refining a 4th-grade breaking golden pill is exceedingly high, with a significant risk of failure. Should the alchemical endeavor fail, I would incur an insurmountable loss of invaluable medicinal herbs, a burden far beyond my means to bear. Therefore, I propose that you provide me with spirit stones in advance. Should the concoction succeed, I shall return the elixir to you, but if it fails, the value of the consumed herbs will be deducted from your deposit. I speak candidly." After a moment of contemplation, Gu Qingyuan resolved to forego the transaction. Having learned a lesson from Xuanlin's previous dealings with Wu De, "I do not possess such abundant spirit stones, nor do I wish to shoulder this risk." With a respectful bow, Gu Qingyuan departed. Witnessing the collapse of the negotiation, Xuanlin's expression turned cold. Upon returning to Ancient Island, Gu Qingyuan suddenly recalled that there was indeed an alchemy pavilion on the island, reputedly under the auspices of the island's lord. He entered the pavilion, where a servant promptly approached him. "May I inquire what type of elixir the esteemed senior requires?" the servant asked. "The broken golden pill," Gu Qingyuan replied. A myriad of individuals within the pavilion turned their heads, curiosity piqued as if they had heard something extraordinary. "Esteemed senior, we do not have the broken golden pill in stock," the servant responded. "While there may be no ready-made elixirs, they can be crafted." A Taoist alchemist in robes approached Gu Qingyuan, dismissing the servant. "Fellow Taoist, I am the Jade Cauldron True Man, a quasi-4th-tier alchemist," the alchemist declared with an air of confidence. "If I may inquire, what precisely is a quasi-4th-tier alchemist?" Gu Qingyuan asked, with a gentle wave of his folding fan. The Jade Cauldron True Man explained, "A quasi-4th-tier alchemist possesses the techniques and knowledge of a 4th-tier alchemist, but has yet to obtain formal certification. So, according to your esteemed self, you possess the capability to refine the broken golden pill?" Gu Qingyuan inquired. "Naturally, with my expertise. Crafting a mere broken golden pill is but a trivial task," the Jade Cauldron True Man asserted, maintaining his confident demeanor. "And what would the cost be?" Gu Qingyuan murmured. 150,000 spirit stones, but I require a prepayment of 100,000 spirit stones as a deposit for the materials," the Jade Cauldron True Man replied. Gu Qingyuan hesitated, tentatively probing. What if the alchemical process were to fail? "Fellow Taoist, you might consider inquiring about my reputation. When have I?" the Jade Cauldron True Man ever faltered? The alchemist stood, somewhat irate, instructing the servant, "Show our guest out." Observing the alchemist's unwavering confidence in his abilities, Gu Qingyuan managed a strained smile, offering an apology. "Forgive my impertinence. I mean no offense, esteemed master. Here is 100,000 spirit stones. I beseech you to refine a broken golden pill for me." Gu Qingyuan respectfully presented a bag containing the spirit stones to the Jade Cauldron True Man. The Jade Cauldron True Man disdainfully accepted the bag and stated, "Return in 3 months to collect the elixir." With the transaction confirmed, Gu Qingyuan returned to Lingxiu sect. At this moment, he still owed Su Ro a foundational elixir, which weighed heavily on his heart. He began to derive the formula for the foundational elixir from the Book of Infinite Words. He promptly gathered the spiritual materials required for the refinement of the foundation-building pill from his cosmic bag. Fortunately, the medicinal garden of Qianjizi was replete with an abundance of spiritual herbs, allowing him to compile a sufficient array of resources for the foundation-building endeavor. At present, Gu Qingyuan found himself devoid of spirit stones to hire an alchemist, thus placing his hopes solely upon his own capabilities. He had spent considerable time at the mysterious immortal sect, where he had the privilege of observing the third-grade alchemist, Dan Yunzi, in the meticulous art of pill refinement, acquiring a wealth of knowledge in the process. However, to ensure a successful singular attempt at pill crafting, he retrieved a superior-grade alchemical furnace obtained from the Cloud Mountain Cave and employed the Wordless Heavenly Tome to deduce the formula for a first-grade pill, the Qi-gathering pill. He began the refinement process according to the prescribed formula. The first batch, however, met with failure due to an error in fire control. Undeterred, Gu Qingyuan learned from his mistakes with the second batch, proceeding methodically, and ultimately succeeded in crafting the Qi-gathering pill. He then set his sights on the second-grade Qi refining pill, which took him 3 days to successfully produce. Following this, he adeptly refined the third-grade life-prolonging pill before finally commencing the refinement of the foundation-building pill. All his prior efforts were aimed at ensuring the successful creation of this crucial foundation-building pill. Chapter 60. Leaving life behind before commencing. Gu Qingyuan meticulously examined the elixir formula with his spiritual consciousness, imprinting its contents firmly in his mind. He rehearsed the entire process within his sea of consciousness dozens of times, ensuring that he could execute it flawlessly before daring to engage in the refinement. As the smokeless wood beneath the alchemical furnace ignited, Gu Qingyuan skillfully manipulated his hand seals. One by one, the spiritual herbs were drawn into his grasp by his magical power and methodically placed into the furnace. Following the rehearsed steps, he gradually extracted the medicinal essence from the herbs, progressing meticulously according to the elixir recipe. Fortunately, the entire process unfolded without a single error. After several hours, the foundation establishment pill was successfully refined. The lid of the furnace soared into the air, and after a cloud of thick smoke dissipated, a pure white pill quietly hovered within the furnace. Hearing commotion in the room, Chen Shi rushed in and was taken aback upon witnessing Gu Qingyuan had personally crafted a third-grade foundation establishment pill, his heart filled with astonishment. "Master, you can actually refine pills?" Chen Shi exclaimed in wonder. "Humph, mere trifles," Gu Qingyuan replied dismissively, handing the pill to Chen Shi. Yet, internally, he felt as though he had emerged victorious from a thrilling battle, brimming with secret delight. The foundation establishment pill had been successfully crafted. It was now time to retrieve the broken golden pill from the pill pavilion. Filled with anticipation, Gu Qingyuan arrived, only to find the attendant responsible for reception retreating through the back door, neglecting to assist him. A sense of foreboding began to creep into Gu Qingyuan's mind. After a considerable wait, Master Yuding finally arrived, and upon seeing Gu Qingyuan, forced a sheepish smile. "My friend, I regret to inform you that the refinement of the broken golden pill has failed. I assure you, it will be successfully crafted next time. I hope you can forgive me," Master Yuding said, somewhat awkwardly apologizing to Gu Qingyuan. Then, with a sudden change of demeanor, he coldly instructed the attendant, "Show him out." Gu Qingyuan, taken aback, abruptly stood up, unleashing the oppressive aura of his perfected foundation establishment realm throughout the space. The formidable pressure halted Master Yuding, who had only reached the early stages of foundation establishment. With a stern countenance, he turned to question, "The elixir refinement has failed, and I have already apologized. What more do you desire?" "My 100,000 spirit stones," Gu Qingyuan demanded. The 100,000 spirit stones were the payment for purchasing the spiritual materials. Now that the materials were destroyed, did he expect Gu Qingyuan to compensate him? Master Yuding's face flushed with anger, adopting the demeanor of a victim. Gu Qingyuan took a deep breath and retorted, "When you accepted my payment, you assured me that success was guaranteed. And it was that trust that led me to believe you. Everyone makes mistakes, yet your behavior suggests you wish to provoke me?" Master Yuding was irked by Gu Qingyuan's display of dominance and warned, "Let me remind you, this is the Pill Pavilion on Ancient Island. Engaging in personal disputes here carries serious consequences. Besides, the Pill Pavilion is the private property of the island master. To oppose me is to oppose him as well." With that, Master Yuding turned on his heel and departed. Gu Qingyuan, consumed by fury, sank into his chair, struggling to regain his composure for an extended period. Upon returning to his residence, his anger only intensified. He understood that he must exercise restraint during such volatile moments. Yet the loss of 100,000 spirit stones felt like a piece of his very flesh had been violently torn away. The losses incurred at the Dan Pavilion were far too substantial. Unable to endure any longer, Gu Qingyuan compelled Wu De, the leader of the Yulong gang, to dispatch individuals to closely monitor the Dan Pavilion. He demanded immediate notification the moment Master Yuding set foot outside of the welcome Immortal Island. Presently, the Dan Pavilion was rife with spies from the Yulong gang, both inside and out. This state of affairs persisted for an entire year. It seemed as though Master Yuding sensed something amiss. Throughout the year, he refrained from venturing out, opting instead to remain concealed within the Dan Pavilion, concocting elixirs. After a year of waiting, Gu Qingyuan was nearly able to gather sufficient spirit stones to procure another broken gold Dan. Known for his principle of settling scores, Gu Qingyuan felt compelled to reckon with the debt of 100,000 spirit stones, as failing to do so would leave an indelible resentment in his heart. Yet, he was reluctant to continue the wait. Thus, he dispatched a clone to the Dan Pavilion once more. This time, he altered his appearance, disguising himself as a frail old man before entering the establishment. "Esteemed elder, what elixir do you require?" A servant disciple, noticing the arrival of a guest, hurried forward to attend to him. "How many alchemists does your Dan Pavilion have?" Gu Qingyuan inquired. 1 third-grade alchemist and 10 second-grade alchemists, the servant replied. "Summon them all. I have a significant business proposition to discuss," Gu Qingyuan responded. Upon hearing this, the servant beamed with delight and quickly went to invite the 11 alchemists. After a considerable time, Master Yuding arrived with a group of second-grade alchemists. Upon seeing the incoming figures, Gu Qingyuan set down his teacup. "A year ago, an old friend of mine entrusted you with 100,000 spirit stones to forge a broken gold Dan. Yet, you claimed the endeavor was a failure, allowing the spirit stones to vanish without a trace." Master Yuding grasped Gu Qingyuan's intent and interjected, "What is it you wish to convey? If you seek to collect a debt, I fear you shall be sorely disappointed." Seeing Master Yuding so obstinately unyielding, Gu Qingyuan shook his head in resignation and then rose to his feet. Activating the Shura demon technique, an array of invisible waves enveloped the surroundings, coalescing into a realm. Within this domain, the cultivation and lifespans of all present began to rapidly diminish, siphoning their essence to Gu Qingyuan. After seizing half of the life force and cultivation from the 11 alchemists, he ceased his actions. At that moment, his own cultivation had surged to the false Dan realm. "Here is another opportunity." Gu Qingyuan approached Master Yuding, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "Humph! Should you dare to take my life, the island master will ensure you pay dearly for it." Master Yuding remained unfazed. "Is that so?" With Master Yuding exhibiting such confidence, Gu Qingyuan placed his palm upon the elder's forehead. Continuing to wield the Shura demon technique, he drained Master Yuding's entire cultivation and lifespan before finally halting. Stripped of his vitality and power, Master Yuding resembled a desiccated corpse, enveloped in an aura of death, soon falling silent. The remaining alchemists, Gu Qingyuan did not slay. He merely seized the Qiankuan bags from their persons. With his consciousness enveloping the entire alchemy pavilion, Gu Qingyuan swiftly located the secret chamber that housed the stored elixirs. After plundering it entirely, he contemplated his departure. This venture proved to be quite fruitful, netting him over 1,000 first-tier elixirs, several hundred second-tier elixirs, and a dozen or so third-tier elixirs. Additionally, he acquired a substantial number of spirit stones and medicinal herbs from the Qiankuan bags of the 11 alchemists. The total value was difficult to ascertain at that moment. However, just as he stepped out of the alchemy pavilion, a formidable pressure of realm descended upon him, akin to the weight of a mountain. Had Gu Qingyuan still been at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, he would have been rendered breathless by this oppressive force. Now, having plundered the cultivation of more than 10 alchemists, his magical power had reached the false Dan realm. Wishing to depart, he would have to leave his life behind. Chapter 61. The master of Golden Core Island Gu Qingyuan, burdened by the oppressive force of the Golden Core, soared into the heavens on his sword, standing against his adversary. The island master, having reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, stood effortlessly upon the void, hands clasped behind his back. His formidable magical power distorted the surrounding air, a testament to his overwhelming strength. "To dare slay a third-grade alchemist, I shall ensure you suffer eternal damnation." The island master's voice resonated, wrapped in magical energy, sending waves of power echoing throughout the entirety of Ancient Island. As his words fell, the island master flicked his sleeve, casually unleashing a surge of magical force. It tore through the air like a blazing inferno, imbued with a will to annihilate. Gu Qingyuan formed a seal, executing the second stance of the heaven-turning seal. The earth-pressing style. The golden palm print successfully intercepted the magical force. However, due to the vast disparity in power, the earth-pressing style merely pushed the palm print aside. Witnessing his attack being neutralized by Gu Qingyuan, who barely possessed the strength of a false core through demonic techniques, the island master revealed a look of astonishment. Demon-suppressing pestle. He promptly summoned his true artifact, opting for a sledgehammer against a mere chicken. Without the need for seals, he deftly manipulated the demon-suppressing pestle, directing it towards Gu Qingyuan. As he thrust his palms forward, a surge of profound magical energy surged through, amplifying the pestle to several hundred times its original size. Resembling a colossal pillar reaching for the heavens, the demon-suppressing pestle locked onto Gu Qingyuan, rendering him immobile beneath its oppressive might. A wave of despair surged within him. Boom! The pestle struck Gu Qingyuan, unleashing a powerful shockwave that stirred the heavens, causing a tempest to rise. In that singular blow, Gu Qingyuan was utterly obliterated, his chest shattered, devoid of any sign of life. The island master raised his hand, intent on seizing the Qinkuan bag to reclaim the treasures snatched by Gu Qingyuan. At that moment, a figure rushed forth, swiftly taking the Qinkuan bag. The newcomer was a frail old man, strikingly similar to Gu Qingyuan. A clone. The island master, taken aback, refrained from immediate action, contemplating the opportunity to capture this technique. To destroy my clone, I shall remember this grievance, Gu Qingyuan declared, extending his hand to retrieve the clone's remains before channeling the Azura demon technique, assimilating its residual functions and cultivation into himself. This clone, painstakingly refined over 3 months, upon complete absorption, temporarily elevated Gu Qingyuan's own cultivation to the realm of the false core. Do you truly possess the standing to bear a grudge against me? The island master scoffed, extending his index finger toward Gu Qingyuan. The demon-suppressing pestle, in accordance with his will, surged toward Gu Qingyuan once more. Gu Qingyuan refrained from retaliating. Yet he did not fully concede. Channeling his magical energy, he summoned a protective barrier, preparing to withstand the onslaught of the pestle. Boom! Another earth-shattering roar erupted. This time, the pestle struck as if against steel and bone, creating a deafening sound, yet inflicting no harm upon Gu Qingyuan. Is that all you've got? Gu Qingyuan retorted with a cold scoff. His chest remained unscathed, not a single hair out of place beneath his attire. Although the demon-suppressing staff easily shattered his protective aura, Gu Qingyuan's physical body, after a year of relentless honing, had now transcended the refinement stage and reached the bone-forging realm. His physical strength rivaled that of a late-stage golden core master. Oh, the island master murmured, recognizing Gu Qingyuan's exceptional prowess. I have no desire to take your life, lest your secret techniques be lost to the ages. Once I subdue you, I shall meticulously refine your memories, and your entire repertoire of techniques will be mine. Upon concluding his words, the island master pointed his finger once more, this time unleashing his full might, amplifying the power of the demon-suppressing staff several-fold. Feeling the overwhelming pressure intensify, Gu Qingyuan's heart wavered. He remained uncertain of the limits of his physical strength, yet it was clear that facing this onslaught head-on was not a prudent course of action. Revolutionary Seal. Celestial Seal, Cloud-Turning Style. Gu Qingyuan chanted, forming intricate hand seals to summon the most potent palm strike he could muster. A golden palm imprint surged forth, siphoning the essence of heaven and earth, coalescing into form, while the surrounding environment seemed to drain of spiritual energy, exuding an eerie stillness. The golden imprint, imbued with formidable power, clashed against the demon-suppressing staff. The outcome was that the golden strike was completely neutralized, yet it inadvertently diminished some of the staff's might. When the weakened demon-suppressing staff struck Gu Qingyuan once more, it merely sent him flying several hundred feet, inflicting minimal internal injury. This blow, however, drained considerable energy from the island master. As he withdrew the staff to gather his strength anew, Gu Qingyuan seized the moment to make his escape. The island master immediately pursued him, but as Gu Qingyuan exited the welcoming immortal island, he plunged headlong into the ocean. The seawater acted as a barrier against spiritual sensing. Within 10 breaths, Gu Qingyuan would reach a depth beyond the island master's detection. Yet, the master would not grant him such an opportunity. Diving into the depths of the sea in hot pursuit, Gu Qingyuan possessed numerous coveted secret techniques, and should the island master acquire them, his power would multiply exponentially. The two engaged in a relentless chase for half an hour. Gu Qingyuan's stolen cultivation was exhausted, and his magical energy had plummeted to the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, causing his speed to diminish. Meanwhile, the island master continued his relentless pursuit, nearly closing the distance. A mere Foundation establishment cultivator cannot escape my grasp. If I allow you to flee, how shall I face the world while guarding welcoming Immortal Island? The island master mocked himself, then summoned his true artifact, the demon-suppressing staff. This time, the staff expanded dozens of times its size, resembling a colossal pole, surging through the ocean with incredible speed before striking Gu Qingyuan's back. The collision unleashed powerful shockwaves, stirring up massive waves and swirling sediment from the ocean floor, clouding the waters. Under this strike, Gu Qingyuan coughed up a mouthful of old blood. It was unavoidable. The previous attack had left him with internal injuries, and this blow was more than his body could withstand. Blood continued to surge forth, trailing behind him as a crimson mist. The island master followed the blood trail closely, intent not on killing Gu Qingyuan outright, but on depleting his magical energy, then refining his memories to glean his secret techniques. Azura battle technique. Upon sensing a threat to his life, Gu Qingyuan was compelled to unleash his hidden reserves, pushing his abilities and lifespan to their limits, resulting in a dramatic surge in his cultivation. While employing this tactic with his doppelganger, he remained unfazed. Yet using it with his main body was a risk he dared not take unless absolutely necessary. After experiencing a significant enhancement to the False Dan realm, Gu Qingyuan's speed of escape quickened slightly, allowing him to distance himself from the Island Lord. However, the Island Lord, unwilling to yield, surged forward at full speed, swiftly closing the gap between them. The velocity of a mid-Golden Dan was incomparable to that of a False Dan. Moreover, the Island Lord observed Gu Qingyuan once again invoking a secret technique to elevate his realm and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He then channeled his power into the true artifact, the demon-suppressing staff, intending to deliver a devastating blow to Gu Qingyuan. Once the energy was fully accumulated, the staff shot forth like a bolt from a crossbow, striking Gu Qingyuan's back with astonishing speed. Witnessing Gu Qingyuan, now 100 yards ahead, spewing forth more blood during his flight, a triumphant and sinister smile spread across the Island Lord's face. Chapter 62. The backlash of secret techniques. The strike sent a chilling sense of death coursing through Gu Qingyuan. Ignoring the pain, he summoned his mid-grade magical sword and launched an attack at the Island Lord behind him. The Island Lord, perceiving this, swung his fist to meet the oncoming Jinxia sword. The result was catastrophic. The Jinxia sword, unable to withstand the formidable force of a golden core, shattered with a resounding crash. Clearly, a mid-grade magical artifact proved inadequate against an opponent of such caliber. Without hesitation, Gu Qingyuan called forth all the flying swords from his Qinkuan bag, directing them to assault the Island Lord in an effort to buy himself precious moments for escape. Yet, even if the Island Lord chose not to retaliate, these attacks were but a mere annoyance. It is my turn now. Having dealt with the chaotic onslaught, the Island Lord once more summoned the Jinma staff, infusing it with a greater surge of spiritual energy as he advanced towards Gu Qingyuan. The overwhelming might emanated an aura capable of annihilating all, seemingly poised to penetrate Gu Qingyuan's very being. Shura battle technique. Second stage ignition. Gu Qingyuan invoked his cultivated battle technique once again, elevating his prowess from the False Dan realm to the mid-False Dan stage. Simultaneously, the protective golden light enveloping his body transformed into a resplendent brilliance. However, this time, the cost was steep, demanding the sacrifice of over 80 years of lifespan within a mere breath. As the Jinma staff descended upon him, it shattered his protective barrier, breached the golden light, and reached Gu Qingyuan's physical form without impediment. Boom! Another thunderous sound erupted, stirring the seabed into a tumult of ash and dust, altering the vast expanse of ocean from a deep azure to a murky brown. Gu Qingyuan, struck by this blow, found his body overwhelmed, incapable of summoning forth the protective golden light any longer. Moreover, the Shura battle technique continued to consume his lifespan at an alarming rate. Should this continue, he would perish from the exhaustion of his life essence in less than 10 breaths. He had no choice but to halt the operation of the Shura battle technique to preserve his life. Yet, As he ceased its operation, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and his spiritual consciousness rapidly diminished, causing him to lose awareness entirely. Observing Gu Qingyuan cease his flight and collapse into unconsciousness, the island lord approached with a sinister grin, lamenting, "What a clever lad, forcing me to expend so much spiritual energy. If only you could have held on for a few more breaths, I would have drained my energy entirely." Fortuitously, Gu Qingyuan had been struck by the backlash of the secret technique and had fainted. "Let me see how you acquired these secret techniques," the island lord said eagerly as he pressed his palm against Gu Qingyuan's forehead, probing into his sea of consciousness. As the island lord's consciousness entered, the sealed Yuan Shun of Luo Qiushui abruptly awakened. She opened her eyes, prompting Gu Qingyuan to do the same. Luo Qiushui's Yuan Shun emitted a beam of golden light, transforming Gu Qingyuan's eyes into conduits of power. A radiant beam shot forth from his gaze, penetrating the island lord's consciousness, severely wounding him and nearly rendering him unconscious. Having accomplished this, Luo Qiushui's Yuan Shun exited Gu Qingyuan's sea of consciousness, materializing into a diminutive, palm-sized silhouette that hovered above the seabed. "Leave this place within 3 breaths, or face death." Luo Qiushui's voice was frigid, and the formidable aura emanating from her Yuan Shun sent a shiver of dread through the island lord. He had completely abandoned the notion of seizing the opportunities from Gu Qingyuan and instead turned to flee. Once he had distanced himself sufficiently, he cast a lingering glance back. There he beheld the primordial spirit vigilantly guarding the unconscious Gu Qingyuan, and thus he departed with a heavy heart. A day later, Gu Qingyuan awakened, realizing that he had not been slain by the island master and that a small primordial spirit was quietly hovering beside him. He comprehended the situation. "I am deeply grateful for your life-saving grace, esteemed elder," Gu Qingyuan said, enduring his pain as he bowed to Luo Qiushui. "There is no need for thanks. It is through your spirit's nurturing that I have the chance to see the light of day again," replied Luo Qiushui, shaking her head. "Should you refrain from sealing me with your spirit power, I can offer assistance in your times of peril." Gu Qingyuan offered an awkward smile, providing no further explanation, and instead produced a handful of spiritual herbs, savoring them slowly. As a consummate cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, prolonged breath-holding would not harm his body. By the time he had fully recovered, 3 days had passed. Gu Qingyuan dispelled his disguise, restoring his appearance to its original form. Luo Qiushui entered Gu Qingyuan's sea of consciousness once more. This time, Gu Qingyuan did not obstruct her perception with his spirit power. He brazenly entered Yingzhan Island, deliberately meandering around the Dan Pavilion and the Yingzhan Hall. Observing that the island master had not yet discerned his identity, he felt emboldened to return to Lingxi's sect, aiming to avoid entangling himself with the 2 factions he had encountered on Yingzhan Island. Upon returning to his chamber, the first task Gu Qingyuan undertook was to tally the spoils he had acquired 3 days prior in the Dan Pavilion. In total, there were 180,000 spirit stones and several medicinal pills. The most valuable were 2 foundation establishment pills. Noticing one of them was a 3rd-grade life-prolonging pill, Gu Qingyuan unhesitatingly swallowed it, refining and absorbing its essence. 3 days earlier, he had expended too much vitality, leaving him with only a few decades of lifespan. He needed to replenish it urgently. What should I do about the breaking golden pill? Seeking Xianlin carries great risks, and I have no confidence in crafting it myself, Gu Qingyuan murmured to himself. While he had gathered enough spirit stones, obtaining the breaking golden pill posed a considerable dilemma. "Gather the spiritual herbs, and I shall forge it for you," Luo Qiushui suddenly interjected within his consciousness. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyuan was filled with joy and hurriedly asked, "Esteemed elder, do you also possess the skill to concoct pills?" "I am but a humble being, having attained the pinnacle of a 5th-grade alchemist several millennia ago," replied Luo Qiushui. "That is truly splendid. I shall rely on your expertise when the time comes." Gu Qingyuan held great confidence in Luo Qiushui's extraordinary abilities. However, the spiritual herbs required for the breaking golden pill were exceedingly rare and costly, making their procurement a daunting task. Gu Qingyuan first proceeded to the Dan Pavilion. "Esteemed elder, what medicinal pills do you require?" A servant approached, failing to recognize that Gu Qingyuan was a familiar patron who had visited multiple times. "I am not here to purchase pills. Rather, I seek to acquire remnants of flowers, essence fruit, millennium blood ginseng, and flame essence crimson crystal. Gu Qingyuan listed the spiritual herbs necessary for crafting the breaking golden pill. The servant revisited the details in his mind and replied, withered flowers, jianyuan fruit, and millennium snow ginseng. All these spiritual herbs are available. However, the flame essence crimson crystal is currently out of stock. Excluding the flame essence crimson crystal, the total would amount to 80,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyuan felt a pang of regret. Had he not been so careless during the Pill Pavilion heist, he would not have to part with such an unjust sum today. After the transaction was completed, only the flame essence crimson crystal remained elusive. Such a rarity could not be found in the sea, but was likely to be discovered only within the rich veins of spiritual energy or the ethereal expanses. Rather than aimlessly quarrying mountains, Gu Qingyuan dispatched his subordinates to seek intelligence on the whereabouts of the flame essence crimson crystal. 3 months later, Chun Shi delivered joyous news. Master, the scouts have reported that 3,000 miles away, at Fangsuan Mountain, the flame essence crimson crystal has seemingly appeared. Chapter 63. The Fire Core Stone. Upon hearing Chun Shi's words, Gu Qingyuan responded, I understand. In the chamber, Gu Qingyuan faced another version of himself, their gazes locked, breaths synchronized, and despite being two distinct entities, they shared a singular consciousness. During this period, Gu Qingyuan had once again forged a new avatar. Under the control of his divine awareness, the avatar rose and soared towards Fangsuan Mountain. On the western side of the Luotian Sea, there lies a desolate island with sparse spiritual energy. Within it stands a stone mountain, seemingly harboring spiritual essence, continuously absorbing the surrounding celestial energies, thus crystallizing numerous spiritual minds within. These minds could be refined into spiritual stones or forged into magical artifacts. However, this treasure-laden mountain had long been claimed by the powerful Golden Sands sect, which dispatched over 100 chi-refining disciples to tirelessly extract the spiritual ore. Recently, miners unexpectedly discovered a crystal mine emitting a crimson spiritual flame, suspected to be the rare material, flame essence red crystal, used in the crafting of breakthrough elixirs. Consequently, the Golden Sands sect has been actively recruiting talented individuals to assess this newfound crystal mine. Upon the arrival of Gu Qingyuan's avatar, the entrance to the mine was already thronged with people. A cultivator in the early stage of the Golden Core and 3 perfected Foundation establishment practitioners stood guard at the entrance, all clad in the sect's uniform, methodically organizing the visiting talents. Even if they could not discern the true nature of the crystal mine, they faced no reprimands. On the contrary, the elder Golden Core practitioner would graciously see the talented individuals off with a smile. Observing this, Gu Qingyuan altered his appearance and approached. Each time he ventured out on business, he seldom presented the same visage. Dare I inquire, esteemed fellow, if I were to ascertain the category of this crystal mine, might I have the opportunity to purchase it from you? Gu Qingyuan inquired of the guarding elder before entering the cave. Upon hearing this, the elder responded with a beaming smile. If you truly can determine its nature, I shall certainly endeavor to facilitate this transaction. Although he lacked the authority to decide, he believed that the higher-ups of the Golden Sands sect would be willing to engage in commerce if the price was right. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Gu Qingyuan followed a chi-refining disciple into the depths of the mine. The cavern was extensive, extending at least several dozen miles deep. Its intricate passages were illuminated only by faintly glowing spiritual crystals, rendering visibility quite poor. After traversing for half an hour, they finally reached the innermost depths of the cavern. In the distance, a crimson glow materialized, illuminating a profound cavern. It was a crystal, entirely red and radiating a sanguine light, roughly the size of a room. The overflowing spiritual essence was remarkably pure, akin to a colossal spiritual stone. Upon touching its surface, one could feel an intense warmth. However, attempting to absorb the essence within would lead to rejection by the body and dantian, potentially causing harm. Gu Qingyuan was already well acquainted with the form and efficacy of the flame essence red crystal through the endless book. Although this crystal also emitted a red glow, it was evidently not of the same category. What a wasted trip, Gu Qingyuan muttered as he turned to leave. This is not what one desires, what it truly is. Gu Qingyuan hardly cares. Just then, Luo Qiushui, situated within the consciousness sea of Gu Qingyuan, suddenly interjected. Utilizing Gu Qingyuan's avatar, She extended her awareness and examined the colossal crystal mine, continuing, "You are indeed fortunate. This is a Fireheart stone, and a gigantic one at that. It possesses the same fiery attribute spiritual energy as the flame essence crimson crystal, and can completely replace it as a material for refining the breaking gold pill. A single piece, merely the size of a fingernail, suffices for the creation of one breaking gold pill. Moreover, the Fireheart stone can also be employed to arrange a time acceleration formation. A specimen of this magnitude could be beneficial for a millennium," Luo Qiushui remarked with admiration. Upon hearing her words, Gu Qingyuan abruptly turned around, scrutinizing the immense crystal. According to the elder's words, this crystal might be of immeasurable worth. "I fear the only way to acquire it is through forceful means," Gu Qingyuan resolved. The mana within his dantian surged as he prepared to act. Dismissing the lone early gold core cultivator and 3 perfected foundation establishment cultivators entirely. In the face of a sufficiently great opportunity, everything else is but a fleeting cloud. At this moment, Gu Qingyuan was merely an avatar. Even if he could not prevail, he need not worry about life-threatening dangers. "Do not be hasty. Allow me to finish," Luo Qiushui interjected upon seeing Gu Qingyuan's intent to strike. Even 3,000 years ago, the Fireheart stone had already become extinct. To nurture a piece the size of a palm requires over 10,000 years. Simply proclaim that this is an ordinary dragon fire attribute spirit crystal. I believe no cultivator in this realm will recognize it as a Fireheart stone. After considering Luo Qiushui's suggestion, Gu Qingyuan abandoned his initial plan of forceful acquisition. He approached the entrance of the mine and addressed the guarding gold core elder. "I have discerned the type of this spirit crystal." The gold core elder, upon hearing this, responded with delight, "Please, fellow cultivator, enlighten me. This is merely an ordinary fire attribute spirit crystal, not the flame essence crimson crystal at all. It would be ideal for forging offensive weaponry. I specialize in artifact refinement and am willing to pay 30,000 spirit stones for it. What say you, esteemed elder?" Gu Qingyuan spoke with utmost seriousness. The gold core elder's smile faded abruptly, his brow furrowing as he questioned, 30,000? If it truly is an ordinary crystal, that price is reasonable. However, I must consult other capable individuals for their opinions. Seeing the gold core elder's caution, Gu Qingyuan replied, "I shall await here for 1 month. Should anyone offer a higher price, I shall not contend. If no one examines it or makes an offer, would you consider selling this crystal to me?" After a moment of contemplation, the gold core elder responded, "It is settled then. If no one bids higher after 1 month, I shall sell it to you." With the elder's assurance, Gu Qingyuan found a random spot, settled into a meditative posture, and patiently awaited the passage of time. In the course of this month, the bustling activity at Fangsuan Mountain persisted, yet none possessed the acumen to ascertain the type and efficacy of this enigmatic crystal. Even seasoned artisans of refinement had never encountered such a spirit crystal and dared not experiment with the unknown. Furthermore, no one could fathom that the essence capable of scorching the flesh could potentially serve as a substitute for the fiery essence red crystal in the crafting of a golden elixir. As the months slipped quietly away, the influx of treasure seekers to Fangsuan Mountain dwindled, with even the Jinsan sect losing interest. "Fellow Taoist," the golden elixir elder responsible for guarding the mine approached Gu Qingyuan, rousing him from his meditative state. "Is there something you require, esteemed elder?" Gu Qingyuan inquired. "The month has elapsed, and as you predicted, no one has offered a higher bid," the elder replied with a congenial smile, deliberately lowering his stature in hopes of persuading Gu Qingyuan to acquire the crystal. Chapter 64. The Island of Buried Immortals. Gu Qingyuan rose to his feet, brushing away a month's worth of accumulated dust, revealing a reluctant expression. He replied, "Had it been this way earlier, I would not have had to wait so long." The old alchemist, with a forced awkward smile, responded, "Friend, please be magnanimous. On behalf of the sect, I shall concede once more. You need only pay 28,888 for the crystal mine to take it home." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyuan deliberately donned a cheerful facade, exclaiming, "Then it shall be 28,888. Subsequently, he paid the spirit stones and secured the substantial crystal mine into his bag of holding, returning to the island of welcoming immortals with great joy. Although this journey consumed considerable time, the rewards were indeed substantial. Upon returning to his residence, Luo Qiushui temporarily took control of Gu Qingyuan's body, successfully forging a broken golden dan for him. Afterward, her primordial spirit was greatly exhausted, leading her to fall into a deep slumber within Gu Qingyuan's sea of consciousness. When she awoke once more, an entire year had passed in the outside world. During this year, Gu Qingyuan, relying upon the broken golden dan she had crafted, successfully formed his own golden dan, emerging as a formidable alchemist capable of suppressing a region. Master, Chunxi requests an audience. Chunxi sensed the remarkable phenomenon of a successful golden dan formation in the room, thus using it as an excuse to check in. Enter, Gu Qingyuan said, having stabilized his cultivation. This is the spirit stone tribute from the Fish Dragon Gang and the Lingxiu sect for this month, totaling 8,000. Please, Master, count them. Chunxi presented a bag of holding with both hands. Gu Qingyuan paid little heed to the meager offering and inquired, "Is everything tranquil outside?" "All remains as it is." After responding to Gu Qingyuan's inquiry, Chunxi posed her own question. The Fish Dragon Gang has recently recruited a group of children. If the Master permits them to cultivate spirit, their potential for future achievements will be boundless. "I shall consider it," Gu Qingyuan replied, then closed his eyes. Chunxi bowed respectfully before quietly retreating. "Little one, your subordinate possesses quite an appealing appearance and decent cultivation talent. She is a prime spirit root. Might you allow her to be mine?" Luo Qiushui's voice resonated within Gu Qingyuan's sea of consciousness. "If the senior desires her, feel free to take her." Gu Qingyuan replied generously. Given that Luo Qiushui had saved his life, he was more than willing to part with a servant for her sake. However, a single attribute prime spirit root is still insufficient. Have her continue cultivating spirit, elevating her root quality to the level of a heavenly spirit root before I take possession. Luo Qiushui responded. Can one still cultivate spirit during the foundation establishment stage? Gu Qingyuan asked, puzzled. He had not given much thought to the fact that Luo Qiushui was a venerable ancestor of the transformation stage from millennia ago, knowledgeable in the art of spirit cultivation. Of course, but the resources needed for medicinal supplementation are tenfold those required by qi refining cultivators. Surely, you wouldn't hesitate? Luo Qiushui countered. How could I? The resources for spirit cultivation amount to less than 50 spirit stones each. Gu Qingyuan shook his head dismissively. Outside, Chunxi remained unaware of the conversation between Gu Qingyuan and Luo Qiushui. However, she had never given up on breaking free from Gu Qingyuan's control. Upon returning to her residence, she repeatedly practiced the blood refinement technique to cleanse her own essence. She could sense that once she reached the nascent soul stage, or after diligently refining the technique for several centuries, the connection between herself and the contract would gradually diminish. At that point, she would be free. I must strive to cultivate diligently and keep pace with his ascension. Otherwise, the prospects for revenge may become exceedingly bleak. Chunxi silently vowed within her heart. Just then, Gu Qingyuan's voice unexpectedly echoed through the air. Hearing her master's call, Chunxi hastily rose and, upon reaching Gu Qingyuan's door, endeavored to muster a smile as she opened it. Upon seeing Chunxi, Gu Qingyuan brought his two fingers together and directed a surge of spiritual energy toward her consciousness. This was the spirit refinement technique. Before one could break through to the golden core stage, one must elevate their spiritual root to the level of a heavenly spirit root. Understood? Gu Qingyuan stated with a stern countenance. The servant obeys, Chunxi replied. Hearing this, Chunxi assumed that Gu Qingyuan intended to cultivate her, which brought her a flicker of delight within. After completing this, two avatars emerged from Gu Qingyuan's chamber, both in the early stages of the golden core realm. With his elevated cultivation, both his physical form and spiritual awareness had significantly improved. Now, Gu Qingyuan could simultaneously control two avatars while his main body remained quietly in meditation. He dispatched the two avatars to Zhongxian Island to hunt down the purple lightning flood dragon, which had previously inflicted grave injuries upon him. The reason was simple. The island it occupied was rich in spiritual energy and housed a natural dragon beard vine serving as a gathering array for spiritual energy. Should he seize that island, Gu Qingyuan could establish his own power there. Possessing the long-lost spirit refinement technique, he could cultivate the abundant inferior spiritual roots into prodigious talents akin to himself, while also ensuring a continuous tribute of resources from them. The prospect of accruing spiritual stones while idly waiting was an irresistible temptation for Gu Qingyuan. On the outskirts of Zhongshan Island, two formidable presences approached. The purple lightning flood dragon sensed the impending danger and ascended to the skies, attempting to drive away the intruders. However, upon meeting, the two assailants immediately engaged in a fierce battle, showing no inclination for negotiation. In the heavens, the purple lightning flood dragon erupted in fury, unleashing bolts of purple lightning that illuminated the sky in a cacophony of thunder and flashes. The two golden core cultivators unleashed their secret techniques, their palm strikes roiling the clouds. The atmosphere above Zhongshan Island reverberated with explosive sounds, resembling apocalyptic phenomena. This terrifying conflict prompted the nearby Jinsha sect to dispatch powerful figures for reconnaissance. By the time the two Jinsha sect experts arrived, the battle had already concluded. One of Gu Qingyuan's avatars restrained the purple lightning flood dragon's vital point, while the other, utilizing the formidable power of the heaven-overturning seal, ruptured its abdomen and forcefully seized its demon core. Thus, the purple lightning flood dragon lost its life. However, Gu Qingyuan's second avatar, having employed the Azura battle technique to forcibly elevate its realm, was now gravely weakened and lost consciousness, plunging into a small lake alongside the purple lightning flood dragon. Two fellow cultivators, this territory is now under my control. I urge you to depart swiftly, spoke Gu Qingyuan with a heavy tone from his avatar. The two formidable figures sent by the Golden Sand sect were both at the initial stage of the Golden Core, one of whom was a seasoned elder who had previously guarded the mines in Fangsuan Mountain and had engaged in transactions with Gu Qingyuan. At that time, Gu Qingyuan had altered his appearance, and the elder evidently did not recognize him. Humph, this buried immortal island was once occupied by the Thunder Dragon. But now that it has fallen, this place has become a wasteland. By what right do you claim dominion here? One of the Golden Core cultivators spoke. We are the elders of the Golden Sand sect, Jin Yu and Jin Feng, they announced, with Jin Feng being the elder who had previously dealt with Gu Qingyuan. Their declaration was not merely a challenge to Gu Qingyuan, but also a warning that behind them stood another formidable elder at the mid-Golden Core stage. At present, Gu Qingyuan had only a single avatar remaining with any combat capability, making the prospect of dealing with them rather precarious. Chapter 65. The temporal array. The cultivator who had previously surged to mid-Gold Core stage through secret arts had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Now, faced with Gu Qingyuan alone, both Elder Jin Yu and Elder Jin Feng exuded confidence. Were they not concerned about the repercussions for their sect? Gu Qingyuan, however, exhibited no fear of their backing from the Jinsha sect. Instead, he issued a warning to the two elders. Enough of your prattling. It is merely a contest where the victor claims this place, Elder Jin Feng declared, promptly summoning his true artifact-grade long sword. Ocean Sword, Rainfall. With a resounding cry that echoed through the heavens, countless beams of sword light erupted from the blade. A torrential downpour of sword rain descended upon the vast expanse, dense and overwhelming. Elder Jin Yu, not to be outdone, also conjured a true artifact-grade golden ring, known as the Qian Kuan ring. Infusing it with his spiritual power, the ring hurtled towards Gu Qingyuan, transforming into a gigantic hoop intended to ensnare him. Unwilling to remain passive, Gu Qingyuan immediately employed the low-level movement technique, Shadowy Mirage, which he had mastered during his chi refining stage, swiftly closing the distance to Elder Jin Yu. A myriad of sword lights trailed behind him, coalescing into a river of sword energy. As Gu Qingyuan chose to engage in close combat to evade the attack of the Qian Kuan ring, Elder Jin Yu deftly maneuvered the ring, unleashing a beam of golden light that immobilized Gu Qingyuan's form. Under the confinement of this golden radiance, Gu Qingyuan found it challenging to move or break free. Sensing the sword lights pursuing him from behind, he steeled his resolve and activated the Azura magic, drawing upon the cultivation essence contained within the purple lightning dragon demon core in his hand. In no time, his cultivation surged to mid-Gold Core stage. With formidable spiritual power unleashed, he effortlessly broke free from the constraints of the golden light of the Qian Kuan ring and summoned a long sword, striking towards Jin Yu with remarkable speed. His sword techniques were swift and elusive, akin to shadows dancing in the wind, with the essence of countless sword strikes emphasizing speed above all. Confronted with such an onslaught, Elder Jean Yu found himself struck by 3 successive blows in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Elder Jean Feng's sword techniques concluded, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that battered against Gu Qingyuan's protective barrier, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. However, Elder Jean Yu nearby was not so fortunate, suffering significant injuries from the cascading sword energy. As the rainfall technique came to an end, Gu Qingyuan advanced, sword in hand, towards Elder Jean Feng. Their sword techniques collided. Initially, it seemed evenly matched, but Gu Qingyuan's mid-gold core cultivation granted him a distinct advantage. After several exchanges, the artifact-grade long sword in Gu Qingyuan's grasp could no longer withstand the burden of gold core power and shattered. Yet, in that very moment, he drove the severed blade deep into Elder Jean Feng's chest, simultaneously unleashing a devastating palm strike, the heaven-toppling seal, that resulted in Elder Jean Feng's demise. Witnessing Jean Feng's death, Jean Yu immediately sought to flee, but Gu Qingyuan's spiritual awareness had already locked onto him. Ultimately, he was claimed by Gu Qingyuan's Azura magic, his lifespan drained away. The vitality harvested from his split self could indeed replenish Gu Qingyuan's main body, a fortunate turn of events. As Gu Qingyuan felt himself gain an additional 200 years of lifespan, he was quite pleased. On the Isle of Burial Immortals, Gu Qingyuan's clone administered a restorative elixir to his second clone, thereafter rummaging through the spatial bags of 2 golden core elders, yielding considerable spoils. Among the treasures were a true artifact-level long sword and a true artifact-grade spatial ring, along with numerous medicinal pills, over 90,000 spirit stones, and an assortment of precious items accumulated by the 2 golden core practitioners over several centuries. Senior Luo, you previously mentioned that Fireheart stones can be utilized to establish formations that accelerate the passage of time. Might such formations be suitable for application within a spirit field or medicinal garden? Gu Qingyuan inquired. Certainly, Luo Qiushui retorted. However, many varieties of spiritual flora are highly sensitive to seasonal changes. Should the flow of time be altered, they may fail to sprout. I would still advise against using such formations for cultivation or nurturing spiritual entities. Planting spiritual herbs would likely be unfeasible, Luo Qiushui added. The formation is called the Chrono Control Array. Would you like my assistance? Gu Qingyuan scratched his head, responding, I would appreciate your help, Senior Luo. In truth, he only required the name to discern the arrangement method of the formation. Yet, to conceal his lack of knowledge, he found it necessary to enlist the aid of the formidable Luo Qiushui. Finding a suitable location, Luo Qiushui directed Gu Qingyuan's first clone to set up the Chrono Control Array. Meanwhile, his other clone began the intricate task of establishing the protective grand formation of the Isle of Burial Immortals. Such formations are labor-intensive and would likely require 1 to 2 years for completion. During this period, Gu Qingyuan had already informed Wu De and Chun Shi to bring people to the Isle of Burial Immortals to establish a new sect, aiming to consolidate the 2 factions into an organization dedicated to his service. 2 years hence, the sect was finally completed. The Lingxiu sect and the Yulong gang were quietly executing relocation plans, with everything proceeding smoothly. By the time the island master of Yingzhan Island discovered that the 2 major factions had vacated, a year had already elapsed. The new sect was named Qingyuan Sect, in homage to its founding ancestor, Gu Qingyuan. Considering Chun Shi was soon to be seized by Luo Qiushui, the new sect leader was bestowed upon the most promising disciple. Su Rou. Wu De was appointed as the sect's protector, responsible for maintaining order. Ancestor, Su Rou seeks an audience. Came the voice of sect leader Su Rou from outside Gu Qingyuan's residence. Enter. Esteemed ancestor. Our sect has recently encountered numerous obstacles while trading with the sea demons of Yingzhan Island. Upon investigation, we found that the island master has decreed that Wanbao Pavilion is forbidden from trading with our Qingyuan sect, Su Rou reported candidly. Why? Gu Qingyuan inquired. It is likely related to the relocation of the Lingxiu sect and Yulong gang, Su Rou responded. The combined personnel of both factions exceeded 120 individuals. Their departure resulted in Yingzhan Island losing an income of 12,000 spirit stones within a month. Such a loss would undoubtedly provoke the ire of a mid-golden core elder. Meanwhile, Qingyuan sect had always relied on long-term trade with Wanbao Pavilion to sustain its revenue. The island master's actions clearly severed a vital financial lifeline for Qingyuan sect. Take a journey to Yingzhan Island and see if you can persuade the artifact craftsman from Wanbage to join Qingyuan's sect. The terms of their remuneration can be discussed," suggested Gu Qingyuan. The servant girl complied with the order, bowing respectfully to Gu Qingyuan before taking her leave. After her departure, the former sect leader, Chen Shi, paid a visit. "Master, Chen Shi requests an audience." Since stepping down from her position, Chen Shi had adopted a more casual style. Draped in a flowing white veil as delicate as the wings of a cicada, almost ethereal and transparent, reminiscent of mist. The sheer fabric elegantly accentuated her form, evoking a sense of hazy beauty that was both enchanting and dreamlike. "I report to you, Master, that I have successfully elevated my spiritual root quality to the singular attribute of celestial spiritual root, and my cultivation has reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. I humbly request your grant of a resource for alchemical advancement." In pursuit of her alchemical aspirations, Chen Shi boldly sought resources. Dressed in such a manner, "You cannot possibly intend to barter your appearance for alchemical resources, can you?" Gu Qingyuan teased. Chapter 66. The Xianming clan. "I do not dare to presume," the servant said, her tone earnest. "I merely wish to hasten my cultivation, so that I may better serve my master." "Senior Luo, we may commence now," Gu Qingyuan interjected, directing his attention to Luo Qiushui within the depths of his consciousness. "Patience, my primordial spirit has yet to fully recover, and the moment is not ripe," Luo Qiushui replied. "For now, allow her to form her core and expedite her ascent in power." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyuan retrieved 150,000 spirit stones, entrusting them to Chen Shi to procure the necessary resources for core formation. After sending Chen Shi on her way, Wuda arrived with a bow. Reporting to the ancestor, "Wuda has a matter to discuss." "What is it?" Gu Qingyuan inquired, somewhat fatigued. "The Xianming clan has come to offer tribute." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyuan, intrigued, opened a door with a split body and stepped out. "Is this truly the case?" he asked, incredulous. The Xianming clan, being sea demons, presenting tribute to the Qingyuan sect seemed utterly illogical. "My subordinate observed that the elder of the Xianming, Xiangu, has reached the early stages of the Earth rank. Would the ancestor deign to meet him?" Wuda continued. "The early Earth rank is akin to the early stages of core formation for humans. However, creatures like the Zidian Jiao dragon, which possess formidable bloodlines, generally surpass human cultivators significantly, making their early Earth rank comparable to the mid-stage of human core formation." Lead the way. Driven by curiosity, Gu Qingyuan decided to investigate further. In the side hall, an elderly figure bearing a tortoise-shell bowed deeply upon Gu Qingyuan's arrival. "I am Xiangu, the head of the Xianming clan, here to pay my respects to the ancestor of Qingyuan." The elder's head was smooth and devoid of facial hair, with razor-sharp claws adorning his hands. An unmistakable odor, characteristic of sea demons, emanated from him. He appeared to be a half-human, half-demon creature not yet fully transformed. Gu Qingyuan seated himself at the head of the table, while the tortoise-shelled elder moved closer, bowing each time Gu Qingyuan shifted his position. Noticing the elder's difficulty in movement, Gu Qingyuan offered, "No need for such formalities." The elder struggled to rise, continuing, "My Xianming clan has been oppressed by the Zidian Jiao dragon for many years. We are fortunate to have the ancestor intervene and rid us of this fiend. As a representative of the Xianming clan, I have come to present our tribute as a sign of our submission. 1,000 yellow rank sea demon crystal cores, 100 earth rank sea demon crystal cores, and 1,000 century-old spirit gallbladders." Once Xiangu finished, he produced the humble offerings from his spatial ring, evidently acquired through force from human cultivators. This thought led Gu Qingyuan into brief contemplation. Accepting their tribute would imply a commitment to protect the Xianming clan in the future. Humans and demons are naturally adversarial in these boundless seas. It is unheard of for human cultivators to ally with sea demons. Typically, they are enemies, bound by instinct to prey upon one another. Yet, gazing at the 1,000 spirit gallbladders laid upon the ground, Gu Qingyuan resolved firmly. In the ocean, the spirit gallbladder is a biological entity that, after a century of growth, harbors spiritual energy, condensing into a substance akin to spirit stones. A century-old spirit gallbladder is equivalent to a medium-grade spirit stone. The value of a mid-grade spirit stone is often tenfold that of a low-grade spirit stone. In other words, Xiangu presented 10,000 low-grade spirit stones in one offering. The Xianming clan shall henceforth be under the protection of my Qingyuan sect. Gu Qingyuan rose to his feet and collected the offerings. Xian Gu expressed gratitude for the ancestor's generous favor and bowed once more to Gu Qingyuan. Subsequently, guided by Wu Da, he departed from the grand hall. It seemed he preferred not to assume a human form. Upon exiting the hall, his form transformed into a dark golden armored tortoise with prominent ridges along its back and tail, exuding an aura of formidable lethality. After bidding farewell to Xian Gu, Wu Da approached Gu Qingyuan, cautioning, "Ancestor, in my humble opinion, the Xianming clan previously flattered the Zidian Jiaolong in a similar manner seeking protection. Yet it boldly claimed that the Zidian Jiaolong had them under duress." As he spoke, Gu Qingyuan raised a hand to interrupt him. "The truth of the matter is inconsequential. I am solely concerned with the benefits it may yield." He commanded, "Send word that from this day forth, the Qingyuan sect shall not hunt the Xianming clan. Should any disciple encounter the Xianming clan in distress, they must render assistance." "As you wish," Wu Da replied, bowing before taking his leave. Outside Zhongshan Island, a small wooden boat approached, carrying an elder with an ethereal presence. The elder's brow was resolute, and his aura was formidable, indicating he was a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Gu Qingyuan sensed danger, and two avatars immediately emerged from the sect to confront the foe, each bearing an unfamiliar visage. "Who goes there?" one of Gu Qingyuan's avatars inquired. The elder first scanned the two avatars with his spiritual sense, confirming their early golden core cultivation before responding. "I am Jin Shan, the sect leader of the Jinsha sect. After years of seclusion, I have learned that two of my elders ventured into Zhongshan Island and have not returned. I have come to seek an explanation." Upon finishing, Jin Shan stepped forward, as if invisible steps formed beneath him, elevating him into the air. "They have been slain by my hand. If you are wise, retreat at once. Otherwise, I shall annihilate the Jinsha sect after I deal with you," Gu Qingyuan warned. However, Jin Shan continued to advance, steadily approaching Gu Qingyuan's avatars. "I am aware that I am no match for you, yet do not become overly confident," Jin Shan scoffed. Suddenly, from the hazy clouds above, a figure emerged, exuding the overwhelming pressure of a mid-stage golden core cultivator. This figure was the master of Omniscient Island. "Zhongshan Island should not be claimed solely by you. How about we divide it among the three of us?" The Omniscient Island master proposed boldly. The establishment of the Qingyuan sect had compelled the Lingxiu sect and the Yulong gang to withdraw from Omniscient Island, resulting in significant losses for this island master. Thus he had long set his sights on the Qingyuan sect. Now, with two mid-stage golden core cultivators conspiring together to challenge the Qingyuan sect, Gu Qingyuan found himself caught off guard, the confidence he previously held in vanquishing Jin Shan quietly dissipating. "Are you both determined to press the issue?" Gu Qingyuan, with a cold expression, continued. "After this battle, both Yingzhan Island and Jinsha Island shall belong to Qingyuan sect." His laughter echoed, brimming with arrogance. The two mid-stage golden core elders erupted into boisterous laughter. On Zhongshan Island, over 100 members from various sects looked up at the confrontation among the four, their faces etched with concern. Should ancestor Gu Qingyuan fail against these two, the newly established Qingyuan sect, merely 2 years old, would face annihilation. How audacious for a mere early-stage golden core to speak so boldly. As the elder of Jin Shan finished his words, he summoned his own dust whisk artifact, launching an attack towards Gu Qingyuan. The Lord of Yingzhan Island brandished the demon-suppressing staff, swiftly gathering its formidable power. Simultaneously, Gu Qingyuan activated the Azura battle technique with both of his avatars, elevating their cultivation to the mid-stage golden core. Each summoned a treasured artifact, a Qiankuan circle, and a longsword. Upon seeing these two longswords, Elder Jin Shan's murderous intent intensified. These two treasures, belonging to the esteemed Jin Feng and Jin Yu, now wielded by Gu Qingyuan's avatars, unequivocally signified his intent to slay and seize their treasures. Chapter 67. The might of the ancestor Jin Shan and the master of Yingzhan Island each faced a clone of Gu Qingyuan. Initially, the two sides were evenly matched. However, as time passed, Jin Shan, engaged in close combat with Gu Qingyuan's clone, found himself overwhelmed due to the inadequacy of his spiritual awareness, which allowed Gu Qingyuan to predict all his moves, resulting in a crushing defeat. Nonetheless, Jin Shan was clad in a highly resilient defensive artifact, making it difficult for Gu Qingyuan to inflict harm despite several attempts. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyuan successfully ensnared the master of Yingjian Island within his Qinkuan circle, delivering a series of palm strikes that caused the master to continuously spit blood. You are that person. Upon witnessing Gu Qingyuan's Tianfan seal, the master of Yingjian Island immediately recognized his identity. He quickly realized that the two individuals before him were likely mere clones of Gu Qingyuan, with his true form yet to reveal itself. Moreover, he was aware that within Gu Qingyuan's consciousness resided the primordial spirit of a transformation realm ancestor, a force he could not afford to provoke. With this thought, the master of Yingjian Island hastily broke free from the Qinkuan circle's restraints and fled towards Yingjian Island. Friend, you have misunderstood. We are old acquaintances, he explained while escaping. However, Gu Qingyuan had no intention of letting him go. At this point, it was too late to flee. The Qinkuan circle gathered its power once more, ensnaring the master of Yingjian Island's ankle from behind. As Gu Qingyuan recited his incantation, the Qinkuan circle rapidly constricted, severing one of the master's feet. The formidable technique of the illusory sword arts followed, leaving the master of Yingjian Island in a state of disarray. If you continue to press me, I shall self-destruct, the master declared, forming a hand seal. Gu Qingyuan, however, failed to comprehend his words and charged forward with his sword. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted, and the master of Yingjian Island's body exploded, the immense force causing the very void to tremble. The clone of Gu Qingyuan, closest to the explosion, was instantly reduced to a mist of blood, as if evaporated from existence. Two artifact-level treasures shattered in the blast, and the Qinkuan bag disintegrated, unleashing a torrent of rare treasures that cascaded into the sea. Witnessing the master of Yingjian Island compelled to self-detonate, Gu Qingyuan's other clone and Jin Shan exchanged astonished glances. Their battle momentarily stalled. Friend, let us cease hostilities and divide Yingjian Island between us, Jin Shan proposed, seeing the master now dead and eager to claim the island. You shall meet your demise as well, replied Gu Qingyuan's clone coldly. At that moment, another aura of early-stage golden core energy surged forth from Zhongshan Island. It was none other than Gu Qingyuan's true form. The clone was currently expending its lifespan to maintain its mid-stage golden core cultivation, a drain that would affect the true body. To swiftly conclude the battle, Gu Qingyuan's true self had to manifest, relying on his formidable physical strength. He engaged Jin Shan in close combat, successfully restraining him, allowing his mid-stage golden core clone to sever Jin Shan's head with a true artifact sword, preserving the defensive artifact upon him. All hail the might of the ancestor. All hail the might of the ancestor. On the Isle of Burial Immortals, a multitude of members from the Qingyuan sect rallied to cheer for Gu Qingyuan. Victorious in his endeavors, he commanded, "Gather the strong. In 3 days, we shall plunder the Golden Sand sect." The 3 golden core powerhouses of the Golden Sand sect were annihilated by Gu Qingyuan, and now he merely awaited the recovery of his clone before leading an assault. The Isle of Welcoming Immortals lay over 2,000 miles away, allowing for a brief respite. Moreover, it was home to scattered cultivators, making it unwise for Gu Qingyuan to resort to violence for treasure. The Golden Sand sect, however, was a formidable faction. 3 days later, Gu Qingyuan, accompanied by his clone, along with 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, Wu De, Chen Shi, and Su Rou, and 6 fully realized Qi refinement cultivators, set forth towards the Golden Sand sect. This group of 10 represented the pinnacle of the Qingyuan sect's combat prowess. Upon reaching the protective array of the Golden Sand sect, Gu Qingyuan harnessed his magical power to amplify his voice, declaring to all members of the sect leader, Jin Shan, and the elders, Jin Feng and Jin Yu, have been vanquished by my hand. Surrender all your treasures, and you may depart in peace. Otherwise, face death. His voice roared like crashing waves, causing the protective array of the Golden Sand sect to tremble. Sensing imminent danger, several powerful individuals fled from the opposite side of the island. Yet, Gu Qingyuan had anticipated this. The remaining 3 Foundation establishment cultivators had already positioned their forces to encircle the 3 directions of the island. Those attempting to escape were met with lethal force, as some fleeing cultivators were swiftly dispatched by the Qingyuan sect's members. The skies above the island were guarded by Golden Core experts, plunging the entire Golden Sand sect into a state of utter terror. Ultimately, It was the wives and concubines of the sect leader who resolved to approach Gu Qingyuan, presenting their treasures in submission. After accepting their offerings, Gu Qingyuan spared their children and allowed them to leave safely. Soon after, members of the Golden Sand sect lined up to present their valuables to Gu Qingyuan. An elderly man clad in the robes of an alchemist reluctantly surrendered his Qianquan bag. Just as he was about to depart, Gu Qingyuan called out to him, "Master Xianlin, our Qingyuan sect is in dire need of a high-ranking alchemist such as yourself. Should you choose to serve us, your treatment will be no less favorable than that of the Golden Sand sect." Xianlin, recognizing Gu Qingyuan, was not surprised. After all, he was a distinguished fourth-grade alchemist, unmatched in his alchemical prowess within the Luotian Sea region. However, he feigned nonchalance, hands clasped behind his back, and acquiesced to Gu Qingyuan, knowing well that, as a mere early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, he had no grounds to refuse a golden core powerhouse. He was certain that to deny Gu Qingyuan would lead to certain death. With a smile, Gu Qingyuan returned his Qianquan bag. Although he had already scanned its contents and discovered its immense value, he restrained his greed. The sect comprised thousands of members, and the process of collecting their offerings lasted an entire day. After confirming that no one remained within, Gu Qingyuan and his subordinates breached the protective array, entering to scour its depths. By the time they had thoroughly plundered all the treasures within, over 3 months had elapsed. Though the Golden Sand sect was not vast, its area spanned several cities, making the treasure hunt an exceedingly time-consuming endeavor. The island of Golden Sands is suffused with spiritual energy, and it shall henceforth serve as a training ground for the outer disciples of the Qingyuan sect. Wuda, you will assume the esteemed position of chief elder of the outer sect and immediately commence the recruitment process across the various islands. Remember, anyone possessing a spiritual root may join our Qingyuan sect's outer sect. You may publicly declare that our sect possesses secret methods capable of enhancing a practitioner's spiritual root quality. With a gentle pat on Wu Da's shoulder, Gu Qingyuan instructed him. Your command shall be obeyed, Wu Da replied, having received the rebirth incantation from Gu Qingyuan, which he now recited daily, rejuvenating his spirit and seemingly shedding years from his appearance. Following the directive, Wu Da promptly oversaw the replacement of the Golden Sands sect's plaque with that of the Qingyuan sect and initiated the recruitment efforts. Upon returning to the Qingyuan sect, Gu Qingyuan sequestered himself in his chamber, counting the spoils of his recent endeavors, a broad smile illuminating his face, his lips scarcely able to close with delight. 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, 10 magical artifacts, and thousands of spiritual treasures filled his thoughts. Gu Qingyuan murmured to himself, noting that the least valuable were the cultivation techniques and secret martial skills of the Golden Sands sect. Now that his new avatar had been successfully refined, it was indeed time to set forth for the Immortal Island. Chapter 68. A Mind-Divided Master. Su Ro requests an audience. The voice of Su Ro echoed from outside the room. Gu Qingyuan's 2 avatars simultaneously pushed open the door and inquired, "What is it?" "Master Artisan Zhang Tianyu has completed your command, crafting the artifact-grade contract documents and 500 disciple life tokens. Here is the Master Life Token, presented to you with respect." Su Ro handed a large artifact-grade life token to Gu Qingyuan. Newly admitted disciples are required not only to sign the contract documents, swearing an oath of loyalty to the sect, but also to submit their life essence, thereby entrusting their lives and fortunes to the control of Qingyuan sect. These 2 measures are designed to ensure that the cultivators nurtured under their aegis have no possibility of betrayal. Zhang Tianyu, the master artisan, is a 3rd-tier craftsman from the former Yingzhan Island and the helm of the Wanbao Pavilion. He has been invited to Qingyuan sect at a high price, and the entire Wanbao Pavilion is currently in the process of relocation. You may handle such trivial matters on your own from now on, Gu Qingyuan remarked, before ascending into the air, heading towards Yingzhan Island. On this occasion, he dispatched only 1 avatar, accompanied by 2 fully realized qi refinement cultivators. The circumstances at Yingzhan Island are somewhat unique. The former island lord occupied this territory, allowing free entry and exit for a fee of 100 spirit stones per month, as well as protection from the island lord. Consequently, thousands of loose cultivators have made their home here. The prohibition against private duels, a singular rule, has enabled Yingzhan Island to flourish for centuries, becoming a considerable enterprise. Gu Qingyuan arrived at the Yingjian Hall outside the island's formation, a stronghold of the former island lord, which is responsible for collecting monthly stipends. This time, Gu Qingyuan did not alter his appearance but boldly walked inside. The foundation building cultivator in charge of reception, upon seeing Gu Qingyuan, rushed over. "You must be Gu Qing. What brings you here this time? How many years do you wish to renew?" The reception cultivator wore a displeased expression, recalling how Gu Qingyuan had once offered 1,000 spirit stones to inquire about Chen Xi's whereabouts, only to reclaim the stones after learning what he sought, an act of utter shamelessness. "Behold, this is the ancestor of Qingyuan's sect. Do not you dare fail to pay your respects." One of the fully realized qi refinement cultivators behind Gu Qingyuan bellowed. The reception cultivator then turned his gaze towards Gu Qingyuan's dantian. Due to Gu Qingyuan's concealed aura, his cultivation level was difficult to discern. As the foundation-building cultivator probed with his spirit sense, Gu Qingyuan subtly released a fraction of the aura he had restrained within his dantian, revealing his true power. Thud. The reception cultivator, upon realizing Gu Qingyuan's authentic cultivation level, felt his legs weaken and collapse to the ground. Observing this, Gu Qingyuan spoke decisively. "The island lord of Yingjian has been vanquished by me. The entirety of Yingjian Island now belongs to me. Do you have any objections?" "None." The foundation-building cultivator shook his head vigorously. "We share a certain affinity. I offer you two choices. First, surrender all your treasures and depart. Second, choose to join Qingyuan's sect and serve me." Gu Qingyuan's tone was icily resolute. "I am willing to join Qingyuan's sect." The foundation-building cultivator bowed respectfully to Gu Qingyuan. The matter had become straightforward. Gu Qingyuan found a suitable spot to sit and continued his inquiry. "Please elaborate on the revenue situation of Ancient Island." The foundation-building cultivator replied candidly. "Currently, Ancient Island houses 12,000 cultivators and 8,000 children who have yet to enter the qi refinement stage. We do not charge ordinary children any fees. Of the 12,000, 8,500 are in a state of debt. Presently, we can generate a monthly revenue of 215,000 spirit stones. After deducting the expenses for maintaining the spirit gathering array and the island's protective formation, the net profit amounts to 180,000 spirit stones each month." Upon hearing the report from the receiving cultivator, Gu Qingyuan began to ponder. How did the previous island master handle those who owed debts? He inquired. "Those whose debts exceed 1 year are typically captured to feed a sea monster, the abyssal crocodile. Raised by the island master," the cultivator responded. "Feeding a living being to the abyssal crocodile?" One of Gu Qingyuan's disciples, standing behind him, was utterly astonished. Having once resided on Ancient Island, he had never encountered such an outrageous practice. Indeed, Ancient Island sees at least 10 newborns each day. Human resources are abundant. The foundation-building cultivator confirmed. "Let us arrange for them to mine spirit or at Fengsuan Mountain to offset their debts. That area, once under the jurisdiction of the Jinsha sect, now belongs to my Qingyuan sect," Gu Qingyuan proposed. The Qingyuan sect currently had fewer than 200 members, making it impossible to send them for mining. However, the debtors on Ancient Island would be well suited for the task. "You two shall remain here to supervise Ancient Island and report any developments promptly to the sect." Gu Qingyuan instructed the two individuals behind him. He then made his way back to Zhongshan Island alone. In the future, Ancient Island would serve as a residence for wandering cultivators, while Jinsha Island would be designated as a training ground for new disciples. Zhongshan Island would become the abode of core members of the inner sect. The 3 major islands of the Luotian Sea had now all come under Gu Qingyuan's control, with the remaining smaller islands designated for wandering cultivators. Now, the entire Luotian Sea was monopolized by the Qingyuan sect, and spirit stone transactions swiftly formed a closed loop, resulting in an accumulation of spirit stones with no immediate use. To address this situation, Gu Qingyuan instructed that Ancient Island cease the collection of spirit stones and instead gather sea monster cores and their remains. With a reduced source of spirit stones, the sect could acquire more resources for crafting magical artifacts and alchemical pills. Wandering cultivators from the outside would still need to pay spirit stones for these resources. All these matters were trivial, as long as Gu Qingyuan could maintain control over the 3 massive islands in the Luotian Sea. He would be able to enjoy all the resources they offered. In the future, Any required elixirs or magical treasures could simply be requested from his subordinates. His main body continued in secluded cultivation, while two avatars learned artifact crafting and alchemy from Zhang Tianyu and Xianlin, effectively multitasking. Progress was rapid. Within just 3 years, he reached the same level as Xianlin and Zhang Tianyu. His main body also advanced swiftly, achieving the mid-stage of the Mingxian realm in spiritual consciousness and the mid-stage of the bone-tempering realm in physical body. His cultivation remains at the early stage of the Golden Core. Alas, it took the Qingyuan sect a full 3 years to gather the materials necessary for a single Peiyuan pill. One such pill is equivalent to the effects of a Golden Core practitioner meditating in seclusion for a decade. However, this effect is insufficient to enable Gu Qingyuan to break through in a short span of time. The advancement in the Golden Core stage is notoriously sluggish. The Peiyuan pill serves as a precious elixir to accelerate the cultivation of Golden Core practitioners, its value slightly inferior to that of the Breaking Gold pill, yet still classified as a 4th-grade medicinal pill. With everything currently in order, it is indeed time to return to the mysterious Cloud sect. This time, Gu Qingyuan brought along both of his avatars and Chun Shi on the journey. Master, we are essentially traitors to the mysterious Cloud sect now. Our return may invoke the sect's punishment, Chun Shi urged throughout the journey. Gu Qingyuan also yearned to remain on the burial Immortal Island, ruling as his own sovereign, and was reluctant to put even his avatars at risk. Nonetheless, he had unresolved grievances with Elder Yunshan that demanded closure. In addition, there were 2 significant matters that necessitated his return. Chapter 69. The Ethereal Immortal Sect Master. Our journey downwards may take us nearly half a year to complete, Chun Shi remarked. She was aware of a teleportation array that could directly connect to the southern region. Her cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, unable to keep pace with Gu Qingyuan's 2 avatars in the Golden Core stage. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Gu Qingyuan shot her a glance. Yet, simultaneously, he found himself pondering Chun Shi's extensive knowledge. How did she come to know so much? Subsequently, Chun Shi led Gu Qingyuan to a desolate island, devoid of spiritual energy, where flora struggled to thrive. In the center lay a stone disc array. She guided Gu Qingyuan into its confines, then performed a series of hand seals, channeling her magical energy. The stone disc radiated with brilliance, swiftly enveloping the 3 of them, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from its surface. In the southern region, at the Ethereal Immortal Sect, within the Taichu Blessed Land, Gu Qingyuan and his 2 avatars, along with Chun Shi, arrived in the mere span of a breath. Gu Qingyuan surveyed his surroundings, feeling a melancholic nostalgia for the familiar yet foreign sights. Were it not for the relentless pursuit of Yunshan, he would not have been compelled to leave his homeland, embarking on a grueling journey 3,000 miles away. Qingyuan. Just then, a voice drew Gu Qingyuan's attention. The speaker was a young cultivator clad in the garb of an inner sect disciple, sporting short hair. This individual appeared somewhat diminutive, with small eyes that often squinted, giving him a shifty demeanor. Gu Qingyuan felt an eerie sense of familiarity towards him, yet could not place it at that moment. You are Rat? Gu Qingyuan ventured cautiously. It really is you, Lu Ziki exclaimed, rising to his feet, staring at Gu Qingyuan in astonishment. What brings you here? The 2 spoke in unison. After exchanging pleasantries, Gu Qingyuan learned that during his absence, Lu Ziki had utilized the spirit refining techniques he had taught to elevate his spiritual root quality to the level of a heavenly spiritual root. With remarkable talent, he had passed the decennial examination at the Servants' Hall, thereby ascending to the status of an outer sect disciple. Upon entering the outer sect, he quickly distinguished himself in the annual outer sect examination, catching the attention of an inner sect elder who took him as a named disciple. Coincidentally, the elder who took him under his wing was none other than Tian Yi, the chief elder of the Wenshan Peak. Lu Ziki's presence here stemmed from his triumph in the annual autumn examination, earning him a Foundation establishment pill and a year-long opportunity to cultivate in the Taichu Blessed Land. Let us go, take me to meet our master, Gu Qingyuan said, patting Lu Ziki, genuinely pleased with his accomplishments. Following this, Chun Shi and Gu Qingyuan's first avatar accompanied Lu Ziki toward Wenshan Peak, while his second avatar concealed its cultivation, stealthily lying in wait near the Taichu Blessed Land. At Wenshan Peak, Tian Yi's residence, the trio arrived to the sound of numerous swords clashing, their blades slicing through the air with an aura of lethal intent. Even before stepping into the courtyard, they could sense a distinctly charged atmosphere. Strike with ferocity, execute your moves with swiftness, and maintain a firm grip on your sword. A young maiden, with a statuesque posture and hands clasped behind her back, gracefully navigated among a group of youthful disciples, instructing them in the art of swordsmanship. Should any of them falter in their movements, she would unhesitatingly crack her long whip upon her junior brothers and sisters. When this stern maiden turned to face Gu Qingyuan, she was momentarily taken aback. This young woman was strikingly beautiful, with a delicate, youthful visage and a charming, rosy mouth, exuding an air of innocence. Yet, her demeanor conveyed a sense of arrogance and unfriendliness. Gu Qingyuan. The maiden was none other than Xiaodong. Upon recognizing him, she pronounced his name with deliberate emphasis. You little rascal, after years apart, you've blossomed into a young lady. Do you not know to address your elder brother? Gu Qingyuan teased. Xiaodong hurried over, scrutinizing his features closely. Although he bore a strong resemblance, the passage of several years had wrought significant changes. After her examination, Xiaodong's expression shifted to one of surprise as she exclaimed, "You are still alive." "Thanks to you," Gu Qingyuan replied. "Your cultivation." Xiaodong instinctively glanced at Gu Qingyuan's dantian, discovering he had reached the golden core stage, her disbelief evident. Just then, an elderly man opened the door from the second floor, peering down. This man was Gu Qingyuan's master, Tian A. The two exchanged glances in silence for a protracted moment before Gu Qingyuan broke the stillness and ascended to the second floor. Tian E scrutinized Gu Qingyuan from head to toe before inquiring, "Why did you forsake the sect, and why has your life token lost its vitality?" 5 years ago, after you departed the sect, Elder Yunshan sought vengeance on me, driving me into the Taichu blessed land. He later persuaded Xue Haoran to kill me, to preserve my life. I utilized the teleportation array to escape to the sea, severing the connection between my life token and myself through the blood-severing technique, Gu Qingyuan explained. "I see." Tiani nodded. "In that case, I shall take you to meet the sect master, so he may seek justice for you." With that, Tian E led Gu Qingyuan to the sect master's residence. Upon seeing a former youth of his sect transformed into a golden core powerhouse in such a short span, Sect Master Lu Cheng felt a mix of joy and trepidation. Elder Yunshan had succumbed to madness and was imprisoned beneath the towering cliff. Although he had once harbored murderous intent towards you, he had not inflicted any harm. In my view, this matter should be laid to rest, Lu Cheng responded dismissively. Now that Gu Qingyuan had severed his ties with his life token, even if he were to return to the sect, he would become an uncontrollable entity, one that held no value for the Miaoxian sect. "Since the sect master has spoken, I have no further comments," Gu Qingyuan replied. Departing from the sect master's residence, he subsequently soared through the skies, arriving at the base of the towering cliff. Once, Gu Qingyuan and Lu Ziki had crafted a cave dwelling here. Now, this cave was repurposed by sect master Lu Cheng to confine the deranged elder Yunshan. The original owner of this cave, Lu Xue, was said to have crossed a foundational powerhouse of the Miao Peak, leading to her untimely demise. Gu Qingyuan stepped into the chamber, only to find Yunshan ensnared by chains forged from the coldest iron, binding his limbs with an unyielding grip. In that moment, his visage was utterly transformed. His hair was a disheveled mess, and his garments appeared as though they had not been cleansed in years, presenting a most unsightly sight. Beneath him, a meditative incense burned, its smoke wafting through the air, capable of invigorating the mind and enhancing focus. For Yunshan, who had succumbed to the madness of his own power, this incense was undoubtedly the finest remedy, suggesting that the mysterious celestial sect had not yet abandoned this elder, who had ascended to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm through a perilous path of delusion. Initially, the cave was enveloped in tranquility, and Yunshan, under the influence of the meditative incense, retained a semblance of clarity. However, upon sensing Gu Qingyuan's approach, a shiver coursed through his body, and his hair stood on end. He was frozen in disbelief, staring intently at Gu Qingyuan as though he had encountered a ghost. Are you not dead?" Yunshan exclaimed, his shock palpable. Soon, his eyes were suffused with a crimson hue, his reason devoured by the demons of his heart, leading him to unleash a primal scream. Chapter 70. Qianji. Do you still recognize me? Gu Qingyuan felt a twinge of helplessness. If Yunshan completely descended into madness, he might have spared his life. Even if you were to turn to ashes, I would still recognize you. Since you have delivered yourself to me, prepare to meet your demise. Yunshan's entire being surged with magical energy. Although his limbs were bound, his adept mastery over his powers allowed him to conjure a fireball before him. As he was forming the fireball, Gu Qingyuan's palm rested upon his forehead. The Azurid demon technique activated, beginning to siphon away his lifespan. Heaven's misdeeds may be forgiven, but man's transgressions are intolerable. Our enmity shall be settled with your remaining years. Gu Qingyuan greedily drained Yunshan's vitality. Yunshan's body withered rapidly. Soon, he was rendered powerless, and the fireball he had conjured began to disintegrate before it could be unleashed. In the end, Yunshan was left lifeless, transformed into a frail old man, entirely devoid of vitality. The last 200 years of his lifespan were completely consumed by Gu Qingyuan. Audacious! How dare you kill my sect's elder beneath my very eyes? Thinking the Piao Miaoxian sect is without protectors. The voice of sect leader Lu Cheng thundered through the air. From his tone, it was evident he regarded Gu Qingyuan as an outsider. Lu Cheng had anticipated Gu Qingyuan might take action against Yunshan, which is why he rushed to the scene, but he arrived too late. I merely sought to resolve my personal grievances with Yunshan, with no intentions of offending your esteemed sect. Farewell, Gu Qingyuan declared, offering a slight bow to Lu Cheng before soaring away. Lu Cheng, possessing late-stage golden core cultivation, swiftly closed the distance to Gu Qingyuan. Just as he prepared to strike, Gu Qingyuan suddenly formed a hand sign, triggering the self-detonation of his golden core. With a thunderous explosion, the entire Piao Miaoxian sect trembled. Blinding golden light engulfed the towering cliff, and the lofty peaks were cleaved in twain by the ensuing shockwave. The cliff of the celestial beings collapsed, brought down by the force of Gu Qingyuan's self-detonation. Sect leader Lu Cheng, caught in the blast, had his organs shattered, his visage unrecognizable. Fortunately, he clung to life. Not yet dead. He had never anticipated Gu Qingyuan would act so decisively in self-destruction. Tian Yi hurried to Lu Cheng's side, rescuing him as he gazed upon the blood mist dissipating into the air, shaking his head in lamentation. At Mount Xianxian, Chun Shi followed Gu Qingyuan's orders and transmitted the secret technique of the blood of the jade to Lu Ziqi's Sea of Consciousness. Once he completed the operation of the blood of the jade, severing his connection to the life token, he departed the Piao Miaoxian sect with Lu Ziqi. Another avatar of Gu Qingyuan concealed his presence and stealthily left. Initially, he had anticipated a bloody confrontation with Yunshan, hence the dispatch of two avatars. Chun Shi led Lu Ziqi into the celestial city located to the west of the Piao Miaoxian sect. Gu Qingyuan's other avatars soon arrived. Where are we headed, Qingyuan? Lu Ziqi inquired. To the Sea Realm, where I have established a sect. I intend for you to become an elder of that sect. Gu Qingyuan replied. Upon hearing the news, Lu Ziqi was overjoyed, exclaiming, Indeed, it is your prowess that prevails. Before their departure, the trio noticed the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce bustling with activity, hosting a grand auction. The clamor of drums and gongs resonated, creating an electrifying atmosphere. We should soar through the skies on our swords and procure some elixirs to restore our spiritual energy, Gu Qingyuan suggested. The three entered the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, where the auction was presided over by the same striking woman in red who had captivated them years ago. The 20th item on the auction block was 10 leaves of enlightenment tea, which could aid cultivators in comprehending profound techniques and the laws of the universe. The starting price was set at 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. As the enchanting woman's voice faded, eager bidders quickly emerged. 11,000 spirit stones, 12,000, 20,000. The final bid was called out by Gu Qingyuan, who raised the price by an astonishing 8,000. Gu Qingyuan, even if you are wealthy, do you truly need to spend so extravagantly? 20,000 spirit stones for 10 leaves of enlightenment tea? This is a luxury we cannot utilize, one companion remarked. Gu Qingyuan, fully aware that he had no use for the tea, had entirely different intentions. The tea evoked memories of a certain individual. 20,000 spirit stones, once, twice, thrice sold. The auctioneer declared with finality as no further bids were made, and Gu Qingyuan successfully acquired the 10 leaves of enlightenment tea. After the auction concluded, Gu Qingyuan was guided to the back of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce by a servant, where he completed the transaction. Raising the leaves to his nose, he inquired, "Where's the seller of this enlightenment tea?" The servant merely smiled in silence, revealing nothing. Not wishing to press them further, Gu Qingyuan departed and set off toward a Grand Canyon, the residence of Qianjizi. "Senior Qianjizi, I seek an audience," he called out. An emaciated elder, merely at the 7th level of qi refinement, approached the canyon, having just sold the enlightenment tea at the auction. As he ambled forward and spotted Gu Qingyuan, he beckoned. "No need to shout, I am right here." The frail old man removed his facial disguise, revealing his true identity as Qianjizi, the master of the canyon, who was addressed as senior by Gu Qingyuan, a cultivator of the golden core stage. "Though your cultivation has not advanced, your lifespan seems to have increased significantly," Gu Qingyuan remarked with a smile. "Humph, thanks to your life-extending elixir, I have successfully prolonged my life by a century," Qianjizi retorted, waving his hand to dispel the protective array surrounding the canyon, inviting Gu Qingyuan inside. Upon entering, the first sight that greeted them was a vibrant expanse of spiritual herbs, albeit not as aged as before, appearing to be merely a year or two old. However, the enlightenment tea tree, which Gu Qingyuan had once fought to protect, had grown from the size of a palm to an impressive stature of 10 feet, its leaves imbued with remarkable spiritual energy. "Pray tell, what brings you to seek my counsel this time?" Qianjizi remained entirely unfazed by Gu Qingyuan's deliberate display of his golden core realm aura. The greater Gu Qingyuan's power grew, the less he felt compelled to worry that the latter might harbor ambitions toward his medicinal garden. For the mighty have always deemed it beneath them to strike against the weak. "I have come as a junior, naturally to offer you a gift of fortune," Gu Qingyuan replied with a smile. "Oh, do enlighten me," Qianjizi said, as he settled upon a tree stump, all ears. "Might I inquire if you have ever heard of the spirit refinement technique?" Gu Qingyuan asked. "I have heard whispers of it, a secret art from ancient times, though sadly it has long been lost," Qianjizi responded, for he was somewhat familiar with the myriad affairs of the cultivation world. "It is this very technique that has enabled me to cultivate from a mixed elemental root to the golden core stage within a mere decade," Gu Qingyuan declared, extending his arm to allow Qianjizi to examine his spiritual root aptitude. After his inspection, Qianjizi furrowed his brow and urged, "Speak plainly. Do not keep me in suspense." Chapter 71. Inviting Qianjizi, the junior wishes to extend an invitation to you, esteemed elder, to join my sect and impart the esoteric arts of our disciples. Should you agree, in addition to the spirit refinement technique, I would also be willing to bestow upon you a secret method that can augment one's lifespan, the rebirth incantation. Gu Qingyuan, no longer concealing his intentions, openly expressed his purpose. While the spirit refinement technique was acceptable, a flicker of astonishment gleamed in Qianjizi's eyes upon hearing of the longevity enhancement, though he swiftly masked it. "Furthermore, I am prepared to honor you as an outer sect elder," Gu Qingyuan added. Upon hearing this, Qianjizi's heart raced, yet he fought to suppress his excitement and inquired, "I possess a limited skill set, and I am somewhat self-aware. If your disciples were to learn my 3 signature techniques, would I not become obsolete?" Gu Qingyuan chuckled reassuringly. "Elder, you are overthinking this. We can establish a contract, wherein your remuneration will be based on the disciples you mentor. For each individual you teach to cultivate spirit herbs, you shall accrue merit. Similarly, for each student you instruct in talisman crafting and formations, you will gain further merit. The methods of instruction and the choice of students shall rest entirely in your hands." The enticing terms offered by Gu Qingyuan left Qianjizi without a counterargument, and ultimately, the two successfully signed the contract. Thus, Qianjizi formally joined the Qingyuan sect. Before departing, he also took with him the Dao Tea tree, reinforcing the formations within his valley, expressing a desire to return one day. Subsequently, the 4 of them embarked on their journey to the maritime expanse. The sea lay desolate, and had it not been for the sensitivity of cultivators to the abundance of spiritual energy in the environment, discerning their bearings would have been impossible for Gu Qingyuan. Half a year later, Gu Qingyuan finally led the others to Burial Island. The Taichu blessed land of the Miaoxian sect controls the teleportation arrays leading to various regions of the world. One day, we must eradicate the Miaoxian sect and seize the Taichu blessed land. Upon reaching Burial Island, Gu Qingyuan unleashed the pent-up frustrations accumulated during the journey. Were it not for the presence of a nascent soul ancestor at the Miaosien sect, he would have already contemplated an assault on them. Gu Qingyuan, your sect is impressive. The entire island is your domain. Lu Ziki remarked, gazing at the grand architectural ensemble before him, a sense of awe washing over him. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. Rest for a few days, and then I shall take you to report to the outer sect, Gu Qingyuan replied. After settling Lu Ziki and Qianjizi, he took Qinshi to the alchemy pavilion to retrieve a refined breaking golden pill. Over the past 6 months, Qianlin had successfully concocted the breaking golden pill needed by Qinshi, as well as the cultivation pill required by Gu Qingyuan. Do hasten to refine your core, Gu Qingyuan urged as he handed the precious breaking golden pill to Qinshi. Thank you, Master, Qinshi replied, bowing respectfully before swiftly departing. Observing the graceful silhouette and compliant demeanor of the individual, Gu Qingyuan couldn't help but let out a wistful sigh. Such a pity to part ways. The thought of her impending possession by Luo Qiushui always causes Gu Qingyuan a pang of distress. After returning to his residence with the elixir, Gu Qingyuan transferred it to his primary self. Upon receiving the elixir, he promptly consumed it. The purpose of the Peiyuan pill is to fortify one's golden core cultivation and nourish the physical body, enhancing magical potency and accelerating the pace of training, equivalent to the effects of a decade of seclusion for a golden core cultivator. This was already the second Peiyuan pill. With 2 pills and over 3 years of secluded cultivation, he had finally managed to break through the confines of his realm and barely elevate his cultivation to the mid-stage of the golden core. Gu Qingyuan was uncertain about whether this speed was swift or sluggish, yet he felt that, if he continued cultivating at this pace, the resources of the Luotian Sea might prove insufficient. Following his advancement, Gu Qingyuan immediately set about forming a second avatar. His first avatar emerged from the room and, together with his core members Qianjizi and Lu Ziki, toured Yingzhan Island and Jinsen Island. Ultimately, they halted at the outer palace of Jinsen Island. Qingyuan, I have a question I wish to pose to you, Lu Ziki remarked, somewhat astonished after touring the territory of Qingyuan's sect. However, his primary concern remained with the issues within his own body. Do share, Gu Qingyuan encouraged. Ever since I broke through to the foundation establishment stage, I have felt that my magical energy lacks purity, constantly mingling with spiritual power. It seems my spiritual roots have not fully established, Lu Ziki explained. He had only recently broken through to the foundation establishment stage and was encountering numerous problems within this new realm. Gu Qingyuan grasped Lu Ziki's arm and probed his magical energy into his body. After a thorough examination, his expression immediately soured. You possess a mixed 4-element spiritual root, which has transformed into a 4-element heavenly spiritual root after undergoing the spirit refinement technique. Currently, a single foundation establishment pill can only facilitate the establishment of one single attribute spiritual root. Thus, you will require 3 more foundation establishment pills to fully solidify the remaining spiritual roots, Gu Qingyuan elucidated. He refrained from disclosing to Lu Ziki that it was possible to continue advancing with just one spiritual root, intending for him to eventually attain greater strength than his peers in the same realm, albeit at the cost of immense resources. Senior Qianjizi, as you have observed, although a mixed spiritual root can accelerate the cultivation speed after enhancing its quality through the spirit refinement technique, the drawback lies in the significant resources required for transitioning from the qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage. Therefore, it is imperative that we cultivate a substantial quantity of such spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden, Gu Qingyuan stated earnestly to Qianjizi. Qianjizi nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Responding, I understand what must be done. In recent days, he had come to grasp Gu Qingyuan's standing within the Qingyuan sect. This treatment, afforded to someone at the 7th level of qi refinement, was entirely thanks to Gu Qingyuan's regard for him. Should he fail to humble himself and clarify his position, it would likely be difficult for him to thrive in the future. Thus, today he unprecedentedly referred to Gu Qingyuan as his subordinate. Ancestor, the ceremony for the new disciples is about to commence. Do you wish to proceed to the Wuxian platform to observe? Elder Wu Da, having detected the arrival of Gu Qingyuan at the outer gate, came forth to greet him. Let us proceed together to witness the proceedings, he suggested. Gu Qingyuan acquiesced, for he was but a mere projection and found great delight in the bustle of activity. The Ascension platform served as a grand martial arena, sprawling across 100 acres. Equipped with tens of thousands of seats, an impressive feat of the former Jinsazong. At the heart of this vast arena stood over 1,000 newly initiated disciples, who, in synchronized unison, bowed in reverence to their venerable ancestor. Following this, under the watchful eye of the chief elder, they offered their life essence, thereby formalizing their contracts. Gu Qingyuan utilized his spiritual awareness to scan the disciples' innate roots, discovering that the highest quality among them was merely a superior single-attribute root, while the least gifted possessed a mixed root of 4 attributes. It appeared that a complete 5-element root, such as his own, was indeed a rarity. The disciples lined up to undergo the spirit refinement assessment, which was to be completed within a day. Abandonment midway through the trial would result in death, and those who succeeded would be awarded a disciple token, thus officially becoming members of the outer sect. Chapter 72. The gateway to rebirth. The first trial of soul refinement is the medicinal supplement test. Thousands of disciples will consume resources worth tens of thousands of spirit stones in a single session. A few among them have yet to reach the stage of condensing spiritual energy and are temporarily excluded. These disciples were inquired before joining the sect if they were willing to undergo the soul refinement test. Those who stand here have all consented to the trial and are eager to enhance their spiritual roots through the process. Several disciples from the Qingyuan sect distributed the necessary medicinal materials for soul refinement, each receiving their share, which they promptly swallowed. Soon, the area beneath the Ascension platform was filled with heart-wrenching cries. Many of the youths wept in agony, and some could not endure the pain, succumbing to it entirely. Gu Qingyuan did not linger long before taking Qian Jizi and Lu Ziki away. You, from now on, will remain in the outer sect as an elder of the punishment hall. I will prioritize your needs regarding foundation-building resources. Gu Qingyuan stated as he brought Lu Ziki to the newly established punishment hall. Lu Ziki grinned and settled into his new role. Elder Qian, I entrust you with the teleportation formations connecting Jinsha Island, Zhongshan Island, and Yingzhan Island, Gu Qingyuan said, leading Qian Jizi to a designated area where the teleportation array had been meticulously surveyed by his subordinates. As you command, Qian Jizi replied with a respectful fist salute. Once these trivial matters were settled, Gu Qingyuan sent his first avatar to the refining hall and alchemy hall to delve into the techniques of alchemy and artifact forging. His second avatar disguised itself as a new disciple and successfully became a pupil of Qian Jizi, learning his diverse skills. After a year, Gu Qingyuan had barely grasped the entirety of Qian Jizi's abilities: a second-rank alchemist, a second-rank artifact master, a fourth-rank talus maker, a fourth-rank array master, a fourth-rank spiritual plant master, and even some skills in beast taming. To master all his techniques, one avatar would need to toil endlessly for at least a decade. Furthermore, since the old man succeeded in soul refinement, he devoted himself to rigorous training day and night, striving to elevate his cultivation. It was rare for Gu Qingyuan, as a diligent and eager disciple, to catch a glimpse of him. He found it difficult to lower his status and reveal his identity to compel Qian Jizi to instruct him, making the path of learning exceedingly arduous. In this vast realm of cultivation, time passes like a fleeting moment, swiftly disappearing. A decade quietly slipped by. Little one, you truly are diligent. The voice of Luo Qiushui echoed within Gu Qingyuan's consciousness. Ever since Gu Qingyuan mastered the art of avatars, unless battle was necessary, his main body had been diligently practicing in seclusion. Meanwhile, his avatars were not idle. Under the control of his formidable consciousness, they fervently learned from Zhang Tianyu, Xian Lin, and Qian Jizi. Even Luo Qiushui, a formidable being from millennia ago, found herself in awe of his dedication. Forgive my impertinence, esteemed senior. Gu Qingyuan replied succinctly before swallowing a medicinal supplement for body refinement and returning to his studies. Send your servant to me. I have nearly recovered, Luo Qiushui instructed. Subsequently, Gu Qingyuan, having directed his avatar in the alchemy chamber to cease its concoction of elixirs, made his way to Chunxi's residence, bringing her along. Over the course of more than a decade, Chunxi's cultivation had reached the early stages of the Golden Core realm, presenting an opportune moment for possession. Master, what brings me here? Chunxi inquired, gazing at the two avatars before her, a look of confusion clouding her features. Gu Qingyuan remained silent, and a golden radiance manifested upon his forehead, from which Luo Qiushui's primordial spirit emerged. Little sister, this flesh belongs to me now. I shall ensure you are reborn into a good family in your next life, Luo Qiushui stated with a brief, formal courtesy before entering Chun Shi's sea of consciousness. Gu Qingyuan, may you face a wretched demise. Chun Shi quickly grasped the situation, realizing Gu Qingyuan intended to seize her body with this primordial spirit. She resisted with all her might, concentrating her spiritual power to combat Luo Qiushui's essence within her consciousness. However, her feeble spiritual strength proved utterly inadequate to thwart Luo Qiushui's encroachment. Clenching her teeth, she summoned the last vestiges of her awareness and channeled the energy from her dantian. Ritual of rebirth. Chun Shi bellowed skyward, gathering her power at her crown. The space above her seemed to tear apart, creating an ethereal passageway. Gu Qingyuan extended his consciousness, only to find it suffused with boundless deathly energy, reminiscent of a netherworld. In response to the passage's summons, Chun Shi's soul gradually departed her body, merging into the void. Gu Qingyuan, you have severed my path of reincarnation. This enmity shall be avenged by me. Chun Shi, her soul declared before vanishing entirely into the abyss. The void above her head swiftly closed, as if it had never existed. Everything felt so ephemeral. After a considerable time, Luo Qiushui's primordial spirit fully seized control of Chun Shi's corporeal form. Slowly opening her eyes, she reveled in the strength of her limbs, moving them slightly with satisfaction. Should I address you as Senior Luo, or as Chun Shi? Gu Qingyuan asked, gazing at the stunning woman before him, a visage both familiar and foreign. Luo Qiushui smiled at Gu Qingyuan and replied, as you wish. However, her smile soon faded. Her brow furrowed as she inquired, what have you done to her? Taken aback, Gu Qingyuan stammered, I did nothing. I never laid a hand on her. That is not what I meant. Have you cast any spells upon this girl? Luo Qiushui pressed further. Suddenly enlightened, Gu Qingyuan replied, I had a pact with her. She is to serve as my servant for 100 years, and there are still 80 years remaining. Luo Qiushui was incensed, her face contorted in frustration. Why did you not mention this sooner? If I were to forcibly compel you to dissolve the contract, I too would face heavenly retribution, at best, a shortening of my lifespan, at worst, a halt to my cultivation, rendering me powerless. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyuan offered an awkward smile, clarifying, I thought that after the possession, it would not affect you. With a deep sigh, Luo Qiushui composed herself, then sat cross-legged to introspect and acclimatize to this new corporeal vessel more swiftly. Now, she can only act on behalf of Chun Shi to fulfill the contract, continuing as Gu Qingyuan's servant for 80 years. The more she thinks about it, the more infuriated she becomes, harboring an impulse to eliminate Gu Qingyuan. This young man, your servant, is quite extraordinary. After introspecting, Luo Qiushui discovered the peculiarities of Chun Shi. I was just about to inquire of you, Elder. It seemed that when you seized her body, she employed some arcane method, causing her soul to leave her body. Gu Qingyuan agreed, having always sensed that Chun Shi harbored secrets. It must be a divine ability of reincarnation, typically wielded only by those at the transformation stage. It is perplexing how a mere golden core practitioner possesses such formidable spiritual strength. After answering Gu Qingyuan's query, Luo Qiushui continued, however, what I wish to convey is not this. Before her reincarnation, she astonishingly obliterated all her memories, rendering me incapable of gleaning any information from this physical form. Chapter 73. The domain-level spirit gathering array. I have always sensed that she harbors profound secrets. Gu Qingyuan pondered for a long while, yet found himself at a loss. Now that Chun Shi had reincarnated, further exploration seemed devoid of any clues. As Gu Qingyuan and Luo Qiushui were deliberating, an abrupt surge of powerful energy rippled through the periphery of the burial immortal island. A golden core cultivator, standing upon a flying vessel, swiftly approached. His complexion was pale, exuding a youthful aura, suggesting he could not be older than 30. In the vast realm of cultivation, encountering a golden core cultivator of similar age was indeed a rarity. Gu Qingyuan's avatar immediately ascended to the skies to investigate. Where is the leader of Qingyuan's sect? Present the Edict of the 10,000 Immortals. The young cultivator proclaimed as he arrived at the boundary of the burial immortal island's formation. Sect Master Su Ro and the elder Gu Qingyuan emerged, standing in opposition to the young golden core cultivator. The Edict of the 10,000 Immortals. A decree from the sect master. The newly established Qingyuan sect shall pay a tribute of 50,000 spirit stones to the 10,000 Immortals sect every month. Should there be any defiance, your lineage shall be extinguished. The young cultivator's voice resonated, reaching the ears of all core members on Burial Immortal Island. Upon finishing, he presented a scroll with a respectful gesture, which unfurled of its own accord, revealing imposing text imbued with a tremendous aura. The presence was reminiscent of an immortal's majestic authority, demanding reverence. Qingyuan sect, do you accept the decree? The young cultivator inquired with keen interest. Sect master Su Ro hesitated, seeking the elder Gu Qingyuan's counsel. However, she found him expressionless, his demeanor indifferent, merely instructing, acknowledge it. Obeying. Su Ro took the decree and retrieved a bag containing 50,000 spirit stones, presenting it to the golden core cultivator. I shall return at this time each month. Accepting the decree signifies your allegiance to the 10,000 Immortals sect. In times of trouble, you may use this spirit talisman to contact the upper sect. The young cultivator tossed a talisman to Su Ro before commanding his vessel to depart with astonishing speed, tenfold that of Gu Qingyuan's own golden core prowess, swiftly vanishing beyond the reach of his consciousness. The entire sect watched this unfolding spectacle, awaiting the elder's decision. With a mere command from Gu Qingyuan, they could have swiftly launched an assault on the 10,000 Immortals sect. Yet, he refrained. Within the elder's residence, Gu Qingyuan ceased his cultivation, opening his eyes. Luo, have you heard of the 10,000 Immortals sect? He asked. It was merely a small sect from the maritime region 3,000 years ago. Its current status is unknown, replied Luo Qiushui, sensing Gu Qingyuan's contemplative disposition regarding the 10,000 Immortals sect. The aura emanating from that decree suggests it will only attainable by those at the nascent soul stage, and among them, it is of a notably high tier. Gu Qingyuan took a deep breath, sighing. The Qingyuan sect has elevated the spiritual roots of every member to an exceptional level through spirit refinement techniques. However, this has also expedited the consumption of resources among the cultivators. In the present day, the Wnexen sect demands 50,000 spirit stones monthly, equivalent to a single foundation-building resource. The sect's resources are indeed stretched thin. Gu Qingyuan is still awaiting the sect to bestow upon him cultivation resources, while over 100 disciples, ensnared at their bottlenecks, are yearning for foundation-building and core formation resources. This predicament poses a significant challenge for Gu Qingyuan. Perhaps it would be prudent for us to journey to the Wnexen sect. The presence of such formidable beings in the Wnexen suggests that the cultivation conditions there may be superior. Luo Qiushui rose to her feet. Having successfully usurped Chun Shi's body, she is in dire need of resources to elevate her cultivation. Competing with Gu Qingyuan for such meager resources here is far too sluggish. I share the same sentiment. However, I must first refine my third avatar, she replied. Gu Qingyuan acquiesced, for his cultivation had ascended to the mid-stage of core formation, enabling him to concurrently command 3 avatars. 3 months swiftly passed. An avatar before Gu Qingyuan stood and separated some resources from the main body, before embarking alongside Luo Qiushui towards the Wnexen. The main body remained in the estate, diligently cultivating, while the other 2 avatars attended to sect affairs and learned various celestial techniques. Half a year later, Gu Qingyuan and Luo Qiushui traversed oceans and skies for 6 months, covering tens of thousands of miles. Finally departing from the Luotian Sea and arriving at the spirit-rich Wnexen. Upon entering the periphery of the Wnexen, they beheld its waters, clearer and more resplendent, nourished by abundant spirit energy. In stark contrast, the adjacent Luotian Sea exhibited deep-hued waters, sparse in spirit energy, exuding an aura of desolation. No wonder the Luotian Sea is so devoid of spirit energy. It is as such. Luo Qiushui gazed at the disparate colors of the waters between the 2 realms, marveling aloud. Elder Luo, do you know the cause? Gu Qingyuan inquired. The Wnexen sect has likely employed a domain-level spirit-gathering formation, siphoning spirit energy from the surrounding seas, Luo Qiushui elucidated. She extended her consciousness, gazing into the distance, and continued. If we fly in the direction of the gathered spirit energy, we should be able to locate the Wnexen sect. The two immediately set forth towards the sect. Such a tyrannical approach by the Wnexen sect is intolerable. Once my strength is sufficient, I shall dismantle this formation to enhance the spirit energy of the Luotian Sea. Throughout their journey, Gu Qingyuan frequently lamented the domain-level spirit gathering formation. The Luotian Sea suffers from this almost insatiable plunder, leading to a sluggish growth rate of life within it. The growth rates of cultivators, sea demons, and spirit plants are directly correlated to the abundance of spirit energy. Now that Gu Qingyuan has taken control of the Luotian Sea, he is naturally inclined to seek benefits for his territory. Months later, the two finally arrived at the Wnexen sect. 100 miles away, it loomed like a mystical mountain shrouded in spirit mist, sprawling over an area thrice that of the burial Immortal Isles. Prior to reaching this point, they had traversed countless sects, each one subservient to the Wnexen sect. The location of the Wnexen sect lies at the very heart of the domain-level spirit gathering formation. The spiritual energy permeating the entire Wanshan Island has reached a level comparable to that of the canyon utilized by the Piaomiao Immortal sect for nurturing the nether wolves. This canyon is nestled between two spiritual veins, and within a single year, it can foster a nether wolf to the profound realm, underscoring the significant correlation between the abundance of spiritual energy and the growth of life. Upon arriving at the Wanshan sect, the two were obstructed by a high-level protective formation that kept them at bay. Ultimately, it was Luo Qiushui, with her formidable spiritual sense, who located the outer gate of the Wanshan sect. The outer gate lacked the protective array, and while the palace and pavilions were rather rudimentary in construction, their expanse was considerable, accommodating over 10,000 outer disciples. At the entrance of the outer gate stood a structure known as the Ancient Pavilion, dedicated to the recruitment of new disciples. Gu Qingyuan and Luo Qiushui concealed their cultivation to the peak of qi refinement and entered together. The person in charge of reception was a corpulent middle-aged man bearing a prominent dark mole on his face. Upon their entrance, he shifted in his chair and disdainfully commanded, "Extend your hands." Chapter 74. Joining the Wanxian sect, Gu Qingyuan anticipated the intentions of the plump man and thus preemptively sealed his remaining 4 elemental roots, leaving only his metal attribute unbound. To his astonishment, as the portly man's hand brushed against Gu Qingyuan's wrist, he jolted back, wide-eyed with disbelief. This, heaven's spiritual root. The tremor in his voice was palpable. Indeed, I possess a heaven's spiritual root, Gu Qingyuan affirmed. Excellent. After meticulously examining Gu Qingyuan's spiritual root, the plump man turned his gaze towards Luo Qiushui. "Young lady, extend your hand, if you please." Luo Qiushui complied, and upon the man's inspection of her spiritual root, he was once again taken aback. Heavens, what fortune we have today! The man's excitement was unmistakable. Receiving 2 heaven's spiritual roots in one day was a rare boon, promising substantial contributions. Clearing his throat, the man produced 2 identity tokens, smiling broadly as he said, "Both of you, please offer a drop of your life essence. Rest assured, I shall ensure that you are introduced to the most esteemed elder, granting you access to the finest cultivation resources." Gu Qingyuan did not hesitate to present his life essence. However, Luo Qiushui hesitated briefly, clearly reluctant to entrust her fate to the Wanxian sect. "Senior, simply provide your life essence. I possess a secret technique called the blood-severing art, which can sever the connection of the identity tokens. I shall impart it to you shortly," Gu Qingyuan whispered discreetly to Luo Qiushui. Upon hearing this, Luo Qiushui finally relinquished her life essence. After acquiring their identity tokens, the duo followed the portly man to a teleportation array. Soon, a handsome middle-aged cultivator arrived through the array. "Are you Gu Qingyuan and Luo Qiushui?" the middle-aged cultivator inquired. Indeed, both Gu Qingyuan and Luo Qiushui nodded in unison. "Relax your bodies and do not resist my energy." With that, the middle-aged man infused them with a stream of his power, aimed at assessing their spiritual root qualities. It was evident that even an inner sect elder could scarcely believe the serendipity of encountering 2 prodigies with heaven's spiritual roots simultaneously. Once satisfied that there were no anomalies, the middle-aged man continued, "I am Lei Yunzi, the 18th elder of the martial vein of the Wanxian sect. From this point forward, you shall be under my tutelage." Disciple pays respects to the master. Gu Qingyuan immediately bowed to Lei Yunzi, displaying no pretense. Luo Qiushui hurriedly followed suit to avoid drawing attention. Subsequently, under Lei Yunzi's guidance, they traversed the teleportation array and entered the inner sect of the Omniscient sect. The entrance to Lei Yunzi's domain was a majestic mountain range, dotted with numerous caves, each inhabited by golden core cultivators. If you encounter any uncertainties in your cultivation, feel free to seek my counsel. For matters concerning cultivation resources, you may approach your senior brother Yanhua. His cave is the first one in the front row. Should you both reach the golden core stage in 10 years, I shall accept you as my direct disciples. This is a foundation establishment pill, a modest token of our acquaintance. With a brief explanation, Lei Yunzi presented a pill to each individual and arranged for their cave dwellings before departing into the skies. Gu Qingyuan and Luo Qiushui entered their respective abodes and familiarized themselves with their surroundings. Gu Qingyuan soon found himself at the entrance of his senior brother's cave. His purpose for coming here was not to become a disciple of the Omniscient sect, but rather to acquire resources for cultivation. Senior brother, I am Gu Qingyuan, a new disciple of the sect, here to pay my respects, he called out to the cave of his senior brother, Yanhua. After a quarter of an hour, just as Gu Qingyuan was about to call out again, the cave door slowly creaked open. Is there something you need? Asked a disheveled man, barefoot, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, his expression one of disdain. As the door opened, Gu Qingyuan utilized his spiritual sense to survey the interior, discovering several enchanting maidens within, all in disarray, likely having just engaged in revelry with Yanhua. Junior brother Gu Qingyuan, I have just joined the sect today. Master mentioned I could inquire with senior brother regarding cultivation resources, Gu Qingyuan stated, clarifying his intentions. Yanhua scrutinized Gu Qingyuan, astonished to learn that he had entered the inner sect on his first day. What is your aptitude? Yanhua inquired, testing him. Respectfully reporting, senior brother, I possess a single attribute, heavenly spiritual root, Gu Qingyuan replied with deference. Upon hearing this, Yanhua adjusted his attire and, with a snap of his fingers, closed the cave door. Come, I will show you around the sect, Yanhua said, conjuring a flying sword to elevate Gu Qingyuan into the sky. We are disciples under the 18th elder of the martial lineage, which places us among the lowest tier of the inner sect. Each inner disciple receives a monthly stipend based on their cultivation level. As you are in the Qi refinement stage, you will receive 10 spirit stones per month, and this amount will increase tenfold upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. Furthermore, you can earn additional rewards by completing sect tasks or ascending the heavenly ladder rankings. Yanhua explained the general situation of the inner sect before delving into more personal inquiries. Junior brother Gu, as you possess a heavenly spiritual root, may I inquire from which noble family you hail? I am well acquainted with the clans of the Wangjian. Typically, the higher the cultivation level of a practitioner, the better the spiritual root quality of their descendants. Those who possess a heavenly spiritual root must have ancestors who were nascent soul cultivators. Thus, Yanhua assumed Gu Qingyuan belonged to some esteemed family. Realizing Yanhua's implication, Gu Qingyuan fabricated a simple story. I come from Lava Island, where my parents are ordinary loose cultivators. Lava Island is a small isle encountered while traversing the Wangjian sect, situated in the Wangjian Sea. Upon hearing this, Yanhua seemed to find Gu Qingyuan's response lacking in sincerity, or perhaps too commonplace, leading to a subtle shift in his demeanor. It grows late, and I must return to attend to your sisters-in-law. If you encounter any issues, feel free to consult the senior brothers and sisters next door, Yanhua stated as he escorted Gu Qingyuan to the cave's entrance before making his departure. At that moment, the door of Gu Qingyuan's neighboring cave opened, and Luo Qiushui emerged. Upon seeing Gu Qingyuan, she beckoned him, saying, Qingyuan, please come in for a moment. Yanhua, captivated by Luo Qiushui's pure and exquisite beauty, halted in his tracks, intrigued. Who might this junior sister be? Yanhua inquired, his face alight with pleasant surprise, for he had never encountered Luo Qiushui before. Had he known that such a stunning junior sister existed among their ranks, he would hardly have been enamored with the ordinary flattery of the outer sect. Oh, she arrived with me. Her name is Luo Qiushui. Qiushui, quickly pay your respects to senior brother. Gu Qingyuan introduced them. Come in swiftly. I have something to discuss with you, Luo Qiushui remarked, not sparing a glance at Yanhua, to avoid inciting Yanhua's displeasure. Gu Qingyuan offered a brief bow and then entered Luo Qiushui's cave. Chapter 75. The art of binding, Senior Luo. What brings you to seek me? Gu Qingyuan inquired as he entered the cave dwelling, simultaneously probing the surroundings with his spiritual sense. To his surprise, he found that his senior brother, Yanhua, had not yet departed but was waiting outside the cave. However, the cave was protected by a concealing array, rendering it impossible for anyone outside to discern what transpired within. Has he left? If not, allow him to enter and deal with him, Luo Qiushui remarked coldly upon noticing Gu Qingyuan's curiosity. This senior brother is at the early stage of golden core cultivation. We must maintain a low profile now that we've just arrived at the Omniscient sect, Gu Qingyuan responded, wary of acting impulsively. Lei Yunzi, being at the early stage of nascent soul cultivation, indicated that the Omniscient sect likely boasted at least 18 elders of nascent soul level. The sect leader may have even reached the late stage of nascent soul or transcended to the divine transformation realm. Such a sect must possess abundant cultivation resources. Our journey here has not been in vain. Patience is key. We should bide our time for a few more years, gradually revealing our cultivation without haste, Luo Qiushui advised. I am well aware of that, Gu Qingyuan replied. What do you truly know? Luo Qiushui countered. I believe you could send your other two avatars here, pooling their resources to nurture your main body. That is of utmost urgency, she suggested. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyuan experienced a moment of clarity. Rather than leaving his two avatars at Qingyuan's sect, it would be far more beneficial to bring them to Wanxian sect to assist him in fulfilling sect tasks and accumulating resources. Senior Luo is indeed insightful, worthy of being a cultivator of the divine transformation realm, he thought. Having concluded this exchange, he summoned his two avatars, situated 30,000 miles away. Please share with me the secret method of refining avatars. I can exchange it for a spell, Luo Qiushui suddenly interjected. If she could master this avatar technique, she would be able to rapidly gather resources and grow expeditiously. What spell? Gu Qingyuan inquired, somewhat reluctant. It was known that spells could only be wielded by powerful cultivators at the divine transformation level or above, and even if Gu Qingyuan obtained it, he would not be able to utilize it. Without further ado, Luo Qiushui injected a stream of spiritual energy into Gu Qingyuan's sea of consciousness. This energy unveiled a spell within his mind. The binding technique. A thought stills the winds, a finger can stabilize the cosmos. This is the spell you demonstrated to me during our first encounter, Gu Qingyuan realized instantly. Now it is your turn. Before he could revel in the moment, Luo Qiushui urged him to proceed. Following suit, Gu Qingyuan imparted the secret method of the Shura derivation technique into Luo Qiushui's sea of consciousness. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he prepared to take his leave. Upon exiting the cave, he found Yanhua still waiting patiently. As Gu Qingyuan emerged, Yanhua approached with a cheerful demeanor, asking, Junior brother, how old is this Luo Qiushui? 60 years old, Gu Qingyuan casually fabricated an answer. Luo Qiushui's true age might have surpassed 6,000 years, a notion so difficult to fathom that one wonders whether Yanhua would still be so infatuated upon discovering her actual years. Could you perhaps introduce me to her? It seems she is not particularly fond of my presence, Yanhua inquired eagerly. An introduction is not entirely out of the question, however, Gu Qingyuan hesitated, his words trailing off. Observing his reluctance, Yanhua retrieved several elixirs from her Qinkuan pouch and pressed them into Gu Qingyuan's hand. After receiving the potions, Gu Qingyuan continued. She is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the foundation establishment stage. You will need to wait another 6 months. I shall trouble you then in half a year, Yanhua replied. No problem. Once Yanhua had departed, Gu Qingyuan's other self was not idle. He ventured to the treasure pavilion of the martial lineage disciples. There, he meandered through the aisles, examining the techniques, secret arts, and martial skills displayed on the shelves. Though he refrained from making any purchases and left empty-handed. 30,000 miles away, Gu Qingyuan's main body prepared paper and ink. Employing the wordless heavenly book to transcribe all the secret arts and martial skills his other self had observed, he meticulously recorded them onto paper. The secret arts and martial skills of the Wanxian sect were of a far superior grade and variety compared to those of the Piamiao sect, with lower-tier secrets being exceptionally rare. Upon completing the transcription, Gu Qingyuan's main body deposited these treasures into the outer treasure pavilion of the Qingyuan sect, cataloging them as secret treasures for disciples to cultivate. However, To acquire these treasures, one must expend sufficient contributions. Presently, the outer treasure pavilion of the Qingyuan sect housed the collections of both the Piaomiao sect and the Omniscient sect. It would not be long before the disciples of the Qingyuan sect experienced a qualitative leap in their strength. Half a year later, Gu Qingyuan's two avatars had arrived in the Wanxian Sea region. One avatar landed on a deserted island, clearing an area to set up a teleportation array. Simultaneously, Gu Qingyuan's main body was engaged in arranging a teleportation array within the Qingyuan sect. In due course, a teleportation array spanning 30,000 miles of ocean was established. To ensure the array on the deserted island remained undetected by outsiders, Gu Qingyuan's avatar set up multiple concealment formations nearby. One avatar altered its appearance and suppressed its cultivation, returning to the Wanxian sect's Yingzhan pavilion to find the corpulent middle-aged man responsible for recruiting new members. This time, he falsely claimed to be an alchemist and, demonstrating exceptional alchemical skills, successfully joined the alchemical lineage of the Wanxian sect. Even if this avatar toiled as a fourth-tier alchemist within the sect, it could still earn a substantial remuneration of 30,000 spirit stones per month, while also gleaning knowledge from his fifth-tier alchemist master. The other avatar awaited outside the Wanxian sect, where Gu Qingyuan would accept missions, and together, the two avatars would complete them with remarkable efficiency. Presently, Gu Qingyuan's avatar had achieved mid-foundation establishment and could only undertake lighter tasks, yielding meager rewards. Despite the diligent efforts of his three avatars, the income generated merely sufficed to offset the Qingyuan sect's monthly tribute of 50,000 spirit stones to the Wanxian sect. In order to conceal their identities, Gu Qingyuan and Luo Qiushui could only elevate their cultivation at a moderate pace, advancing one rank per month. "Junior brother, are you there?" came the voice of senior brother Yin Hua from outside the cave. Gu Qingyuan opened the door to the cave and graciously invited him in. "Here are 2 essence cleansing pills. Please accept them." "Junior brother," Yin Hua said politely, presenting 2 third-grade essence cleansing pills to Gu Qingyuan. With a smile, Gu Qingyuan accepted them and remarked, "Senior brother has come for Luo Qiushui, hasn't he? Please wait a moment while I summon her." Gu Qingyuan stepped in and out, bringing Luo Qiushui from the adjacent chamber into his own cave. However, this version of Luo Qiushui was gravely injured, her vitality hanging by a thread. "I have met senior brother before, but given my sister's current state, I will forego the customary greeting," she said. Leaning on Gu Qingyuan as she approached, Yin Hua step by step. "How could my sister be so severely wounded?" Yin Hua exclaimed, rising swiftly to retrieve several healing elixirs, offering them to Luo Qiushui. Chapter 76. "One plant is not enough, senior brother. My injuries are too severe. These medicinal pills may not suffice," Luo Qiushui remarked, glancing at the pills in her hand. "My wounds have penetrated to the marrow. Without the celestial talisman jade herb, a top-tier spiritual medicine, it is unlikely that I can attain full recovery." Upon hearing her words, Yin Hua nodded earnestly and replied, "Rest assured, junior sister. I shall procure the celestial talisman jade herb for you." With those words, he hastily departed from Gu Qingyuan's cave, heading towards the treasure pavilion. "Senior Luo, you truly possess remarkable skills. The celestial talisman jade herb is indeed a treasure for refining the body and cleansing the marrow," Gu Qingyuan could not help but praise. "Chun Shi's physique is too frail. I must refine it rigorously, yet I currently lack some rare materials." After Luo Qiushui finished speaking, she continued, "This damaged clone has been injured by a peak Earth-level sea demon. I shall leave it with you for now, lest Yin Hua come to disturb me again." Gu Qingyuan nodded and assisted Luo Qiushui's clone to sit down. Before long, Yin Hua rushed back from the treasure pavilion, presenting a vibrant celestial talisman jade herb to Luo Qiushui's clone. Although this herb was only of high quality by grade, in terms of efficacy, it was among the best in its class, often worth over 1,000 spirit stones. "Senior brother, I fear one herb will not suffice for my grave injuries," Luo Qiushui said, her eyes glistening with tears and her expression filled with despair. Yin Hua, upon hearing this, nodded and dashed out of the cave once more, saying, "Junior sister, wait here, I shall return shortly." Moments later, Yin Hua hurriedly returned, stuffing a spatial bag into Luo Qiushui's hands. When she opened the bag, she was astonished to find over 100 celestial talisman jade herbs inside. "Thank you, senior brother," Luo Qiushui expressed her gratitude. Do not mention it, junior sister. Take as many as you need, Yanhua replied generously. Then, with great difficulty, Luo Qiushui attempted to rise. Both Gu Qingyuan and Yanhua instinctively moved to assist her. However, just as Yanhua reached for Luo Qiushui's delicate arm, a flash of purple lightning erupted, unleashing the might of a golden core. In an instant, a thunderclap shattered Yanhua's arm. Are you all right, senior brother? I have been bound by a restriction set by my ancestors. Anyone with ill intentions who touches me will be harmed by it. Luo Qiushui spoke disingenuously, her expression remaining sincerely concerned. Gazing at his shattered right arm, Yanhua gritted his teeth and replied, "Why did you not inform me of the restriction earlier? The restriction only affects those with malicious intent. I thought you were a man of integrity," Luo Qiushui explained. In truth, the lightning strike had been initiated by Luo Qiushui herself, not a restriction at all. Hearing her words, Yanhua's face flushed with embarrassment as he sheepishly retrieved a third-grade restoration pill and left in silence. The power unleashed by the restriction was beyond what a mere early-stage golden core cultivator like him could withstand. Thus he would not receive any of Luo Qiushui's aid. Upon returning to his cave, Yanhua vented his frustrations on several of his furnace disciples, seeking to alleviate his anger. Upon reflecting on the expenditure of over 100,000 spirit stones for purchasing numerous Tianshu Yujihuan for Luo Qiushui, it felt akin to losing a piece of flesh, an utterly vexing sensation. It is worth noting that 100,000 spirit stones could suffice to acquire a 4th-grade Peiyuan Dan. No, I cannot bear to lose such a substantial sum in vain. With this thought, Yanhua hastily departed from his cave abode and arrived at the entrance of Gu Qingyuan's dwelling. "Junior brother Gu, open the door. It is I," Yanhua called. His fist enveloped in spiritual energy, rapping emphatically against the stone door. Gu Qingyuan opened the door and inquired, "What brings my senior brother here?" Yanhua swiftly entered the cave, found a seat, and continued, "You and Luo Qiushui hail from the same origin. Do you understand the nature of the restrictions upon her?" Seeing Yanhua's obstinate demeanor, Gu Qingyuan elucidated, "That is a restriction left by a 5th-grade formation master. Though your understanding of formations has not yet reached the 5th grade, it is not overly difficult to lift such a restriction." Gu Qingyuan stroked his chin, feigning deep thought. "Speak quickly, junior brother," Yanhua urged impatiently. "Very well. I shall provide you with a list of rare materials. Should you manage to procure these treasures, I will be able to establish a formation on you that grants immunity to that restriction," Gu Qingyuan declared. Promptly inscribing a list of names upon a piece of paper: Thunderstruck Wood, Flame Essence Crimson Crystal, Thunderfire Immortal Bamboo, Millennium Snow Ginseng. He enumerated over a dozen rare materials, their worth approximately equivalent to that of a broken golden core, around 150,000 spirit stones. After receiving the list, Yanhua took his leave, not disturbing Gu Qingyuan again for a year or two. Initially believing he had retreated in the face of difficulty, to his surprise, Yanhua returned 2 years later. "Knock, knock, knock." Yanhua resumed his knocking. Gu Qingyuan opened the door and asked, "Senior brother, is there something you need?" Yanhua hesitated, his gaze drawn to Gu Qingyuan's dantian, and upon closer inspection, he discovered that Gu Qingyuan had already reached the early stage of the golden core. The astonishing rate of his cultivation left him profoundly shocked, yet considering his exceptional spiritual root, he held no excessive doubts. "Junior brother Gu, I have gathered the rare materials you requested. Please assist me in setting up the formation to grant immunity to that restriction," Yanhua implored, presenting a Qiankuan bag filled with the necessary materials. Gu Qingyuan accepted the bag and gestured for Yanhua to sit. "The ancestral techniques must not be divulged. I trust my senior brother understands," Gu Qingyuan said, turning his back to Yanhua as he discreetly established a concealment formation to shield against Yanhua's spiritual probing. Subsequently securing the Qiankuan bag for himself, he casually retrieved several spirit stones and arranged a simple protective formation upon Yanhua's back. Once completed, Gu Qingyuan dispelled the concealment formation and stated, "Senior brother, the formation has been set. You are now immune to the restriction upon Luo Qiushui." Upon hearing this, Yanhua was overjoyed and hurriedly exited, standing before the entrance of Luo Qiushui's cave, knocking heavily upon the door. "Junior sister, please open the door," Yanhua urged. Suddenly, the cave door swung open. As the cave entrance opened, a fierce gust of fist wind surged forth, imbued with the formidable power of the golden elixir. striking Yin Hua with a tremendous force and sending him flying several dozen feet. Who dares disturb my tranquil cultivation? Luo Qiushui emerged from the cave, angrily rebuking Yin Hua. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the person she had sent flying was none other than her senior brother, Yin Hua. Senior brother, how could it be you? I did not intend to injure you. I mistook you for an adversary, Luo Qiushui explained, her expression marked by innocence. Her voice rang loudly, soon alarming the nearby senior brothers and sisters within their own caves. They emerged to witness the scene of their senior brother, Yin Hua, spitting blood after being struck by a newly initiated female disciple, leaving them all in utter astonishment. Junior sister, you have actually advanced to the golden elixir stage, Yin Hua exclaimed, clutching his chest in awe. Senior brother should also dedicate himself to diligent practice. 3 years ago, you were at the early stage of the golden elixir, and yet you remain so now. At this rate, I shall soon surpass you, Luo Qiushui retorted. She then retrieved a first-grade healing elixir from her bag of holding and tossed it to Yin Hua, who lay half-reclined on the ground. This healing elixir is a small token of my regard. Please take it and tend to your injuries, senior brother. With that, Luo Qiushui closed the cave entrance. Just as the door was about to shut, a pair of icy eyes revealed a murderous intent, instilling a sense of dread in Yin Hua, who was locked in her gaze. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to glimpse a terrifying deity of death issuing a stark warning. Chapter 77. A challenge beyond a contest. After the door to the cave dwelling closed, Yin Hua clutched the first-grade healing elixir in his hand, worth less than 2 spirit stones, tightly, then crumpled it into a ball of mud. Gu Qingyuan observed his disheveled appearance and shook his head before shutting the cave door. The phrase "desire is a blade" echoed in his mind, reminiscent of his grandfather's words. Should Yin Hua remain obstinate, it was possible that Luo Qiushui might not resort to mere deception, but rather harbor murderous intent. Once the tumult surrounding this matter subsided, Gu Qingyuan brought Luo Qiushui to the cave of their master, Lei Yunzi. Lei Yunzi, pleased to see that the two had transcended to the golden core stage in less than 3 years, promptly bestowed upon them a cultivation elixir. He cheerfully declared, "From this moment on, you shall be my direct disciples. In addition to the cultivation elixir, I shall grant you both a rare opportunity." With that, he presented them with 2 copies of the superior secret method, the Golden Bell Shield, a protective technique not found even in the inner treasury of the Wanjian sect. After performing the customary discipleship rites, Gu Qingyuan led Luo Qiushui to the Spirit Order Division, the designated place for task assignments within the Wanjian sect. There were numerous tasks available for those at the Golden Core stage, with the majority involving the hunting of sea demons. Some tasks were particularly perilous, requiring adventurers to venture into the sea demon domain in search of treasures or to slay sea demons. This domain was a distinct realm, governed solely by sea demons. However, the rewards for completing tasks there were substantial. Unlike others who typically accepted one task at a time, Gu Qingyuan and Luo Qiushui opted for several with extended deadlines, planning to undertake 3 or more simultaneously. After selecting their tasks, they entered the Spirit Order Division to confirm their choices and sign a soul contract, stipulating that failure to complete the tasks or betraying the sect during the assignments would incur penalties. Upon accepting the tasks, Gu Qingyuan's 3rd avatar, stationed near the teleportation array, promptly set off towards the sea demon domain. Meanwhile, his 1st avatar remained behind solely to receive the tasks, not hurrying to leave the sect. Like Luo Qiushui, he approached the towering stone tablet of the heavenly ladder ranking, which soared into the clouds and shimmered with spiritual essence. This monument recorded the rankings of 1,000 golden core disciples. The top position was held by Bei Yi, a golden core perfected individual, followed by Lu Liqinshuan, who was in the late golden core stage. Upon a cursory glance, it was evident that only one individual had attained the golden core perfected level, while the majority remained in the mid or early stages. Gu Qingyuan and Luo Qiushui had yet to receive their rankings. Foundation establishment disciples earned a monthly salary of 10 spirit stones, while those in the golden core stage received 1,000. However, golden core disciples who ranked within the top 1,000 on the heavenly ladder could earn a monthly salary of 10,000 spirit stones. Each rank gained would increase their monthly salary by 100 spirit stones. Although this may seem modest, reaching the top rank would yield an astonishing 11,000 spirit stones monthly, equivalent to receiving a cultivation elixir each month. Should Gu Qingyuan secure the first position, such abundant resources would undoubtedly accelerate his cultivation immensely. Under the guidance of the 18th Elder, Gu Qingyuan sought counsel from the formidable warriors of the Sky Ladder. Beneath the Sky Ladder rankings lay a colossal arena for martial arts. Gu Qingyuan ascended to its center, and soon, a shabby cultivator clad in humble garb leaped into the arena, crashing down with tremendous force, shattering the tiles and creating a dent in the ground. However, the arena's surface seemed to be safeguarded by a protective array as it swiftly restored itself to its original state, as if nothing had transpired. The 13th Elder's disciple, Ling Tian, possessed early-stage golden core cultivation and was ranked 994th on the Sky Ladder. If you wish to compete, you must stake 50,000 spirit stones as a wager. Should you lose, those stones will belong to me, he declared. Although Ling Tian appeared destitute, the sword in his hand was a medium-grade genuine artifact. Gu Qingyuan's consciousness was immediately drawn to that sword. Yet, those who ranked on the Sky Ladder seldom challenged unranked disciples unless, as Ling Tian suggested, there was a tempting incentive involved. Very well, but should you lose, I shall claim your sword. Are you willing, brother? Gu Qingyuan inquired, pointing at Ling Tian's sword. Since you have such audacity, let us proceed, Ling Tian retorted. His words nearly gritted through clenched teeth. He had not anticipated that a mere unranked disciple would dare to speak so boldly to him. Gu Qingyuan unsheathed his low-grade, genuine artifact sword, unleashing a torrent of ethereal sword techniques. His figure transforming into a fleeting shadow as he closed the distance to Ling Tian in an instant. Clang! Ling Tian raised his sword to parry, the clash of their blades erupting with formidable power. Unfortunately, his movements were sluggish, revealing numerous openings under Gu Qingyuan's formidable perception. Cold water sword, surge of the waves. Gu Qingyuan executed a horizontal slash, sending forth a wave of sword energy. Ling Tian was caught off guard by this rapid transformation, realizing too late that the sword qi was about to cleave him in two. Yet, a glimmer of golden light emanated from Ling Tian, shielding him from the onslaught of sword energy, leaving him merely staggered by the rebound force. A protective talisman, Gu Qingyuan noted, astonished to witness such a high-grade talisman for the first time. However, after this strike, the efficacy of the fourth-grade talisman dissipated, turning to ash. Gu Qingyuan immediately formed a seal, conjuring the earth seal of the overturning heaven technique. With a powerful thrust of his palm, the overwhelming force resembled the heavens themselves descending, firmly locking onto Ling Tian's aura. Sensing the formidable nature of this palm strike, Ling Tian swiftly retrieved 3 protective talismans from his bag and affixed them to his chest. He then raised his sword and charged towards the impending palm imprint. Boom! The overwhelming might shattered the golden light of the 3 protective talismans, extinguishing Ling Tian's sword momentum and sending him hurtling backwards for dozens of paces, ultimately tumbling off the arena. Gu Qingyuan triumphed over Ling Tian, resulting in a shift in the Sky Ladder rankings, with Gu Qingyuan now positioned at 994th, while Ling Tian fell to 995th. The stone tablet of the Sky Ladder emanated waves of spiritual essence, a powerful voice resonating throughout all realms of the inner sect. Simultaneously, Gu Qingyuan's name emerged on the ladder of rankings, positioned at 994. I refuse to accept this. At that moment, Ling Tian rose from the ground. He had sustained no injuries. He had merely been forced off the martial arts arena by the residual impact of the palm strike. Yet, the stone tablet offered no response to him. Do you dare to compete with me once more? Ling Tian challenged, pointing an accusatory finger at Gu Qingyuan. Gu Qingyuan remained silent, swiftly appearing before Ling Tian and seizing the mid-grade true weapon from his grasp. This mid-grade true weapon now belongs to me, Gu Qingyuan declared coldly. Ling Tian ceased his words, yet his hands clutched tightly around his sword, unwilling to let go. A wager demands acceptance of defeat. Gu Qingyuan reiterated his warning with solemnity. I have not been defeated. Ling Tian's gaze was fierce as he shouted, if you have the courage, let us compete again. I will face you. Just as the two were embroiled in a heated dispute, poised to engage in combat, a stunningly beautiful woman stepped forward. This person was none other than Luo Qiushui, who had accompanied Gu Qingyuan. Chapter 78. The Art of Shrinking the Earth. Here are 50,000 spirit stones. If I lose, you may take them. If you lose, Surrender that long sword. If you cannot afford to lose, then let it be, mocked Luo Qiushui. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian seized his sword from Gu Qingyuan's grip and strode confidently onto the martial arena. How presumptuous for a mere girl who had just entered the golden course stage. With his sword drawn, he advanced menacingly. With hands behind his back, just as Ling Tian's sword was about to reach her, Luo Qiushui suddenly sidestepped, deftly evading the strike. Ling Tian swiftly redirected his blade for a horizontal slash, but Luo Qiushui executed a dramatic backward bend, arching her body to avoid the blow once more. In a flash, she delivered a powerful kick to Ling Tian's calf, sending him crashing to the ground, along with his sword. Enraged, Ling Tian sprang back to his feet, leveraging the force of his palm against the ground. You shall pay for this. His swordplay was fierce, unleashing a flurry of rapid strikes. Yet, under Luo Qiushui's keen perception, his movements appeared sluggish and lacking in power. With a resounding thud, Luo Qiushui casually raised her hand, striking his abdomen with formidable force, sending him sprawling. After falling again, Ling Tian no longer underestimated her. He retreated several steps, retrieving 2 protective talismans from his bag and affixing them to himself. He then channeled his energy into his sword, executing a remote attack against Luo Qiushui. In response, Luo Qiushui stepped forward, her right foot seemingly invoking a formation that warped the surrounding space. As her foot touched the ground, she instantaneously teleported 5 zhang forward. The art of shrinking the earth, an ancient divine technique. Among the onlookers, several seasoned cultivators recognized the secret method Luo Qiushui employed. Although the effect resembled the legendary art of shrinking the earth, it only allowed her to teleport 5 zhang, a far cry from the legendary ability to traverse 100 miles in a single step. On the martial platform, Luo Qiushui appeared before Ling Tian, evading his sword attack, and struck again at his chest. Her slender, fair fingers seemed relaxed, devoid of accumulated power. Yet when they made contact with Ling Tian, they shattered the golden light of his 2 protective talismans. Seizing the moment, Ling Tian redirected his sword toward Luo Qiushui. Unexpectedly, she smiled serenely at him. Just as his sword was about to reach her, she sprang back, vanishing behind him in an instant. Ling Tian's sword, unable to halt due to inertia, pierced through his own body. With a swift whoosh, the sword passed through, drawing forth a warm stream of blood. Do you concede? Luo Qiushui asked mockingly, hands clasped behind her back. You? Ling Tian coughed blood, his injuries too severe to articulate further. He swiftly channeled his magical energy to staunch the bleeding, gradually extracting the sword embedded within his body. After consuming a restorative pill, Ling Tian cast the sword before Luo Qiushui and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, staggering away from the training ground. Luo Qiushui emerged victorious over Ling Tian, securing the 995th position on the ladder of heaven. The stone tablet of the ladder resonated with a robust voice, echoing throughout the inner sanctum, ensuring that all could hear. It served as a source of motivation for the disciples. Luo Qiushui kicked the blood-stained flying sword towards Gu Qingyuan, and the 2 departed under the watchful eyes of their fellow disciples. Senior Luo, you truly live up to your reputation as a transcendent being of over 6,000 years, able to manipulate fellow cultivators of the same realm without the need for weapons, Gu Qingyuan remarked, diligently cleaning the blood from the mid-grade sword, continually extolling Luo Qiushui's prowess. Are you implying that I am old? Luo Qiushui shot a glare at Gu Qingyuan. Despite the fact that she had lived for over 6 millennia, hearing it from Gu Qingyuan's lips felt rather uncomfortable. How could I dare? Gu Qingyuan chuckled sheepishly. Stop right there. At that moment, a dashing young man clad in white descended on his flying sword, blocking their path. Is there something you require, senior brother? Gu Qingyuan inquired. I am Chu Feng, formerly ranked 999 on the ladder of heaven. I have just returned from completing a task and heard of the changes on the ladder. You 2 have consecutively defeated Ling Tian, pushing me out of the rankings, Chu Feng said, crossing his arms in an accusatory manner. Such are the rules of the ladder. Do you contest them? Gu Qingyuan's expression darkened upon understanding the situation. Humph, Chu Feng sneered. It is not that I contest, but rather that I wish to challenge one of you to reclaim my position on the ladder. Being ejected from the rankings has cost me over 10,000 spirit stones in monthly remuneration, a significant loss indeed. Furthermore, it pertains to the honor of an inner disciple. Are either of you willing to engage in combat? I accept your challenge, but what if you should lose? Gu Qingyuan was reluctant to engage in a fruitless duel. If I lose, my Qiankuan bag shall be yours, Chu Feng declared, retrieving his mid-grade true weapon, a simple blade, and lifting his Qiankuan bag high with magical energy. Gu Qingyuan unleashed his divine sense to assess the contents of the Qiankuan bag before stepping onto the training ground. Within that bag lay 60,000 spirit stones, alongside various precious herbs and materials. Observing Gu Qingyuan's confidence as he approached the training ground, Chu Feng couldn't help but scoff, deriding. Do you truly believe that my previous rank of 999 indicates my inferiority to someone like Ling Tian? To tell you the truth, 20 years ago, I ascended to the rank of 997, and I have not competed here since. Until you accepted my challenge, I had yet to reveal my true capabilities. As the final rewards at the end of the ladder are quite similar, Chu Feng finds himself among those with abilities positioned near the bottom. Achieving a high rank proves to be a formidable challenge. However, ensuring his place on the ladder is a trivial endeavor. Enough with the idle chatter. Hasten your attack. I am eager to complete my mission, Gu Qingyuan urged, summoning his inferior-grade flying sword. Like a streak of light, it traversed several zhang before fiercely piercing towards Chu Feng. The recently acquired medium-grade sword had yet to be refined and recognized as his own. Thus he had to make do with this inferior-grade weapon. Chu Feng swung his blade, unleashing a radiant arc that shattered Gu Qingyuan's assault. Subsequently, he silently recited an incantation as the simple knife in his hand began to vibrate incessantly. Runes emerged from the blade, glimmering as if freshly forged in a furnace, radiating a fiery red brilliance. It was evident that he was gathering strength. Gu Qingyuan, however, would not offer him this opportunity. He retrieved his sword and placed it into his bag of holding, simultaneously condensing his palm into a seal. He executed a move known as the Shattering Mountain Strike. Chapter 79. After the battle. It's my turn. The formidable might encapsulated within Gu Qingyuan's palm imprint generated such a tempest that it forced the onlooking cultivators to stagger backward. With a swift motion, a blade of light glimmered, cleaving Gu Qingyuan's palm imprint in two. The immense power of the imprint diminished significantly, merely causing Chu Feng's hair to flutter and his garments to rustle, akin to a tempest passing through. At the moment the imprint descended, Gu Qingyuan perceived through his divine sense that beneath Chu Feng's robes lay an exceptionally strong defensive artifact, which counteracted Gu Qingyuan's assault. Neither the sword nor the palm inflicted any harm upon Chu Feng, prompting Gu Qingyuan to recognize he had encountered a formidable adversary and to adopt a more serious demeanor. The corporeal form of this avatar possessed only the strength typical of a mid-stage golden core cultivator, and his unique defensive artifact resided with his main body. If he were to engage Chu Feng in a fair contest while suppressing his own cultivation, his chances of victory would be slim. As Gu Qingyuan contemplated whether to lift the suppression of his realm for a decisive strike, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Big brother, it was they who injured me. The previously defeated Ling Tian approached, accompanied by a resolute golden core cultivator. Clearly dissatisfied with the outcome of their prior confrontation, he had sought assistance. Chu Feng, junior brother, hurry up and fight. After the battle, it's my turn. Ling Tian's companion exuded an air of arrogance. As a formidable contender, he had the privilege to refuse challenges. And to initiate one, a wager must be placed, as per the unwritten rules of the Omniscient sect. Considering that others would soon arrive to present resources, Gu Qingyuan chose to maintain his suppressed cultivation, fearing that the resolute cultivator would hesitate to challenge him upon discovering his mid-stage golden core status. The battle raged on. The arena was a whirlwind of blades and swords, with Chu Feng standing undefeated thanks to his defensive artifact, while Gu Qingyuan relentlessly engaged him in a war of attrition, leveraging his boundless magical power. However, due to the absence of his Qiankuan bag, Chu Feng was unable to replenish his magical energy with elixirs, ultimately leading to his depletion of power and loss in the competition. With his 5 elemental spiritual roots, Gu Qingyuan's magical energy reserve was quintuple that of ordinary single-attribute roots. After securing victory, Gu Qingyuan unceremoniously claimed Chu Feng's Qiankuan bag. If you wish to challenge me again, you may wager your defensive artifact. I am always ready to oblige, Gu Qingyuan said with a faint smile, redirecting his gaze toward the stalwart man beside Ling Tian. "Without a wager of 50,000 spirit stones, I shall not accept your challenge," he added, his tone dripping with provocation. "Young man, do not be so presumptuous. I wager 100,000 spirit stones against you. Do you dare?" The resolute cultivator, seeing Gu Qingyuan as merely a young man in his 20s with little renown in the sect, not only underestimated him, but also deliberately escalated the stakes. "Of course," Gu Qingyuan replied, promptly retrieving a Qiankuan bag containing 100,000 spirit stones and tossing it into the center of the arena. The steadfast man matched the bet and summoned his own artifact. Observing Gu Qingyuan effortlessly acquiring such resources, Luo Qiushui stood by, absorbing invaluable lessons. Initially, Gu Qingyuan intended to elevate his cultivation level as soon as the time arrived, leveraging his mid-golden core strength to ascend to a mid-tier position on the heavenly ladder ranking, thereby securing a greater monthly stipend. However, upon witnessing the throngs of individuals queuing to offer resources, he promptly devised a plan to feign weakness. He meticulously suppressed his cultivation, pretending to be drained of energy, while employing his superior agility and keen perception to engage in a contest of strength with a robust man. Several surges of residual energy erupted, shattering the heavenly ladder, yet the protective array swiftly restored it to its former state. With neither party able to gain the upper hand in their exchange, they resorted to utilizing their genuine artifacts, clashing swords for an extended period without yielding a victor. "Young man, your energy is nearly depleted, isn't it? If this is all you can muster, you shall be defeated," the sturdy man warned. In truth, the assertion that Gu Qingyuan was running low on energy was merely a conjecture. At that moment, over half of his energy remained within his golden core. Moreover, with the aid of his heightened perception, Gu Qingyuan had long since anticipated the sturdy man's moves, merely toying with him. After several hundred exchanges, a sudden surge of lethal intent emanated from Gu Qingyuan's sword, and he stealthily struck at the sturdy man's vital points, rendering him incapacitated. This decisive blow appeared to the onlooking cultivators as sheer luck. Nevertheless, the reality remained that Gu Qingyuan emerged victorious. Gu Qingyuan triumphed over Ling Xiao, ascending to the 993rd position. The heavenly ladder once again resounded with Gu Qingyuan's name. The announcement echoed thrice, with two of those calls bearing his name, igniting curiosity among the inner disciples who flocked to witness the spectacle. Typically, the contests on the heavenly ladder occur only once or twice a month. Yet today, 3 matches unfolded in a single day, and new contenders had entered the ranks. After claiming victory, Gu Qingyuan first stowed away 2 Qiankuan bags, then took several deep breaths, brandishing the tip of his sword toward the gathered spectators and sweeping the crowd with a fierce gaze. "I, Gu Qingyuan, am invincible among those in the early golden core stage. Who dares to contest my supremacy?" His voice strained, betraying his fatigue. From Elder 12's faction, Song Rufin, "I beseech you for guidance, senior brother." A cultivator wielding a long staff, also at the early golden core stage, soared onto the martial arena to challenge Gu Qingyuan. This individual, built with sinewy muscles, exuded strength. "Fear not, senior brother. I shall grant you time to recover your energy." Song Rufin refrained from launching an immediate attack. "Humph." Gu Qingyuan scoffed, panting slightly as he retorted, "To best you, I require but 3 moves. No need for energy restoration." At these words, Song Rufin felt a surge of delight and raised his staff, preparing for combat. The earlier display of politeness had merely been a tactic to provoke Gu Qingyuan into battling with his dwindling energy, thereby increasing Song Rufin's chances of victory. However, should you fail to produce 100,000 spirit stones as a wager, you lack the qualification to challenge me, Gu Qingyuan declared coldly, revealing his true intent. "As you wish." With those words, Song Rufin hurled a Qiankuan bag into the air. Gu Qingyuan promptly pursued, deftly forming a handprint with intricate gestures. Heavenly Turn Seal. The 9 heavens of the Heavenly Seal. Gu Qingyuan unleashed a powerful strike, releasing the handprint, and before it could dissipate, he swiftly executed the 8th and 9th strikes in succession. Ultimately, the 9 handprints converged into one, emanating an oppressive aura that weighed heavily upon the shoulders of all present, akin to the crushing gravity of the heavens collapsing upon the earth. The mere act of condensing the handprints exuded such formidable power. One could only imagine the cataclysmic force that would be unleashed upon their release. This was the most tyrannical manifestation of the heavenly turned seal. Feeling the terrifying might of the handprint, Song Ruffing experienced a pang of regret. He hastily raised a true artifact-grade staff to shield himself, hoping to mitigate some of the impending force. As the handprint descended upon him, Song Ruffing, along with his staff, was sent hurtling hundreds of feet away. Had Gu Qingyuan not suppressed his cultivation, that strike could have easily reduced him to a mist of blood. Who else? Gu Qingyuan glared ferociously, surveying his surroundings, his legs staggering for effect as he intentionally feigned exhaustion. Chapter 80. Challenge accepted. Seeing that no one dared to step forward and challenge him, Gu Qingyuan took several steps back, feigning a precarious stance as though he could barely maintain his balance. Yet, among the hundreds of golden core cultivators present, not a single soul dared to advance. Clenching his teeth, Gu Qingyuan wagered all his spirit stones, tossing them into the center of the arena. He then glared at the assembled cultivators and declared loudly, "I, Gu Qingyuan, am invincible in the early stage of golden core. Who among you dares to challenge me?" No sooner had his words echoed than a swordsman ascended the arena, riding on his flying sword. This was Duan Cheng, a disciple of the Ninth Elder, ranked 991st on the heavenly ladder. He too wagered all his spirit stones, amounting to 200,000. Very well. Since he refused to submit, I shall make you submit. Gu Qingyuan, appearing almost deranged, charged at Duan Cheng with his sword drawn. Duan Cheng opted not to engage in close combat. Instead, he manipulated his flying sword to strike at Gu Qingyuan from a distance. However, it seemed as if Gu Qingyuan had anticipated his every move, deftly evading all of his attacks with remarkable agility. Countless ethereal swords shatter illusions, subdue the wicked, sever the heavens. Gu Qingyuan, in a frenzy, unleashed the three formidable sword techniques as if he were at his wit's end, yet the three beams of sword light firmly locked onto Duan Cheng, striking him thrice. The defensive artifact on Duan Cheng erupted with immense power, absorbing a significant portion of the damage, yet the residual sword energy still inflicted considerable injuries upon him. Why have you not exhausted your magical energy? Duan Cheng, clutching his chest in pain, queried. Though my power is waning, it is more than sufficient to defeat you. Gu Qingyuan roared in response. He then maneuvered his flying sword to attack Duan Cheng from afar, while simultaneously leaping high into the air, gathering his magical energy in his fist, preparing to strike alongside his treasured sword. In response, Duan Cheng directed his flying sword toward Gu Qingyuan, aiming to strike his arm or thigh in order to avoid fatality, fearing the repercussions of inadvertently killing him. Nevertheless, after being pierced by several strikes, Gu Qingyuan continued his relentless assault as if he felt no pain. With a roaring wind from his punches, and after the tremor of his sword, Duan Cheng's defensive artifact shattered, sending him plummeting to the arena floor, barely clinging to life. Gu Qingyuan has triumphed over Duan Cheng. Ascending to the rank of 991st, boomed the voice of the heavenly ladder. Gu Qingyuan landed heavily, his legs crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his wounds onto the earth. Rather than hastily collecting the over 400,000 spirit stones scattered about him, he pointed at them and taunted. Who else dares to challenge me? Witnessing this, Luo Qiushui found herself tempted to gather the spirit stones, yet she refrained, suppressing her desire due to her connection with Gu Qingyuan. Qingyuan, enough? Let me, ranked 995th on the heavenly ladder, take your place in the challenge. Luo Qiushui stepped onto the platform, urging Gu Qingyuan to withdraw, eager to seize her own opportunity. Under the command of the 18th Elder, Luo Qiushui, ranked 995th on the heavenly ladder, stood guard for her senior brother. If anyone dares to challenge me, feel free to take the stage, she proclaimed, surveying her surroundings. Noticing the silence, she continued, Are you all too afraid? From now on, when you see me and my brother, be sure to avoid us. Ling Tian, Ling Xiao, do you yield? She taunted. If not, go fetch someone. I shall gladly accept your challenge. Song Ruffeng, seeking to take advantage of others. Yet you couldn't withstand even a single strike from my brother. Is this how the 12th Elder instructs you? You should be utterly ashamed. Within the ranks of the Wanshan sect, at the early stage of the Golden Core, before Luo Qiushui could finish her words, a cold, clear voice interrupted her. Enough? I am Yun Miao, a true disciple under the 12th Elder, ranked 983rd on the heavenly ladder. I seek your guidance. A short-haired girl, riding a flying disc, ascended to the martial arena. I see you as nothing but a fledgling who has merely stepped into the Golden Core realm. You are unworthy of challenging me, Luo Qiushui declared disdainfully, unless you are willing to wager your entire fortune against me. Without even casting a glance at Yun Miao, Luo Qiushui awaited her bet. Yun Miao clenched her silver teeth, extracting all the spirit stones from her Qinquan bag. She poured them out, and they swiftly formed a small mountain of spirit stones upon the arena, likely exceeding 100,000 in value. At this sight, Luo Qiushui finally regarded her with seriousness and stepped forward, appearing before Yun Miao in an instant. She struck with a single palm, unleashing a formidable imprint imbued with the might of mountains and seas, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Yun Miao countered with a punch, but the power she had amassed was instantly shattered by Luo Qiushui's strike. Though their realms were comparable in terms of control over strength, spiritual awareness, and movement techniques, Luo Qiushui surpassed Yun Miao by several millennia. The elder's palm shifted, transforming into a blade that descended with terrifying intent, akin to a true artifact capable of splitting heaven and earth. In just 3 exchanges, she had sent the 12th elder's true disciple crashing to the ground. Subsequently, Luo Qiushui continued her provocations and victories, proving her invincibility at the early stage of the Golden Core. As her taunts grew increasingly audacious, the crowd of onlookers swelled. To avoid unwanted trouble, Gu Qingyuan promptly urged her, "Senior Luo, it would be wise to temper your exposure. Too much may incite resentment." Heeding Gu Qingyuan's counsel, Luo Qiushui ceased her assault, gathered her spoils, and departed in haste. Their shared objective was clear: to amass spirit stones and rush to the treasure pavilion, exchanging their gains for nurturing pills, 2 for Gu Qingyuan and 2 for Luo Qiushui. Luo Qiushui's main body resided within the Omniscient sect, while Gu Qingyuan's avatar was situated 30,000 miles away, making it somewhat inconvenient. Thus, Gu Qingyuan departed the Omniscient sect under the pretense of completing a task, journeying to the location of his arranged teleportation array. Utilizing the array, he traversed vast distances in an instant, delivering all his recently acquired spoils to his main body before promptly returning to the Wanshan Sea to reunite with his 3rd avatar. The 2 individuals, guided by their sect's mission directives, embarked on a lengthy journey towards the domain of the sea demons. The flight alone would require over 6 months. Fortunately, they encountered a fellow cultivator along the way, one whom Gu Qingyuan recognized. This practitioner commanded a flying vessel capable of achieving a velocity tenfold that of a mid-Golden Core stage. Years prior, he had ventured to the island of the fallen immortals, extorting spirit stone resources from the Qingyuan sect. Over the past few years, he had made monthly trips back and forth to the Qingyuan sect, collecting tributes for the 10,000 Immortals sect. It seemed he was on his way to another location to gather tributes when he fortuitously crossed paths with Gu Qingyuan. However, Gu Qingyuan's 2 avatars had altered their appearances, rendering him unrecognizable. Noticing that one of Gu Qingyuan's avatars was dressed in the attire of an inner disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect, the flying vessel's Golden Core stage practitioner took the initiative to halt. "Where are you headed, senior brother?" he inquired. "I am on a mission to the sea demon domain." "And you?" Gu Qingyuan replied with a question. "I am making a trip to the Tongtian gang to collect tributes." "Would you like a ride?" asked the Golden Core practitioner. Without hesitation, Gu Qingyuan cheerfully leaped aboard the flying vessel. Chapter 81. 3 tasks. At this moment, the cultivator stood at the bow of the flying vessel, his focus entirely devoted to its navigation. His name was Fu Yu, adorned in the attire of an outer sect disciple. Yet his Golden Core realm status suggested a position of considerable esteem among his peers. Gu Qingyuan's 3rd avatar instinctively shifted his gaze to the red Qinquan bag that hung at Fu Yu's waist. This pouch appeared quite plump, likely containing a wealth of treasures. "Junior brother, do you know in which maritime regions the Ming-scale sea demon typically resides?" inquired Gu Qingyuan through one of his avatars. Ming-scale sea demons are quite common in the Wanjin Sea region. They usually dwell within the sea mud, and there is invariably a Golden Core level great demon guarding the vicinity. Fu Yu explained to Gu Qingyuan. The 1st avatar of Gu Qingyuan, clad in the garb of an inner sect disciple, endeavored to curry favor, eager to impart all he knew to Gu Qingyuan. "Junior brother, having attained the Golden Core realm, why do you still linger in the outer sect?" This was a question Gu Qingyuan had long wished to pose. My current position offers substantial rewards. Otherwise, I could not have advanced to the golden core stage so swiftly, Fu Yu succinctly clarified. Your flying vessel must be a top-grade true artifact, given its remarkable speed. Observed Gu Qingyuan's third avatar, casting a quick appraisal of the vessel beneath them, noting its exceptional quality. Senior brother has a keen eye. I spent a significant sum to acquire this flying vessel, Fu Yu explained. Junior brother, perhaps in your next life, you should refrain from engaging in the collection of tributes. Gu Qingyuan remarked, leaving the implication hanging in the air. Days later, a flying vessel traversed the boundary between the Wanjian Sea and the Sea Demon Domain, racing over numerous islands and reefs at a pace rivaling that of a nascent soul cultivator. Aboard the vessel were two individuals, Gu Qingyuan's first avatar and his third avatar. At the latter's waist, an inexplicably bulging red Qiankuan bag had appeared, containing over 1 million spirit stones, sufficient to exchange for 10 cultivation pills. On this expedition, Gu Qingyuan bore 3 sect tasks. First, to hunt a low-tier Ming scale. Second, to establish a colossal teleportation array connecting to the Wanjian sect on a desolate island in the western region of the Sea Demon Domain. And third, to investigate recent violent energy fluctuations in the western vicinity of the Sea Demon Domain, suspected to be the result of a battle between formidable cultivators. While the latter 2 tasks seemed manageable, the first posed a significant challenge. Ming-scale demons were also present in the Wanjian Sea, yet they were typically of lower cultivation and younger in age. A Ming scale that had matured to the low tier was undoubtedly protected by a formidable life force. Otherwise, it would have long been hunted by human cultivators. Moreover, a low-tier Ming scale possessed strength comparable to a mid-stage golden core human, making it no easy adversary. Upon entering the Sea Demon Domain, Gu Qingyuan stored the flying vessel and descended into the depths of the ocean. Extending his consciousness, he searched for traces of the Ming scale within the sea mud. This creature excelled in camouflage, yet when confronted by a cultivator with a potent consciousness, mere visual disguise would prove inadequate. After 3 days of searching the depths of the ocean, Gu Qingyuan encountered not a low-tier Ming scale, but rather one of mid-tier. Its entire body was cloaked in a layer of hard, dark brown scales, flat and seemingly compressed by the weight of the water. Its azure eyes shimmered with an ethereal blue light, blending seamlessly with the surrounding sea. It slowly emerged from the silt, gliding forward with grace. Countless tentacles fluttered beneath it, propelling its massive form through the water. Gu Qingyuan paused, believing it had sensed his presence, and refrained from following. He extended his consciousness, locking onto the creature's movements. Upon reaching the mid-stage of the Mingzhen realm, he could project his awareness 3 miles even beneath the waves. In the distance, the Ming scale approached a abyssal shark, whose size was 100-fold greater than its own. Channeling his magical energy, the Ming scale expelled a drop of deep blue blood from its mouth parts, lifting it with magic to present to the shark. The abyssal shark slightly parted its gigantic jaws, drawing the drop of blue blood into its maw. After consuming the blood, the shark seemed to relax, gently closing its nictitating membrane. Once this act was completed, the Ming scale turned and returned to its original position. Was the Ming scale offering its essence to the abyssal shark in exchange for protection? Gu Qingyuan pondered. The shark was at the pinnacle of the mid-tier, comparable to a human in the perfected golden core stage, or even the nascent soul realm. Initially, Gu Qingyuan lacked the capacity to hunt a mid-tier Ming scale under the very nose of such a formidable creature. However, having just consumed the Ming scale's essence, the shark was likely in a state of disorientation. The Ming scale's blood possessed hallucinogenic and paralyzing properties, and the creature itself was now considerably weakened. This presented a prime opportunity for Gu Qingyuan to strike. His third avatar stealthily approached the Ming scale from behind, while his first avatar attacked head-on. Both avatars unleashed their formidable powers, revealing the might of the mid-golden core stage. The terrifying aura alerted the Ming scale instantly. It raised its head from the silt, and upon detecting the threat, it quivered, expelling a cloud of deep blue liquid around it. This liquid, akin to ink, swiftly saturated the vicinity, expanding outward with the force of the Ming scale's magical shockwaves. The deep blue fluid it ejected was highly toxic, capable of incapacitating any creature that ingested it. However, it was effective only against sea monsters, as humans would not easily consume such strange substances. By the time the deep blue mist began to dissipate, the mink scale had already burrowed away to escape. Yet, it fled towards the direction of the abyssal shark, where Gu Qingyuan's third avatar lay in wait, poised for an ambush. A powerful palm strike, long charged, suddenly surged forth, forcefully driving the mink scale into the silt, creating a deep indentation. The residual waves rippled, causing the ocean floor to tremble. Following this, both avatars attacked in tandem, delivering 5 or 6 consecutive palm strikes to the mink scale's back. Only when it began to bleed blue blood and lost its capacity to resist did Gu Qingyuan's first avatar capture it within its Xinquan pouch. Meanwhile, the slumbering abyssal shark was jolted awake by the aftershocks of the battle, instantly realizing that the soul scale sustaining it had been seized by 2 human cultivators. With a sudden burst of activity, it propelled its massive form through the water, covering an impressive distance in mere moments. In just 3 breaths, it darted several dozen yards, its speed increasing with each passing second, allowing it to accelerate rapidly. Gu Qingyuan, witnessing the colossal creature closing in, hastily ascended. However, deep within the ocean, the speed of human cultivators was significantly diminished, with the surface of the sea still 9 li away. His only chance to evade the shark's assault lay in reaching the surface and soaring into the sky. The abyssal shark's pace quickened, drawing ever closer to Gu Qingyuan. Its cavernous maw slightly parted, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, a menacing sight as if it were prepared to feast. Gu Qingyuan's third avatar did not remain passive. It turned and unleashed a powerful palm strike. The impact, akin to the sky collapsing upon the earth, surged forth with formidable force, crashing heavily against the shark's body. Yet, the seemingly soft exterior of the abyssal shark glimmered with a faint aura, effortlessly dissipating the overwhelming power of the strike. The colossal waves generated by the impact merely served to slightly diminish the shark's relentless pursuit. Chapter 82. The volcano. The defense capable of rendering one completely immune to magical assaults sent a chill down Gu Qingyuan's spine. He felt as though he might be torn to shreds at any moment by the colossal creature looming behind him. Heavenly Slash. Summoning a mid-grade true weapon. A brilliant sword light descended abruptly, cleaving the surrounding waters in twain. As the sword light approached the abyssal shark, it appeared to sense an imminent threat to its existence. Its abdomen contracted violently, releasing an inexhaustible torrent of magical energy that instantly enveloped the surrounding sea. Concurrently, the water pressure in the vicinity surged dramatically, as if a mountain had settled upon the shoulders of Gu Qingyuan's 2 avatars, making it exceedingly difficult for them to surface. The sword light, the focal point of this immense water pressure, was extinguished before it could even graze the surface of the abyssal shark. Yet, the abyssal shark could dart swiftly through such oppressive conditions, and with a few undulating movements, it had maneuvered directly before Gu Qingyuan's third avatar. With death looming perilously close, the third avatar hastily relinquished his mid-grade true weapon and the Xinquan bag at his waist to the first avatar. With resolute determination, he turned and lunged toward the abyssal shark. As he clenched his fist, gathering strength for his strike, the abyssal shark opened its cavernous maw and swallowed the diminutive third avatar whole. As the shark's jaws closed, the third avatar's legs were severed by its razor-sharp fangs. The force of his punch merely caused the colossal creature to tremble, leaving it unscathed. To ensure the survival of the first avatar, the third avatar detonated his golden core in an explosive sacrifice. Boom! The abyssal shark's mouth gaped open once more, but now its upper and lower jaws had separated, and its entire head shattered into fragments. Crimson blood stained the waters. With the abyssal shark vanquished, Gu Qingyuan's first avatar swiftly swam to the creature's carcass, using his sword to slice open its belly and extract its demon core, departing with a sense of bitter satisfaction. Upon reaching the shore, Gu Qingyuan immediately summoned a flying vessel, ascending into the sky. What a close call! Were it not for his multiple avatars, he would have perished in that moment. The threats in the realm of cultivation are ever present. Without rapidly elevating his strength to an extraordinary level, even if his main body remained hidden on Burial Immortal Island, unforeseen calamities could still befall him. With the first task accomplished, Gu Qingyuan retrieved a nautical chart and, following its guidance, arrived at a desolate reef. This reef spanned merely 3 acres, yet its elevated terrain ensured it would never be submerged by the sea or ravaged by sea demons. Gu Qingyuan immediately set about arranging a formation. Completing this task would yield a reward of 100,000 spirit stones, though he would need to supply the materials himself, potentially earning half of that amount. Originally, this task was meant for a 4th-grade formation master, yet Gu Qingyuan, with his exceptional abilities, had seized the work from the disciples of the formation lineage. A month later, the teleportation array was completed. He merely needed to return to the Wanshan sect to establish a passage connecting this location, thus fulfilling the task. Gu Qingyuan found it curious that the Wanshan sect had chosen such a specially elevated site for the teleportation array. It seemed to have been planned well in advance. Furthermore, the intention behind establishing a teleportation array leading to the domain of sea demons was far from straightforward. Within the Spirit Command Office, numerous tasks akin to establishing teleportation arrays in the sea demon domain abound. Had it not been for the constraints of time, Gu Qingyuan would have undoubtedly undertaken them all. Upon completing the second task, Gu Qingyuan navigated his flying vessel and swiftly arrived above an island that belched dark smoke. Peering down, he beheld the island's center emanating a fiery crimson glow. The fervent lava flowed like a torrential current, continuously cascading into the sea. Along the island's periphery, numerous qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators congregated, while on the opposite side, a multitude of sea demons gathered, all fixated on the colossal pit at the island's heart. Some sea demons, undeterred by the searing heat, greedily consumed the molten lava. Descending to the side of the human cultivators, Gu Qingyuan caught the attention of a qi refining practitioner, who, upon noticing the presence of a mid-stage golden core elder, approached him with a friendly demeanor. "Elder, do you intend to enter the volcano? I humbly wish to request your assistance in retrieving a rock crystal for refining. Should you be willing, I can offer a substantial sum of spirit stones." Though the qi refining cultivator's attitude was amiable, Gu Qingyuan did not even spare him a glance. His gaze was fixed intently on the interior of the volcano, where several figures were partially submerged in lava, an expression of astonishment crossing his face. He observed 2 cultivators, their lower bodies immersed in the molten rock, commencing their cultivation, a sight that genuinely astounded Gu Qingyuan. These 2 individuals were not ordinary, but rather at the nascent soul level. "Are you aware if a battle has transpired here?" Gu Qingyuan inquired, disregarding the earlier question posed by the qi refining cultivator, instead articulating his own query. The cultivator responded, "You must be curious as to why this place has transformed so drastically, correct?" He then leisurely elaborated. "Many believe that a battle shaking the seas occurred here. However, several months prior, it was merely a seismic event. This volcano began to reveal its eruptions due to the tremors. The 2 nascent soul elders entered to cultivate because this volcano is situated atop a unique terrain formed by a fire attribute spiritual vein. The spiritual essence contained within the lava rivals that of ordinary spiritual minds, making it an exceptional location for body refinement. Yet, our physical fortitude is insufficient. Even approaching the volcano's mouth would reduce our bodies to ashes." Upon hearing these words, Gu Qingyuan cast a penetrating gaze at the volcano's mouth before hastily steering his flying vessel back to the sect. After establishing the pathway for the teleportation array, he arrived at the Spirit Command Office to submit the corpse of the mermail and report the cause of the energy fluctuations on the western side of the sea demon domain, not the clash of formidable practitioners, but rather an earthquake and volcanic eruption. Upon completion of his duties, Gu Qingyuan received a reward of 220,000 spirit stones, with the bounty being slightly elevated due to the mermail being a mid-level Earth-tier beast. After deducting the 50,000 spirit stones expended on the teleportation array, he netted 170,000. Coupled with the 1 million spirit stones acquired from slaying Fu Yu, his total amounted to 117,000. Without delay, Gu Qingyuan proceeded to the treasure pavilion, exchanging his spirit stones for a total of 11 body refinement pills. As Gu Qingyuan's first avatar emerged from the treasure pavilion, his second avatar approached, now bearing the name Gu Qing and having joined the inner sect of the pill path within the Wanshan sect. He was also a 4th-tier alchemist. His earnings within the sect were substantial. After discreetly handing 2 cultivation-enhancing pills to Gu Qingyuan's first avatar, he turned and departed. Both avatars were under the same control, communicating effortlessly through their shared consciousness without the need for spoken words. Having completed this exchange, Gu Qingyuan did not hasten to deliver the pills to his main body, but instead made his way to the cave dwelling of Luo Qiushui. Senior Luo, I have discovered a volcano composed of fire attribute spiritual veins on the western side of the sea demon domain. It is currently in a post-eruption state, making it highly suitable for physical cultivation. Gu Qingyuan harbored a desire to enter the volcano for training. However, he was apprehensive about venturing alone, as it was inhabited by nascent soul cultivators, and he feared he might not emerge unscathed. Chapter 83, Volcanic Body Refinement. Upon hearing this, Luo Qiushui nodded slightly. Ancient cultivators placed great emphasis on body cultivation. Although Chunxi's physical form was aesthetically pleasing, it was, in her view, excessively frail. The 100 strands of Tianshu Yujihuan provided by Yan Hua had long been refined and absorbed, and now she was in dire need of rare materials for body refinement. If those two nascent soul cultivators did not exceed the early stage of nascent soul, I would be able to handle them. There is no time to waste. We must set off immediately, Luo Qiushui declared as she rose. Upon hearing her confidence, Gu Qing, who was 30,000 miles away, promptly set off as well, using the teleportation formation to head towards the Wanjian Sea region. The fourth-grade teleportation formation differed significantly from that of the Piaomiao Xianzong's Taichu Blessed Land. The same distance would require several hundred times more time for teleportation. The journey of 30,000 miles took an entire day to arrive via the fourth-grade formation. For safety's sake, the second avatar, Gu Qing, also accepted a sect mission as an excuse to leave the Wanjian sect and rendezvous with the main body. Meanwhile, Luo Qiushui summoned the remaining 18 avatars, excluding the main body. Her spiritual consciousness was vastly superior to Gu Qing's, allowing her to simultaneously control 18 avatars, which was the limit of the Azura derivative technique. This was something Gu Qing could not compare to. After the self-destruction of Gu Qing's third avatar, he had not had the opportunity to reform it, leaving him with only 2 avatars now. In total, there were 22 individuals, 3 at the mid-stage of Golden Core and 19 at the early stage of Golden Core. This formidable assembly suddenly appeared at the volcano's mouth, startling the nascent soul ancestor who had been meditating within. To avoid arousing suspicion, the 20 avatars disguised themselves in various forms. They lingered at the volcano's mouth, while Luo Qiushui, accompanied by Gu Qing, flew into the volcano, descending into the seething magma. The 2 nascent soul cultivators stood in close proximity, one adorned with green scales and the other encased in a thick layer of armor, which seemed to be naturally embedded into its skin. We mean no disturbance, great demons. We merely seek to refine our bodies, Luo Qiushui stated, clarifying their intentions as they descended slowly. Indeed, the 2 nascent soul cultivators before them were not human, but rather sea demons taking form, a celestial grade beast. One of them was at the early stage of celestial grade, while the one with the green scales was at the mid-stage. Although it is often said that most demon beasts are slightly stronger than human cultivators at the same realm, this is only true below the celestial grade. Upon reaching the nascent soul level, life becomes a transcendent existence, and any nascent soul entity should not be underestimated. Presently, one of them surpassed the early stage of nascent soul, which undoubtedly exceeded Luo Qiushui's capacity to confront. However, what Gu Qing did not anticipate was that upon learning of their intentions and capabilities, the 2 nascent soul ancestors remained still, saying nothing, continuing their quiet cultivation as if tacitly permitting the 2 to arrive. As they descended slowly, they felt an intense wave of heat radiating from the magma when they were merely 10 feet away. Their garments transformed from white to black, igniting into flames in an instant. However, the temperatures were not sufficient to inflict harm upon the 2 individuals, and they continued their descent. The moment they made contact with the lava, their garments disintegrated into ash. For a brief instant, Luo Qiushui's jade-like form was exposed, only to be hastily concealed by a spell she invoked. Gu Qingyuan, unfazed, submerged his lower half into the scalding magma. His body, strengthened to the minor realm of bone forging, allowed him to endure the molten depths without melting away. He immediately activated the spirit fire body refinement technique, channeling the fire attribute's spiritual energy to temper his physique. Luo Qiushui, possessing a frail physical constitution, dared not immerse herself in the lava. Instead, she remained above its surface, engrossed in her cultivation. It seemed she possessed her own unique body refinement technique. Unbeknownst to them, the two nascent soul cultivators across from them displayed subtle shifts in their expressions upon witnessing Luo Qiushui's attire reduced to ash. This reaction appeared to be a natural physiological response, which initially went unnoticed by Gu Qingyuan and Luo Qiushui. However, as time passed, the changes in the two nascent soul elders' faces deepened. Their gazes towards Luo Qiushui became increasingly dazed, and their complexions flushed slightly. Nascent soul cultivators possess formidable willpower. Had they harbored any intentions towards Luo Qiushui, they would have acted long before her arrival at the volcano. Yet, it seemed as though they were entranced by her presence. Incessantly swallowing saliva, their focus diverted from their cultivation, captivated by her allure. "Human girl, come here," spoke the mid-stage nascent soul demon with blue-scaled features. His voice resonated with an overwhelming power, imbued with an irresistible authority. Luo Qiushui opened her eyes, seemingly struck by a realization, and replied, "The lava harbors fire poison. You have lingered too long and are already succumbing to its effects on your minds." The blue-scaled demon's voice was hoarse as he responded, "I am aware. This fire poison incites carnal desires. Before your arrival, we were able to suppress it with our willpower. In truth, I have always detested humans." Upon finishing his words, the blue-scaled demon rose, stepping onto the lava and advancing towards Luo Qiushui with deliberate strides. His implication was clear. Luo Qiushui's presence had inadvertently awakened the desires they had long suppressed, leading to the fire poison's assault on their minds. The other demon, adorned in armor like scales and at the early stage of the celestial realm, also stood, his face similarly flushed with the effects of the fire poison, desperate for release. However, he did not fixate on Luo Qiushui. Instead, he leaped into the sea, seeking his preferred indulgence. Despite the absence of one potential adversary, the blue-scaled demon was still a formidable mid-stage celestial, comparable to a mid-stage human nascent soul cultivator. Resistance seemed utterly futile. "Form a formation," Luo Qiushui called out urgently. She then swiftly executed a series of hand seals. Gu Qingyuan focused intently, quickly discerning the formation she intended to establish. In unison, they deftly completed the hand seals to create a protective formation around themselves. Simultaneously, the two avatars stationed at the volcano's mouth leaped downward. Their physical strength is comparable to that of ordinary cultivators. With the corporeal fortitude of the early golden core stage, it is exceedingly challenging to withstand the searing heat. However, after their rapid descent, they had no intention of lingering and instead dove straight onto the body of the azure-scaled great demon. Initially, the demon presumed that these two human maidens sought to embrace it, fulfilling some desire. To its astonishment, as they landed in its embrace, they detonated their golden core. Boom, boom. The resounding blasts echoed deafeningly. The entire volcano trembled, and once the tumult subsided, the azure-scaled great demon was enveloped in a crimson mist. Two scales were blasted off its cheeks by the shockwave of the explosion. The demon's gaze shifted from a dazed state to clarity, and then from clarity to solemnity. It seemed to have regained its senses. "Humans, you dare to harm me." Chapter 84. The Fiery Poison of the Heart. The grand azure-scaled demon, after a brief movement of its body, realized it was grievously injured, which ignited an immediate fury within. As it prepared to advance, two of Luo Qiushui's avatars lunged into its embrace once more. This time, it was alert to the potential actions of these women. However, their actions were exceedingly decisive. As soon as they approached, they self-destructed, leaving the azure-scaled demon no time to react. Boom, boom. The sound of two immense explosions reverberated, causing the azure-scaled demon to stagger backward under the force of the violent shockwaves. Gu Qingyuan and Luo Qiushui, utilizing formations and various defensive measures, barely managed to withstand the aftermath of the blasts. It is important to note that the self-detonation of a cultivator at the golden core stage or above is akin to channeling their entire essence into a single strike, yielding a force that far surpasses any secret technique or martial skill. The might of a single self-detonation rivals the combined efforts of 10 cultivators of the same realm unleashing their full power. Had Gu Qingyuan and Luo Qiushui been any closer, their abilities would have proven insufficient to contend with such overwhelming force. The power of the self-detonation emerged instantaneously, only to dissipate swiftly. The azure-scaled demon shook its head vigorously, striving to regain clarity of mind. At this moment, several of its scales were lost, and fresh wounds marred its surface. With the spirit stream killing formation, Luo Qiushui commanded her 10 avatars to descend in unison, deftly forming the extermination sword array with intricate hand seals. Utilizing themselves as the foundation of the formation, they conjured a colossal sword that gleamed with a chilling brilliance from the void. The boundless sword energy surged forth, wreaking havoc like a tempest around the area, shattering rocks into fragments. The immense sword radiated a deadly intent, firmly locking onto the azure-scaled demon, and under the control of the 10 avatars, descended upon it. As the sword struck down, a gash was cleaved into the side of the volcano, unleashing a torrent of molten rock. Yet, the azure-scaled demon effortlessly raised a hand to intercept the colossal sword, rendering it immovable despite the avatar's relentless efforts. This sword array possessed the capability to annihilate those at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, but against a mid-stage celestial tier demon, it was woefully inadequate. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyuan's 2 avatars were not idle. Seizing the moment the demon was preoccupied with the colossal sword, they swiftly maneuvered behind it, activating the Shura demon technique. Gu Qingyuan sought to seize the demon's cultivation and lifespan, knowing that his Golden Core stage power would struggle to inflict harm. Get lost. The azure-scaled demon's roar, uttered with a single word, sent Gu Qingyuan's 2 mid-Golden Core avatars staggering back several steps. Simultaneously, Luo Qiushui's 10 avatars abandoned the formation, encircling the demon with the intent to dive into its embrace. Senior Luo, why not bestow upon him an avatar to resolve this entanglement? Gu Qingyuan finally voiced the words he had long harbored in his heart. Wasn't that precisely what the azure-scaled demon desired? Yet, while Luo Qiushui was willing to sacrifice an avatar to self-destruct, she hesitated to relinquish one for the demon's venting, leaving Gu Qingyuan utterly perplexed. At this juncture, Gu Qingyuan could only remain hidden within the formation, shaking his head repeatedly, unwilling to witness Luo Qiushui continue down this misguided path. On the other side, the 10 avatars of Luo Qiushui launched a fierce assault that left the great demon, the Azure Scale, utterly astonished. Having lived for several centuries, it was the first time he had witnessed a human cultivator so recklessly disregarding their own life. Suddenly, his pupils constricted in fear as he leapt skyward towards the volcanic mouth. The 10 Golden Core avatars closely pursued him, and just as the Azure Scale reached the summit of the volcano, a brilliant golden light surged forth. Boom! The 10 avatars detonated simultaneously, their combined explosion shaking the very foundation of the volcano and causing a significant portion of it to fragment. The onlookers, both cultivators and sea demons, were not spared, all perishing in the cataclysm. As the residual power dissipated, the Azure Scale seemed gravely injured and descended directly. Seeing this, Gu Qingyuan's 2 avatars swiftly lunged at the Azure Scale, seizing the opportunity to siphon his lifespan and cultivation. Gu Qingyuan's motives were not driven by a desire for the Azure Scale's longevity, but rather the urgency to eliminate this formidable demon. Should Luo Qiushui's avatars exhaust their power, both he and his companion would meet their demise. After 10 breaths, the Azure Scale gradually regained consciousness, though his aura remained feeble. Yet, as long as he drew breath, he could effortlessly extinguish both Luo Qiushui and Gu Qingyuan. Sensing the greedy consumption of his essence by 2 figures behind him, the Azure Scale transformed into a colossal azure dragon, emanating a far more potent life force that enveloped the volcanic mouth. Quick! Detonate! Cried the main body of Luo Qiushui from within the formation. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Qingyuan triggered the explosion of the 2 avatars, which had recently siphoned considerable power from the Azure Scale. Originally at the mid-stage of the Golden Core, their strength surged to the pinnacle after the theft. The force of their self-detonation was equivalent to the combined might of 200 of Luo Qiushui's avatars. Boom! The thunderous sound echoed within the volcanic cavern. As the aftermath subsided, the Azure Scale collapsed, finally devoid of life. It was time for Gu Qingyuan to indulge in his favorite phase of looting. However, this time, he dared not step outside the formation. The sheer magnitude of the Azure Scale's power, both in cultivation and vitality, was unlike anything Gu Qingyuan had ever encountered. Luo Qiushui, too, remained cautious, yet she still had 4 avatars at her disposal. One of them struggled to use a true artifact sword to slice open the belly of the Azure Dragon, extracting its nascent soul before confirming its demise. She then promptly placed its lifeless body into a spatial bag, gazing at the lifeless nascent soul in her hand. Luo Qiushui promptly handed it to Gu Qingyuan. The dragon's corpse belongs to me, while the nascent soul is yours. Surprised, Gu Qingyuan accepted the nascent soul, expressing his gratitude. Now that we are temporarily safe, let us hasten our physical refinement. By the way, the volcanic poison can erode one's sanity and incite carnal desires. You must exercise restraint and harbor not a single wicked thought. After delivering her final admonition, Luo Qiushui cast a cold glare at Gu Qingyuan, though devoid of murderous intent. Her gaze sent a chill down the spine of Gu Qingyuan, who found himself submerged in the magma up to his lower half. Consider her earlier decisive action, wherein she resorted to self-detonation of her doppelganger to assail the azure-scale demon in her quest for vindication. Had Gu Qingyuan harbored any intentions towards her, the consequences would have been dire. 3 months subsequently, Gu Qingyuan progressed from the initial stage of bone tempering to its advanced form, significantly enhancing his physical fortitude. As for Luo Qiushui, she has now achieved the remarkable ability to partially immerse herself in magma, albeit for only a fleeting moment, yet her advancement is substantial. The formidable heavenly grade demon, adorned with a layer of armor-like substance, resumed its body tempering within the volcano after purging itself of fire toxins. Although Gu Qingyuan claimed that the azure-scale demon departed of its own accord, the heavenly grade demon appeared indifferent, engrossed in its own cultivation. All of Gu Qingyuan's tasks have been delegated to Luo Qiushui's doppelganger, and they now have 3 months remaining to refine their bodies in the magma. However, as time progressed, the accumulation of fire toxins within Gu Qingyuan deepened. Only when he began to feel a clouding of his consciousness did he inquire of Luo Qiushui, "Senior Luo, do you sense a disarray in your spiritual awareness, as if a weight sits heavily in your chest, causing discomfort?" Chapter 85. 11 Pei Yuan pills. I can suppress my desires. The fire poison holds no power over me. Luo Qiushui explained succinctly before dedicating herself to her cultivation. Gu Qingyuan, however, found himself increasingly engulfed by a relentless heat, occasionally stealing glances at Luo Qiushui. His gaze grew increasingly unfocused, beset by a multitude of wicked thoughts. These thoughts burgeoned and intensified, propelling Gu Qingyuan's desires to their zenith, gradually consuming his consciousness and leaving him adrift in the throes of temptation. It was not a lack of resolve that plagued Gu Qingyuan. After all, human cultivators are, at their core, still human. A mere golden core was insufficient to resist the pull of instinct. Seemingly unable to endure any longer, Gu Qingyuan rose slowly, yet he did not advance toward Luo Qiushui. Instead, he stepped into the void, soaring away into the distance. Hours later, Gu Qingyuan returned to the volcanic body tempering, his fire poison completely dissipated. His gaze clear and fully restored to normalcy. However, as he descended into the magma, he cast an unintentional glance at Luo Qiushui, a flicker of guilt crossing his features. This expression did not escape Luo Qiushui's keen perception, yet she paid it little mind, for Gu Qingyuan dared not act against her. Nevertheless, the peculiar look on Gu Qingyuan's face troubled Luo Qiushui, kindling a suspicion that he harbored secrets from her. Time flowed swiftly, and 3 months elapsed. Luo Qiushui had grown adept at immersing herself in the magma for extended periods. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyuan's physical body had ascended to the pinnacle of bone tempering, rivaling the corporeal strength of a nascent soul ancestor, rendering him impervious to harm within the golden core realm. Yet, the price for this advancement was that the fire poison flared up once more. Once again, Gu Qingyuan retreated into the distance, while Luo Qiushui, compelled by the length of his absence, had no choice but to return to the sect. She decided to closely follow Gu Qingyuan, eager to witness how he would resolve the fire poison. Gu Qingyuan, navigating his flying vessel, moved swiftly and soon vanished over 20 miles away. At this distance, Gu Qingyuan's spiritual sense could no longer detect Luo Qiushui's presence. He seemed to overlook a crucial detail. Luo Qiushui's spiritual sense was at the transformational stage, capable of spanning a radius of 100 miles. On a distant islet, Gu Qingyuan, filled with impatience, retrieved a coffin crafted from spirit stones. He opened the coffin and climbed inside. Upon seeing the coffin, Luo Qiushui's brow furrowed, instantly grasping the situation. Her fists clenched tightly, exuding an aura of menace. Inside that coffin lay the corporeal form of Luo Qiushui from 3,000 years ago. Having had her physical body's dantian destroyed, it could no longer harbor mana, compelling her to abandon that form. When she departed from Lingxi's sect, she had specifically instructed Gu Qingyuan to bring the body along as a keepsake. Yet, in the course of their prolonged companionship, she had forgotten to reclaim it. Luo Qiushui's eyes snapped shut in fury. At that moment, she found herself hesitating, torn between confronting Gu Qingyuan and teaching him a lesson or feigning ignorance of the matter, thus sparing him. After all, it was merely a corporeal form that had long been forsaken. Luo Qiushui, unwilling to concede, gritted her teeth and pursued. The corporeal form within the coffin, which she had guarded for millennia, could not be so easily tarnished by others. From afar, a wave of murderous intent surged forth from the island reef. Upon sensing this malice, Gu Qingyuan immediately released his consciousness and felt a chill run down his spine. He swiftly manipulated his magical energy to control the coffin into his flying vessel. Then, propelled by the vessel's tenfold speed, he distanced himself from Luo Qiushui, who was charging at him with her sword. Upon returning to his cave dwelling and resolving the fire poison, Luo Qiushui soon followed. Knock, knock, knock. Her slender, delicate hand, imbued with magical power, struck against the cave door, causing the stone entrance to tremble. Senior Luo, do you require something? Gu Qingyuan feigned innocence, cautiously inquiring. I am here to assist you in dispelling the fire poison, Luo Qiushui, in her desperation to breach the door, set aside her pride and began to fabricate a lie. Gu Qingyuan recognized this as a falsehood. Yet he did not wish to create a rift with Luo Qiushui over this matter, so he bravely opened the stone door. Luo stepped closer, and as the door descended, she suddenly unleashed a punch aimed squarely at Gu Qingyuan, striking him forcefully. He staggered back several steps, but due to the high resilience of his physical form, he remained unscathed. At this moment, Gu Qingyuan was in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, while Luo Qiushui barely reached the early stage. Unless she resorted to self-destructive tactics with her avatar, she could not harm him. Senior Luo, if you wish to vent your frustrations on me, I can endure, as long as you can forgive me. I, too, am a victim of the fire poison. Forced into this predicament, Gu Qingyuan's words trailed off as Luo Qiushui summoned her true artifact sword, preparing to unleash a lethal strike. Sensing the terrifying aura of her sword intent, Gu Qingyuan grew anxious. Senior Luo, while I can accept your need for retribution, should you aim to injure or kill me, the consequences will be dire. His tone carried a faint note of warning. Upon hearing this, Luo Qiushui's anger intensified. Do you truly believe I cannot harm you? Gu Qingyuan responded with a cold smile. I am well aware of your abilities, senior. However, it seems you have forgotten that this corporeal form still harbors the power of the contract. Should I issue commands, you must obey, or else you are well aware of the repercussions. As he felt his life threatened, the murderous intent emanating from Gu Qingyuan grew stronger. His voice was icy as he continued. Throughout our years together, I have never used this to extort you, out of gratitude for your assistance on numerous occasions. Do not mistake my restraint for fear. Luo Qiushui's deep-set eyes shimmered with a ghostly light, her lower eyelids prominently raised, as if weighing her options. After a moment, she retracted her sword and stepped closer to Gu Qingyuan, gazing up at him with a look of disdain. After a lengthy silence, she finally spoke. You have wronged me. Should you not offer some form of compensation? At this, Gu Qingyuan revealed a generous smile. Retrieving 2 cultivation-enhancing pills from his cosmic bag and extending them towards Luo Qiushui. After receiving the Peiyuan Dan, Luo Qiushui turned and departed. Only after she exited the cave did Gu Qingyuan exhale a long breath of relief. That was close. Gu Qingyuan found a stone bench and collapsed onto it. He had sensed the murderous intent in Luo Qiushui's gaze earlier. Fortunately, the situation had not escalated into open hostility. A wave of dizziness washed over him, causing his consciousness to feel disordered, as if he were under a spell. The sensation of vertigo lingered for a moment before dissipating. It was not the fire poison, Gu Qingyuan thought in surprise. The fire poison had been completely expelled. Why then did his body react this way? However, upon introspection, he could not locate the source of this anomaly, so he chose to dismiss such wandering thoughts. Once he calmed his mind, Gu Qingyuan promptly began his cultivation. He still possessed 11 Peiyuan Dan. With the assistance of these elixirs, his progress in cultivation could be significantly accelerated. The efficacy of 11 Peiyuan Dan equated to the results of 110 years of arduous seclusion. The late stage of the golden core was not far off. Upon returning to the cave, Luo Qiushui gazed at the 2 Peiyuan Dan in her hand, a wave of bitterness suddenly swelling within her heart. If only she had restrained her impulses at that moment and not pursued the matter, their relationship would not have deteriorated to its current state. Once she regained her composure, she lamented her earlier choices. It was truly not worth it to sever ties with Gu Qingyuan over a cast-off corporeal form. Perhaps it would be wiser to impart to him a secret technique and let this matter fade away, Luo Qiushui mused quietly to herself. Chapter 86. The outbreak of war that night. Luo Qiushui arrived at Gu Qingyuan's cave dwelling and gently knocked on the door. "Qingyuan, I have something to discuss with you," she said in a soft tone. Gu Qingyuan raised his hand, casting a spell to activate the formation and open the stone door. At that moment, he was still in meditation. During cultivation, it is crucial for practitioners to avoid disturbances. A moment's distraction can lead to reversed vital energy and even demonic deviation. However, for someone like Gu Qingyuan, whose spiritual awareness is exceptionally strong, such disturbances have little effect. "What does Senior Luo wish to convey?" Gu Qingyuan spoke blandly, his expression devoid of emotion. "I know a secret technique called the Hao Ranjing Qi Ju that may assist in purging your fire poison, but the entire process is quite lengthy. And should your will falter, it could lead to demonic deviation," Luo Qiushui explained as she approached the stone table, picking up a brush and preparing to transcribe the technique. "There is no need for such trouble, Senior Luo. The fire poison within me has already been completely resolved. Instead, it would be prudent for you to expel your own fire poison, as harboring such a thing within is invariably detrimental," Gu Qingyuan replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. Hearing this, Luo Qiushui took a deep breath, suppressing the sudden surge of anger within her. Gu Qingyuan's previous remark was clearly a jest at her expense. "One thing I must caution you about. That technique you possess, which allows you to siphon the lifespan and cultivation of others, should be used sparingly. The greatest flaw of demonic techniques is the birth of malevolent energy within one's body. This malevolence can easily cloud your mind, hindering the enhancement of your spiritual awareness. Or worse, lead to demonic deviation, becoming subject to wicked thoughts. The Hao Ranjing Qi Ju can aid you," Luo Qiushui concluded, rising to leave. Her actions were, in a sense, a gesture of goodwill towards Gu Qingyuan. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Gu Qingyuan had never held any resentment towards her. After Luo Qiushui departed, Gu Qingyuan ceased his meditation and gathered a sphere of mana in his palm. Upon sensing it, he indeed detected a chilling aura of malevolence. Though he had been aware of it for some time, he had been at a loss for how to resolve it. Thus, he took the handwritten copy of the Hao Ranjing Qi Ju from Luo Qiushui and began to study it meticulously. Time flowed swiftly, and a decade passed in the blink of an eye. Through the use of 11 cultivation pills, Gu Qingyuan had elevated his cultivation to the late golden core stage. He was currently in the final phase of refining his avatar, which would be the 4th. The other 3 had already embarked on their missions. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the cave was rapped upon. The visitor was none other than Luo Qiushui. "Is it not finished yet?" she inquired, a hint of urgency in her voice. "Almost there," Gu Qingyuan replied, quickly gesturing to hasten the avatar's refinement. Though Luo Qiushui appeared to be at the mid-golden core stage, this was a deliberate concealment to avoid suspicion. Her true cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage. She possesses an extraordinarily high level of spiritual awareness, enabling her to simultaneously control 18 avatars to scour for cultivation resources, a feat that Gu Qingyuan cannot match. Soon, Gu Qingyuan completed the condensation of his 4th avatar. "Let us depart," he said, rising to his feet. The 2 hurriedly exited the cave dwelling, making their way towards the sect. They shared a common objective, the island of the immortal burial. Remaining at the Wuxian sect could attract unwanted attention due to the rapid advancement of his cultivation. Thus it was prudent for the main body to leave while the avatars labored here. Utilizing the teleportation array, they returned to Qingyuan's sect within a day. The ancestral residence was situated at the center of a small lake on the island of the immortal burial. Beneath the residence, a magnificent dragon beard vine thrived, serving as a natural spirit-gathering formation. Despite the presence of this exquisite vine, the concentration of spiritual energy in the ancestral residence was still only about 20 to 30% of that found in the inner sanctum of the Wuxian sect. The spiritual energy here remained far too sparse. Given the opportunity, it would be imperative to dismantle the domain-level spirit-gathering formation of the Wuxian sect. Guqing Yuan's tone was resolute. A domain-level spirit-gathering formation is one that siphons spiritual energy from other realms into its own, an excessively tyrannical act. For now, it would be wise to contemplate strategies for the impending war. Luo Qiushui found a spot to sit, her breathtaking beauty marred by worry. Indeed, the Wuxian sect was on the brink of war with the Demon King. Originally, it was a conflict between the Wuxian Sea Domain and the Sea Demon Domain. However, the geographical layout of the three sea domains formed a triangle. The sea demons, known for their vast numbers and low intelligence, could easily extend the flames of war into the Luotian Sea Domain. The direst outcome would be the defeat of the Wuxian sect, leaving no refuge for human cultivators in the entire Sea Domain. To address this, Guqing Yuan summoned the Outer Sect's chief elder, Wu De, and sect leader Su Rou. What is the current overall strength of our sect? Su Rou calculated carefully before responding. There are 250 cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement and at the peak of Qi refinement in the Outer Sect, 120 Foundation Establishment cultivators in the Inner Sect, and 10 Golden Core cultivators, including servants. In just over a decade, the sect has developed into its current state, thanks in large part to Guqing Yuan's spirit-refining technique and the consolidation of resources from the entire Luotian Sea Domain. After Su Rou provided an overview, Wu De, the chief elder of the Outer Sect, added, among those at the peak of Qi refinement, 20 have already established their foundations, while 80 have yet to do so. The latter are those specifically recruited with mixed spiritual roots, who require substantial resources to break through to foundation establishment. However, once they complete their foundations, their power will escalate rapidly. There are over 2,200 disciples below the 9th level of Qi refinement. Currently, the sect lacks resources for cultivation, not manpower. Wu De supplemented. Both the island of the Immortal Burial and the Golden Sands Island boast thousands of acres of medicinal gardens and spirit fields. Yet these are insufficient to sustain the consumption needs of the sect's disciples. Many rely on their contribution points, queuing to acquire resources. In the Clear Source sect, the vast majority of cultivation resources are primarily allocated to support the venerable ancestor, Guqing Yuan. Only the resources deemed unnecessary by him are distributed among his subordinates. For instance, the Pei Yuan Dan has never been seen by the 10 Golden Core disciples. Ancestor, is there something you wish to instruct us about? Wu De inquired. I would like to bring to your attention that the 10,000 Immortals sect is on the brink of declaring war against the Demon King. Consequently, the Luotian Sea region may be affected by the ensuing conflict. During this period, it is imperative to reinforce the protective array of our sect. Its strength must be sufficient to withstand the ferocity of a beast tide. The sect master, Su Rou, nodded slightly in response. This servant understands what must be done. After a brief moment of contemplation, she added, if the two great powers engage in mutual destruction, our Clear Source sect could seize the opportunity to reap the benefits. Upon hearing this, Guqing Yuan's face broke into a satisfied smile. Indeed, I have not misjudged you. As long as the situation remains balanced, our Clear Source sect shall undoubtedly profit from it. Guqing Yuan held Su Rou's suggestion in high regard, for it aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. Chapter 87. Establishing a defense. After discussing the matters at hand, Guqing Yuan and Luo Qiushui entered the secluded training chamber within the mansion. The atmosphere was thick with gathering spiritual mist, and the walls were intricately adorned with complex array patterns. At the chamber's core, a massive red crystal was deeply embedded in the ground, revealing only a small facet. This crystal, known as the Fire Core Stone, served as the axis of the array of time. Within this chamber, time flowed 10 times faster than in the outside world. Thus, a year of cultivation here equated to a decade outside. Its efficacy surpassed even that of the enduring formation in the Taichu blessed land of the Miaoxian sect, which had maintained its power for millennia without pause. The two began their retreat for intensive cultivation. Meanwhile, 30,000 miles away, Their avatars were also engaged in various tasks. Some were tasked with accepting missions, others were involved in duels at the heavenly ladder, while others infiltrated different sects under assumed identities to clandestinely learn unorthodox techniques. On the stele of the heavenly ladder, Gu Qingyuan's name had reached the 500th position, reflecting a cultivation level barely at the mid-stage of the Golden Core. He managed to earn over 60,000 in monthly stipends within a month. Today, Gu Qingyuan's avatar arrived at the base of the heavenly ladder stele, as usual, intending to find a challenger for a duel. However, he waited for an extended period without anyone appearing. Just as he contemplated leaving, a resonant bell tolled throughout the entire sect. The sound was distant yet profound, and even with his spiritual perception, Gu Qingyuan could not discern its source. The sect leader commanded, "All disciples of the martial vein, assemble." With that authoritative call, Gu Qingyuan finally recognized the origin of the voice. He hurriedly followed the sound, ultimately arriving at the vast training arena adjacent to the Spirit Order Division. 18 elders stood at the forefront, accompanied by several disciples. Gu Qingyuan located his master, Lei Yunzi, and joined the ranks. Shortly thereafter, an avatar of Luo Qiushui also arrived, taking her place behind Gu Qingyuan. They were the youngest disciples beneath the 18 elders and thus positioned at the rear. Following them were the outer sect elders of the martial vein and their disciples. Though numerous, most had not even reached the 9th level of qi refinement. Once everyone had gathered, a strikingly handsome man with ash-gray hair and a frosty demeanor ascended the platform. This man was Lei Wujia, the leader of the Omniscient sect. With a sweeping gaze, he scanned the nearly 20,000 martial vein disciples below. A powerful wave of spiritual perception enveloped them, and Gu Qingyuan felt as though his cultivation had been completely seen through. He had concealed his level to the mid-stage of the Golden Core, while his true cultivation was at the late stage. However, Lei Wujia seemed to notice but paid it no mind, as if such occurrences were commonplace in his eyes. With a mere sweep of his perception, he understood the overall strength of the martial vein disciples. Esteemed disciples, the contest for resources pertains to the welfare of our entire sect. The path of immortality is fraught with thorns, and strength reigns supreme. The law of survival of the fittest is an ironclad rule in the cultivation world. To advance further, one must seize weapons and fight. By my decree, all disciples at the 9th level of qi refinement and above are to head to the sea demon domain to slay the demons. The voice of Lei Wuji's sword, evoking a profound sense of awe in all who heard it. Fight! 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 The resounding drum beats echoed like distant thunder, while the war cries of the disciples of the martial lineage reverberated through the heavens, fervently responding to the commands of their sect leader. This individual, possessing the consummate mastery of the nascent soul stage, was but a step away from transcending to the divine transformation stage. It was no wonder he was eager to engage the Demon King in battle. Luo Qiushui pressed Gu Qingyuan for clarity, suggesting that there existed resources within the sea demon domain capable of facilitating the ascension of nascent soul practitioners to the divine transformation stage. Gu Qingyuan inquired further, "Is that truly the case?" Indeed, Luo Qiushui elucidated. Throughout history, the demon kings of the sea demon domain have safeguarded a divine-grade medicinal tree. The fruits it bears, known as Baiyu, grant immediate divine transformation prowess to those who consume them. After explaining, she added, "However, after over 3 millennia, if that tree still thrives, its power must have evolved beyond divine grade, reaching sanctified status. In such a case, Baiyu could even enable divine transformation practitioners to transcend the refinement stage effortlessly." Gu Qingyuan, upon hearing this, was taken aback, hastily responding, "Does this mean there are numerous divine transformation level powerhouses stationed within the sea demon domain? With such a treasure, achieving divine transformation would be remarkably straightforward." Luo Qiushui shot him a disapproving glance, countering, "Baiyu has a flowering period of a century and bears fruit only once every millennium. Therefore, it can yield but a single Baiyu fruit in 1,000 years. Moreover, once a practitioner ascends to the divine transformation stage, they must either reincarnate and start anew or choose an auspicious day to ascend, as lingering too long in the realm of cultivation is not permitted. I am merely an exception." A hint of pride flickered across Luo Qiushui's face. On the high platform, Lei Wuji distributed 18 tokens to 18 elders, each inscribed with commands. The token received by Lei Yunzi bore the directive to encircle the southeastern flank. 8 of the elders were tasked with leading their disciples to secure 8 positions, preventing the sea demons from congregating and inciting a beast tide. Should the sea demons manage to flee to the mainland, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the sects there, potentially allowing them to profit from the chaos. The remaining 10 elders were to lead their disciples into the core of the sea demon domain. The higher the rank of an elder, the more formidable their disciples would be, which elucidated why Lei Yunzi was assigned to the outer encirclement task. Ultimately, Lei Yunzi, accompanied by over 500 disciples and an additional 1,000 from the outer sect, hurried to the prearranged teleportation array established by the sect. They traversed tens of thousands of miles in an instant, arriving at the southeastern side of the sea demon domain. This particular location held special significance for Gu Qingyuan. Before him lay the sea demon domain, while behind him was his own Luotian sea domain. Participating in the defense of this front line was an opportunity to safeguard the tranquility of Qingyuan's sect. Upon arrival, Lei Yunzi sought refuge on a reef, instructing the remaining disciples to disperse and form a defensive line. He retained Gu Qingyuan and Luo Qiushui, his 2 most trusted disciples. Qingyuan, Qiushui, your diligent cultivation and proactive pursuit of resources have been commendable. However, this time, I have been assigned to the southeastern flank, which is the least perilous position. If the 2 of you aspire to vanquish foes and achieve glory, it seems you must venture deeper. Lei Yunzi candidly confessed that he is the weakest among the elders, being the younger brother of the sect's leader, Lei Wujia, which is why he was assigned such a secure task. The likelihood of encountering a beast tide at this defensive line is exceedingly low. He is well aware of Gu Qingyuan and Luo Qiushui's proclivity for seeking quick results, and they would certainly not wish to linger idly here, wasting precious time. This great battle presents an opportunity to exchange the slain sea monsters for equivalent spiritual stones or treasures within the sect. By delving deeper to collect the corpses of these sea creatures, one could amass a significant wealth of resources. His master truly understands their intentions. Gu Qingyuan and Luo Qiushui wholeheartedly endorsed his suggestion. The closer one approaches the core area, the more perilous it becomes. Take this sea chart and remember, do not be greedy or reckless. Lei Yunzi admonished as he handed a sea chart to Gu Qingyuan. Chapter 88. Humanity. The maritime map distinctly delineates the territories of several formidable demons. However, once the battle ignites in the central region, these great demons will undoubtedly heed the call of the Demon King and rush to offer their support, resulting in the loss of their outer territories. Additionally, the map marks several locations that are suspected to harbor opportunities. It becomes clear to me why Lei Yunzi encourages us to venture deeper. Gu Qingyuan, upon observing the marked opportunities on the map, fell into contemplation. Why? Asked Luo Qiushui. He wishes for us to scout the path for him. Gu Qingyuan replied, holding the map that clearly outlined the distribution of opportunities in the southeastern waters, including several that were of the nascent soul level. He could not fathom that Lei Yunzi would be indifferent to these prospects. Having the foresight to create such a map indicated his ulterior motives. However, he has chosen the wrong individuals. Luo Qiushui's tone turned frigid. Soon, Gu Qingyuan's 3 avatars and Luo Qiushui's 18 avatars gathered together. As the alchemical disciples were exempt from battle, the second avatar, Gu Qing, remained behind. Do you prefer to rely on your own abilities, or shall we collaborate? Luo Qiushui regarded Gu Qingyuan, her tone grave. Presently, Luo Qiushui surpassed Gu Qingyuan in both the number of avatars and cultivation level. Partnering with her would indeed be advantageous for Gu Qingyuan. Thus he accepted without hesitation. Of course, I shall cooperate with Senior Luo. After their agreement, they arrived at the first perilous location. This place was originally meant to be guarded by a heavenly stage demon, yet now it housed only a few minor sea creatures, the most formidable among them being mere earth stage sea demons. Deep beneath the sea, a vast cavern resembling a cave loomed majestically. As Gu Qingyuan and Luo Qiushui, along with their avatars, approached, hundreds of sea demons erupted from within. Each shall hunt the sea demons according to their own prowess. The treasures within the cave shall be divided 40-60. Luo Qiushui declared solemnly before drawing her sword. The credit for slaying the sea demons would go to the one who delivered the blow, but due to their disparity in strength, It was only fair that Luo Qiushui claimed the larger share of the treasures within the demon's lair, a fact Gu Qingyuan readily accepted. With 21 avatars unleashing a torrent of sword energy, the seabed was instantly stirred into a murky chaos. The relentless sword energy wreaked havoc, filling the depths with the muffled howls of the sea demons. Before long, the entire area was purged. The demon's lair was protected by a formation. It took some time to unravel the formation, and by the time it was breached, 3 days had elapsed. I sense a hidden danger within. Let us send 2 individuals inside first, Luo Qiushui suggested. The lair was obstructed by multiple formations, and her divine sense could not penetrate to reveal the truth. Gu Qingyuan nodded, and they each dispatched 1 avatar to enter. Inside the lair, the seawater possessed an unusual quality, suffused with spiritual essence, akin to water infused with an extraordinarily high concentration of spiritual energy. The barrier at the entrance prevented this essence from leaking out. After advancing 100 paces, they encountered 2 passageways leading in different directions. Exchanging glances, they each took a different path. The passage that Gu Qingyuan chose was particularly peculiar. At the entrance lies a barrier that isolates the seawater. Upon entering, one feels as though they have arrived in a celestial paradise, devoid of oceanic waters. Above the cavern, countless crystals shimmer brilliantly, illuminating a vast expanse of spiritual fields spanning thousands of acres. The interior of the massive cavern radiates with resplendent light, offering a surprisingly warm ambience. Within these spiritual fields flourish various ethereal plants unique to the continent, such as the spirit-nourishing flower, the purple mansion soul-condensing mushroom, and the soul-refining grass. These spiritual plants share a common trait. They have been cultivated for centuries, reaching the pinnacle of excellence. Furthermore, they possess a collective efficacy, enhancing one's spiritual consciousness. Gazing at the precious herbs in the 1,000-acre spiritual fields, Gu Qingyuan's heart stirred with desire. At this moment, the cave was concealed by a gas concealment array, preventing the nearby Luo Qiushui from probing with her spiritual sense. Should Gu Qingyuan decide to harvest all these spiritual plants and subsequently destroy the fields with his magical power, he could monopolize these treasures. What he lacked most at this moment were rare materials to elevate his spiritual consciousness. Only by swiftly enhancing his spiritual strength could he, like Luo Qiushui, command more avatars and procure additional cultivation resources. However, he refrained from succumbing to his greed and hoarding the precious herbs. Continuing deeper, after half an hour, he emerged from the expanse of spiritual fields and arrived at another cave entrance. This entrance was guarded by an array, and Gu Qingyuan employed some techniques to gain entry. Once the array was unraveled, the first sight that met his eyes was a human, seemingly sensing the approach of a living being. He hunched his back and hid behind a large tree, trembling with fear. "Elder, what brings you to the lair of the sea demons?" Gu Qingyuan inquired, having detected him with his spiritual sense. You are human." The old man cautiously peered out, spotting a strikingly handsome young man in his 20s or 30s gazing at him. There were no remnants of the bizarre scales of a beast on his face, nor did he emit the foul aura of a demon. Although his cultivation was merely at the 6th level of qi refinement, the elder discerned that Gu Qingyuan was not a sea demon. "Indeed, I am human, here today to exterminate demons," Gu Qingyuan replied candidly. Could you let me return? I have been imprisoned here for over a century," the elder implored, his eyes glistening with tears. Gu Qingyuan did not hasten to agree. Instead, he inquired about the elder's presence in this place. It turned out that a century ago, the elder was a cultivator from the eastern domain, a somewhat renowned spiritual plant master named Zhou Li. He had been responsible for cultivating spiritual herbs within a small sect. One day, a formidable demon of heavenly rank descended upon his sect, slaughtering all disciples, yet sparing Zhou Li. The demon took Zhou Li to this cavern, compelling him to meticulously tend to the spiritual plants outside, as well as the few large trees before him. Thus, he remained here for a century, never stepping beyond the spiritual fields, and had even forgotten the true color of sunlight and the aroma of the air without the fragrance of spiritual herbs. "What rank of spiritual plant master are you?" Gu Qingyuan asked. Zhou Li was momentarily taken aback by the question, as it had not crossed his mind in a long while. Gradually, he extended 5 fingers and spoke. "5. The 5th rank. Yet, much of what I once knew has faded from memory." He lowered his head, seemingly lost in reflection. The 5th rank stands as a level above even the Chinji Master. Fear not. I believe that when you next encounter the spirit plant seeds, you will instinctively know how to sow and nurture them. Guqing Yuan approached Zhou Li, offering a few words of comfort before adding, if you accompany me now, I shall take you to my sect, where you can continue your journey as a spirit plant master. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Zhou Li was taken aback, and then he fell to his knees, bowing repeatedly to Guqing Yuan. My lifespan is nearing its end. I merely wish to return and gaze upon my homeland once more. I do not wish to trouble my senior, Zhou Li lamented. Guqing Yuan shook his head and retrieved a 3rd-grade life-extending pill from his bag, casually tossing it to Zhou Li. This pill can grant you an additional 100 years of life. Zhou Li caught the pill, overwhelmed, wiping away the tears from his eyes, inhaling its fragrant aroma, and bowing in gratitude once more. Guqing Yuan chose not to dwell on him any longer, and instead turned his gaze toward the several large trees beside Zhou Li. Chapter 89. The divine tree. The trunk of the tree was entirely black, while its leaves were a stark white, devoid of fruits or flowers. It resembled a meticulously crafted masterpiece, towering and harmonious. Upon probing with his spiritual sense, Guqing Yuan discovered that this was a tree of extraordinary vitality, one he had never encountered before. What kind of tree is this? Guqing Yuan inquired. This is the divine tree. It is said that consuming its leaves can nourish the soul, but it will take at least 100 years for these leaves to mature, Zhou Li explained. I will transport them shortly. Please ensure they do not perish, Guqing Yuan requested. This task was not difficult for Zhou Li, who nodded and cautioned. Transporting them will require considerable manpower and resources. In his view, it was a monumental undertaking. Without a dozen people, it would be impossible to carry such a robust divine tree. The divine tree occupied a modest space, merely 3 acres in size. As they reached the end of the area, they encountered an entrance blocked by a formation. Do you know what lies within? Guqing Yuan asked. Zhou Li shook his head and replied, I have only seen the celestial demons enter through this passage. Without hesitation, Guqing Yuan summoned his magical powers to dismantle the formation. His curiosity about what lay inside intensified. Once the formation was unraveled, an unmistakable, fishy odor characteristic of sea demons wafted toward them. Furthermore, the area within the formation was saturated with spiritually rich seawater. Upon closer inspection, they found a piece of ice heart spirit jade at the center, rapidly flourishing under the nurturing essence of the seawater. At its core, there existed an icy spiritual essence that seemed to possess life. Living jade, Guqing Yuan marveled, only to be drawn to another treasure shortly thereafter. It was a colossal white shell, resting in the dim depths of the sea, its surface adorned with peculiar runes, from which a faint, ethereal glow emanated through the crevice at its center. Guqing Yuan had never encountered such an object before. His attention was then captured by a cluster of star soul crystals, radiating a verdant glow. They appeared to have lain dormant for centuries, yet were now revitalized by the spiritual essence surrounding them. This marked the end of the path. Guqing Yuan refrained from disturbing these treasures and exited the cave with Zhou Li. No sooner had they reached the cave's mouth than Luo Qiushui emerged from another entrance. Noticing the unfamiliar companion beside Guqing Yuan, she appraised him briefly but asked no further questions. What did you find on your side? Luo Qiushui inquired. Some spirit plants and crystals, along with a 5th-grade spirit plant master. I did not disturb anything. We can allocate our findings before making any plans, Guqing Yuan replied. There are also 5 divine trees that require your assistance, he added. What about your side? Guqing Yuan countered. Let us first examine what you have. Luo Qiushui responded without answering directly, stepping into the cave that Guqing Yuan had explored. With a swift sweep of her spiritual sense, she discerned the treasures within. You, my friend, have stumbled upon such a wealth of treasures and did not consider keeping some for yourself? Luo Qiushui remarked. The value of the treasures before me is truly immeasurable. I, Guqing Yuan, a paragon of virtue, cultivate the essence of righteousness. For a gentleman does not deceive in the shadows. Unable to resist a moment of self-praise, Guqing Yuan continued. Luo Qiushui smiled awkwardly as she approached a white shell and said, This is the tranquil shell, within which lies a tranquil pearl. Extracting it and adorning oneself with it will expand and deepen one's consciousness, aiding in its enhancement. After speaking, Luo Qiushui surveyed the surroundings with an indifferent demeanor. showing little interest in the treasures at hand. You, my friend, are indeed fortunate. With these treasures, your consciousness should elevate by at least one major realm. This must have been the lair of a peak-tier sea demon who amassed these heavenly materials to achieve the transformation of divinity. However, it seems he has lost the opportunity. Luo Qiushui lamented. Gu Qingyuan's gaze sharpened, and he promptly inquired, "How much do you intend to share with me, Senior Luo?" "Share?" Luo Qiushui echoed, then added, "These heavenly materials are of no use to me. My consciousness strength is already at the transformation stage. Further advancement cannot rely on external objects. Had you taken me from the Lingxi sect earlier, I might have found them useful, but now, I have no need for them. All these treasures belong to you." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyuan felt a flicker of joy in his heart and hastily collected the treasures within the cave using his spatial pouch. At that moment, Luo Qiushui also produced a spatial pouch, opened its mouth, and turned it upside down, causing the treasures within to cascade forth and form a mountain. There were spirit herbs, magical artifacts, true artifacts, and an array of defensive armors crafted from sea demon scales. Luo Qiushui cast a deep glance at Gu Qingyuan, her expression somewhat somber. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved another spatial pouch and poured out its contents. She had originally prepared for two contingencies. Had Gu Qingyuan intended to hoard the treasures within this cave, she would have acted similarly. However, it was evident that Gu Qingyuan did not harbor such intentions. The passage she had explored led to the main hall of this lair, where she had to exert considerable effort to obtain these treasures, overcoming several shrimp soldiers and crab generals. "These few high-quality true artifacts are mine. All the Millennium Spirit herbs belong to me, and the remainder is yours," Luo Qiushui declared, selecting her desired items and leaving a substantial bounty for Gu Qingyuan. "I have gathered enough from these heavenly materials." Gu Qingyuan felt a touch of embarrassment at Luo Qiushui's generosity. "I, Luo Qiushui, am a person of my word. If I say you shall receive 40%, then you shall indeed receive 40%. She shot Gu Qingyuan a cold glare and continued, "These lower-tier magical artifacts can be utilized by your sect's disciples. The spirit herbs should be convertible into 30,000 low-grade spirit stones." With Luo Qiushui's words, Gu Qingyuan ceased to be polite, gathering all the treasures from the ground into his spatial pouch. "Senior Luo, may I borrow a few of your avatars? I wish to send these divine woods back to Qingyuan's sect," Gu Qingyuan proposed. Luo Qiushui did not refuse and summoned 4 of her avatars. They, along with Gu Qingyuan's first avatar, each bore a divine tree, hurrying back to Qingyuan's sect with Zhou Li in tow. This region lacked any established teleportation arrays. Yet with the aid of flying vessels, the nearly 20,000 li journey was accomplished in merely half a month. Upon returning to Qingyuan's sect, after planting the divine tree and assigning a position to Zhou Li, Gu Qingyuan's first avatar approached the main body. He placed a bulging Qiankuan bag into the main body's hands before hastily departing. The main body promptly extracted several precious materials from within and began the process of refining and absorption. Among them were the nurturing spirit flower, the purple mansion soul condensing mushroom, and the soul refining grass, spiritual herbs specifically designed to enhance one's spiritual perception. As he practiced the divine communication technique, his progress was nothing short of astonishing, allowing him to elevate the strength of his spiritual awareness by an entire tier in just a few short days. Chapter 90. It was wounded. The first avatar, accompanied by 4 manifestations of Luo Qiushui, hastily made their way to a desolate expanse of sea. This region was devoid of any life, yet the concentration of spiritual essence within the water was remarkably high. The 2 groups of avatars converged at the ocean floor, their gazes fixated ahead, a colossal tentacled creature resembling a hill. Initially, Gu Qingyuan mistook it for a dragon beard vine, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was a gigantic tidal creature. It boasted numerous tentacles as thick as tree trunks, topped by an immense head, exuding an aura of initial heavenly tier strength. However, clinging to its rear was a giant crab, slowly siphoning its lifeblood. The crab's iron-like pincers and legs firmly restrained the tidal creature, rendering it unable to escape the crab's grasp, no matter how it struggled. "Humans, assist me, and I shall lead you to its lair for treasure," the tidal creature spoke, appealing for help from the 21 golden core cultivators. It was evident that once the giant crab drained its blood, it would turn its attention to feasting on its brain. leading to the tidal creature's demise. How dare we, mere golden cores, confront a peak heavenly tier giant crab? Gu Qingyuan retorted. Though the crab appeared unremarkable, its cultivation was on par with a perfected nascent soul human, capable of effortlessly annihilating golden core beings with a mere flick of its wrist. It is injured, the tidal creature hastily clarified. It has just escaped from the core C area, grievously wounded by your human cultivators, and now seeks to recover through my flesh and blood. If you do not eliminate it now, it will surely seek vengeance upon regaining strength, it warned. The giant crab remained silent, its massive mandibles greedily consuming the tidal creature's blood. Shall we strike? Gu Qingyuan inquired of Luo Qiushui. Initially, they had intended to wait for both formidable beasts to weaken each other before intervening, but it was becoming increasingly clear that the tidal creature was defenseless. While the crab's injuries were swiftly mending, a lowly yellow tier C demon can fetch 5 lower-grade spirit stones, A, tier initial 1 5,000, and A, tier initial 1 50,000. How much do you suppose a heavenly tier tidal creature, alongside a peak heavenly tier crab, would yield? Luo Qiushui countered, her ambition still focused on capturing both celestial demons. However, the sect's bounty for disciples capped at 50,000 for a peak tier beast. While heavenly tier creatures were beyond what golden core disciples could contend with, thus no public bounties had been issued. They would have to consult Lei Yunzi for further clarification. I shall take the lead. You act as the situation demands, Luo Qiushui declared, dispatching 2 avatars to charge at the giant crab from behind. Upon sensing their approach, the giant crab merely cast a disdainful glance with its enormous eye and continued its feast, entirely dismissive of the 2 golden core cultivators. Given the strength of their golden core level magic, even if the crab remained motionless, their true artifacts would scarcely make an impact on its formidable defenses. However, what it did not anticipate was that Luo Qiushui's 2 avatars had arrived behind it. Without uttering a word, they decisively detonated their golden elixirs. Boom! The 2 avatars exploded simultaneously. Although the giant crab was shielded from most of the impact, it was still engulfed in the ensuing blood mist. Despite the force of the blast, the giant crab appeared unscathed. Yet, it ceased its consumption of Wang Chao and released its massive pincers, temporarily sparing him. Humans, how bold! The voice of the giant crab reverberated through the water, somewhat muffled, yet discernible. It seemed astonished that human cultivators would willingly sacrifice their lives to detonate their golden elixirs. Luo Qiushui did not halt her assault. 5 avatars lunged forth, driven by a will to die, closing in on the giant crab once more. The giant crab's defenses were formidable, but its movements were clumsy, unsure of how to counter these fearless humans. Instinctively, it shifted its massive body to the left, attempting to evade the attacks from Luo Qiushui's avatars. However, its movements were far too sluggish, and 5 explosive sounds echoed through the air. The entire sea became a chaotic maelstrom, with surrounding islands reduced to rubble in an instant. Even the giant crab's 2 enormous eyes, once proudly raised, shattered under the overwhelming force. It became a blind crab, yet this did not hinder its ability to extend its consciousness and perceive everything around it. With this, you cannot kill me. The giant crab's voice stirred the waters, sending ripples cascading outward. It brandished its colossal pincers, ready to strike at Gu Qingyuan and the others. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Luo Qiushui's lips as she commanded her 5 avatars to charge forward once again. In that moment, the giant crab realized that not only were Luo Qiushui and her companions not retreating, but more were also rushing toward it. It had come to understand their intent to self-destruct once more. It faltered. Damn humans, a truly mad bunch. The giant crab roared, abruptly reversing its course to flee. Already gravely injured, it knew that further bombardment from perfected golden elixir cultivators would only exacerbate its wounds. Yet, its speed seemed to diminish further due to its injuries. Each movement feeling increasingly burdensome. Boom! 5 golden lights erupted, merging into a singular explosion that overturned the giant crab's entire body. Several of its legs were severed by the violent shockwave. As the residual force dissipated, the enormous body sank rapidly, stirring up clouds of dust. At that moment, Gu Qingyuan also commanded 2 avatars to leap onto the back of the giant crab. Much like the crab had clung to Wang Chao, they adhered tightly to its back, rendering it unable to escape despite its struggles. Simultaneously, the Azura demonic art activated, greedily siphoning the giant crab's cultivation and lifespan. Thousands of miles away, Gu Qingyuan's main body was enveloped in a green glow, an aura of boundless vitality swirling around him as if he were immersed in the river of life. His lifespan surged at an astonishing rate, and his life chart underwent continual transformation. In mere moments, his lifespan increased by over 1,000 years. Deep beneath the sea, the giant crab gradually fell silent. Should we extract its primordial spirit? Gu Qingyuan inquired of Luo Qiushui, whose extensive knowledge earned her his trust. There is no need, she explained, for this is a sea creature that has not chosen to transform into human form. Its nascent soul will not coalesce. She elaborated that when a demon beast reaches the nascent soul stage, it may opt to assume human form for cultivation or continue to refine its original form. Each path bearing its own advantages and disadvantages, the specifics of which remain unknown to her. Some demon beasts can transform into human form during the golden core stage, yet they often retain certain features of their beastly nature, a rarity indeed. You just mentioned leading us to the lair of the giant crab in search of treasure. Gu Qingyuan commanded. Lead the way. With the demise of the great demon, its cave now poses no threat. Such a formidable creature must surely have concealed numerous valuable treasures. Upon hearing this, Wang Chao promptly retracted its countless tentacles, appearing startled. I dare not approach its lair, but I can guide you. Chapter 91. The spirit flame 200 miles westward lies the Qingstone Reef, the lair of the giant crab. Wang Chao raised an antenna and gestured towards the west. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyuan recalled the contents of his nautical chart, a fleeting chill flickering in his gaze. The giant crab's lair was already documented on the map. Even without Wang Chao's words, they would have found it. Is this how you repay us for saving you? Gu Qingyuan's tone was frigid. At this, Wang Chao shrank back, acutely aware that with its meager strength, it could not contend with the 9 golden core cultivators before it. It opened its mouth and expelled over 10,000 millennium spirit cores hidden within its belly. This is all I possess. Wang Chao's eyes shimmered with sorrow, as if reluctant to part with them. Each millennium spirit core equated to 100 low-grade spirit stones, making the value of the cores before them amount to 1 million spirit stones. For me, 6 for you? Gu Qingyuan shifted his gaze to Luo Qiushui. She remained silent, but nodded slightly. Gu Qingyuan stepped forward, collected the spirit cores, and addressed Wang Chao. You may leave. As long as you do not venture towards the Luotian Sea, we will not harm you. Wang Chao dared not utter another word and fled swiftly. Once at a considerable distance, it muttered indignantly, how could a dignified celestial-level demon be bullied by a group of golden core cultivators? In light of the ongoing war between the two realms, it resolved to find a place to hide. Wang Chao was determined not to let this conflict cost it its life, due to its lack of combat prowess. Even the Demon King had deemed it unworthy of conscription for battle. This had initially suited Wang Chao just fine, until it encountered the injured and fleeing giant crab. Now, wounded itself, Wang Chao needed to seek a safe haven to recuperate. It journeyed southwest for several hundred miles until it stumbled upon a massive cavern. Although the air was thick with the scent of blood, no life force resided within. Just as it intended to enter, a colossal hand, formed of pure magical energy, seized it firmly. The hand radiated overwhelming power, constraining Wang Chao's body with an iron grip. Wang Chao felt like an ant within that grasp. Any slight exertion could easily crush it in two. Spare me, esteemed elder. Wang Chao refrained from struggling and desperately pleaded for mercy. A woman, her hair cascading down and her form almost human, materialized from the void. She appeared semi-transparent, possessing human features and body, yet exuding a potent aura of demonic energy. She approached Wang Chao, transforming her hand into a blade, and pierced through its abdomen, discovering it was empty. You have not stolen my treasures. My lair has been violated. Do you know who is responsible? The demoness' eyes were devoid of emotion, exuding an air of superiority, completely indifferent to the sanctity of life. Great demoness. I do not know who did it, Wang Chao answered truthfully. However, the translucent demoness seemed displeased with this response. She transformed her hand into a blade once more, preparing to take Wang Chao's life. With death looming near, Wang Chao, in a moment of desperation, exclaimed, I have seen a group of human golden core cultivators. They are formidable, capable of effortlessly annihilating the great crab demon. It is likely they have plundered your lair. Wang Chao's words successfully halted the succubus from strangling him. The succubus placed her palm upon Wang Chao's head, extending her consciousness to employ a soul-searching technique. She scrutinized Wang Chao's memories from the past few months with clarity. When Wang Chao opened his eyes once more, the succubus had vanished. He sighed, lamenting his recent misfortunes, and hastily used his magical powers to staunch the bleeding from his abdomen. Fortunately, his high level of spiritual strength prevented the soul-searching technique from impairing his mind. Wang Chao cast a lingering gaze at the unprotected stone cavern, his heart only yearning for a swift escape, daring not to entertain any notions. Had he known this lair belonged to the succubus, he would not have dared to tread here. After all, she was a revered being under the Demon King, her power comparable to that of a perfected human nascent soul cultivator. To the west of the ocean, near the core region of the sea demon domain, a rocky islet rose from the sea. At its center lay a cave. Within, countless earth-level crabs were stirring, converging upon Gu Qingyuan and his companions. Some lay in ambush among the crevices of the rocks, while others hid within the cave. In an instant, thousands of earth-level crabs had gathered. On the distant shore, countless more crabs surged forth, all intent on defending their nest. "Eliminate them completely," shouted Luo Qiushui. 9 avatars summoned true artifacts, unleashing a massacre. In the face of absolute strength, these crabs, despite their formidable defenses, could not withstand even a casual blow from the avatars. Soon, the corpses of the crabs carpeted the islet. Yet, they seemed utterly unafraid of death, charging recklessly towards the 9. "Senior Luo, I sense a strong energy fluctuation within the cave," Gu Qingyuan suggested while dispatching crabs. "I feel it too. That presence appears quite peculiar, and my consciousness cannot penetrate it clearly. I shall send an avatar inside to investigate," Luo Qiushui replied, and with that, one avatar stepped forward to approach the cave, while the others provided cover. The crabs within the cave were the strongest, including several formidable early-stage heavenly crabs. One of Luo Qiushui's avatars dashed inside, but within 10 breaths, it hurriedly retreated. "Did you see clearly?" Gu Qingyuan inquired. "First, we must deal with these crabs." Luo Qiushui did not respond directly. After 2 hours, 6 of Luo Qiushui's avatars had exhausted their magical energy and were seated in meditation to recover. Gu Qingyuan's 3 avatars continued to deal with the remaining crabs. His golden core was 5 times larger than that of an ordinary cultivator, allowing him to store a vast amount of magical energy and recover it at an impressive rate, ensuring a continuous supply. Once Gu Qingyuan had exterminated the crabs, one of Luo Qiushui's avatars stood up. "All the crab corpses are yours, but the treasures within are mine," Luo Qiushui stated. Gu Qingyuan hesitated for a brief moment before inquiring with urgency, what exactly lies within? He certainly did not wish to become an unwitting fool, bestowing all valuable treasures upon Luo Qiushui. "A cluster of spiritual flame," Luo Qiushui replied. "Spiritual flame," Gu Qingyuan murmured. "In truth, spiritual flame is a rare fire, born of the earth and sky, which can only manifest under specific terrains, unique environments, and at particular moments. Unlike ordinary flames, spiritual flames exhibit at least 3 distinct colors. They are remarkably easy to manipulate, making them ideal for alchemy and artifact forging. However, the cost of sustaining their vitality is exceedingly high. So you too have trespassed into my abode and stolen my treasures." At that moment, a female demon, her hair cascading freely, materialized from the void. Her sudden appearance astonished even Luo Qiushui. Logically, her spiritual awareness should have detected everything within a 100-mile radius. The fact that this demon could appear so abruptly indicated her ability to teleport. Furthermore, she referred to 2 individuals. Yet, Gu Qingyuan and Luo Qiushui were clearly in the company of 9 others. Chapter 92. The clever female demon too? Gu Qingyuan retorted. He was merely a projection, and even in the presence of a peak-grade celestial demon, he felt no fear. If necessary, he would self-destruct. "I have already seen through the disguises you wear," the female demon replied dismissively. The duo had used a transformation technique to alter their appearances. Without formidable spiritual awareness, one could not see through it. "You claim we have intruded upon your lair. Is this truly your territory?" Luo Qiushui attempted to resist, gesturing toward the giant crab cave. She understood that the lair the demon referred to was the vast cavern brimming with countless treasures. Yet, She found it peculiar how this demon had discovered their presence and learned of their theft. Are you feigning ignorance? The demon murmured. I can detect the scent of the spirit-settling shell on you. Have you slain it? Her tone was frigid, seemingly devoid of emotion, though it might have been rage pushed to its zenith. And what if we did? All the treasures from your spiritual field have been taken by me, Gu Qingyuan declared with pride. Upon hearing this, the demon's eyes widened in fury as she bared her teeth, exclaiming, "It truly is you." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gu Qingyuan responded, "Are you trying to deceive me?" It appeared that her claim of sensing the spirit-settling shell was a mere fabrication, intended to gauge their reactions. This great demon was indeed astute and possessed considerable strength. However, she was merely a spiritual entity. After Luo Qiushui spoke, her 5 projections swiftly lunged at the female demon, intent on using self-detonation to settle their grievances. Your ability to perceive that I am merely a spiritual entity indicates that your spiritual awareness is quite extraordinary. Stay and nourish my essence, the demon declared, waving her sleeve and unleashing a surge of magical energy. The force of her magic, imbued with formidable might, whipped up a tempest that violently sent Luo Qiushui's 5 projections flying. The power at the peak celestial level was akin to that of a human cultivator at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Such strength was beyond what Luo Qiushui, at the perfected golden core level, could withstand. The earlier triumph over the peaked celestial giant crab had stemmed from its low intellect and limited means. It seems you are indeed the true body. The demon fixed her gaze upon the soul projection of Luo Qiushui that did not rush toward her. She surmised that this must be the main body. Extending her hand, she conjured a colossal hand from the heavens, reaching out to grasp Luo Qiushui. Under the pressure of the giant hand, Luo Qiushui found it nearly impossible to resist. She could only allow it to seize her firmly and draw her closer to the demon. Now, surrender your spiritual power to me, the demon commanded, opening her mouth to enact a peculiar secret technique, preparing to devour Luo Qiushui's spiritual essence. In response, Luo Qiushui merely smiled coldly, saying, "You truly are boastful. Earlier, I thought you possessed some cleverness, but now it seems you are simply too foolish." She believed that this avatar was the true form of Luo Qiushui, yet in reality, all present were merely manifestations. As Luo Qiushui spoke, the golden core detonated instantaneously. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated, obliterating the entire reef. Only a magnificent flame, composed of 5 colors, shimmered brilliantly upon the island. This resplendent fire, a dazzling blend of gold, green, blue, red, and white, captivated the eye. Following the self-detonation of Luo Qiushui's avatar, the female demon's ethereal form manifested numerous cracks, as if it were on the verge of shattering. However, in the blink of an eye, those fractured seams restored to their original state, as though she had sustained no harm whatsoever. Indeed, you possess some merit if you can injure my ethereal form, the female demon complimented, before swooping down towards Luo Qiushui. Luo Qiushui's 4 avatars braced themselves for self-detonation. Another avatar employed the technique of spatial contraction, teleporting beside the vibrant fire. With her magical power, she lifted it and forcefully infused it into her dantian, seemingly attempting to absorb the flame within. Just as she succeeded, the female demon also teleported directly in front of her. Their eyes met, and instinctively, both extended their palms, channeling their magical energies forward. As their palms collided, Luo Qiushui was propelled hundreds of feet away due to the disparity in magical strength. Observing this, Gu Qingyuan's 2 avatars, along with Luo Qiushui's 4 avatars, swiftly advanced towards the female demon. Meanwhile, Luo Qiushui, having acquired the spirit flame, and Gu Qingyuan, laden with the corpses of countless giant crabs, hastily fled into the distance. Gu Qingyuan's 2 avatars immediately self-detonated, while Luo Qiushui's 4 avatars relentlessly pursued, engaging in a brief skirmish with the female demon, thus buying precious time for the 2 avatars. Moments later, all avatars on the island were reduced to a mist of blood. The female demon cast a distant glance towards the direction Luo Qiushui and Gu Qingyuan were escaping. Then her figure flickered and vanished from this realm. "Senior Luo, we cannot flee to Qingyuan's sect. We must go to Wanxian's sect," Gu Qingyuan urged, aware that if the female demon pursued them, it would undoubtedly implicate Qingyuan's sect. "You finally wised up, Haven Tiyu?" Luo Qiushui chided, irritated. If it weren't for Gu Qingyuan being deceived by the female demon's words, the situation would not have escalated to this point. As the two conversed, the void ahead stirred, and the female demon's figure suddenly materialized before them. Unfazed, Luo Qiushui swiftly formed a hand gesture, propelling her flying vessel forward and teleporting a mile ahead, narrowly evading the demon's advance. Before the demon could give chase, Luo Qiushui executed another gesture, teleporting the vessel forward another mile, continuing this pattern for 100 miles before finally halting. After completing this feat, Luo Qiushui, who controlled the vessel, felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Utilizing her golden core physique to perform the spatial contraction technique exacted a tremendous toll on her body, and the distance of each teleportation was particularly short. Noticing Luo Qiushui's fatigue, Gu Qingyuan promptly infused the vessel with magical energy, aiding her in its maneuvering. Before long, the two arrived at the defensive line on the southern side. The female demon simultaneously teleported away. Upon sensing the ominous aura of a powerful entity, Elder 16, tasked with guarding this location, leapt into action, intending to intercept the demoness. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of strikes, resulting in the demoness being forced back several paces, while Elder 16 was left spitting blood from the force of the clash. "Thank you, Elder 16," Gu Qingyuan exclaimed before continuing his escape aboard the flying vessel. Unbeknownst to Elder 16, the demoness was but a spirit form. However, he sensed her weakness and concluded that she was not as formidable as a true peak-tier celestial demon. Thus, he resolved to subdue this beast, envisioning the commendable achievements that would follow. Yet, before he could act further, the demoness had already redirected her wrath toward him. Perceiving these human cultivators clad in the garb of the Wanxian sect as more detestable than Gu Qingyuan, who had plundered her treasures, a fierce battle loomed on the horizon. While Gu Qingyuan and Luo Qiushui seized the opportunity to make their escape amidst the chaos.